As a prodigious talent of her sect, Ming Lan found herself transported to the modern world, becoming a pitiable soul cast out from her home. In order to make ends meet, she embarked on a career as a metaphysical live-streaming host. Viewers connected with her, inquiring whether their idol would soar to unprecedented fame. Ming Lan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is about to be incarcerated. Discussions about him are rampant across the internet. Upon hearing this, fans flocked to her, vehemently denouncing her as a fabricator of lies. 10 minutes later, images of the male star being escorted into a police vehicle spread virally across the web. After being invited onto a wildly popular dating reality show, Ming Lan truly let herself loose. A multitude of internet celebrities simultaneously date a mother and her son. What a cad. The director, still in his prime, enacts a forbidden romance with his daughter-in-law. A rising starlet is involved in a secret affair with an acclaimed actor, yet unbeknownst to her, the actor is homosexual, seeking to father a child through surrogacy. Subsequently, Ming Lan became a sensation online, with countless fans clamoring for her to reveal more scandalous tidbits. Her parents, in tears, pleaded for her return home. Renowned directors, investors, and even tycoons sought her out for divination, and she amassed a fortune, driving luxury cars and residing in a villa, her bank account swelling into 8 figures. One day, the flamboyant top-tier singer Pei Yuhua approached her, requesting her to divine his romantic fate. Ming Lan confidently declared, "It shall come to pass. Your lucky star has aligned." In the next moment, her hand paused as she calculated, "The person you desire is me?" Pei Yuhua harbored a secret. His soul had once traversed into a fantastical realm, becoming the sword of a young maiden. In a fierce battle, the sword shattered, and he perished, his soul returning to its rightful place. Later, he beheld that extraordinary figure on the trending topics of Weibo. A grand dream unbroken. As the begonia petals fell, I finally see you again. Chapter 1. A prodigy of the sect transcends to the modern era. The howling northern winds cannot disperse the sounds of clashing weapons. The sky above Yanyan City is drenched in blood, reflecting the smoke-filled battlefield below. Ming Lan coughed up blood, struggling to rise, with her broken sword in hand. A fleeting dizziness engulfed her. 3 days and nights of relentless combat had pushed her physical and spiritual endurance to its limits, yet she dared not show even a hint of slack. Months prior, dark clouds obscured the sun as the gate of the abyss gaped wide, unleashing countless demonic creatures that ravaged the human realm. The various sects of the cultivation world gathered their disciples to vanquish the evil and uphold righteousness. 3 days ago, the demon-slaying army sought to exploit the demon lord's severely weakened state to annihilate him in one fell swoop, breaching the lair of the demon clan. However, the clan leader unexpectedly took a cunning detour, launching a nighttime assault on the populous Yanyan City. A thunderous boom echoed as the formation enveloping the entire city was battered by a gale laden with black mist, and the pale barrier began to crack. The expressions of despair and helplessness among the citizens imprinted themselves in Ming Lan's mind. A resolute determination ignited in her eyes. With her right hand gripping the sword and her left forming intricate gestures, she became enveloped in resplendent white light. The broken sword suddenly unleashed a surge of sword energy that soared into the heavens. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy roiled within her, and with a light tap of her toes, Ming Lan leaped towards the demon clan leader. A bolt of thunder cleaved the sky, descending directly upon her and the demon lord. "Lan Lan, I have finally found you. We raised you after bringing you back from the orphanage. We have treated you well, and your sister has been kind to you. Now that she is ill, how can you stand idly by? You left home without a word, causing us great concern. After your departure, your hanfu became so tattered. Once your surgery is successful, we will provide you with a black card, and you can wear whatever extravagant attire you desire." The clamor around her roused Ming Lan from her muddled consciousness. She opened her eyes to see a peculiar middle-aged couple striding towards her, stopping before her to utter a torrent of perplexing words. She had clearly utilized forbidden techniques to protect the entire city, perishing alongside the demon lord. Logically, she should have disintegrated into nothingness. How could she possibly have arrived here? Who were these two before her? Towering skyscrapers stood in orderly rows. Vehicles flowed incessantly along the broad thoroughfare, and vibrant neon lights flickered, casting a glow upon Ming Lan's features. The slender and graceful young woman, clad in a simple white robe now marred with dirt and blood, wielded a broken sword, her flowing hair and garment billowing like a cascade, embodying an ethereal sense of detachment from the mundane world. She possessed a radiant and exquisite beauty, with skin as fair as snow and lips tinted a vibrant red. Her pair of clear almond-shaped eyes lent her an air of youthful innocence and otherworldly charm. As passers-by strolled past Ming Lan, they cast curious glances or engaged in hushed discussions. Wow, look at that person. She's wearing hanfu, isn't she? There seems to be a comic convention nearby. She must be a guest. Oh, I wish I could collect stamps with rolls. The blood on her costume looks so real. Her battle-worn attire is truly beautiful. Since childhood, Ming Lan had been endowed with extraordinary talents, yet her spiritual energy was nearly depleted now. Nevertheless, her heightened senses allowed her to overhear their whispers. Although this group donned peculiar attire and spoke in a manner that baffled her, she sensed no malice in their intentions. What my mother said before was merely in anger. Come, return home with us. Zhang Guilin presumed that her and her husband's words had touched her as she stood motionless. With Ming Lan's reclusive and timid nature and lacking family or friends, she believed that a slight softening of their stance and a hint of kindness would surely render this foolish girl completely submissive. She feigned an intention to grasp Ming Lan's hand, but Ming Lan furrowed her delicate brows and deftly evaded her. Why bother with such pretenses? She languidly yawned, her bright eyes glancing at her. You clearly detest me. As a prodigy of her sect, she awakened her gifts at the tender age of 6, possessing an unprecedented ability, spiritual insight. Upon gazing at a person's face and channeling her spiritual energy, their past and future would unfurl before her like a lantern show. While this middle-aged couple launched into a lengthy discourse, Ming Lan had already fully grasped the fundamental circumstances of this foreign realm and their pasts and futures. Zhang Guilin and Ming Gang had amassed wealth through their factory in their early years, rising into the ranks of the affluent in the capital city in their 30s. They had a son and a daughter. Their youngest daughter, Ming Qiuying, was a rare Rh-negative blood type. Shortly after her birth, she was diagnosed with a rare blood disease. To ensure their daughter's safety, this couple sought out the Ming Lan, who also possessed the elusive panda blood type, and adopted her. In recent days, they had appeared to treat Ming Lan well, coaxing her into willingly serving as a mobile blood supply for Ming Qiuying for over a decade. However, just 2 months ago, Ming Qiuying's condition deteriorated, triggering acquired heart disease. In addition to a complete blood transfusion, she required a heart transplant, and the Ming family had set their sights on Ming Lan. Yet this time, the typically obedient and timid adopted daughter dared to resist for the first time, only to be met with the curses of her entire family. After leaving home, she succumbed to excessive worry and developed depression, ultimately taking her own life by drowning in the river last night. Unbeknownst to her adoptive parents, they had driven a person to despair, mistaking her for their adopted daughter and attempting to persuade her. Ming Gang, who had never held affection for this adopted daughter, grew increasingly impatient upon seeing her obstinacy. Enough of your nonsense. You've enjoyed the life of a young lady for over a decade. It's time for you to repay us. Quickly, bring her back. The latter part of his statement was directed at the bodyguard. 2 robust bodyguards in black stepped forward, intending to seize her arms. Ming Lan's expression remained nonchalant as she sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to one's knee while twisting the arm of the other, effortlessly toppling both towering bodyguards. Thud. They crashed to the ground, their faces paling in pain, unable to rise for quite some time. Bystanders were taken aback, their attention drawn to the unfolding scene. Zhang Guilin's voice nearly cracked. You 2 useless fools. Can't you handle a mere girl? The bodyguards were equally perplexed. How could someone as slender and delicate as Ming Lan possess such strength? Ming Gang shouted in fury, You ungrateful daughter. Are you trying to give your mother a heart attack? To the unknowing onlookers, this scene merely appeared as a rebellious daughter attempting to run away, with her parents employing both soft and harsh measures to bring her back home. The essence of humanity lies in gossip. Thus, during their altercation, several passers-by gathered, curiously observing the spectacle. Alas, today's youth are so willful, it's no easy feat for parents to raise them. Why must they resort to violence? Indeed, just look at that little girl's attire, such bizarre clothing. It's clear she has caused her parents no small amount of worry. Young lady, you should return to your family. Don't be rebellious. The chatter of the onlookers drifted into Ming Lan's ears, but she paid them no heed. She cleared her ears and retorted, What are you pretending for? Did you ever consider that she might die of anger while you were having an affair with her biological sister? Chapter 2. Pei Yuhua. The girl's voice rang out, clear and melodious, akin to the delicate chime of jade striking against jade, instantly silencing the raucous gathering. Everyone was taken aback. They had come to witness a parental reprimand of a rebellious daughter, yet they were unexpectedly treated to such a scandalous revelation. Are today's middle-aged individuals truly this wild? They seemed to revel in mischief even more than the younger generation. Zhang Guilin cast a doubtful glance at Ming Gang, who raised his voice in protest. What nonsense are you spouting? My dear wife, do you truly believe this wretched girl's fabrications? Zhang Guilin pondered for a moment and conceded that indeed, compared to this impudent brat, her husband, with whom she had shared several decades of marriage, was far more trustworthy. She regarded Ming Lan with disdain, curling her lips into a sardonic smile. Did she really think a mere utterance could sow discord between them? Last night, she had used work as an excuse to stay out all night, when in reality, she had spent it in another's embrace, leaving marks upon her neck. Ming Lan remained unfazed, a tranquil demeanor allowing her to validate her claims. As the words left her lips, Ming Gang's expression twisted momentarily, a flicker of guilt and astonishment flashing in his eyes. How could she possibly know? Zhang Guilin, inherently suspicious, noticed her husband's unusual reaction and swiftly tore open his shirt, revealing a vivid red mark on his neck before the stunned crowd. Ming Gang, you scoundrel! Zhang Guilin lunged at him, delivering a sharp slap. Bystanders were left astounded. There truly were marks? They were both in their 50s, yet still indulging in such escapades? What a performance! How did this young girl come by such knowledge? Zhang Guilin's nails clawed at Ming Gang's face, drawing blood as she spat curses. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? I built a life with you, bore your children, and this is how you repay me? Ming Lan crossed her arms, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. To bear children for him? Wasn't he it for his brother instead? An unfaithful sister-in-law and an unfaithful brother-in-law, truly a match made in heaven. No wonder they were family. Her words struck like thunder, sending ripples through the crowd. Wasn't he this a tad too explosive? This family was surprisingly avant-garde. Quickly, someone should record this for future viewing. The onlookers were both shocked and exhilarated, with many already pulling out their phones to capture the moment. You insolent little minx, what lies are you telling? Zhang Guilin charged forward, threatening to strike her. I'll tear your mouth apart. Ming Lan maintained her stance, extending her foot to trip Zhang Guilin, who fell directly into a puddle by the roadside, her face splattered with mud, looking utterly disheveled. Just half a month prior, during the patriarch's birthday banquet, she had engaged in a scandalous rendezvous with her brother-in-law in the woods, nearly caught by her husband. It was only upon Ming Lan's reminder that Ming Gang recalled that he had been somewhat inebriated, wandering about, when he spotted his wife hastily exiting the grove, her hair disheveled and clothing askew. He had initially suspected something amiss, but she claimed a wildcat had startled her. At the time, he had been too drunk to press further, and the matter had slipped by, but now it seemed rather suspect. Upon reflection, he recognized his wife's unusual attentiveness toward his brother. One night, upon returning home late, he found his brother there, both looking flustered. His brother had claimed to seek him for something, yet left in haste without ever explaining. If Ming Lan's assertions held any truth, then Ming Ting and Xiao Ying were not his biological children, but rather his brothers? Ming Gang felt a sharp pain in his temples as fury surged within him, his chest heaving violently as he advanced and seized Zhang Guilin by the collar, delivering 2 resounding slaps. Wretched woman! Are Ting and Xiao Ying truly my children? Of course they are. Zhang Guilin, losing her composure, appeared utterly flustered, her gaze darting, rendering her words devoid of conviction. After decades of marriage, how could Ming Gang not discern her lies? A blazing fury ignited within him. You truly dared to betray me. This accusation further incited Zhang Guilin, who raised her voice. How dare you speak? Have you not strayed as well? What right do you have to condemn me? Very well. It seems you've truly lost your mind. Ming Gang reached to grasp her throat, but she, unwilling to yield, clutched at his hair, and soon they were entangled in a chaotic struggle. Curses and cries echoing around them. Amid the ensuing turmoil, Ming Lan deftly maneuvered through the crowd and departed the scene. The night air was filled with the river's rush, the shimmering surface reflecting the ever-changing neon lights along the banks, as if countless stars had been scattered upon the waters. This was the very river into which the original host had plunged. No one could have foreseen that the tumultuous waves had claimed a young life the night before. The bright moonlight bathed Ming Lan as the evening breeze tousled her hair, secured only by bamboo twigs. She sighed softly, her wrist twisting, fingers transforming into a delicate orchid, the moonlit glow coalescing at her fingertips. With a gentle incantation, she released the essence of life, sending forth a stream of soft, luminous light toward the river. A wispy white soul slowly ascended from the waters, soon vanishing from sight. if she wished to navigate this new world in peace. Adopting Ming Lan's identity was indeed the most convenient choice. In return, she had come to the riverbank to perform a rite for the departed soul, ensuring that she would be reborn into a life of ease. After completing this, Ming Lan strolled back, contemplating her current circumstances. From her observations, she discerned that the land of Huaxia had endured considerable hardships, yet within a mere century had transformed its plight, rising from subjugation by foreign powers to become an indomitable nation, free from the plight of its citizens, devoid of demons or monsters, seemingly leaving her with no purpose. However, unlike her fellow disciples in the sect who aspired to vanquish evil, she was inherently carefree and averse to trouble, finding solace in the prospect of daily indulgence in wine and slumber. Yet this world lacked a master to provide her with spiritual stones and silver. Her future depended solely on her own efforts. Ming Lan felt no trepidation regarding her ability to find work in this thriving, peaceful realm. However, upon reflection, she realized that her particular skills seemed to have been codified into the criminal law. Any misstep could see her branded as mentally unstable and confined to an asylum. At that moment, a chorus of excited murmurs interrupted her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered to the grand electronic display of a towering building, which flickered before showcasing the image of a man. His features were sharply defined, his chin slightly raised, his eyes slanted upward, a beam of light illuminating his prominent nose. Clad in a sleek leather suit that accentuated his tall, lithe figure, exuding an air of rebelliousness. The backdrop was a dazzling starry expanse, accompanied by bold letters proclaiming, Pei Yuhua World Tour 202469. Together we journey to the Sea of Stars. Ming Lan halted in her tracks, her almond-shaped eyes glimmering as she instinctively glanced at her broken sword. This man struck her as intriguingly familiar, as if she had known him all her life, yet with a sense of novelty. Chapter 3. Live Broadcast. Wah. Our Pei has endured so much. They lamented after his car accident and hospitalization. We hadn't heard from him for months. I thought he was lost to us forever, but now he's resurrected. Truly, he is the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. After such a long hospital stay, he remains stunningly handsome and fit. If Pei Xiao were to act, he would undoubtedly excel. As if Pei Xiao would ever act. He is the scion of the Pei Group, entering the entertainment industry to pursue his passion for music. He rarely accepts endorsements, so he certainly doesn't need acting fees. A throng of fans raised their phones, eagerly capturing the moment on the screen, their animated discussions filtering into Ming Lan's ears. Simultaneously, the bustling city square was alive with vibrant lights and activity. A group of elegantly dressed individuals, some intentionally disheveled, were broadcasting live with professional equipment, and one particular figure caught Ming Lan's attention. He was an elderly gentleman with graying hair, clad in a somewhat worn Taoist robe, fervently engaged in fortune-telling. As she approached and glanced at the screen, a kaleidoscope of colorful effects dazzled her eyes. "Beautiful lady, are you interested in live streaming?" A man appraised her with a satisfied expression. "With that lovely face of yours, donning a short skirt and swaying a little, you could easily attract numerous gifts and earn a handsome monthly income." Ming Lan raised her gaze towards a few individuals nearby, their bodies swaying rhythmically, and let out a playful whistle, pointing at the fortune-teller. "Is he live streaming too?" Indeed, the man continued to entice her. "A stunning girl like you could earn money just by standing there." Contemplating his words, Ming Lan decisively declined no. "Thank you." Before he could respond, she turned and walked away. Recalling her memories, she returned to her modest apartment. Ming Lan retrieved an old mobile phone from her bedside table and, with the effort of a centenarian, managed to download a live streaming app. With the rise of the live streaming industry, many companies had established platforms that attracted not only the youth but also a growing audience of middle-aged viewers with substantial income potential. Most importantly, live streaming offered flexible hours, aligning perfectly with her needs. Among the various platforms, the Tomato Live app had emerged as one of the 4 major streaming services, thriving with top-tier content in singing, dancing, gaming, and art. She quickly registered an account, adopting the ID Weilon Jijian, and initiated her first live stream. As a newcomer, it was normal for her stream to start with no viewers, yet the platform's design was user-friendly, ensuring that every newcomer received a modest exposure boost. Hence, within a few minutes, a dozen viewers trickled into her stream. "Is this face for real? It looks like a model. Please share your beauty filter parameters." I was about to scroll past, but upon seeing that face, I couldn't help but return. The title of this stream is quite intriguing: Fortune-telling and Gossip? Is fortune-telling no longer in vogue at the street stalls? No kidding, sister, with a face like yours. You could debut as a beauty influencer instead of competing with those old fortune-tellers. Not interested in fortune-telling, can you sing or dance? Or even just chat? Ming Lan replied, I can't sing or dance, but I can tell fortunes. A firework will reveal your fate. These lines were learned from other streams, so she hoped they would suffice. As soon as she spoke, the chat momentarily hushed before erupting into lively banter. Are today's newcomers really this shameless? A firework costs 2,888 tomato coins, equivalent to 288 renminbi. Do you think you can just scam people over the internet? Exactly. Genuine fortune-tellers usually offer their services for free to those they connect with. She's quite mercenary. It's obvious she's just a fraud masquerading as a fortune-teller. To be fair, her voice is quite pleasant. She could easily pursue a career as a singer or voice actor instead of scamming. The esteemed Taoist Qingyun charges only 100 renminbi for a reading. Don't trust this fraud. What a stubborn one. If you were to sing or dance as the viewers suggest, we'd shower you with gifts instead of letting you scam us. Ming Lan raised an eyebrow. Surprised they found her prices steep. Across the vast expanse of the realm, countless practitioners had offered treasures to seek her insights, yet here she was, lowering her worth to the ground only to be criticized. She clarified, if it doesn't work, I won't charge. I'm not a fraud. Upon hearing that there would be no charge, a few viewers began to reconsider. One viewer with the ID Su Qin's wife sent a firework and expressed that if her reading proved accurate, she would reward her with a train. Su Qin was a popular idol who had debuted in a talent show just a week prior, prompting others to exclaim her wealth as a devoted fan. Ming Lan said, You need to connect with me. I specialize in face reading. Su Qin's wife readily agreed. Just call me Tian Tian. My life is quite fulfilling. Could you possibly read for my idol? This connection attracted dozens more viewers. Isn't that Su Qin's biggest fan? I thought I misread it first. Ha ha ha. I knew it from her ID that she wanted to inquire about Su Qin. But how can we know if this fortune-telling host is legitimate? Tian Tian reassured. Don't worry, I've been a fan since Su Qin's trainee days. I know many little details. Ming Lan nodded. All right, show me his photo. Tian Tian pointed her camera at the oversized poster adorning her wall. Is this sufficient? Can you tell me when he will become famous? He's incredibly hardworking. And I want to know about his future stardom. Some viewers who are also Su Qin fans expressed their curiosity. He is a truly pure-hearted, kind young man with decent skills. He is bound to achieve great fame. I just searched. He is quite handsome too. This seems like a tricky question for fortune-telling. She'll likely just echo Tian Tian's sentiments and say Su Qin's future is bright, then concoct a timeline. Exactly. Many charlatans only say nice things, and their answers are often vague. Yet, the next moment, Ming Lan's clear voice rang out, who said that. I will provide a precise timeline. Tian Tian's eyes lit up. When will that be? Is there a chance for him to be famous? She responded, yes. He is about to face legal troubles, and will be in the news soon. How could that not be considered fame? Chapter 4. This is clearly an omen. Her shocking declaration instantly dimmed Tian Tian's smile, her expression turning grave. However, maintaining her composure, she merely furrowed her brows. Your words lack courtesy. The viewers echoed her sentiments. Indeed. That is quite rude. Is this person so desperate for attention that they resort to disparaging a celebrity's reputation? She must be seeking infamy. Tian Tian has such a good temperament. I would have started cursing by now. How absurd, to be so beautiful, yet speak such nonsense. I've already screenshot this and sent it to Su Qin's agency. Prepare for legal notice, you slanderous dog. Ming Lan understood their reactions well. Witnessing dozens of viewers flood into her stream, hurling insults without concern, she remained unfazed and continued to speak honestly. I'm merely stating the truth. It's understandable if you can't accept it right now. Tian Tian, perplexed, countered. That can't be right. You must have miscalculated. Ming Lan, unperturbed by the skepticism, delicately lifted her teacup and took a sip, the mist swirling around her features, enhancing her elegance. I cannot be mistaken. With her delicate brows tightly furrowed, Sweet felt her dissatisfaction swell within her. She had been a devoted fan of Su Qin since his trainee days, a veritable elder within the fandom. What could Ming Lan, someone entirely ignorant of him, possibly know? Resolving not to engage in further entanglement, she donned a stern expression, intending to terminate the call. Yet, just as she was about to hang up, Ming Lan spoke again, advising her to wait a mere 10 minutes for an official announcement. The casual manner in which she mentioned the precise timing caused Sweet to hesitate momentarily. Glancing at the clock, she realized that waiting an additional 10 minutes would be of no consequence. The chatroom, once dominated by a singular voice, now buzzed with uncertainty. All right, I will wait those 10 minutes. She merely seeks to gain notoriety through controversy. We are all too familiar with who our brother truly is. We have known him long before these rumors surfaced. The time is so close, her fabrications bear no merit. There's an inexplicable sense that something significant is about to unfold. Let us just chat and bide our time. Come on, are you really believing her? She claims 10 minutes, but Su Qin has just secured a new endorsement today. Ming Lan leaned back casually, nodding slightly, inviting skepticism. During the wait, her live stream suddenly attracted a surge of viewers, reaching into the thousands. However, nearly every comment was laced with vitriol. It soon dawned on Ming Lan that these were all die-hard fans of Su Qin. A particularly fervent supporter of Su Qin, incensed by her words, promptly shared her video in Su Qin's fan community, along with a link to her stream, which resulted in the influx of fans. How can someone so young be so malicious? He is a dedicated and wonderful young man. Do you not feel a pang of guilt slandering him without evidence? Prepare to be sued. Our brother's studio is not to be trifled with. This foolish streamer has been reported. Ming Lan had never paid heed to the external chatter about her. If she were to be concerned about others' opinions, she would have been mired in self-pity for the past decade and more. As time ticked by, it finally reached 2024. Due to Ming Lan's earlier pronouncement, the audience in the live stream remained vigilant, monitoring the official accounts of various police departments. Almost precisely at 24 minutes past the hour, someone's phone chimed with a notification from the Beijing police. Beijing police. Today, singer Su has been apprehended. He has confessed to multiple instances of solicitation and is currently in custody. The live stream erupted in chaos, and Sweet, who had also seen the news, was left utterly astounded, her phone slipping from her grasp. Oh, Master. I was blind before. Goodness, it's uncanny. This Su must be Su Qin. Right? Ha ha ha. This is truly satisfying. I have never liked him, mediocre in looks and talent, yet he still tries to market himself with Pei Yuhua. What a farce. Suddenly, I feel this prominent figure's abilities are unfathomable. Others can only approximate fortunes, yet she predicted the timing with such precision. Yet, a sliver of disbelief lingered, and some viewers clung to their last vestiges of hope. The police only mentioned Su. They did not specify Su Qin. There are many in the entertainment industry with the surname Su. Su Qin doesn't seem like the type to engage in solicitation, being young and handsome. He would surely have many women willing to date him, if he desired. As if to dissuade these fans from holding on to their fantasies, major media outlets began disseminating the police's announcement, while brands previously collaborating with Su Qin commenced deleting related posts. A well-known paparazzo even released a photo of Su Qin in handcuffs, being escorted into a police vehicle. At this juncture, those fans still seeking solace found themselves at a loss for words. Ming Lan's audience surged dramatically. A fan even honored her with a generous tip. Watching a train graphic whisk across the screen, she smiled gently, announcing that today's livestream would conclude here and bidding farewell until tomorrow. She then swiftly ended the broadcast, leaving the thousands in her chatroom bewildered. Is there truly a streamer so carefree? Given her prophetic abilities, should she not have capitalized on this wave of attention and streamed for several more hours? Yet she chose to log off so abruptly? However, the viewers did not lament for long. They swiftly redirected their focus, indulging in gossip across various media outlets. After all, it is not every day that a freshly debuted idol finds themselves detained for criminal activity. Many netizens began to jest that he was a speed record holder in collapsing upon debut. Alongside the trending topic of Su Qin solicitation, another term, between waves, emerged. Curiosity piqued. Many clicked to investigate, only to discover the scandal surrounding the idol's solicitation and the prophecies of this female streamer. While contemporary discourse often advocates for scientific belief, a substantial faction remains enamored with the mystical. Witnessing the uncanny accuracy of the streamer's predictions, many exclaimed in wonder. Conversely, a segment of staunch materialists scoffed at the notion of the supernatural, but still found themselves drawn to uncover the identity of this purported charlatan, eagerly awaiting her next broadcast to expose her alleged deception. Regardless, Ming Lan garnered considerable attention online, sparking numerous discussions among netizens. My hair stood on end. To achieve such detail is rather eerie. Could she be some sort of sorceress? I recall that disciples of the mystic arts are not permitted to reveal secrets of fate casually. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect she's a contracted artist seeking attention through sensationalism. Before clicking in, a demon, undoubtedly a demon. After seeing her face, who says she's a malevolent spirit? Clearly, she is a harbinger of good fortune. Chapter 5, A Sword Beyond the Ordinary. Unbeknownst to Ming Lan, a storm brewed online. She found herself in the throes of a dream. It was a tumultuous dream, one that recalled a fierce battle. Within the Wuliang Peak of the Songjing sect, she was the youngest disciple, and during the campaign against the demon lord, her elder brothers and sisters, who had always cared for her, insisted she remain in Yanyan City to tend to the civilians. Those left behind were mainly medical practitioners or outer disciples lacking considerable spiritual power, capable of caring for the injured, but ill-equipped for the battlefield. Consequently, when the demon lord advanced with his remnants, they were powerless to resist. As one of the most skilled disciples in swordsmanship and cultivation, Ming Lan felt morally compelled to rise. They fought valiantly for some time, but ultimately, she could only watch helplessly as countless comrades fell victim to the demon horde, rendered powerless to assist. With her black gold mystic iron sword in hand, she stood resolute against the wind. The blade, entirely obsidian, gleamed under the sun, and cold droplets of blood trickled down its ancient engravings. The demon lord formed seals with his hands, and a massive fireball materialized above Ming Lan's head, a manifestation of the ghostly demonic flames from the demon realm, reputed to scorch the soul and burn eternally. She had only heard of this from her elders and never imagined she would be subjected to its wrath today. A fireball surged towards her with the swiftness of a lightning strike. Ming Lan gritted her teeth, wielding her sword, Feiqi. The blade emitted a faint hum, as if imbued with sentience, enveloped in a shimmering aura of pure white light. Frosty chill technique. The colossal fireball nearly engulfed both Ming Lan and her sword, drawing the attention of numerous cultivators who paused to glance in her direction. Even those who had previously clashed with her now wore expressions of concern and sympathy. After all, the demon lord had honed his skills for over a millennium. Even with a damaged primordial spirit, his power was formidable. Though she possessed exceptional talent, she was still young. How could she withstand the full force of the demon lord's strike? A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing many to stagger. One cultivator leaped towards the ruins, calling out, "Ming Lan, are you all right?" As the thick smoke dissipated, Ming Lan knelt amidst the debris, blood spilling from her lips, her coveted sword lying several feet away. Yet, she seemed oblivious to her plight, trembling fingers reaching out to retrieve her blade. This sword had accompanied her since she was 14, helping her rise to the pinnacle of the Taishu Xiantian rankings during her adolescent years, sharing countless contests and even slicing fruits for her. Her senior brother had once remarked that the sword possessed a spirit, a notion she wholeheartedly embraced. For in her moments of solitude, Feiqi often emitted a melodic resonance known only to her, sometimes glowing with a soft light, as if responding to her. Just as it had moments ago. Now it lay shattered. Ming Lan gazed up, bewildered. It was broken. The howling wind roared, causing the tattered banners on the battlefield to flutter like the lamentations of the world. She could no longer hear any sound from the sword. Upon awakening from her dream, a fine sheen of cold sweat coated her forehead, strands of hair clinging to her pale cheeks. Rubbing her temples, she grasped Feiqi from her bedside, tracing her fingers delicately along its blade. The battle had been fierce. Her sorrow lasted less than 10 seconds before she rejoined the fray. But now, as she revisited that moment, the dull ache in her heart arrived belatedly. She recalled the final sound of the sword, as if it had whispered, "One last time. I protect you." In the luxurious Lushan villa, nestled in an affluent district worth over 100 million, with an aerial garden overlooking the nightscape of Beijing and an exceptionally sophisticated security system ensuring that no paparazzi could breach its walls, a tall figure reclined casually on the floor of a soundproofed music room on the 3rd floor. Scattered around were crumpled drafts, most of which were filled with musical scores, hastily obscured by chaotic strokes. His hair, slightly long, partially obscured his well-defined brows and eyes, while the cigarette held between his fingers released wisps of smoke that veiled his features, exuding an air of disheveled nonchalance. "My young master, you really ought to stop smoking. It could ruin your voice for life," admonished his manager, Chen Yao, as he snatched the cigarette from his hand and extinguished it. Pei Yuhua squinted slightly, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I am not you. Clinging to that meager salary, I have a fortune of over 1 billion yet to inherit." Chen Yao's face contorted for a moment. "Rein in your sharp tongue. Honestly, young master, Your recent demeanor seems rather off. Should I arrange for a psychologist to take a look at you? Although it was common for artistic geniuses like him to exhibit eccentric traits, Pei Yuhua's behavior since awakening from his coma had been unusually erratic. First, he had sequestered himself at home, drowning in alcohol for a week. Then, he began leveraging his connections to seek out metaphysical masters. Were it not for his undeniable talent and singing prowess, Chen Yao might have suspected he was possessed. Scram. Pei Yuhua crumpled a piece of paper and tossed it aside. Did you find anyone? It's not that easy. You turned down Master Qingji. Where else could I look? A few days prior, he had summoned a renowned Taoist from the metaphysical realm. Pei Yuhua had engaged him in conversation, but less than 10 minutes later, he had opened the door with an expression of discontent, ushering the man out. Chen Yao, listening from outside, had only caught snippets of their exchange. Vague phrases about impossibilities and defying fate, making him momentarily feel as if he were reading a fantasy novel. Before leaving, the Taoist had advised Pei Yuhua to refrain from going against the heavens, yet the typically headstrong Pei Yuhua had expelled him with a defiant declaration. Impossible. I will find her. To this day, Chen Yao remained unaware of who she was. Intent on changing the subject, he remarked, Did you hear? That little starlet who was always trying to ride your coattails got arrested for solicitation. Ha ha ha. It made my day. Pei Yuhua had debuted at 16. Skyrocketing to fame with an original song he had written and composed, and his subsequent career had been nothing short of illustrious, solidifying his status as an untouchable legend in the Chinese music scene. Now, his reputation was being sullied by an insignificant 18-line star. While it would seem petty to hold a grudge, doing nothing felt equally irksome. Chen Yao had already silently mocked Su Qin several times, but he never anticipated her downfall would be so complete today. Pei Yuhua, disinterested, replied, Oh, I don't know her. If you have time for gossip, you might as well put more effort into your search. Your salary doesn't need to be that low. Here we go again. Chen Yao stormed out of the room. The man paid him no mind, his gaze lowered as he traced a name on the paper, whispering softly, Ming Lan. Chapter 6, Undercover. When Ming Lan opened her live stream once more, the scene was vastly different from the meager audience of the previous night. Today, tens of thousands tuned in, primarily drawn by her fortune-telling videos trending on social media. The barrage of comments was particularly lively. Incredible. How did she figure that out? This host seems genuinely talented. And she's so beautiful. I'm following her. I can't believe people are so gullible. How can they trust such superstitions? Just wait. I'll expose her today. As soon as the viewer with the ID YOLO sent his comment, he launched 2 fireworks and requested to connect. When YOLO's face appeared on the live stream, many viewers were taken aback. This was none other than the retired esports player, known as God Y. He had once led a team to compete in world championships, securing victory for 2 consecutive years, becoming a legend in the esports realm. However, esports careers are fleeting, as he aged and his hand injuries worsened. He announced his retirement and now served as a coach for Team WT. I thought it was just a coincidence, but it really is you. Instead of training your players for the qualifiers, you're here tipping a female streamer? Just wait. If the qualifiers go poorly, I'll be sure to roast you. Forget it. God Y is retired. Let him enjoy himself. I'm more curious about how he's going to expose the host. Could it be that God Y has some knowledge of metaphysics as well? God Y greeted the camera and cut straight to the chase. Miss, do you mind if I speak candidly? Ming Lan seemed to grasp his intent, a smile playing on her lips. Go ahead. Actually, it didn't deduce the incident involving Sue. You must have connections in the entertainment industry. These matters often circulate in whispers, and you likely heard something before spilling the beans. YOLO asserted confidently, engaging with the audience in the live stream. Brothers, give him a round of applause. Many viewers found his reasoning compelling, voicing their agreement. After all, metaphysics was an unfamiliar realm for most young people, leaving them in a state of skepticism. Ming Lan smiled faintly. If you doubt it, you may as well give it a try. You just rewarded me with fireworks. What do you wish for me to divine? YOLO's interest was piqued, and he responded. In that case, I would indeed like to see your insights. He then produced 2 identification photos stating, These are the candidates I intend to recruit as substitutes for our team. Could you help me discern which one possesses greater potential? The online community praised his cunning. It was common knowledge in the esports realm that the WT team was on the lookout for substitutes, and rumors suggested that the final decision lay between Qingfeng and Lei Tang. Qingfeng was a player from the second team, versatile but possessing only moderate skills across various positions, embodying a steady and reliable type. In contrast, Lei Tang was a fresh recruit recently inducted into the training squad, demonstrating immense talent in the jungle role, reminiscent of YOLO at his peak. The team had deliberated this matter several times without reaching a conclusion. YOLO posed this question to Ming Lan to demonstrate that no one could possess foresight. Ming Lan's fans couldn't help but feel anxious on her behalf. This was evidently a formidable dilemma, as either choice bore its own risks. Regardless of who was selected, victory could not be guaranteed in subsequent matches, and any defeat might lead to online ridicule of Ming Lan's judgment. Yet, the composed Ming Lan remained unperturbed. She utilized her clairvoyance to glimpse into the past and future of both candidates, a subtle expression gracing her features. After a moment, she began Qingfeng. YOLO's brow furrowed, sensing her inclination towards Qingfeng, which puzzled him. Did she believe Qingfeng could lead them to a world championship? Setting aside the possibility of Qingfeng achieving that, Ming Lan added, however, if you choose Lei Tang, the team will be doomed. This statement only served to aggravate YOLO further, as he was aware of the many fans of Lei Tang in the live chat who also expressed their displeasure.
How can you say that?
Lei Tang is merely 18, with a bright future ahead. I still believe Lei Tang is far superior to Qingfeng. He is too lackluster for esports. While I think it's risky to have a newcomer as a substitute for the first team, suggesting the team will be doomed is rather excessive. YOLO's displeasure was palpable. How could it be doomed? My team can endure for another 100 years. Ming Lan revealed a startling truth. Lei Tang is an undercover agent.
What do you mean by that?
I merely mentioned that you should avoid staying up late. It seems you've begun to hallucinate. Surely, you don't mean to imply that just because he is of mixed Chinese-Korean descent, he is an undercover agent? What a shocking development. It's a plot twist even novels wouldn't dare to write. Having navigated the esports scene for years, YOLO had never encountered such absurdity. He rubbed his ears in disbelief. Is he truly an undercover agent? Ming Lan nodded. She foresaw that, ultimately, WT would opt for Lei Tang, who performed adequately in the qualifiers, earning WT a spot in the World League. However, during the round of 16 in the World Championship, he covertly threw the match, allowing the opposing team to score easily, thus halting WT's progress. This rendered all the efforts of WT's players futile, inciting scorn across the internet, including mockery from international fans. Subsequently, veteran members of WT retired, and the remaining players struggled to achieve commendable results, leading to the fall of a team that had once dominated the World League, replaced by a rising new team. YOLO remained unconvinced. How can you prove the veracity of your claims? Ming Lan responded, your encounter with Lei Tang was serendipitous. You spotted him at an internet cafe engaging in a match against another player. You were wearing a white t-shirt, black shorts, and red flip-flops, having smoked 2 cigarettes. And the cafe was located at 53, Lawashi Road in Modu. Upon hearing this, YOLO felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps prickling his arms. He had discovered Lei Tang one late night while gaming at an internet cafe, impressed by the young man's skill, which led him to recruit him into WT. However, he had never disclosed this detail, claiming the recruitment was from elsewhere, and how could this streamer know such specifics? To accurately recount his attire from that day was simply chilling. The audience, initially spectators, gradually realized the gravity of the situation as YOLO's expression shifted to one of seriousness. I was about to say that this female streamer is quite the storyteller, but seeing YOLO's expression makes me wonder if she might actually be telling the truth. This is too uncanny. Can she truly predict such details? Let's be real, YOLO. Recruiting from an internet cafe is quite the gamble. It's not surprising to think of Lei Tang as an undercover agent. You might not understand, but teams surely conduct background checks before recruitment. They wouldn't employ just anyone. Upon reading the final comment, YOLO nodded. They indeed conducted thorough investigations into players' backgrounds before recruitment, and Lei Tang's history appeared clean. How could he possibly be an undercover agent? Sensing his doubts, Ming Lan thoughtfully suggested, if you remain skeptical, you may conduct your own investigation. YOLO found this notion reasonable. Lei Tang was still a trainee. The club enforced rigorous training protocols for their trainees, and Lei Tang himself was diligent, dedicating nearly all his time to training aside from eating, sleeping, and bathroom breaks. He would surely have no time to surf the internet, thus unaware of the streamer labeling him an undercover agent. YOLO contemplated this and abruptly ended the call, heading to find the team manager. Chapter 7. The Fraud. YOLO's recent appearance had once again infused Ming Lan's live stream with considerable traffic, as the number of those seeking divination noticeably increased. Before she could even speak, someone generously rewarded her with 5 fireworks. Meng doesn't eat cilantro. No need to read my fortune. I simply think the streamer is beautiful and want to shower her with gifts. Such a grand declaration prompted a flurry of reactions from the audience. Rich lady, feed me, give me food. Ming Lan chuckled softly, noting the similarity in personality to the girl. She had previously heard tales of a captivating spirit in Shudi, renowned for her unparalleled beauty, who often appeared at night to sing and dance for passers-by, prompting them to lavish her with riches. After journeying far to meet this beauty, one night, she had bestowed countless high-grade elixirs and spirit stones, leading her third senior brother to personally retrieve her for reflection on her actions. Since the girl did not wish for a fortune reading, Ming Lan would not insist. Just as she was about to read for the next audience member, her gaze fell upon Ming Ming's profile picture. Is that your photo? Meng Ming doesn't eat cilantro. Yes. What's the issue? Ming Lan's demeanor shifted to seriousness. This is quite significant. You must have your fortune read. Contemporary youth tend to lean towards a belief in possibility rather than skepticism, and without hesitation, she initiated a connection. Greetings, esteemed master, and hello to the audience. My name is Zhuang Meng. From her background and the designer jewelry adorning her, it was evident she hailed from a well-off family. Ming Lan cut to the chase, stating, You come from a prosperous background, with 2 companies and 5 factories. Your family life is harmonious. You are a pure-hearted and kind individual, warm and loyal, able to make friends effortlessly whenever you step outside. Zhuang Meng gasped, That's remarkably accurate. My friends always say I have a social butterfly personality. Yet, the audience's focus was elsewhere. Old servant pays respects to the young lady. May the young lady live for eternity. Hasn't the 3 Kingdoms era long since passed? How can we still see Jiao Chan? I am unfamiliar with brands like LV or Hermes. All I know is that this girl named Zhuang Meng is a wonderful young lady. I am truly at a loss. Can you not exhibit a modicum of dignity? Do you rush to fawn over the wealthy at the first opportunity? Moreover, she is my girlfriend, so I implore you to exercise restraint. Ming Lan nearly succumbed to laughter at the barrage of comments, striving to stifle her amusement. However, your flaw lies in an overly trusting nature. You unreservedly offer everything to those you believe in. Zhuang Meng, puzzled, inquired how that could be. You engaged in an online romance 6 months ago, and 1 week ago you finally met. You believe he embodies all your fantasies of a husband, and your feelings have only deepened. Zhuang Meng nodded vigorously, a blush of youthful affection gracing her features. Indeed, he is truly remarkable. His preferences and ways of thinking mirror mine perfectly. Ming Lan smiled knowingly, naturally, for he has been meticulously crafted just for you.
Huh?
Zhuang Meng's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean, crafted just for me? It means your so-called online boyfriend is a fraud. They targeted you 6 months ago, aiming to deceive you out of your money, thus concocting a virtual partner tailored to your personality and desires. What? Are modern scams this insidious, strategizing for so long? Indeed, it is quite plausible, after all. This young lady is affluent. Online romances carry risks. Everyone should remain vigilant. Zhuang Meng appeared dazed. Despite the myriad of scam tactics emerging, she had always believed that as an educated young person, she could not possibly fall victim, never harboring any concerns. Now, however, the notion that her online partner could be a swindler was hard to fathom. She reminisced about their shared moments, unwilling to accept that her seemingly perfect, obedient boyfriend harbored ulterior motives. Ming Lan could empathize with the customer's difficulty in confronting reality. In just half a minute, he would inform you that his company was facing a financial crisis, requesting a loan while providing an electronic ID, assuring you he would repay you in due course. Zhuang Meng, inherently generous and kind-hearted, felt completely at ease lending money to someone she admired, especially upon receiving an ID, prompting her to transfer 5 million without a second thought, insisting on no IOU. In truth, the ID he sent was a forgery. Once the funds were deposited, his account was promptly closed. Even if Zhuang Meng later sent something amiss and attempted to report it, it was too late. The money had been transferred overseas, never to be retrieved. 5 million? I ask you, 5 million? I now understand why the scammer would lie in wait for so long. At that moment, Zhuang Meng's phone chimed with a message from WeChat. She propped her tablet on its stand and picked up her phone, discovering that her online boyfriend had indeed sent her a voice message. Upon pressing play, a desperate male voice resonated. Darling, I must apologize for the abruptness, but my company's financial chain has collapsed. I am in dire need of 5 million. Could you lend me some? I will send you my ID for assurance, and I promise to repay you. The script mirrored Ming Lan's words perfectly. The audience was spellbound. Remarkable. Even the scammer's dialogue is accounted for. He is indeed a fraud. I had my suspicions from the start. It seemed too good to be true that her boyfriend matched all the preferences of a wealthy woman. Zhuang Meng inhaled deeply, poised to unleash a tirade, but noticed Ming Lan signaling her to feign nonchalance. Quick to respond, she swallowed her words. Darling, please hold on. I'm arguing with my dad. And he froze my card. I need to think of a solution. After hanging up, Zhuang Meng's curiosity piqued. Master, why didn't he let me berate him? Ming Lan, having diligently studied the laws of Huaxia, advised, do not alarm the snake. First, we must alert the authorities. Their scam operation is based at 52 Hongyang Village in Yunqing. Zhuang Meng nodded enthusiastically. Oh yes, we should report it, and let the police apprehend them all. Without hesitation, she ended the call and dialed 110. When the police received her report, they initially suspected a prank.
What?
You claim there is a scam den in Hongyang Village? How do you know this? A fortune-telling streamer foretold it? Hello, we are quite busy. Please refrain from disrupting our work. Zhuang Meng expended considerable effort to explain, yet the police remained skeptical. Nonetheless, motivated by a desire to reassure the public, they decided to investigate. After concluding the call, Officer Chen had yet to rise when the captain strode in. Chen, let's go. We have a call to respond to. What is it, Captain? The scam operation we have been investigating is located in Hongyang Village. Officer Wang has already deployed a team. We must hurry. Chen reflected on the earlier call, bewildered. Could it be that masters truly exist in the world? Chapter 8, The Follower. Ming Lan's live stream had commenced a new round of fortune-telling. The ID for this session was Zhao Zhao Mu Mu, featuring yet another young woman. As she activated her camera, her nervousness was palpable. I wish to inquire whether my boyfriend and I will endure to the end. Ming Lan scrutinized the woman on the screen, his expression gradually shifting to one of intrigue. I possess an ordinary appearance and a mundane job, earning 5,000 a month. However, my boyfriend is exceedingly handsome and attracts many admirers. He earns a substantial income, which leaves me feeling insecure. Before Ming Lan could respond, the chat was abuzz with earnest analyses. To be realistic, if you do not view your boyfriend through rose-colored glasses, there is indeed a notable disparity between you two. How handsome can he be? I've encountered too many wives online claiming their husbands are exceptionally attractive, only to find they resemble river monsters. While love is a matter between two individuals, vast differences can indeed lead to complications, and feeling insecure is a natural response. I too wish to ascertain just how handsome he truly is. The woman, noticing the audience's inquiries, quickly clarified, I do not have a filter. He is genuinely handsome. Akin to a celebrity. The viewers began to believe her, albeit with growing concern. For the woman's appearance was decidedly ordinary. Not even qualifying as a minor beauty among common folk, she was the type to blend into the crowd. If her claims were accurate, the disparity between them would indeed jeopardize their relationship. Other viewers offered alternative perspectives. Could it be that your boyfriend does not provide you with enough security? Does he seldom spend time with you? My situation mirrors yours. I once felt deeply insecure, but my partner consistently encouraged and supported me, which has bolstered my confidence and alleviated my worries. That makes sense. It seems the male partner's lack of reassurance is the root of her concerns. After all, he must earn a living. Isn't it true he makes a great deal of money? Such a high-flying executive must frequently travel for work, making it difficult to balance career and romance. Zhao Zhao Mu Mu bit her lip, hesitating before nodding in agreement. Yes, previously we could meet every day, but now our encounters have dwindled. He is exceedingly busy with work and cannot accompany me regularly. After she finished speaking, she regarded Ming Lan as if she were the last straw, asking the host, please tell me, can we reach the end together? Under the weight of her hopeful gaze, Ming Lan sighed and shook her head. The light in her eyes dimmed, and the audience sighed in sympathy. While dramas often depict wealthy heiresses and impoverished youths, domineering CEOs and ordinary heroines, in reality, marriages between equals are indeed more prevalent. With reddening eyes, Zhao Zhao Mu Mu finally said, I should have anticipated this. I truly am unworthy of him now. I hope he flourishes in the future. Ming Lan suddenly scoffed, sister, do not belittle yourself. It is not that you are unworthy of him, but rather that he is unworthy of you. The heartbroken woman was taken aback, momentarily thinking she misheard. What? Even the viewers in the live stream were bewildered, collectively expressing their confusion. How could a handsome man who earns a fortune not be worthy? Ming Lan cut to the chase. He is juggling multiple relationships and even sleeping with fans. The weight of this revelation struck the audience, who quickly grasped the key phrase, sleeping with fans. This indicated that Zhao Xiaomumu's boyfriend was undoubtedly a public figure. However, still reeling from the shock of Ming Lan's first statement, the woman could not immediately refute. No, I refuse to believe it. He is absolutely not that kind of person. I know him intimately after so many years of love. Do you truly know him? Ming Lan narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, her words sharp. In your memories, he is still that shy boy from high school who stammered when talking to you. But a decade has passed, and he has long since forgotten his true nature in the world of fame and fortune. You think he still remembers your vows. Yet he has already been in bed with several women. Zhao Xiaomumu's complexion fluctuated between red and pale, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. How did this host know that her boyfriend had stammered when speaking to her in high school and that they had been in a long-term relationship for 10 years? She had never disclosed such details to the host, yet the other party articulated them with precision. Could it be that she truly possessed such insight? With the host's seemingly prophetic abilities, was it possible that her boyfriend's infidelity and relationships with fans were indeed true? She harbored an answer deep within but was unwilling to accept it and dared not dwell on it. My heavens, what a sensational scandal! Exclaimed a viewer. I always said there could not possibly be a perfect man in this world. Since your boyfriend is so handsome and wealthy, it's only natural for him to seek solace with multiple women. After all, you are quite ordinary, aren't you? At least he hasn't broken up with you. They are just hotel rooms while you are home. Try to see it positively. Are you out of your mind? Do you need a plunger to clear your head? How can people still use such logic in the 21st century? I suddenly have a chilling thought. Could Zhao Xiaomumu's boyfriend be in the entertainment industry? Goodness. If that's the case, he must truly resemble a star. Who could it be? According to the host, if that man and Zhao Xiaomumu were high school sweethearts, they should be of similar age. There are plenty of handsome, popular male stars in the entertainment industry around 27 or 28. Upon reading these comments, Zhao Xiaomumu realized she had inadvertently revealed her boyfriend's identity and quickly waved her hands in protest. No, everyone is overthinking this. My boyfriend cannot possibly be a star. He is not. However, Zhao Xiaomumu seldom lied, and her evident nervousness when fabricating excuses made it clear to the audience that she was trying to cover up. Thus, they became even more convinced that her unfaithful boyfriend was indeed a certain male star from the entertainment industry. Realizing she had made a mistake, Zhao Xiaomumu grew increasingly anxious, fearing that these perceptive netizens would unearth her boyfriend's identity from the slightest hint, leading her to abruptly end the live stream. What is happening here? I smell a big scoop. Is this it? She ran away in a panic. Doesn't that confirm our suspicions? Report. Zhao Xiaomumu has deactivated her account, but I was quick to record her previous daily posts and liked works. Mystic, could you please reveal a bit more? Tell us who that male star is, I beg you. Ming Lan had anticipated the woman's reaction, so she was not surprised. She regarded the flood of requests for her to disclose the identity of the scoundrel with indifference, urging, let us proceed to the next reading. The following predictions were rather uneventful, encapsulating tranquility. Yet, the online world was anything but peaceful. Chapter 9. A Stroke of Bad Luck. The catalyst was the curiosity surrounding Zhao Xiaomumu's boyfriend, prompting numerous netizens to investigate potential male stars, fitting the description. To their surprise, a recording of Ming Lan's live stream went viral, being shared by several marketing accounts, leading to an exponential increase in traffic and attracting many intrigued viewers. Initially, many netizens were skeptical of Ming Lan's predictions until they learned that she had accurately foretold the recent scandal involving Su Qin. This revelation lent her credibility and confirmed her abilities. In the entertainment industry, rife with intrigue and rivalry, it was not uncommon for ambiguous rumors to arise, prompting fans and studios to subtly shift blame onto rivals. Naturally, the most popular figures in the industry found themselves at the forefront of speculation. Within hours, nearly every top male star and rising celebrity had been nominated, leading to a cacophony of arguments among fans and detractors. Zhao Xiaomumu's past posts and records of likes became the focal point of scrutiny, and upon investigation, netizens uncovered significant details. Apart from an assortment of cats and dogs, her likes and collections predominantly revolved around a male star named Kong Xian. Even in her daily life videos, a fleeting glimpse revealed merchandise related to Kong Xian in her room. Consequently, Kong Xian, who had gained fame half a year prior from a popular period drama, became the prime suspect among netizens. Within a day, both his accounts and that of his studio were besieged by inquiries demanding a response. I am a fan. Please respond quickly. What do you mean by fan? If you are a true fan, you should believe in him. How can you trust hearsay? He clearly stated in an interview that he has never been in a relationship. I say, today's fans are so naive, they believe everything from interviews. It's highly likely. The merchandise Zhao Zhao Mu Mu owns isn't ordinary. I recall it was part of a giveaway for Kong Xian's second anniversary, with only 5 winners. Now, all 5 have claimed they are not Zhao Zhao Mu Mu, which indicates she has a close relationship with him. Kong Xian Studio. What are they doing? They should sue that crazy woman, Zhao Zhao Mu Mu. I suspect that the host is also up to no good, trying to undermine our brother. There's nothing to be done. My brother is too popular, blocking many paths for others, and fame brings trouble. Ultimately, fueled by numerous netizens and several marketing accounts, Kong Xian and Zhao Zhao Mu Mu trended on social media, reaching a point where silence was no longer an option. The studio promptly released a lawyer's letter, asserting that the netizen speculations were unfounded and that their artist maintained a respectable reputation, focusing solely on his career. With various fan groups organizing to control the narrative, they managed to push Kong Xian's clarifications to the top of the trending list. Meanwhile, Ming Lan's private messages were once again inundated with vitriol. Originally, she had no intention of engaging, but some individuals resorted to excessive vitriol, even going so far as to manipulate her memorial photo. There are limits to what one can endure. Ming Lan updated her status with a single phrase: those who commit sins and engage in unscrupulous acts shall meet with dire misfortune. However, many fans dismissed her words, even mocking her. She has held a few live streams and really thinks of herself as a master? How laughable. I can insult your entire family, what can you do about it from behind a screen? This message is equally directed at you. You must have been sent by my brother's rivals, right? What a splendid performance. All to tarnish my brother's name. Your unscrupulous pursuit of profit will surely invite divine retribution. Some fans screenshot her update and shared it in chat groups to deride her. Yet soon, their laughter faded. For they too encountered misfortune. None were spared. Some suffered from painful mouth sores, others were drenched in bird droppings on their way to work or school, while others endured various calamities, such as falling and injuring themselves. How terrifying. Is that woman capable of witchcraft? I've had the worst luck today. First, my bed collapsed. Then I was hit by a bicycle, I flunked my exam and found a stone in my lunch, causing a tooth to break. I'm in the same boat. I fell and broke my wrist while walking on flat ground, and I lost 500 yuan just for editing her memorial photo. I'm at my wit's end. On my way to work, I fell off my bike, ruined my newly bought clothes, and my client backed out last minute. Such a series of unfortunate events all happened in one day. So, you all have had such bad luck too? Did you also insult that female streamer? She can't possibly be practicing sorcery, can she? Such comments proliferated, causing many fans of Kong Xian who wished to insult Ming Lan to hesitate, fearful of sharing the same fate. Yet, some skeptics, dismissing it as mere coincidence, continued to hurl insults at her, only to find themselves beset by misfortune as well, leaving them with no choice but to believe. Suddenly, Ming Lan's account was flooded with users lamenting their previous ignorance and beseeching her for mercy, hoping she would refrain from cursing them further. Ming Lan found their desperation both amusing and infuriating. She did not regard these impulsive individuals, who so readily insulted others due to a mere tempest in cyberspace, as genuinely remorseful. Most regretted not their slurs but rather their unwelcome entanglement with someone they should have left alone. She had not cursed them. She held no interest in diminishing her own fortune to deal with such opportunists. Their misfortunes were simply the result of karmic retribution. Chapter 10. She surely no longer recognized me. When Hui anxiously scrolled through online comments, increasingly regretting her visit to that female streamer's live stream. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone pierced the air. Upon answering, she had no time to utter a word before a furious roar erupted from the other end. When Hui, have you lost your mind? Haven't I treated you well enough? What nonsense are you spouting online? Now look, I've lost an endorsement, and everyone else calling me a scoundrel. Are you satisfied? Listening to her lover's tirade, when Hui felt tears welling in her eyes. Kong Xian, please don't be angry. I didn't mean it, I believe in you, you're not that kind of person. What good is your belief? Look at what the netizens are saying. Do the brands and producers believe it? Had I known you were so trouble-prone, I should have listened to my manager and dropped you from the start. You wretched woman. Xian go, please don't be upset. A delicate female voice interjected amidst Kong Xian's curses, standing out starkly. When Hui felt as if struck by lightning. Xian, who is that beside you? No one. Kong Xian shot a warning glance at the woman next to him before softening his tone. Don't overthink it. I was just venting my frustrations. Darling, do you want to make amends for your mistake? Wen Hui was utterly at a loss. How do I make amends? All you need to do is tell the netizens that your boyfriend is Pei Yuhua, and then I'll be safe. Kong Xian coaxed her gently. Pei Yuhua publicly humiliated me before, causing me to be ridiculed by netizens. Weren't you infuriated by that? This could serve a dual purpose. Why not seize the opportunity? He thought to himself that Pei Yuhua was known to be a wealthy scion dabbling in the entertainment industry, and his company's legal team was renowned for its prowess. They would surely not tolerate baseless slander against him. If this foolish woman truly defamed Pei Yuhua online, she would undoubtedly face legal repercussions, potentially leaving her with a criminal record. By then, netizens would deem her words unreliable. Even if she claimed he was her boyfriend, they would think her mad, merely lashing out at anyone she could grasp. A triple strike. Wen Hui felt a sense of panic, but this was not right. He was innocent, and he was several years younger than me. The netizens wouldn't believe it. You, the subject of this incident, are coming out to expose it. What more could they doubt? Kong Xian's tone grew, increasingly impatient. I see you don't wish to help me, do you? Do you want to watch me be berated by netizens? I don't. Please don't be angry. When Hui stammered, I'll help you. Alright, Hui, be good. Once I'm done with my current matters, I'll return to accompany you. While Kong Xian caressed the thigh of the woman beside him, he reassured her. Discuss the specifics with my assistant. He'll help refine your narrative, and the netizens will believe it. He then abruptly ended the call. Half an hour later, a newly registered account revealed that she was a connected audience member from Ming Lan's livestream, posting a video in which she explained that her boyfriend was actually Pei Yuhua. This statement, riddled with inconsistencies, garnered little belief. Not just Pei Yuhua's fans, but even passers-by expressed skepticism. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Of all the people to pin the blame on, you chose young Master Pei. You're finished. You've stepped on a landmine. Soon Pei Shin will personally come out to scold you. Seriously, after so many years in the industry, I think even a passerby can tell that he is destined to remain single. Miss, are you perhaps not well-versed in the entertainment industry? With Pei Yuhua's temperament, how could he be shy or stutter around girls in high school? If you said he skipped class and got into fights, I might believe that. I see now. She probably doesn't have a boyfriend at all. She's entangled with so many male stars to garner attention, then live streams to sell products, right? Oh, dear. I've been deceived by the internet again, watching this innocent-looking woman toy with us. Damn it. Someone's spreading rumors about you again. What in the world is going on? Look at your reputation. It's like a storm of blood and guts, and every 10 days or so, some scandal about you breaks. Chen Yao cursed while holding his phone, quickly notifying the studio that the legal department needed to take action. Pei Yuhua sat on the sofa. Haven't you gotten used to this by now? Why are you so agitated? It's just that this particular scandal is so blatantly false. I find it rather amusing. Chen Yao handed him his phone. Take a look. Pei Yuhua casually scrolled through a couple of posts, then suddenly froze, jumping to his feet. His amber eyes fixed intently on the phone screen, gleaming with astonishment. Hey, young master, you don't need to personally confront this. Just let it go. It wasn't that Chen Yao was overly cautious. Rather, Pei Yuhua had long been accustomed to doing as he pleased, his flamboyant nature unabated since entering the entertainment industry. When he encountered rumors or slander online, he would directly confront the source with his main account, taking care not to use foul language, but aiming straight for the jugular. Later, he could no longer bear it and prohibited him from speaking freely with a large account. Pei Yuhua did not respond. At that moment, he could hear nothing but the girl on the screen of his phone. His blood coursed through his veins as if ignited by a flame, and his heart pounded like a frenzied rabbit, relentlessly battering against his ribs. What are you looking at?
So entranced? Chen Yao leaned in.
Look, it's this blogger.
She figured it out again.
Pei Yuhua turned his head, a shadow crossing his eyes. What blogger? The metaphysics blogger who previously deduced Su Qin's involvement in prostitution. I mentioned her before. You said you weren't interested. Are you intrigued now? This girl is truly beautiful. Chen Yao mused, calculating. What if I were to sign her to our company? Pei Yuhua inhaled deeply. Why didn't you show her to me back then? Chen Yao felt innocent. I wanted to show you, but you said you weren't interested. Pei Yuhua clicked his tongue. Could you not be so indecisive? Chen Yao was at a loss for words. All right, you're the boss. It's up to you. Pei Yuhua grabbed his coat. I'm going to find her now. Find who? Chen Yao was perplexed. If we're signing her, I should be the one to negotiate. Are you thinking of switching careers to become a manager? Pei Yuhua, however, was oblivious, his entire demeanor radiating urgency. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned sharply. Do I look unattractive like this? Chen Yao, nearly choking on his disbelief, stared wide-eyed. My young master, what on earth are you saying? Do you have any idea how magnificent your face is? Do you know how many fans you have? Pei Yuhua lowered his head, his gaze lingering on his hands for a few seconds. He murmured, no, she definitely doesn't recognize me. But thankfully, he had finally found her. Chapter 11. At the end of the green rush. The person affected by the incessant chatter, aside from Kong Xian, was Ming Lan. Many netizens inquired whether the scoundrel was indeed Pei Yuhua, and even a few affluent users showered her with lavish gifts. The screen was flooded with pleas. And as Ming Lan herself disapproved of the couple's slanderous behavior, she straightforwardly denied it, stating, it's not him. She recalled the man she had seen on the big screen and added, from Pei Yuhua's appearance, he seems to be quite devoted to his relationships. No sooner had she spoken than a randomly generated ID sent 100 romantic flower sea gifts. One romantic flower sea costs 999. 100 approached a million. Ming Lan's livestream, which had previously been rife with Kong Xian's fans berating her, was instantly drowned out by the pink floral effects. Her stream even made it to the homepage gift leaderboard. In those few seconds, many viewers were drawn in by the wealthy benefactor and clicked into Ming Lan's livestream. Damn, I'm going to compete with you rich folks. A million? Oh my god. I won't call you grandpa anymore since you don't treat me like a granddaughter. Sometimes I really laugh at my own poverty. Ming Lan herself was a bit bewildered. Clearing her throat, she said, Tomato 146628, did you perhaps input the wrong amount? You can contact me for a refund. Tomato 146628, I didn't input it incorrectly. You're right. Pei Yuhua is indeed very devoted to his feelings. Viewers speculated. Could this be a wealthy fan of Pei Yuhua? Hearing the streamer praise her idol made them so happy that they splurged. So Pei Yuhua is rich. And his fans are rich too? Is Pei Yuhua truly devoted? But he clearly has the face of a playboy. Ha ha ha. Pei Xiao will never find a partner in this life, living a solitary existence. How is that not devoted? In the blink of an eye, the millionaire who had generously gifted 1 million changed their ID. At the end of the green rush, the bullet comments erupted with excitement. Why did the name suddenly change to a couple's name? Something's up. The wind rises at the end of the green rush, and waves form between the subtle ripples. Big brother on the leaderboard, are you smitten with a streamer? I knew it. With the streamer's looks, there would definitely be some ulterior motives from old men. If the number one on the leaderboard DMs you wanting to take you out, don't agree. At the end of the green rush, don't spread rumors. I'm young, handsome, and wealthy. Ming Lan glanced at her fans' kind reminders, her bright apricot eyes blinking. Don't worry, no one can do anything to me. At the end of the green rush, I'm really not an old man QAQ. If you don't believe me, I can send the streamer a picture of my abs as proof. His two-faced demeanor prompted fans to exclaim green tea. Today, I've truly witnessed green tea. You're quite the actor. I can't even imagine how a grown man types out those emoticons. We're all men. I still don't know what your intentions are. First, send us the abs photo, then we can determine if you're truly green tea. Ming Lan's eyes sparkled with a smile. No need for the abs photo, I trust you. You've showered so many gifts. What do you want to calculate? At the end of the green rush, I didn't want to calculate anything, I just have a lot of money. This statement reignited the netizens' class envy, denouncing the unfairness of heaven. The top donor didn't want to calculate, but there were still many viewers in the live stream wanting to have their fortunes told. As a result, the number of viewers in Ming Lan's live stream was steadily increasing, making it impossible to provide a reading for every donor. So she had to switch to using the platform's lottery assistant to select lucky viewers for fortune-telling. The first reading was ominous. As soon as Ming Lan connected with her next caller, the person on the other end crossed their arms and elevated their chin defiantly.
Hey.
Why did you immediately clarify that Pei Yuhua isn't him when his name is mentioned, but you don't clarify for Kong Xian? You must be someone hired by the opposing side, or are you a fan of Pei Yuhua? At this point, everyone understood. The person was a fan of Kong Xian. Calling in to stir trouble, Ming Lan rested her elbow on the table, casually supporting her chin with her hand. Don't you know why I want to clarify about Kong Xian? Because the netizens are not mistaken. The scoundrel is indeed him. No one expected her to suddenly drop such a bombshell, confirming the scoundrel's true identity. The previous series of operations by morning and evening had already led many netizens to believe that she didn't actually have a boyfriend and was merely trying to ride the coattails of a star for fame. Now, Ming Lan's words stirred up a storm. What the heck? Another twist? Morning and evening ISN, just a publicity stunt? Indeed, every modern netizen is an average Sherlock Holmes. Kang Xian's fans were furious, almost wishing to storm in and devour Ming Lan. Impossible. In contrast, Ming Lan remained remarkably calm, casually brewing tea, her every movement exuding a sense of contentment. It's almost time. You can chat now. Kang Xian's fans were bewildered, about to curse her for being crazy, when they suddenly saw Ming Lan approve another person's request to join the call. This person was none other than the current sensation Morning and Evening, who had been captivating the entire internet. She looked considerably more haggard compared to her previous appearance in Ming Lan's live stream, her eyes swollen and red, resembling two large walnuts, yet her demeanor was resolute. Unlike her usual hesitation and timidity. Streamer, I can attest, you are correct, my boyfriend is not Pei Yuhua, but Kang Xian. In the morning, she had clearly proclaimed in a video that the individual in question was Pei Yuhua, yet she has now appeared in Ming Lan's live stream and changed her stance. Everyone is utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding her motives. Sister, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Our time as bystanders is valuable too. Had I known this would be so thrilling, I would have saved it for the Spring Festival Gala. So, why the sudden reversal? Why spread rumors about Pei Dog? Just because he's a dog doesn't mean you can shift the blame onto him. Wen Hui's face bore an expression of regret as she apologized to Pei Yuhua's fans, stating that it was due to Kang Xian's instigation and her own cowardice that he suffered such unwarranted misfortune. She admitted that she had been deceived, believing he was devoted solely to her. Ming Lan, seemingly unperturbed by her return, made a gesture to continue speaking and then lowered her head to sip her tea delicately. Kang Xian's fans, enraged, exclaimed, "Are you about to fabricate more lies? You speak as if it were the truth. Just because you claim she's his girlfriend, does that make it so? Can you provide any evidence?" Her words faltered as Wen Hui swiftly retrieved a photograph of herself kissing Kang Xian on her tablet, thrusting it before the camera. A calm despair adorned her visage. Do you see clearly now? I have many more photos, including videos. If you don't believe me, I can show them one by one. Chapter 12. Quick Transmigration. I uncover major scandals in the entertainment industry. Wen Hui had not anticipated that the sweet moments she recorded would not be showcased at their wedding but rather unveiled today. This morning, she had recorded a video as instructed by Kang Xian's manager, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Perhaps the fortune-telling host's words had unsettled her. Once the seed of doubt was sown, it proved difficult to ignore entirely. She had secretly followed the disguised Kang Xian to a hotel, witnessing him enter a room with another woman. After an hour, they emerged, the woman exuding a flirtatious demeanor. "Xian Go, why don't you seek out your legitimate girlfriend? Don't mention that yellow-faced woman. Her name irritates me. I'll be dumping her in a few days. She can't compare to your beauty. Who do you think is more beautiful, me or Louise and Pepe?" Recalling the scene she had witnessed, Wen Hui felt her eyes welling with tears once more. Kang Xian even checked into a hotel with someone else today. I have video evidence. As a result of her revelations regarding the videos and photos, the livestream audience surged to over 1 million viewers. Oh my gosh, a hotel video? This is explosive. A friend mentioned a major scandal. I'm currently sneaking peeks at my phone during evening study. What a thrill. Kang Xian, I never expected him to be that kind of person. The days of self-deception are over. I'm officially unfollowing him. Kang Xian, give me back the money I spent on supporting you. Is the quality of male stars in the entertainment industry really this low? Just days ago, we dealt with one who solicited prostitutes. And now another is sleeping around with fans. Fans of Kang Xian, previously connected to the live stream, snapped back to reality, immediately disconnecting and rushing to delete any posts related to him on their social media accounts. Wen Hui revealed her chat history with Kang Xian, exposing him as not only morally corrupt in his private life, but also prone to disparaging his colleagues before her, including Pei Yuhua, Lu Bo, and Ruan Jing. The fans of those stars erupted in outrage. Though I admit Pei Shen has his flaws, what offense did he commit against you? You insult him for being pretentious. Excuse me, my brother isn't pretentious. He's just being himself. I was enjoying the gossip, and didn't he expect it to hit so close to home? Our Lu is so gentle. She even defended Kang Xian on a variety show, and he had the audacity to call her a sissy? Our teacher Wen Ti let Wan Jing participate in such events again. She has been crying since she returned, saying the actor she once played a couple with verbally abused her. Damn you, Kong Xian. I'm reporting you. Wen Hui's phone buzzed incessantly with calls from Kong Xian and his manager, which she promptly blocked. Shortly thereafter, a message from an unknown number arrived. Hui, darling. I truly realize my mistakes. I apologize. Please forgive me this once. Can you bear to see all that we've built crumble to ashes? Now you claim it was all a joke, that the videos are fabricated? After all these years, you can't treat me this way.
Now.
He remembered their years of relationship. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Wen Hui's lips. Kong Xian, I know you're watching. No matter how you plead or play the emotional card, it's futile. Furious, Kong Xian, watching Ming Lan's live stream, smashed his phone, exclaiming, is she out of her mind? His manager had already received termination letters from 2 brands, frantically rushing about. I told you to tone it down. Did you listen? Do you not realize how Peiyua's fans are behaving like rabid dogs? Your Weibo super topic has been slaughtered. Several topics related to Kong Xian began trending on real-time searches. Kong Xian's downfall, Kong Xian's hotel stay, Kong Xian's daily life. Unlike the previous Su Qin, Kong Xian's celebrity status was much higher, garnering even more attention from netizens. The recording of Ming Lan's live stream spread like wildfire, overwhelming the team's ability to manage the situation. After exiting the live stream, Wen Hui posted all the evidence she had meticulously compiled online, from her chat history with Kong Xian to intimate photos. At that moment, a netizen published a lengthy piece condemning Kong Xian for deceiving her innocent sister, who had just turned 18, into engaging in a relationship with him. This girl, naive and adoring of her idol, was manipulated by Kong Xian's intentional seduction into a compromising position. After being discarded, the young fan dared not seek justice until she stumbled across Ming Lan's fortune-telling video online. Recalling her painful memories and confiding in her sister. Accompanying the long article released by the young fan's sister was a video, albeit censored, clearly depicting a naked man singing in the shower, indeed Kong Xian. The video was recorded secretly by the young fan, who had kept it for years, finally awaiting this day. The evidence provided by both sisters decisively condemned Kong Xian. Stars who had previously been insulted by him were also active, sending private messages or official complaints. Within minutes, brands associated with him released statements of termination, and the airing of popular idol dramas faced risks of cancellation. Kong Xian's official account was silenced, and his Weibo comment section was inundated by netizens. Kong Xian, following you will become a lifelong disgrace for me. The fans he deceived are so naive. How could they believe everything their idol said? I feel anxious for them. Though I'm also a fan, I must say, one should always love oneself. Where did all those who claimed to trust him go? I merely stated he didn't seem innocent and was relentlessly attacked by his fans. They owe me an apology. Of course, while netizens were busy lambasting Kong Xian on Weibo, they also flocked to the Tomato Live app to find Ming Lan's account. She had become a sensation, her follower count rapidly approaching 3 million, with every fortune-telling session meticulously edited and astonishing viewers. While I have encountered several remarkably accurate fortune-tellers before, Ming Lan is truly exceptional. She seems to possess an uncanny ability to predict everything, which is quite astonishing. Other fortune-telling live streams are typically serious affairs. Yet despite Ming Lan's precise predictions, how does she always manage to uncover the latest scandals in the entertainment industry? Could there be some mysterious connection at play? Sister, could you not exert yourself a little more? Would it be too much to stream for 23 hours a day? I am utterly enamored with the latest gossip. Why not be bold and create an entire gossip variety show, aptly titled in the entertainment circle, I Uncover Major Scandals, where viewers can vote on whom to predict for? The entertainment industry's secrets would undoubtedly be enthralling. Chapter 13. The Dating Variety Show. Upon awakening, Ming Lan discovered that her follower count continued to surge, and her account held a significant balance awaiting withdrawal. Her private messages were inundated with fans' pleas for her to unveil more entertainment gossip. Furthermore, there was a message from someone claiming to be part of a travel dating show, inquiring if she would be interested in participating. The travel dating show, titled A Heartfelt Journey, piqued her interest upon a quick online search, revealing its considerable popularity. Its predecessor, A Journey of Youth, was a serious travel variety show that unexpectedly gained traction as the invited guests found themselves romantically drawn to one another during their interactions, leading to several couples forming mid-recording. This innovative angle propelled the show to fame, prompting countless viewers to demand a transformation into a dating show. Currently, Dating and travel variety shows reign as the most beloved genres among audiences. Thus, the production team decided to amalgamate these two captivating elements. This season is a reality show co-produced by Pineapple TV and Tomato Entertainment, featuring two types of guests, single individuals from various professions and two pairs of celebrities from the entertainment industry. The commoners could familiarize themselves through shared travel experiences, while the celebrities would serve as love observers, providing commentary based on their interactions with the commoners. Tomato Entertainment and Tomato Live belong to the same company, so a portion of the common guest roster would be selected from contracted streamers. Recently, Ming Lan had frequently trended on social media, gaining considerable notoriety, and her unique profession as a fortune-telling streamer caught the production team SI. Ming Lan, I have no romantic inclinations. Operator Xiao Bei, no worries. Our production team is very accommodating. We do not mandate romantic engagements. Our focus is on both love and travel. After a moment's contemplation, Ming Lan agreed. She was a restless spirit, and her days in the modern world had become somewhat monotonous, filled only with live streaming. This opportunity to travel for a show would allow her to witness the magnificent landscapes and diverse cultures of the world. The production team swiftly dispatched staff to facilitate the transition with Ming Lan. The travel dating show would be broadcast in a hybrid format of live and edited content, with guests receiving a week-long break after 2 consecutive recording sessions. Following the signing of the electronic contract, Ming Lan requested a leave of absence from Tomato Live, eliciting an outcry from her fans. Sister, can't you take advantage of your current popularity and stream for a few more days? Master, your negligence is causing us, the eager audience, great distress. Leave requests are not accepted unless you provide a reasonable explanation. I think I know why Sister is requesting leave. You all should check the official Weibo for a heartfelt journey. Confused, the fans opened Weibo, and their astonishment was palpable. The highly anticipated dating show, set to begin recording soon, had officially announced Ming Lan as a guest. The official account released a beautifully edited video, beginning with a white paper airplane soaring into the distance, accompanied by a youthful, sweet soundtrack, followed by individual introductions of the guests. The season boasted an impressive lineup of aesthetically pleasing guests, ranging from adorable sweethearts to alluring goddesses, and from charming young men to sophisticated gentlemen, creating a visual feast for online viewers. However, when it came to Ming Lan, the tone of the introduction abruptly shifted. Prior introductions showcased daily vlogs, talent displays, and demonstrations of hobbies and special skills, creating a vibrant tapestry. Yet, Ming Lan's segment was merely a recording of her live stream. Observant viewers even noted the blurred watermark in the lower right corner, speculating that the production team had carelessly sourced a random live stream clip from the internet, erasing the watermark before presenting it. Ming Lan's fans erupted in outrage, accusing the production team of unfair treatment towards her, to which the team responded with indignation, asserting that the materials were provided by the guests themselves, and that Ming Lan had only sent them a watermarked video. Meanwhile, a small fan of Ming Lan timidly interjected. Perhaps the video was indeed sent by the Master to the production team. I had previously posted a video of the Master predicting fortunes on my profile, and last night, the Master suddenly messaged me, saying she wanted to save my video. Upon hearing this, the furious fans quickly reversed their stance, asserting that it was only natural for the Master, who was so busy, to lack time for such trivial matters. This incident garnered significant attention towards Ming Lan.
Wow.
So the Master's name is Ming Lan. What a lovely name, and she has such a unique personality. Speaking of which, what could have prompted the production team of A Heartfelt Journey to invite the Master to join a dating show? Aren't they concerned that the show might turn into a gossip fest, with all guests, including the production team, having their secrets revealed, leading to a complete disaster? Ha ha ha. The mere thought of that scenario is oddly exhilarating. I never anticipated that someone as transcendent as the Master would participate in a dating show. It feels rather incongruous. Ming Lan's notoriety continued to grow, and the debates surrounding her became increasingly intense. Viewers expressed a diverse array of opinions, each seemingly valid at first glance. Some praised her as a divine seer, presumably a disciple of a prominent metaphysical master. Others speculated that she was merely a newcomer the platform intended to promote, with the guests in her live stream being hired actors, all designed to craft her persona for a future foray into the entertainment industry. They even concocted rational explanations for the entertainment scandals she had predicted. In reality, there is no such thing as a completely sealed wall, surely. People in the industry are aware of Su Qin's escapades, right? It must be as Weishan described. She has connections in the entertainment realm, which grants her some insider knowledge. It's nothing extraordinary. As for the matter concerning Kong Xian, I suspect this was a premeditated scheme between the streamer and Chow Chow Moo Moo. They pretended to predict fortunes for fortunate viewers, drawing out the scoundrel boyfriend, only to later reveal clues linking him to Kong Xian, dragging Pei Yu Huai into the limelight, culminating in Chow Chow Moo Moo punishing the rogue while the streamer gained fame, resulting in mutual benefit. Furthermore, that wealthy heiress is undoubtedly an actor too. How could she possibly be so skilled as to predict every word spoken by a fraud? I, for one, remain skeptical. Now that she has entered a dating show, my prediction is that her next move will be to land a role in a drama. She previously claimed that Thunder, a trainee, was an undercover agent. It has been several days since then, and neither Wei Xin nor the WT team has responded, so it must be false. Indeed. Thunder works diligently with the aspiration of one day representing the national team in the world competition. How could he possibly be an undercover agent? That very evening, the official Weibo accounts of the Huaxia Esports Association and the WT team released a serious statement. The title sent a shiver down the spines of netizens. Huaxia Esports Association's Discipline and Ethics Committee on the punishment decision regarding Extreme Sun Team and esports player Thunder. Chapter 14. They had accompanied each other for 2 years. As the narrative unfolded, the revelations were nothing short of shocking. Upon investigation, it has been determined that the esports player, Thunder, during his tenure with the WT Team's youth training program, engaged in the theft of confidential data from the WT team and subsequently transmitted this sensitive information to the Extreme Sun team. The actions of both the player and the team egregiously violate the spirit of fair competition. In accordance with relevant regulations, the player has been banned for life, and the Extreme Sun team is prohibited from participating for the next 3 years. Shortly thereafter, Yolo publicly expressed his gratitude towards Ming Lan on his personal account, representing the WT team. When he approached the team manager, the manager was initially perplexed. However, adopting a mindset of caution, an investigation was promptly initiated. This inquiry indeed unveiled clandestine dealings between him and the Extreme Sun team, leaving both Yolo and the manager in a state of bewilderment. The Extreme Sun team, recently formed and reportedly backed by foreign investment, has recruited several prominent esports players from Korea, boasting formidable strength, thus becoming a significant rival. Despite this, the WT team merely sought to engage in a fair contest against them on the battlefield of esports. However, they were utterly unprepared for the Extreme Sun team's despicable tactics. The entire esports community erupted in outrage. While competition among teams is commonplace, it is typically conducted based on skill. The notion of deploying spies to pilfer confidential data is abhorrent. Ever since I went online, it feels like I've encountered ghosts. This is the first time I've witnessed such a sordid commercial battle. What I envisioned as a business competition, intricate strategies and exchanges has devolved into data theft. Though jesting about it, such actions are genuinely repugnant. Wei has praised Thunder on multiple occasions, indicating genuine admiration. He regarded Thunder as a teammate, only to be treacherously betrayed. If Thunder were to become a substitute for the team and accompany WT to compete internationally, could he potentially engage in match fixing? Thank goodness for the Master. Otherwise, WT would be doomed. They dedicate over 10 hours daily to training, enduring injuries to pursue their dreams. Losing to a powerful opponent is a matter of skill, but succumbing to treacherous individuals would lead to lifelong regret. The fervor surrounding this incident persisted for several days. After netizens condemned Thunder and the Extreme Sun team, expressing sympathy for Yolo and the WT team, their attention subsequently shifted to Ming Lan. Surely, this cannot be a publicity stunt? The Huaxia Esports Association has issued a statement. Can a minor internet celebrity wield such influence? How terrifying. She can truly tell fortunes. At this point, it's beyond mere fortune-telling. She must possess magical abilities. My anticipation for the dating variety show is growing. A heart-fluttering journey. Aren't you all afraid? To be honest, I find it a bit daunting. Such comments proliferated. The director's assistant, upon seeing the public discourse, grew anxious. Director, are we truly inviting Ming Lan? Might that be too risky? If something scandalous is revealed during the live broadcast, our show could be in jeopardy. You are all far too superstitious. Even if she possesses some skill in fortune-telling, it is improbable she is that extraordinary. The director waved dismissively. Yolo might have already discovered Thunder's role as a spy. Our team has a contract with Tomato Live, and both he and Ming Lan are under the same umbrella. Merely a favor. The assistant hesitated, but the director interrupted. If she truly possesses such abilities, our viewership will be secured. The assistant recalled another matter. Director Pei Yuhai contacted the production team earlier, expressing interest in collaborating on the variety show's theme song. In that instant, the director suspected his fervent desire for fame had distorted his perception. After all, Pei Yuhai, since his debut, he has captivated audiences nationwide, with every song sweeping the music charts. How could such a top-tier artist, renowned for both talent and popularity, willingly offer to sing for a dating show? What merit do I possess to warrant such an opportunity? The director took a deep breath to steady his nerves, quickly finalized the collaboration. What if Pei Yuhai changes his mind? Goodness. You, of such high stature, singing for a mere dating show? People will think you are finished. Chun Yao appeared despondent. Your fans will surely scold me. Pei Yuhai scrolled through topics related to Ming Lan. Why did you oppose my participation in the dating show? Does my agreement even matter? Have you seen how packed your schedule is? While you can afford the breach of contract fee, what about your concert? You must consider your fans. Pei Yuhai leaned back. I have considered it. Hence, I did not participate. I truly wonder what you were thinking, suddenly wanting to join a dating show. Chun Yao stroked his chin. Surely. You do not wish to pursue a romantic relationship? Pei Yuhai remained silent, reopening the chat with Ming Lan. The day he learned she would be participating in the dating show, he nearly dropped his limited edition guitar and immediately messaged her, inquiring if she intended to seek romance. During the agonizing minutes before her response, Pei Yuhai felt as though time had come to a standstill. Fortunately, Ming Lan replied, stating she merely sought a funded vacation and had no desire for romance. His anxious heart finally settled. Indeed, Ming Lan was utterly naive regarding matters of the heart, making it improbable for her to suddenly yearn for love. A smile involuntarily graced Pei Yuhai's lips, his gaze softening. Chun Yao leaned over and caught sight of his phone screen and the smile that danced upon his face. And in a flash, he seemed to understand something, his vision darkening.
Pei.
Could it be that your desire to join the dating show is to pursue this streamer named Ming Lan? He looked aghast. Have you only seen her through a screen and already developed feelings? You are such a superficial person. The warmth in Pei Yuhai's eyes vanished, replaced by a cold glare. You know nothing. Chun Yao, still grappling with disbelief, exclaimed, You have not even interacted. What is it that you like about her? Pei Yuhai retorted. Who says we have not interacted? They had shared companionship for 2 years, forming a bond of utmost intimacy. Several months prior, he had been in a car accident and remained unconscious for an extended period. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself enveloped in a haze, as if shrouded in darkness. Unable to move an inch. In that moment, Pei Yuhai believed he had become a vegetable, cursing fate and the reckless driver. Suddenly, he heard a clear voice. Melodious as jade colliding, I am Ming Lan, disciple of the esteemed Master Exposes of the Taishu sect. I graciously accept your challenge. In an instant, Pei Yuhai felt himself grasped, the darkness around him torn apart, and radiant golden light flooded in. It was as though the dark veil had been lifted, and a beam of dawn illuminated his being. Amidst the dazzling shards of light, Pei Yuhai beheld a pair of eyes, pure as spring water. Chapter 15. He became the sword of the maiden. The girl, clad in azure, stood gracefully, her garments billowing like clouds, her raven hair secured with a jade hairpin. With bright, sparkling eyes and a radiant smile, her vibrant demeanor surpassed the blooming willows in spring. Pei Yuhai was lifted, her delicate face drew near, and her eyes, brimming with laughter, sparkled like autumn waters. I believe you are not an ordinary being. You shall be called Fei Qi. After a moment, he accepted the reality that he had inexplicably transmigrated following his accident, becoming a sword recently acquired by the girl named Ming Lan. The secret realm of the enchanted forest valley has unexpectedly opened. It is rumored that this mystical place was left behind by a master swordsmith who ascended to immortality, and it is said to harbor many divine swords crafted by him. Numerous sects have dispatched their disciples to seek these legendary blades, including the 14-year-old Ming Lan, who aspires to acquire a sword of her own. After navigating through numerous illusions, she arrives at a serene pool where she discovers a sword submerged beneath the water. Almost immediately, another disciple from a rival sect appears, also coveting the blade. Without hesitation, Ming Lan confronts him, employing her martial prowess to defeat him, which is how Pei Yuhua hears of her. From that moment on, Ming Lan carries the sword, Fei Qi, with her at all times, even sharing her bed at night. Initially, Pei Yuhua struggles against this predicament, yearning to resist, but finds himself utterly powerless, forced to endure the softness of her presence. As time passes, he gradually realizes he can exert control over the Fei Qi sword, causing it to emit a soft glow or hum. While seemingly insignificant, Ming Lan is able to understand him in these moments. He grows accustomed to this arrangement, even beginning to appreciate the existence of being a sword. However, the unexpected invasion by the demon clan throws everything into chaos. Ming Lan battles valiantly to protect the townsfolk, and Pei Yuhua fights alongside her, witnessing her sustain numerous small injuries. Desperate to break free and protect her, he finds himself engulfed in despair, unable to act. When a massive fireball, brimming with dark energy, hurtles toward her, he unleashes an unprecedented surge of power. He feels an agonizing burn in his very soul as his consciousness begins to fade. In that fleeting moment before he loses awareness, he exerts every last ounce of strength to send forth a resonant note of a sword. "I'm sorry, I can't be by your side anymore." Later, Pei Yuhua awakens in a hospital, surrounded by joyous friends and family. As he sits on his hospital bed, watching his parents weep tears of happiness, Ming Lan's visage flashes through his mind. He wonders if reinforcements arrived in time, if she suffered further injuries, or if the Fei Qi sword was broken. She will undoubtedly find a better sword in the future, but will she mourn for him? Will she think of him? Following his discharge, Pei Yuhua scours various temples and Taoist monasteries seeking a means to traverse time and space. Some deem him mentally unwell, while others caution against defying fate. But he pays them no heed. His sole desire is to see her once more. 2 days later, the filming of a heartfelt journey officially commences. With the initial recording taking place in the leisurely city of Rome, the production team has prepared a villa on the outskirts of the city, where the formal recording will begin. Although the preliminary airport pickup will not be broadcast live, cameras will follow the events, potentially featuring the footage in the edited version. A male guest's flight arrives around the same time as Ming Lan's, and the production team first picks him up before waiting a few minutes. Suddenly, Ming Lan emerges from the terminal, accompanied by a throng of people. Clad in the simplest of white and black attire, she is unmistakable. Her bright, picturesque features glisten in the sunlight like the morning dew at dawn. Though not aloof, there is an air of purity about her. She drags a suitcase behind her while holding a long black bag in the other hand. The production team promptly approaches, and the male guest gallantly offers to assist her with her belongings. Ming Lan, with a smile in her eyes, declines, saying, "It's a bit heavy. You might not be able to manage." Do you immediately bristles at her response. "How heavy can it be? A delicate girl, like you can easily carry it. I'm tall enough to manage." He insists on taking it, declaring, "Hand it over, I can definitely lift it. I'm a fitness coach." Ming Lan, seeing his determination, relents and says, "All right, then I'll trouble you." The cameraman quietly captures the scene, thinking this will make for great material. The interaction between the male and female guests presents a golden opportunity for showcasing his chivalry and physique, thereby enhancing his image in her eyes. Suddenly, the black handbag crashes to the ground with a loud thud, interrupting the cameraman's thoughts and drawing the attention of everyone to Du. The tall, handsome Du appears somewhat embarrassed as he apologizes to Ming Lan. "I'm sorry, I slipped. I hope I didn't break anything." Ming Lan reassures him. "It's fine. Nothing inside will break." She double-checks. "Are you really able to lift it?" Du, maintaining a calm demeanor, replies, "Of course. These muscles aren't just for show. You all go ahead. I'll tie my shoelaces." Once Ming Lan and the production team have walked a distance of several meters, Du grasps the handbag with both hands, his muscles taut and veins bulging.
What on earth is in this bag?
He typically lifts weights with ease, and hauling 2 bags of rice up 10 flights of stairs is a breeze, yet this bag feels as if it contains 100 weights. He had been unable to lift it earlier. How embarrassing. Chapter 16, Traffic Jam. Mere minutes after exiting the airport, Ming Lan and her companions encounter another guest, Yan Hao. He is a top influencer on Tomato Live, boasting millions of followers, often showcasing luxury clothing and accessories in his videos, rumored to be a wealthy heir. Being a local, the production team filmed at his opulent residence and then rode in his luxury car to the recording site. Since the 2 groups meet, the production team lowers the car window for a brief greeting, then they proceed down the road, one in front of the other. Along the way, adhering to protocol, the production team poses a few simple questions to Ming Lan and Du, asking about their feelings about the show and whether they look forward to meeting any specific guests, prompting them to share amusing anecdotes from their work.
Du,
with his sunny disposition, is highly cooperative throughout, while Ming Lan remains considerably quieter, her responses lacking the vivacity of reality television. and her interactions with Du devoid of romantic chemistry. The accompanying PD frowns in concern until Ming Lan unexpectedly speaks up. Let us not take the expressway. There will be a traffic jam. Let us take another route. The driver hesitates, explaining the expressway is the quickest route from the airport to the villa. It was smooth when we came, without any traffic. Taking a detour will add another 20 minutes. Du, having reviewed the profiles of each guest prior to his arrival, knows Ming Lan is a metaphysics streamer. He speculates that she wishes to showcase her abilities on camera, hoping to attract followers when the footage airs. Thus, he kindly supports her suggestion, saying, since Miss Ming has said so, we can change routes. Better safe than sorry. The driver turns the steering wheel to reroute, prompting Yan Hao to inquire, why aren't we taking Qingji Avenue? Du explains, Miss Ming divined that the expressway might encounter traffic, so we're taking another route. Yan Hao, skeptical, removes his designer sunglasses and scrutinizes Ming Lan from head to toe, his eyes clearly reflecting his distrust. I frequently travel this road, and have rarely encountered traffic. Aren't you supposed to read faces and predict the future? Ming Lan, uninterested in engaging in a playful manner, states, I have some knowledge about it. Ever since awakening her talent in childhood, she has possessed an inherent perception of events and people, a powerful intuition that has never failed her in over a decade. Yan Hao chuckles meaningfully, replaces his sunglasses, and instructs his driver, Shaoli, let us take the expressway. Both groups of cameramen were somewhat exhilarated. In variety shows, audiences are particularly drawn to conflicts and contradictions. Even before the live broadcast commenced, a quarrel erupted between the two guests, thus sparking considerable discussion. After the two teams parted ways, staff members on Yan Hao's side engaged him in casual conversation. Inadvertently mentioning Ming Lan, she asked from the same platform as you. What is your impression of her? A smile graced Yan Hao's face as he replied, she is a renowned master on our platform, capable of discerning others' life stories through mere photographs during live broadcasts. Sharing the same variety show with such a master is indeed a stroke of luck I could only dream of. Although his words seemed to shower praise upon Ming Lan, anyone with ears could discern the disdain embedded in his tone. The staff member interviewing him perked up and continued, so, it seems you harbor some skepticism towards metaphysics. Yan Hao retorted, I graduated from MIT. Naturally, I cannot place faith in superstitions. He yawned, recalling that she had just mentioned traffic congestion. Look, ISNT the road clear now. We'll definitely arrive 20 minutes early. I wonder how Master Ming will explain that. Half an hour later, Ming Lan and her companions arrived at the villa designated for the live broadcast. As she and Du stepped into the living room, the guests seated on the sofa rose to greet them. Hello, I'm Su Qianqian, introduced a girl with a cherubic face, exuding a soft and adorable charm.
Yet,
she was a panda caretaker, capable of effortlessly lifting dozens of pounds of panda cubs. Another female guest, Yan Luo, was a food streamer on Tomato Live with millions of followers. Her stunning beauty and curvaceous figure could easily lead one to mistake her for a model. The final male guest, Song Yicheng, was a graduate student whose handsome demeanor had garnered him a legion of devoted fans after the release of the variety show trailer. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Du suddenly realized someone was missing. Has Yan Hao not arrived yet? Su Qianqian shook her head. Not yet. Perhaps he lives far away. That shouldn't be the case. We encountered him on the way and parted ways. The route they took was shorter, Du remarked, but suddenly recalled something and glanced at Ming Lan. Could there really be a traffic jam on the highway? There is indeed a jam. I just received a local news alert. Yan Luo pointed to her phone, explaining that a vehicle had suffered a flat tire, leading to a multi-car pileup. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but the road was completely blocked. Du Yu's eyes widened as he turned to Ming Lan, mumbling, Oh my, master. 2 hours later, a visibly displeased Yan Hao finally arrived, accompanied by his assistant. The oblivious Du greeted him, You're here. This only deepened Yan Hao's dissatisfaction. What did he mean by that? Was he implying that Yan Hao was late? After they had entered the highway, their journey had initially been smooth, with only 10 minutes remaining to reach their destination. Who could have anticipated the sudden traffic jam? Despite the presence of traffic police attempting to alleviate the situation, it proved futile. Yan Hao's vehicle was trapped in the midst, unable to move forward or backward, rendering him utterly helpless as he sat in discomfort for 2 hours. To make matters worse, he had overindulged in drinks, and amidst the waiting, he felt a pressing need to relieve himself. Yet, there were no restrooms or even a small grove nearby. He could only grit his teeth and hold it in. Considering the cameras were rolling, he had to maintain an air of nonchalance for the sake of his image. Du Yu, Oblivious to Yen Hao's foul mood, continued in a familiar tone. You don't look too well. Is it discomfort from sitting too long? Would you like some warm water? At the mere mention of water, Yen Hao felt his bladder protest, and he ignored Du, striding expressionlessly upstairs. The villa boasted 3 stories, complete with a swimming pool in the front and a small garden in the back, creating a serene and comfortable environment. Although the suites within the villa were spacious and cozy, their layouts and lighting varied slightly. The world of adults is starkly realistic. Prior to the guests' arrival, the production team had already assigned rooms based on the guests' popularity. The 2 stars occupied a separate villa adjacent to this one, while Yen Hao, the most followed among the ordinary guests, was assigned to the room with the best lighting. He acted as though it were his due right, barely exchanging a word with them before retreating to his room. Su Qianqian whispered, "He seems quite different from what I saw online. A bit too arrogant, don't you think?" However, once the 3 stars arrived, Yen Hao's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, shifting from haughty to humble and affable, embodying the shrewdness of a seasoned businessman. With a smile adorning his face, Yen Hao graciously presented 2 stars with luxury skincare products, subtly complimenting their notable works, thereby successfully engaging them in conversation. Given his substantial fanbase, he had previously collaborated with stars in promotional endeavors. Individuals within the entertainment industry are generally adept at socializing, capable of conversing amiably even with strangers. "You're too courteous, Hao Go," remarked the rising star Yizi Xuan, who had garnered numerous opportunities due to her sweet appearance and commendable acting skills, recently having starred alongside an award-winning actor, further elevating her fame. The other 2 stars were a couple nearing 40. Lin Wanxiu and her husband Wu Mingyu had both enjoyed significant success in their youth, with Lin having won several awards, though she had gradually faded from the film scene in recent years. Meanwhile, her husband continued to thrive, recently playing romantic leads opposite several younger actresses and appearing on variety shows, earning the reputation of a nice guy among netizens due to his gentle demeanor and high emotional intelligence. With all the guests gathered, the live broadcast commenced officially. The guests formed a line, facing a plethora of professional live streaming equipment, each taking turns to introduce themselves to the camera. Fans of the various stars and casual viewers flooded into the live stream, inundating the chat with colorful comments. "Xianbao. So, cute kisses. Everyone, please support Xianbao and Tang Yingdi's new drama Heartfelt Summer. Isn't Lin Laoshi and Wu Laoshi here on a public date?" Finally, Yen Hao has arrived. "The young master is truly exceptional. Even a necklace could buy my life. I envy Su Qianqian for being able to openly cuddle pandas. Sister Yen, what am I supposed to watch to fall asleep during your hiatus? I shall cast you into the cold palace and favor those who carve wood and tend to donkeys." Wow, the fitness coach is really something. His build is more robust than those beside him. The young puppy smiles so sweetly. The old aunt is beaming with a motherly smile. As Ming Lan introduced herself and her face appeared on camera, the comments suddenly unified in astonishment. Is there truly such a stunning ordinary person? What did she say in her introduction? I didn't hear a word. I was too busy admiring her beauty. I previously thought there was a divide between stars and internet celebrities. Now I realize how narrow-minded I was. She is every bit as captivating as Yizi Xuan beside her. Though I've said it many times, I can't help but reiterate, Master, you're so beautiful. Why not enter the entertainment industry and act? I came here just for the master, hoping to witness some juicy gossip. After each guest concluded their introductions, the production team proceeded with the scripted flow, instructing everyone to open their luggage and reveal what items they had brought for the variety show. In the luggage of the renowned couple Wu Mingyu, one finds an abundance of Lin Wanxiu's belongings. He begins to introduce these items, revealing that Wanxiu suffered from frostbite on her legs during her early acting days, which now causes her frequent discomfort. Hence, he has prepared knee pads for her. Concerned that she might not enjoy the local cuisine of Rome City due to her strong taste preferences, he has also packed 2 bottles of his homemade chili sauce. The barrage of comments is filled with admiration. Now, this is a true gentleman. Lin Wanxiu is truly fortunate to have such a tender and caring husband. Whenever teacher Wu mentions Lin Wanxiu, his face radiates love, while the other guests look on with envy, yet she remains expressionless. Although it's not our place to comment on their marital matters, it does seem there's an imbalance. Teacher Wu constantly thinks of Lin Wanxiu, while she appears rather indifferent. Perhaps it's due to her personality. Teacher Wu is rather reserved and slow to warm up, likely an introvert. The popular young actress Yi Zixuan and Yan Luo have brought along typical items such as dresses and cosmetics, nothing particularly special. Song Yicheng, a student at the music academy, has brought a guitar and an electronic keyboard, while Du has surprisingly packed 2 small dumbbells, indicating that he cannot neglect his fitness even while recording the show. Su Qianqian has brought a family photo, sharing, "I am quite homesick. Though my family is ordinary, it is filled with warmth." Yan Hao's suitcase contains not only daily necessities but also a complete bedding set, essential oils, and shower gel, stating, "I prioritize quality. Poor living conditions can lead to insomnia." Truly, he is a refined young master. His beddings are made of genuine silk, and the essential oils and shower gel are luxuries I cannot afford. Thanks to the internet, I, a simple person, have been exposed to the lavish lifestyle. When it is Ming Lan's turn, Du leans forward eagerly, eager to discover what is so heavy inside her black handbag. She slowly unzips the bag, and Du Yu's face transforms into one of bewilderment. Not only him, but the other guests and even the production team are equally astonished. For inside the bag lies a completely black sword, intricately engraved with Sanskrit, shimmering ominously under the lights. Unfortunately, the sword is broken in the middle, yet it still emanates an indescribable aura of sharpness. The audience watching the show is equally perplexed. Why would she bring a sword to a dating show? And a broken one at that. Could it be she truly possesses some extraordinary skills, aside from fortune-telling? Perhaps even ghost-catching? I wonder if it's just my imagination, but even through the screen, I sense a chilling presence from that sword. Me too. It certainly doesn't look like a prop. Could it genuinely be a real sword? How could it be real? This isn't a fantasy novel. It must be dull-edged. I have a friend who collects such items. Wow, that sword looks amazing. Did you customize it? Several guests gather around. Why did you bring a sword? Su Qianqian asks curiously. Ming Lan bursts into laughter. No, it's just that I'm used to having it by my side.
Bang.
Inside the RV, Pei Yuhua suddenly stands up while watching the live broadcast. His sudden movement knocks a glass off the table, shattering it on the floor. Chapter 18. A Sigh for the Stunning. Since this is a variety show combining travel and romance, the production team's agenda revolves around this theme. That afternoon, the director announces that they will split into 3 groups to visit Rome City's distinctive tourist attractions. At each location, there will be staff members acting as NPCs. Awaiting their arrival, they must complete small tasks to successfully check in. The first team to finish will win a mysterious grand prize. Given that the ordinary guests are still unfamiliar with each other, the production team randomly pairs them into 3 groups, each consisting of 2 participants and 1 randomly assigned celebrity guest. Yi Zixuan jokingly remarks, "Director, who came up with this idea? Are we not essentially acting as third wheels?" The director replies earnestly, "Well, it depends on your ability to adapt. You could also become their support." Whether by design or sheer coincidence for added drama and intrigue, Ming Lan, Yan Hao, and Lin Wanxiu are assigned to the same group. The moment Yan Hao sees the list, his expression visibly darkens. However, mindful of the live broadcast, he refrains from showing blatant displeasure as he did previously. The other guests instinctively gather to chat, and he turns to Lin Wanxiu, saying, "Teacher Lin, I have always admired you. I have watched your performance in Echo countless times and can even recite the lines." Unfortunately, Lin Wanxiu is rather taciturn, and despite his lengthy monologue, she responds with a mere, "Thank you." Many viewers begin to criticize the group dynamics. The atmosphere in their group is so awkward. It seems Yan Hao and Ming Lan don't get along, and Teacher Lin isn't too much of a talker. Will they remain silent throughout? While the other groups are filled with laughter, theirs is so quiet. Yan Hao keeps trying to engage with Teacher Lin, but she merely replies, "Thank you." Yes. Does anyone know why Yan Hao and Ming Lan's relationship seems strained? I often watch his live streams, and he appears to be quite easygoing. Could it be that Ming Lan has offended him in some way? Exactly. Other celebrities who have collaborated with him say he is very articulate and polite. What could Ming Lan have done to earn such disregard from him? Ming Lan, unaware of the viewers' negative speculations, is content with Yan Hao's indifference, enjoying her freedom. The accompanying PD, sensing the stiff atmosphere, cannot help but tease. Why not chat a bit more? It might help with the upcoming tasks. Ming Lan responds nonchalantly, "Oh." Yan Hao turns to Lin Wanxiu, suggesting, "Teacher Lin, I believe the staff has a point. The next task might involve some form of tacit understanding, and it would be beneficial for us to get to know each other better." Lin Wanxiu merely replies, The staff internally sighs, concerned that their group's footage will be woefully scarce. 10 minutes later, The group arrives at their task location, the former residence of an ancient valiant general, with a grand statue of the general standing before the old, quaint structure. At this moment, a person clad in armor, wearing the program's badge, stands by the statue. He is the NPC assigned by the production team to issue the tasks. Yan Hao approaches and inquires, "How can we successfully check in?" The NPC solemnly recites his lines. "You must undergo 3 trials to obtain the cherished badge I possess. The first trial is to learn a sword technique from me. Once you have mastered it, you will have passed the first trial." Ming Lan raises an eyebrow, intrigued by the sword technique. Yan Hao seizes the opportunity to tease, "What's wrong? Master Ming? Do you happen to know how to wield a sword? After all, I forgot you brought a sword to the show, so you must have practiced, right?" The NPC, a student from Rome City's martial arts academy, who is merely looking to earn some extra cash on the weekend, misinterpreting Yan Hao's comment, eagerly responds, "Might this valiant lady showcase her skills?" He mused that the guests invited to record the program must be eager for more camera time, wishing to showcase their unique talents to the audience. His remark would undoubtedly grant her the privilege of a solo shot. Today, it seemed, was a day for kind-hearted deeds. Yan Hao chuckled inwardly, dismissing the notion that Ming Lan, a mere woman, could wield a sword. She had likely brought that broken sword to attract attention and secure more screen time, a mere trick of theatrics. Even if, for the sake of argument, she could execute a few moves, it would pose no threat. The NPCs invited by the production team were undoubtedly professionals. In front of such experts, Ming Lan's flamboyant techniques would only appear more ludicrous. He feigned anticipation, remarking, "I, too, am curious to witness Master Ming's swordsmanship. I am sure the audience is equally eager." Indeed, the viewers in the live stream were filled with curiosity. Not to judge by appearances, but her aura doesn't quite suggest she can wield a sword. "I just realized this NPC is my senior. He is from our martial arts academy, known for his diligence, and has even won city-level awards. It rather presumptuous for this female host to display her sword skills in front of him. I'm already feeling second-hand embarrassment for her." Yan Hao is truly considerate. Despite their previous conflicts, he still initiates conversation with Ming Lan. The enthusiastic NPC had already handed the prop sword to Ming Lan, encouraging her with a cheer. Lin Wanqiu took the initiative to support her, suggesting that if she wasn't proficient, they could simply proceed with the task. Ming Lan responded with a gentle smile, insisting she was quite adept. She had the audacity to disregard teacher Lin's kindness. Wouldn't a normal person, in such a situation, modestly downplay their abilities? Even if the final performance fell short of expectations, the groundwork laid beforehand would prevent disappointment. Yet, she boldly claimed proficiency, and soon she would be the target of collective ridicule. The thought of Ming Lan's impending embarrassment nearly caused Yan Hao to lose control of his expression and laugh. Stepping forward, she nonchalantly accepted the long sword, moving a few steps away. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, her eyes sparkling with intent, and her entire presence transformed in an instant into something formidable. She moved with a grace that was both delicate and powerful, her wrist flicking, and the sword dancing fluidly in her hands, akin to a dragon soaring through water. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, causing the bougainvillea petals clinging to the ancient wall to flutter down like fragments of a sunset cloud, floating gracefully through the air. The pink and purple petals swirled in the golden sunlight, creating a dreamlike tableau, reminiscent of a vibrant oil painting. Amidst this scene, Ming Lan, clad in flowing white, appeared utterly harmonious. Her hair, billowing with the wind, shimmered like satin, and each movement bore the elegance of snowflakes in flight, as well as the ethereal grace of a celestial being. As her fluid martial arts display came to an end, Ming Lan concluded with a flourish. Holding the sword with one hand behind her back, standing tall like a pine tree, casually glancing at the camera, her bright eyes sparkled with brilliance, evoking admiration. Chapter 19. Who wields flamboyant techniques? The live stream erupted in excitement. Only exclamations can express my current feelings. Is she truly not a professional master? Her every movement is so captivating that it leaves me speechless. Despite her simple attire of white and black, why do I perceive her as someone with an ethereal presence, detached from the mundane? That gust of wind was perfectly timed. That scene was breathtaking. It could easily overshadow many current fantasy dramas. I previously thought Ming Lan only knew flamboyant techniques, but now I realize how misguided I was. Who can comprehend the moment she sheathed her sword and casually glanced at the camera? I've experienced the sensation of my heart being struck for the first time. The room fell silent, with everyone, including the production team, astonished that Ming Lan truly possessed sword skills and was remarkably proficient. No wonder she had refrained from being modest. There was no need for humility. Lin Wanqiu gazed at her with admiration, exclaiming how impressive she was. Yan Hao's expression shifted, darkening considerably. He had intended for Ming Lan to embarrass herself before so many viewers, yet she had proven herself to be quite capable, not only avoiding humiliation but also stealing the spotlight. During her performance, the camera had focused almost entirely on her, occasionally cutting back to capture the reactions of others to her display. Yan Hao's feelings of imbalance surged within him, a mix of frustration and jealousy. But he could not reveal these emotions, knowing the camera could swing back to him at any moment. He had to maintain a facade of being awestruck. It was evident that the live chat was filled with praises for Ming Lan. The realization that his own contributions had led to this situation weighed heavily on him, like a stone lodged in his heart. At that moment, Lin Wanqiu spoke up again. No wonder you expressed anticipation earlier. Miss Ming's swordsmanship truly dazzled. Ming Lan's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mischief as she turned to Yan Hao, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Yan. Without you, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to showcase my skills." Her words struck him like a sharp arrow, causing his blood pressure to rise, nearly overwhelming him with indignation. Clenching his jaw, he managed to utter, "Master Ming is jesting. Wouldn't he like to demonstrate your skills as well?" Yan Hao turned to the NPC, urging him to perform. He clung to a sliver of hope to salvage the situation. The NPC was a professional in this area, and many things could appear impressive to laymen while being mere illusions to those knowledgeable. Perhaps Ming Lan's display was merely a superficial spectacle. If the expert showcased his skills next, the disparity would be evident, clearly distinguishing the two. However, to his bewilderment, the NPC looked terrified, abandoning his ancient persona and repeatedly waving his hands. "No, no, no. My few flamboyant techniques would be utterly laughable before a master." Yan Hao was left dumbfounded. "Huh? Who wields flamboyant techniques?" The audience shared his confusion. "What? I thought only we laymen found her impressive. I never expected even the diligent students from the Martial Arts Academy to feel the same. This isn't just a feel-good story, is it?" As someone who has watched Master Ming's live streams, I had already guessed her extraordinary abilities. Where are those who mocked her before? This turn of events is unexpected. He is someone who has won city-level awards, yet he dares to call himself flamboyant. Now I believe that her broken sword was not merely for show. It might very well be her weapon. Isn't it slightly unsettling? She can read fortunes and wield a sword. Doesn't she seem a bit too extraordinary for this world? Seeing so many talents in the country gives me a sense of ease. The NPC gazed at Ming Lan with exhilaration. "Master, forgive my earlier oversight. I failed to recognize your profound expertise in this discipline." To be honest, he hadn't held high expectations for Ming Lan initially. As martial arts are not widely practiced in modern society, many have merely heard of it without ever engaging. Young people who know Tai Chi are scarce, let alone those skilled in swordplay. Thus, he had already made up his mind deep down. Once Ming Lan's sword dance concluded, regardless of its merit, he felt compelled to pay her a compliment. At first glance, martial arts and dance might appear somewhat akin, yet the disparity between them is substantial. While an untrained eye might struggle to discern the difference, he was acutely aware of their distinct natures. As the name suggests, one is martial, the other is performative. The former aims at combat and attack, with techniques characterized by practicality and offensive power, each move sharp and decisive. The latter, however, is centered around artistic expression, where every gesture seeks to showcase the dancer's grace and skill, devoid of any genuine aggression. Much like the swordplay displays of contemporary celebrities or internet personalities circulating online, which emphasize performance, it is dance rather than martial arts. Although Ming Lan's demonstration exuded beauty in every motion, he immediately recognized that her techniques were extraordinary, with strength and skill perfectly balanced, exhibiting both explosive power and remarkable flexibility, truly unprecedented. The NPC respectfully bowed to Ming Lan, exclaiming, "Master, under which school or sect did you train? Might I request your contact information so that you could offer me guidance at your convenience?" Ming Lan replied, "My master is known as Tai Su." Tai Su, he murmured, having never heard of such a name. Nonetheless, it resonated with the aura of a reclusive sage, reminiscent of the elders in the fantasy novels he read. Ming Lan merely smiled in silence. The NPC intended to inquire further, yet the nearby staff urged him with subtle gestures to adhere to the process, compelling him to temporarily suppress his curiosity and assist them in completing their task. The first 2 rounds were passed with ease, and the third round required 2 ordinary male and female guests to participate, testing their familiarity with one another. The production team would pose several simple questions, so straightforward that if they had exchanged a few words during the car ride, they would surely breeze through the segment. Both would write their answers on a small blackboard and reveal them simultaneously. If their answers matched, they would pass, but if they differed, one would face a minor penalty. Chapter 20. Doesn't a girlfriend count? Lin Wanqiu sat to the side as the production team casually interviewed her. Ms. Lin, do you have confidence in your 2 teammates? Lin Wanqiu said nothing, merely casting him a glance. Her silence spoke volumes. The staff member who posed the question felt a twinge of embarrassment at their own oversight. It was common knowledge that Yan Hao and Ming Lan had a strained relationship. They likely knew little about each other beyond their names. The audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. What kind of question did the production team ask? Even Ms. Lin is left speechless. Just now, the staff waved the question list in front of the camera. It was indeed quite simple. A couple of questions were self-introductions, which provided answers. The penalties were minor, like spinning around or being spritzed with a water gun. Yet it would still be uncomfortable if they struggled to pass. The questions posed by the production team revolved around the 2 of them in turn. According to the game rules, the one who answered incorrectly would incur a penalty. For the first 2 questions, they fortuitously answered correctly, until the final question brought about a twist. The last query was whether Yan Hao had ever been in a relationship. Ming Lan shot him a glance before writing her answer on the blackboard. All right, let us reveal your answers. She wrote yes, while Yan Hao wrote no. The NPC jested. It seems the 2 of you are not as familiar with each other as you thought. Ming Lan furrowed her brow. Do you really need to lie over a trivial game? When did I lie? Yan Hao shrugged innocently. I truly have never been in a relationship. My apologies, Master Ming. I thought your skills in reading faces were so precise that you would know me thoroughly. I didn't expect you'd make such a simple mistake. He feigned gentlemanly concern. How about this? Since you are a lady, I cannot in good conscience allow you to face the penalty alone. Allow me to take it instead. Fans in the live stream began to praise his kindness. Yan Hao is truly gentle. Not only is he sincere with fans during live sales, but he can also greet a female guest with whom he has had conflicts with a smile and even voluntarily accept her punishment. Indeed, compared to him, Ming Lan seems rather difficult. She clearly answered incorrectly, yet her immediate reaction was to accuse Yan Hao of lying, which is quite disappointing. Isn't it ironic? She claims to be able to discern others' life stories through face reading, yet she miscalculated something so simple. What if Yan Hao is the one lying? As a merchandise host, he is not an idol. Having been in a relationship is nothing to be ashamed of. Why would he lie about such a trivial matter? Yan Hao had no need to lie at all. Rather, it is Ming Lan, who on her first day of the program, revealed herself to be merely a sensationalist seeking attention, a true internet celebrity. She clearly lacks any genuine divination skills. You need not take the penalty for me. Ming Lan gazed at him. You are lying. Your features suggest you are quite the romantic charmer. And I would wager you have had no shortage of admirers over the years. Yan Hao vehemently denied. Master Ming, I truly have not dated anyone. I am not a celebrity. Why would I hide such a thing? The NPC had not anticipated that such a minor task would spark a dispute between the 2 guests, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The director behind the camera discreetly signaled to refrain from intervening. One staff member whispered, Director, what if this is a dating show, and they start arguing? Let them argue. The director replied, the audience thrives on drama. Their quarrel will boost viewership. Just imagine. If they bicker fiercely now and later end up together, the buzz would only escalate. The staff member suddenly understood, raising a thumb in admiration. Director, you're brilliant. The director beamed with pride. Of course. The chat in the live stream is undoubtedly abuzz, with discussion about them. Seriously? I don't understand how they turned such a trivial matter into an argument. Both of them seem overly serious. What is Ming Lan's intention? If she answered incorrectly, why not simply own it? Does she really expect to force Yan Hao to change his answer? Yan Hao makes a valid point. Whether he has dated or not is irrelevant. We still shop in his live stream. He has no reason to lie. Not necessarily. My ex-boyfriend maintained a single persona while secretly flirting with his junior schoolmate. I caught him red-handed, so Yan Hao could also be withholding the truth. I still stand by Master Ming. If she says so, there must be reason behind it. That lad Yan Hao has surely been in a relationship.
1.
I have unwavering faith in the Master's abilities. I believe in Master Ming too, but it's so disappointing. I initially thought we would uncover a juicy scandal. Yet it turns out to be a mere merchandise host maintaining a single persona. This revelation is hardly sensational. It pales in comparison to the gossip from the village's aunties. Ming Lan nodded. Indeed, a merchandise host need not maintain a single persona, but that assumes your previous relationship was a normal one, right? Perhaps you feared your unconventional romance would be discovered by your fans, hence you declared yourself single. Yan Hao's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained a smile. Master, please.
You jest.
Making one mistake does not bring shame. I have already offered to take your penalty. Let us conclude this quickly. Ms. Lin must be waiting anxiously. What do you mean by unconventional romance? Are you suggesting a double life? Everyone, please step aside. Allow me, a scholar, to venture a guess. Could it be a teacher-student relationship? Orthopedics? Why is Yan Hao so eager to conclude the discussion? Could it be that Ming Lan has struck a nerve? Ming Lan earnestly asserted, I have not miscalculated. Last night you were with your boyfriend. Indeed, Yan Hao interjected abruptly, I do have a boyfriend. He bowed deeply towards the camera, apologizing for deceiving them. I did not intend to engage in romance on this show. I merely sought to enhance my visibility for professional considerations. My reluctance to divulge the truth stemmed from a fear of societal judgment. At this juncture, Yan Hao offered a bittersweet smile, recognizing that homosexuality is still not widely accepted. His sudden candor endeared him to many, and coupled with his despondent expression, it elicited sympathy from the live audience. While Yan Hao's concealment of his orientation for the show may be misguided, he has expressed no desire for romantic entanglements. It appears to be merely for work, which is somewhat more palatable. Alas, he is quite pitiable. Indeed, many still do not accept homosexuality in today's world. What does Ming Lan mean? How is homosexuality not normal? We are in the 21st century. She is being rather aggressive. Why reveal someone else's sexual orientation during a live broadcast? Does she genuinely wish to see Yan Hao subjected to society's scorn? Exactly. It's truly disheartening. Even if she accurately guessed, what does it matter? Her character is utterly reprehensible. As a member of the LGBTQ community, I feel as though I have been insulted by this show. Why should we be discriminated against? Unaware of the shifting sentiments in the live chat, Ming Lan tilted her head slightly, perplexed. Why do you only acknowledge your boyfriend? Does a girlfriend not count? Chapter 21. Simultaneously dating a mother and son? The venue fell into a hushed silence. No one anticipated that a trivial task dispute could unravel such an explosive topic. Lin Wanxiu's eyes widened in shock, leaving her unsure of how to respond. The NPC momentarily forgot their task, gasping in astonishment. The staff exchanged glances, unable to discern whether Ming Lan's statement was genuine or a calculated ploy for attention. If it were false, her audacity was remarkable. If true, it was utterly sensational. My first reaction, what does Master Ming mean? My second reaction, huh? Wait, does this imply that Yan Hao is dating both a mother and a son simultaneously? The netizens share a telepathic connection with you, and you're playing mind games with them? I felt sympathy for you just moments ago.
So,
the abnormal that Master Ming referred to was not homosexuality, but rather that Yan Hao is involved with both a man and a woman at the same time. Now that is indeed abnormal. Far from normal. Master, you were too euphemistic.
Master, me judiou, sob.
Yan Hao's mind went blank, a rush of blood abandoning his face, replaced by a chilling dread. Goosebumps erupted across his arms as he trembled. Sweat poured from him, his complexion oscillating between ashen and pale, struggling to articulate a defense. I did not. At this moment, he could scarcely remember the need to present himself with charm before the cameras. All he desired was for Ming Lan to cease her reckless chatter and bring this farcical spectacle to a close. I warn you, cease your reckless talk, or I shall sue you for defamation. Ming Lan remained undaunted, even smiling. You know whether I speak truth or falsehood. Your anxiety stems from fear of them discovering the truth, does it not? This statement struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the audience in stunned silence. What had they just heard? Mother and son. Yan Hao's complexion drained of color, leaving only unmasked panic. No, I did not. Yet his guilty demeanor only served to corroborate Ming Lan's assertion. I truly appreciate a contemporary netizen sentiment. Huh? I find myself at a loss for words to adequately express my current emotions. As expected, Master Ming delivers. And there is indeed a sensational scandal. Who knew such a niche narrative existed? Silence, I am pondering. So, Yan Hao is simultaneously dating a mother and son? This revelation is so explosive that even when I was slacking off at work, my boss, drawn in by this scandal, not only refrained from reprimanding me but also asked for the live stream link. Meanwhile, trending topics on Weibo erupted. Originally, today marked the inaugural broadcast of a heartfelt journey, and the production team had invested heavily in multiple trending topics. According to their anticipated plan, the trending topics would feature the sweet interactions between male and female guests and the impressive participation of 3 celebrities. Yet, unexpectedly, the narrative of Yan Hao dating both a mother and son surged ahead, overwhelmingly eclipsing the production team's purchase trends and claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. Accompanied by a striking red hot label, the comments beneath the trending topic were equally captivating. I recognize each word, yet when strung together, they become perplexing. Wait, is this the Yan Hao I know? Indeed, it is he, the prominent figure in the Tomato live stream. I am a loyal customer, purchasing from him regularly. How audacious of him! Does he not fear scandal? I genuinely believe it is plausible. The mother might feel embarrassed to disclose her relationship with a younger man to her son, while the son, identifying as gay, may hesitate to inform his mother. Thus both remain oblivious to Yan Hao's deception. Yan Hao, you really should be more careful. Facepalm in an instant. Countless netizens were eager to follow the unfolding developments of this scandal, flocking to the A Heartfelt Journey live stream. The director, observing the surge in viewership from backstage, felt a mix of joy and concern, sighing deeply. The good news, their show was gaining popularity. The bad news, the audience was drawn solely by scandal. Meanwhile, the other 2 groups of guests were developing sweet relationships. The panda caretaker, Su Qianqian, and fitness coach, Shen Duyu, had even engaged in unexpected physical contact during a task, initially prompting viewers to exclaim how sweet it was, but now all attention had shifted to Ming Lan's group. As a result, the other 2 groups saw a drastic drop in viewership, leading the production team to add 2 additional cameras to Ming Lan's group, ensuring comprehensive coverage of the unfolding drama. Several dark camera lenses were trained on Ming Lan and Yan Hao. The former remained calm, while the latter's pallor indicated despair as he gritted his teeth. Making one last futile attempt to deny, "You speak nonsense." Yan Hao was acutely aware that his desperate rebuttal was utterly feeble, serving only to amplify the audience's mockery. Yet, at this moment, he knew of no alternative but to defend himself. Was he to admit to simultaneously dating a mother and son? If he confessed, that would truly be the end. By denying it now, there remained a glimmer of hope that some might still believe his words, offering a potential path for redemption. If he were genuinely involved with both a mother and son, how could he dare to claim on the show that he had a boyfriend? Yan Hao endeavored to present a facade of calm, thinking, am I not afraid of the truth coming to light? It seems you are determined to persist until you hit a wall, insisting that I lay everything bare before you. Ming Lan's expression was one of amusement, as I have never encountered someone quite like you before. Given the circumstances, I shall indulge you. You confess to having a boyfriend, not out of sincerity, but rather out of fear that I would continue to press on, thus forcing your hand. Ming Lan remarked that the lady you deceived is not fond of the online world and is currently traveling abroad, which gave you a false sense of security when you disclosed your truth, believing she would remain oblivious. Yet, have you forgotten? The young man you deceived, while not particularly engrossed in celebrity gossip, will undoubtedly watch the show you are participating in. Do you suppose he might not call his mother to confirm the truth now? Chapter 22. Are you truly in a relationship? It has been proven that Ming Lan's intuition was indeed correct. Yan Hao's boyfriend is named Guowenza, hailing from a prosperous background. His father passed away early, leaving a substantial fortune and a business for him and his mother. 6 months ago, he returned from studying abroad to take over the family affairs, coincidentally at a time when the company had a collaboration with Yan Hao, and he personally handled the transfer as the responsible party. Throughout their interactions, Yan Hao exhibited remarkable thoughtfulness and chivalry, frequently expressing his affections. After they became friends, Guowenza even invited Yan Hao home for dinner, only to discover that Yan Hao was a child his mother had once supported. Guo's mother spoke highly of Yan Hao, repeatedly mentioning his virtues. Guowenza grew to believe that Yan Hao was indeed worth pursuing, and 2 months later, they began a romantic relationship. After they became a couple, Guowenza confided in Yan Hao that his family and friends were unaware of his sexual orientation. Yan Hao graciously expressed understanding, suggesting they keep their relationship under wraps to shield him from potential gossip. At that moment, Guowenza felt Yan Hao was exceptionally considerate. Recently, Yan Hao suddenly announced his intention to participate in a variety show, claiming it would enhance his exposure and allow him to interact with celebrities, thereby benefiting his career. He swore that his participation was purely professional and that he would remain virtuous. They engaged in a cold war for half a month until last night, when Yan Hao called, humbly coaxing him, and he begrudgingly forgave him. Today, he specifically traveled to the city where Yan Hao was recording, intending to dine together after the filming concluded. While at the hotel, he casually opened a heartfelt journey, only to be taken aback by Ming Lan's words. Guo Wenza felt a fog descend upon his mind and called his mother, who was traveling abroad. "Mother, please tell me the truth. Is Yan Hao truly the child you supported?" he asked, feigning knowledge. "I know everything. You need not deceive me."
What?
"You know everything?" Guo's mother's tone shifted to one of embarrassment and shyness.
Who told you?
Was it Yan Hao? He is indeed anxious. Guo Wenza's heart sank. "So, you are truly in a relationship? Your father has been gone for many years, and I have never encountered someone so caring. I had not intended to tell you. But since you already know, I will not hide it from you any longer," Guo's mother replied. "However, I did not lie about him being the child I supported. Do not be misled by the fact that Yan Hao is only a few years older than you. He is genuinely considerate and knows how to bring joy. And your relationship has been quite good, hasn't it?" Guo Wenza's mind reeled. The sound of his thoughts dulled. "How long have you two been together?"
He managed to ask.
"Over a year." His mother finally realized something was amiss in her son's tone. "What is the matter?" "Over a year." This meant that while Yan Hao was showering him with care and flowers, taking him out to the movies, he had been in a relationship with his mother for a full year. Guo Wenza felt a wave of nausea, his stomach churning as a fierce flame of anger surged to his head. He suppressed his revulsion and recounted the events to his mother, inciting her to a furious crescendo, cursing Yan Hao vehemently. Meanwhile, the chaotic spectacle of a heartfelt journey reached a temporary standstill as Yan Hao stubbornly denied the allegations while Ming Lan fervently asserted the truth. All amidst a frenzy of onlookers. Due to the utter disarray on their end, the production team momentarily redirected the cameras to the other two groups. The NPC hastily procured Ming Lan's contact information, casting a disdainful glance at Yan Hao, and ultimately deemed their mission a success. On the way back, Ming Lan remained unfazed, while Yan Hao, restless, sent messages to Guo Wenza. Unsure if he had seen the online discussions, he hesitated to inquire directly, opting instead to feign normalcy and cautiously probe for information. As they reached the villa entrance, they encountered the other two teams of guests who had just disembarked. Their gazes instinctively fell upon Yan Hao, clearly having heard about the astonishing gossip. "Do you?" A boisterous and straightforward man failed to grasp the tension and unabashedly fixed his eyes on Yan Hao, wearing a look of disdain that was impossible to ignore. Yan Hao, already on the brink of collapse, felt his suppressed emotions erupt. "What gives you the right to look at me like that? I am innocent." "I did not." Before he could finish, an individual suddenly stormed into the frame, delivering a resounding slap to Yan Hao's face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed in their ears, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Caught off guard, Yan Hao barely reacted before the person unleashed a barrage of punches upon him. The production team finally sprang into action, rushing forward to intervene. Yan Hao, blood streaming from his nose, could barely maintain composure. "Wenza, how could you be here?" he exclaimed. "Do not call me that. I find you repulsive." Guo Wenza shouted back, incensed. "I came here looking for you, only to discover how vile you truly are, pursuing me while being involved with my mother." The crowd's eyes widened in shock. "No way. So it's true. The victim has come here," Su Qianqian exclaimed in outrage. "What kind of person is he to deceive both mother and son?" "Do you nodded in agreement?" "Exactly. I was just thinking of kicking him while the chaos ensued." The viewership of the live stream surged exponentially. After all, witnessing such a scandalous revelation was a rare opportunity. This gossip captivated not only the general public but also numerous well-known influencers and even celebrities. Consequently, several influencers found themselves so eager to witness the drama that they neglected to switch to their alternate accounts. A number of them entered the live stream of a heartfelt journey, only to hastily retreat, provoking both laughter and disbelief from the audience.
"Oh my.
So this incident is indeed real. I will believe any outrageous gossip from now on." From the victim's perspective, this is truly tragic, believing they encountered their one true love, only to find their boyfriend entangled with their mother. Indeed, and judging by his remarks, he specifically came to the recording location to wait for Yan Hao. How deeply betrayed he must feel. "Wow, that person looks familiar. Isn't he the CEO of Libo?" "Libo? The brand that sells clothing and accessories?" I recall they collaborated with Yan Hao several times, and their products were quite affordable during his live streams. "Libo only offers discounts to Yan Hao." I always thought it was because he was a fan favorite, but it turns out he was involved with the CEO. Chapter 23. You truly disgust me. The escalation of this matter has far surpassed Yan Hao's expectations. Numerous onlookers, while indulging in the spectacle, have begun to delve into Yan Hao's rise to fame, with many insiders stepping forward to voice their insights. As a current employee at Libo, I can attest that our products have always been offered to Yan Hao at the lowest prices, yielding minimal profit. However, our boss has steadfastly maintained this stance, as we all believed Yan Hao and he were close friends. It strikes me as rather peculiar. Yan Hao was previously a live streaming host, yet he remained relatively obscure until he suddenly skyrocketed to fame over a year ago. Did he not rely on others for his success? Indeed, at that time, there were speculations about his connections. Ultimately, Yan Hao himself revealed that he is, in fact, a scion of a wealthy family. Some netizens even jested that young Master Yan is his own backing. I was a classmate of Yan Hao in middle school. When he attained fame, I was quite taken aback by the label of rich heir as, during our school years, his family was impoverished, requiring assistance just to afford his education. Interestingly, it appears his benefactor was the wife of Libo's former president, who, during a visit to our school, donated numerous clothes and chose to support Yan Hao's studies out of compassion, reportedly aiding him through college. College? Didn't he claim to be a graduate of MIT? I harbor no disdain for community college. I myself attended one, but his pretensions are rather excessive, don't you think? So, to summarize, Yan Hao, disillusioned with hard work, sought out his affluent benefactor for warmth and companionship, only to later develop an interest in her son. Despite being restrained, Guo Wenza remained agitated, exclaiming, "You truly disgust me." Yan Hao attempted to grasp his hand, saying, "Wenza, please calm down. Let us discuss this privately." After graduating, he signed with a company to become a host. Yet his performance was lackluster, and during his most trying times, he struggled to pay rent. Terrified of such a wretched existence, he chanced upon a social media post from his former benefactor, Wang Yunxia, showcasing her leisurely travels in Europe with a friend. Immediately, he concocted devious intentions, fabricating reasons to express gratitude, creating opportunities to engage, and even inquiring about her late husband's personality and fashion sense to imitate. Once they entered a relationship, Wang Yunxia lavished him with luxury cars and a villa, assisted in driving traffic to his streaming platform, and provided valuable connections. It can be said that Yan Hao's ascension as the top host on Tomato Live is largely attributable to her influence. Yet, how could a 30-year-old man genuinely wish to be with a middle-aged woman? Upon meeting Guo Wenza, he fell head over heels. And despite knowing Wenza was Wang Yunxia's son, he did not abandon his pursuit. Though navigating a romance with both mother and son was perilous, the thrill invigorated him. Even during a dinner at Wenza's home with Wang Yunxia, he discreetly held her hand beneath the table and stole kisses when alone with Wenza in the kitchen. Witnessing the mother and son being deceived by him brought an indescribable exhilaration to Yan Hao. Now, as Guo Wenza impulsively spoke these words in the live broadcast, Yan Hao felt an overwhelming panic. "Wenza, I love you. You shall forever hold the utmost importance in my heart." Yan Hao spoke in his usual gentle tone, attempting to placate him. "We're live now. Let us discuss this in private." He could not allow Wenza to continue speaking, otherwise, he would be irreparably damaged. However, Guo Wenza was impervious to his tactics, forcefully pulling away. "Do not present such a repugnant expression. Do not appear before me again. Direct any matters to my lawyer." Afterward, he glanced at the camera and proceeded to promote a product. "I know you are all curious about the circumstances. I will share the details in a live broadcast." He then exited gracefully, leaving the guests and production team in stunned silence. The first episode of the heart-pounding journey concluded with such an absurd ending. Following the incident, the production team sought a private discussion with Yan Hao, while Ming Lan and the others returned to the villa, still discussing the scandal. Will Yan Hao still be able to film? Will he be terminated? This issue was significant yet trivial. Although Yan Hao had straddled two boats, he had not committed a crime, merely a moral transgression. However, the fervor surrounding this incident was too intense. If he continued filming, he would undoubtedly face widespread viewer backlash. Su Qianqian, with admiration, said, "Ming Lan, you are truly remarkable. You can even deduce such matters." Song Yicheng joked, "At this rate, we might hesitate to approach you, fearing you can see through us." "What of it?" Yan Luo interjected, "We have nothing to feel guilty about, so there's no fear of being seen through." "Do you nod in agreement?" "Exactly. I have no major scandals to unveil. The worst is that I once scored 20 in English during my studies. Ming Lan smiled and reassured. Rest assured, a cursory glance can only yield a general impression. To know the details requires significant effort, hence I do not casually assess others. Then we can breathe easy.
Look.
Guo Wenza has gone live. Su Qianqian exclaimed, prompting everyone to pull out their phones, even several staff members. Guo Wenza was streaming from Libo Apparel's official account, with numerous product links displayed. Ming Lan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Guo Wenza, recognizing his emotional betrayal by Yan Hao, though angered and saddened, was inherently a businessman, aware of how to leverage the current situation for maximum benefit. His earlier outburst in the live stream was not solely for venting, but rather to escalate the situation, drawing attention to his enterprise. The live stream attracted a multitude of spectators, and after listening to Guo Wenza's account and viewing the evidence he presented, sympathy surged, leading many to make purchases in support. I have already ordered 5 items. I must show my support. Otherwise, Mr. Guo, you might as well switch careers to live streaming. We back you in taking down Yan Hao. I can hardly bear the disgust. My heart aches for you. How could you encounter such a scoundrel? Some netizens expressed concern for his and his mother's psychological state, to which Guo Wenza responded, my mother and I have reconciled. We only care for one another. External opinions do not sway us. Thank you for your concern. My mother asked me to casually seek a husband for her, with specific requirements. In Chapter 24, Hello, Ming Lan. Guo Wenza not only presented evidence of Yan Hao simultaneously courting both him and his mother, but also disclosed the substantial monetary transfers they had made to him over this period, amounting to a staggering 20 million. With irrefutable evidence, Yan Hao found himself at a loss for defense, as his social media accounts overflowed with insults and derision from netizens, forcing him to disable the comment section. The production team, after careful consideration, opted to terminate his contract, citing that the emergence of damaging news about Yan Hao had tarnished the program's reputation, thereby obliging him to bear the penalty for breach of contract. As Yan Hao departed the production team, his complexion was ashen, as if he had aged several years overnight, completely devoid of the former arrogance he once exuded. His career had also suffered considerably, his social media following plummeted, and previously cooperative brands rescinded their partnerships. However, his reputation remains formidable, and the live-streamed content indeed offers numerous discounts. Consequently, even after his character flaws were exposed, many netizens still flocked to his live stream for purchases. It is merely acknowledged that he shall never regain the splendor of his former days. Su Qianqian was somewhat indignant upon learning that Yan Hao resumed his broadcasts. How could someone of his ilk still thrive online? Ming Lan chuckled lightly, reassuring her, do not worry, his triumph will not endure for long. From the swift acceptance of reality and the strategic decisions made by Guo Wenza, it is evident that he is not a man lost in romantic entanglements, but rather a bold and calculating businessman who will not overlook Yan Hao's transgressions. Before long, the news of Yan Hao's factory producing instant jiao with excessive harmful substances, alongside his tax evasion amounting to 1.9 billion, will be unveiled. His account will be suspended, and his factory shut down, rendering him non-existent in the realm of live streaming. After witnessing Ming Lan's prowess, the several ordinary guests now firmly believed in her words, and their earlier indignation had considerably diminished as they transitioned to a new topic. The production team of A Heartfelt Journey paused the live broadcast today, primarily due to Yan Hao's situation, and secondarily because all guests were required at the recording studio to record the theme song for the variety show. Of course, the majority of the theme song would be performed by professional singers hired by the production team, with the guests merely participating in a grand chorus at the end, playing a role that emphasizes participation. Once the edited video is released, the guests' chorus will be featured in various heartwarming moments, enhancing the atmosphere. Wu Mingyu jested that the production team had quite the imagination, but regrettably, he was tone-deaf and would need the sound engineer to save him. Song Yicheng remarked, I've heard rumors that Pei Yuhua will be singing the theme song. Is that even possible? Su Qianqian replied, that's Pei Shen. With his stature, wouldn't it be more fitting for him to sing a theme song for a blockbuster movie? Wouldn't it be a waste to have him sing for a variety show? Yen Luo, filled with anticipation, chimed in, I hope it's true. I am a fan of his music. I adore every one of his songs. Ming Lan recalled the comments in the live stream and casually inquired, I've heard he has quite a temper. Is that true? The ordinary guests turned their gazes towards Wu Mingyu, Yizi Xuan, and Lin Wanqiu, the industry insiders. Wu Mingyu chuckled awkwardly, saying, haha, actually, Teacher Pei has quite the personality. Yi Zixuan, seemingly recalling past experiences, wore a grim expression. Teacher Pei is particularly serious about music. With such evident responses, Ming Lan could discern the underlying meaning. Amid the banter, the staff led the group to their destination, announcing, "Teachers, Teacher Pei is already inside." The group exchanged astonished looks. Is it really the legendary Pei Yuhua? The ordinary guests had heard varying accounts online of Pei Yuhua's volatile temperament and his unyielding demeanor. Now, as they were about to meet him in person, they felt a twinge of nervousness, fearing any inadvertent offense might provoke his wrath. Upon entering, they beheld a tall figure lounging on the sofa, casually engrossed in his phone. Ming Lan lifted her gaze. He wore a simple black t-shirt, adorned with a silver necklace. His black cap pulled low over his brow, his facial features sharper and more defined than they appeared on the large screen. His aura was undeniably formidable. Hearing the commotion, he glanced up towards the door, his gaze sweeping past Su Qianqian and the others until it landed on her. With a sudden motion, Pei Yuhua sprang to his feet, his phone clattering to the ground. He bent down to retrieve it, stumbling momentarily as he approached them, prompting a few to instinctively step forward to assist him. Pei Yuhua steadied himself, his eyes fixed intently on the young woman before him. Previously, he had viewed her through a lens of detachment. Now, for the first time, he met her gaze face to face, and the sensation was profoundly different. Dressed in loose white attire and black trousers, she stood tall like a willow, her striking features reminiscent of an exquisite painting. Her bright, clear almond-shaped eyes and flawless complexion radiated a luminous glow under the lights. Perhaps due to the prolonged gaze, Ming Lan's curled lashes fluttered slightly, her dark eyes drifting to him for a fleeting moment. Pei Yuhua experienced an unprecedented rush of nervousness, his heart racing, each cell awakening with excitement. He quickly averted his gaze, adopting a serious demeanor as he extended a hand to greet each of them. "Hello, I am Pei Yuhua." The ordinary guests were momentarily dazed, pondering how the rumors could be so misleading. Who said Pei Yuhua was imperious and unyielding? He was clearly so polite and gracious. Despite already being a top-tier artist, he took the initiative to greet them. From now on, anyone who claimed Pei Yuhua had a bad temper would certainly be challenged. The celebrities exchanged puzzled glances. What was happening? Had this ancestral figure undergone a transformation? Especially Yi Zixuan, who, upon hearing Pei Yuhua's unexpectedly gentle tone, felt momentarily disoriented. She had once participated in a girl group audition where Pei Yuhua served as a mentor. Coincidentally, she had performed a song of his on her initial stage. He had brutally critiqued her, leaving her with lasting psychological scars. After being eliminated from the audition, she was spotted by a director and cast in a film. Even after years, encountering Pei Yuhua again still instilled a sense of trepidation. Pei teacher, hello," Yi Zixuan stammered. Pei Yuhua wore a spring-like smile, his tone warm as he replied, "Hello." Yi Zixuan felt a chill run down her spine. "Help. My former mentor seems possessed by a spirit." After greeting each of them, Pei Yuhua finally approached Ming Lan. The tips of his hair brushed his ears, slightly flushed, his voice soft. "Hello, Ming Lan, I am Pei Yuhua." Chapter 25, Hawthorn Cake. Ming Lan was also observing him. Initially, when she saw him on the large screen, she felt a peculiar sensation that was indescribable. Now that they stood face to face, that feeling intensified. She felt an inexplicable familiarity with him, especially at the moment their hands touched. A rush of warmth transferred between their skin, evoking an unexpected sense of intimacy. However, the man before her appeared somewhat anxious, his distinctly defined fingers gripping hers tightly for a brief moment before relaxing. Pei Yuhua had long prepared himself, constantly hypnotizing his mind to treat Ming Lan as an ordinary person, ensuring he did not act in a way that would raise her suspicions. Just before their handshake, he had thought just hold for half a second, then let go naturally. Yet, at the moment their skin made contact, his mind erupted like a cascade of fireworks, scattering all thoughts into oblivion. He felt as light as a hydrogen balloon, almost ready to ascend into the clouds. All his senses seemed to converge on that one hand. Ming Lan's hand was delicate and pale, with a thin layer of calluses at her palms and joints, a testament to her years of sword practice. So soft, so small, he felt an urge to squeeze it. It felt slightly cool. Perhaps she was underdressed? Even in modern attire, she appeared stunning, her extraordinary aura undiminished. Pei Yuhua stood there, entranced, his hand lingering, reluctant to release her grasp. Ming Lan, with only a vague understanding of modern etiquette, merely mirrored the actions of Su Qianqian and the others. At that moment, Pei Yuhua held her hand for approximately 10 seconds without releasing it, leaving her momentarily uncertain about how long this would continue. She could only blink and call out, "Teacher Pei?" It was only then that Pei Yuhua seemed to awaken from a dream and finally let go, his hand naturally falling to his side. His fingertips unconsciously rubbing together as if reminiscing about the lingering warmth and sensation. He cleared his throat and said, "I have instructed my assistant to prepare some gifts.
Please do not feel burdened by them."
With that, he took the gift bags from his assistant and distributed them among the group. Everyone was once again taken aback, astonished that such a prominent figure would be so considerate as to prepare gifts for each of them. Pei Yuhua's schedule was packed and time was tight. So, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they proceeded directly to the recording studio. The 8 guests only had 2 lines to sing, and prior to their arrival, the production team had arranged for Song Yicheng to teach them the song to ensure a smooth performance. They were not professional singers, and the production team only required them to sing in unison, clearly and accurately. Everything else could be left to the sound engineer. However, to their dismay, even these 2 lines proved problematic. Ming Lan misstepped and sang a few seconds too early, prompting the recording to be halted. She wore an apologetic expression, murmuring, "I'm sorry for delaying everyone." Yi Zixuan thought to herself, "You're finished. You've touched the temper of the great demon King Pei. Do you realize how meticulous and demanding he is about music? You are about to be utterly criticized, questioning your very existence." Unexpectedly, Pei Yuhua turned to look at Ming Lan, his voice gentle, even adorned with a reassuring smile. "It's all right. I also found this part easy to misstep. It's your first time recording a song, so it's normal to make mistakes. We can record it again, and I'll remind you when it's your turn to sing." Ming Lan sincerely replied, "Thank you." Yi Zixuan felt like she had been struck by lightning, her mind swirling in disbelief. "You have changed
Pei
M.O.
Wang.
Is this really you?" As the second recording began, the initial segments belonged to Pei Yuhua. His voice, deep and sharp, surprisingly suited the upbeat theme song. The magnetic timbre filled Ming Lan's ears, his low tone imbued with a languid softness, reminiscent of intimate whispers between lovers, exuding a unique charm. She had thought that after being accustomed to the subtlety of ancient melodies, she might struggle with the straightforward modern lyrics and melodies, but to her astonishment, Pei Yuhua sang beautifully. No wonder he had risen to fame so swiftly. His talent was indeed extraordinary. Lost in thought, Ming Lan suddenly felt a gentle tug on her sleeve, snapping her back to the moment as she synchronized with the other guests to sing in harmony. This time, there were no missteps. A gentle smile graced her face as she glanced at the man beside her, only to find him gazing back at her. In that fleeting moment when their eyes met, Pei Yuhua once again curled his lips into a smile. Following the established lyrical sections, when they reached the final line, Pei Yuhua joined in with them. His body slightly inclined, his profound gaze fixed on Ming Lan, singing softly and intimately. This grand midsummer journey unfolded like a symphony of heart-fluttering moments. After successfully recording the theme song, the director repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Pei Yuhua. "It's nothing," he replied, his gaze drifting to Ming Lan. The collaboration with the teachers was quite enjoyable. Just then, his assistant quietly reminded him of his upcoming schedule. "Young Master Pei, your flight is set to depart in an hour." Pei Yuhua nodded slightly to them, stating, "I have another engagement to attend. Farewell, esteemed teachers." Ming Lan mimicked the others and waved goodbye to him. On the ride back to the recording base, they continued discussing him. Yan Luo exclaimed, "Now I truly understand what it means that 3 people can create a tiger. Teacher Pei is such a kind person. Yet he can be portrayed as an arrogant demon king by marketing accounts. Indeed, I was dumbfounded when he initiated a handshake with us," Su Qianqian added, clenching her fist. "I'm heading to my social media to write a glowing piece about him and clear his name." Diu opened a gift bag, exclaiming, "He even sent us so many gifts. This bag is large and heavy. Let us see what's inside." Ming Lan followed suit and opened the hefty bag, only to discover the latest model of a smartphone, a luxury sleep-inducing essential oil diffuser, a necklace, and a large box of traditional pastries. This smartphone is the latest release. It costs over 10,000. Teacher Pei is so generous. Song Yicheng declared with determination, "I'm becoming a die-hard fan. This necklace must cost several thousand. Although it's designed for women, it would make a lovely gift for family and friends. These are from Weifang's. Their pastries are hard to come by." The food blogger Yan Luo remarked, "This brand has a long history. They were said to have made pastries for emperors, and their flavor is extraordinary. Ming Lan opened the pastry box, revealing perfectly arranged floral-shaped delicacies, with petals fading from deep to light pink, plump and delicate. Taking a gentle bite, the outer layer was soft and sweet, infused with a light floral fragrance, while the smooth red bean paste inside was sweet but not cloying. Ming Lan lowered her gaze, momentarily entranced. It was her favorite begonia cake. Chapter 26. Pei Yuhua, humble and polite. The next day, Pei Yuhua's performance of the theme song for the heart-fluttering journey trended on social media. Bystanders were astonished, let alone his fans. Brother, just admit it. Do you have some leverage over Director Lee? I thought the heart-fluttering journey was some grand international film, but upon searching, it's a dating show. Pei Dog, you're truly desperate.
Taking any job.
Is Pei Dog on the verge of cooling down? Rumor has it that Pei Shan owes Director Lee a favor, and singing the theme song is merely a way of repaying that debt. That makes sense. Otherwise, I can't fathom why he would lower himself to sing a theme song for a dating show. Subsequently, the official Weibo account of the heart-fluttering journey released a post expressing gratitude to Pei Yuhua and praising the pleasant collaboration. Su Qianqian and the others took to their social media accounts to post their own lengthy tributes, praising Pei Yuhua as humble, polite, unpretentious, and talented yet modest. The guest stars, after participating in the variety show, saw a significant increase in their follower counts, each gaining tens of thousands. Their posts even trended. The trending topic was titled Pei Yuhua, humble and polite. Beneath this topic, there was a flurry of question marks. Pei Dog, you've truly changed. Buying yourself this kind of trending topic? Let us consider a different angle. Perhaps it's a deliberate mockery aimed at the great demon King Pei. How despicable. To concoct such a black marketing trend, their intentions are malicious. Pei Dog, how much did you spend for them to post this? Why wasn't I included? I've been your fan for 5 years. Give me $10, and I'll write 800 words praising your gentleness. After reading Su Qianqian's post, I'm now somewhat dazed. He approached us first, shook hands with everyone, and even encouraged us gently when we made mistakes during recording. How does this align with the Pei Yuhua I know? Aside from his generous gifts, is there anything else he could possibly do? Am I a false fan? Whoever you are, get off Pei Yuhua's back. Pei Dog, could it be that there's a crush among the guests? Before the recording of the program commenced, Su Qianqian and her companions casually browsed Weibo, only to find the comments on her blog post filled with similar sentiments, prompting a deeper reflection. The prejudices harbored in people's hearts resemble an insurmountable mountain. Why are so many unwilling to acknowledge that Teacher Pei is indeed a gentle and courteous individual? Yan Luo sighed, undoubtedly. The online narratives have brainwashed them all. Ming Lan nodded in solemn agreement. At that moment, a staff member approached, reminding the teachers that the recording was about to begin. The group reluctantly set aside their phones and prepared for the live broadcast. The main theme of this episode involved learning to prepare the distinctive cuisine of Rome City, with several pairs of young men and women collaborating in the kitchen to create a delightful dinner, an atmosphere both mundane and heartwarming. Su Qianqian and Du were peeling potatoes nearby, engrossed in conversation, both sporting smiles on their faces. Yan Luo observed this and leaned closer to Ming Lan, whispering, I think they've been getting along quite well lately. There's a budding chemistry.
I think so too, she replied.
Unbeknownst to them, a camera was capturing their exchange, and the audience in the live stream overheard their words. Haha, I think so too. This pair is really sweet. Their personalities align well, and if you look closely, they even resemble a married couple. A sunny, cheerful fitness coach ex an adorable, charming panda keeper. I ship this couple. When is the new male guest arriving? Otherwise, one of Yan Luo or Ming Lan is going to be left out. Be bold. Why can't it be Song Yicheng who's left out? How can you say that? Those two remember this as a dating show. Just look at how naturally they interact, like an old married couple. And then look at you two. Do you really think you're here on vacation? At this moment, the director was overwhelmed with joy. Finally, someone remembers we're on a dating show. The kitchen was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, and the audience in the live stream was engaged in lighthearted banter. The mood perfectly set, until Wu Mingyu and Lin Wanqiu erupted into a quarrel. I said I don't like soup. If you want to drink it, go ahead. Lin Wanqiu attempted to block him but accidentally knocked the bowl from his hands. The porcelain bowl shattered on the floor with a crisp sound, and the chicken soup spilled everywhere. Wu Mingyu, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, softly reassured her, I only thought chicken soup was good for your health. If you don't like it, that is fine. Please don't be angry. Lin Wanchio's expression darkened, as if his words had struck a nerve. Without uttering a word, she turned and walked away. Wu Mingyu bent down to pick up the shards of porcelain, offering a sheepish smile to Ming Lan and the others. I'm sorry, she might not be feeling well. Please don't mind her. They waved their hands dismissively. It's nothing really. After tidying up the mess, Wu Mingyu ascended the stairs to comfort his wife. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream had begun to speculate. What sparked this sudden argument? Even the most loving couples have their disagreements. Wu Mingyu is being too submissive, isn't he? Why does Lin Wanchio have such a temper? Exactly. If she doesn't want soup, just let it be. Can't they communicate properly? Wu Mingyu spent 2 whole hours making that chicken soup. Even when she's throwing a tantrum, Wu Mingyu still has to explain to the camera that Lin Wanchio isn't feeling well. I can't help but feel for him. What a remarkable man, Wu Mingyu. Don't love him too much. I'm increasingly convinced that Lin Wanchio doesn't deserve Wu Mingyu. Why should she act so high and mighty? He's her husband, not her servant. Ming Lan and the others, aware that they could not discuss the couple's private matters on camera, quickly shifted the conversation to a different topic to lighten the mood. Yan Luo took the initiative. What brought you all to participate in this program? Su Qianqian shyly smiled. To find a boyfriend, of course. Du glanced at her. Scratching his head, I'm here to find a girlfriend as well. Ming Lan and the others chimed in unison, teasing, oh. Song Yicheng answered candidly. The production team offers too much. I'm in a similar boat, Ming Lan said, mainly for the subsidized travel. Sighing, Yan Luo added, I'm not like any of you.
Huh?
You're not here for travel or romance, nor for money. Then why did you join the show? Su Qianqian pretended to hold a microphone, extending it toward her. Please share your story. With a righteous demeanor, Yan Luo proclaimed, I've never shared this with my fans. But for the sake of the show's viewership, I'll reveal it today. I once had an ambiguous relationship with someone who deceived my feelings. I joined this program to show that I can find a better man to date and make him regret his actions. Chapter 27, The Scoundrel. What? I'm a long-time fan of the sister. How did I not know she had an ambiguous partner? I had a hunch. Recently, her culinary tutorials suddenly shifted to desserts like chocolate, macarons, and soufflés, and fans jokingly asked if she was transitioning to become a dessert blogger. No wonder she took a break a while ago. Could it be that she was heartbroken then? What a despicable man. How could he deceive sister Yan Luo's feelings? Yan Luo recounted her story. I met him through gaming. Although he was 2 years younger than me, he was exceptionally skilled and often helped me level up, treating me with great care, even gifting me game skins. As time went on, we exchanged contact information. And it turned out we lived in the same city. I felt he had some feelings for me too, as he frequently invited me out. However, he was quite stingy. During our dates, he would only buy me bubble tea or take me to KFC. Once, I suggested we try Japanese cuisine, and he hesitated to spend money, ultimately leaving me to pay. Ming Lan, unfamiliar with modern dating dynamics, remained silent, while Du and others chimed in. Even as a guy, I think this dude is too stingy. If you want to pursue a girl, you need to show some sincerity. Song Yicheng nodded in agreement, yes. Only eating fast food for dates shows a lack of commitment. But he only had this one flaw. In other respects, he treated me quite well, Yan Luo continued. I'm not particularly concerned about it. After all, I have money, so if he wants to be frugal, let him. Su Qianqian was indignant. And yet, he deceived your feelings? What a scoundrel. Yan Luo slammed the table in frustration. Exactly. He used to share everything with me. Even if he saw a flower on the road, he'd take a picture to show me. He would reply instantly to my messages. But then, one day, he inexplicably grew cold. My morning messages would only get a reply by night. When I asked him what was wrong, he dismissively claimed to be busy. But I hadn't seen him that busy before. Although Ming Lan had not experienced such a situation firsthand, she had observed her seniors in love, nearly inseparable during their passionate phase, even practicing together. A sudden coldness indeed raised suspicions. One day, I couldn't take it anymore and called him to clarify things. He barely got a word out before a woman snatched the phone away and shouted something I couldn't catch, then hung up. After that, I couldn't reach him again. Oh my gosh, Yan Luo unknowingly became the other woman. That scoundrel. 1. When a man suddenly turns cold, it's often because his legitimate wife has discovered signs of infidelity, causing him to retreat. When Yan Luo called, the wife caught him red-handed, and he dared not face her again. Completely reasonable. That man's finances are entirely under his wife's control, so he surely lacks the surplus funds to court Yan Luo. Which explains his stinginess. Oh my, I feel for the sister. That man is truly despicable. That woman must certainly be his wife. A cunningly impoverished man. The audience was abuzz with speculation, and several guests shared similar conjectures. Yan Luo appeared dejected, feeling as though she had been duped into the role of the mistress. What a vile man. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Ming Lan. Aren't you skilled in fortune-telling? Why not give it a try and see if I truly am the mistress? I can't find peace without knowing the truth. Ming Lan readily agreed. Sure. She focused intently on Yan Luo for several seconds before her expression shifted to one of astonishment. What us wrong? What us wrong? Yan Luo asked with concern. Your expression, does it mean I really am the mistress? Yi Zixuan gasped. You can deduce it in just a few seconds? How remarkable. Ming Lan's demeanor was nuanced. Rest assured, you are not the mistress. The truth diverges significantly from our assumptions. Relieved to know she had not become the unwanted third party in someone else's relationship, Yan Luo sighed with relief, yet her curiosity piqued. How is it different? Could it be that he has a legitimate reason? Perhaps he has fallen into a pyramid scheme? Ming Lan inquired. Can you recall when he suddenly became distant? Yan Luo pondered seriously. At the end of February, around the 25th or 26th. Do you scratch his head? There's nothing particularly strange about that time frame, is there? Su Qianqian and Yi Zixuan shook their heads in agreement. The college student Song Yicheng, however, seemed sensitive to the timeline. Aside from the start of the school term, I can't think of anything else, haha. He had merely spoken offhandedly, but to his surprise, Ming Lan lifted her gaze to him. The crowd initially looked puzzled, then abruptly halted, their eyes wide with realization. Could it be the start of the school term? Yan Luo swallowed hard. Master Ming, please tell me directly. What is the truth? Ming Lan responded. It is as you surmised. He deceived you. He is not a working adult, but a still studying middle school student. Given the improving living conditions, children are growing taller and maturing at an accelerated rate. Boys in their developmental phase can easily reach heights of over 6 feet. As long as they dress maturely, standing alongside adults presents no noticeable difference. This boy had met Yan Luo while gaming during winter break and gradually developed feelings for her, fully aware that their age gap would deter her affections, thus fabricating his age. The audience was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. So, he is not a scoundrel, but rather a somewhat responsible young lad? I'm amazed. No wonder I can't find a girlfriend, apparently. I was outdone by a young boy. This makes perfect sense. The young lad likely has little pocket money, which is why he couldn't afford sushi. His coldness must be due to school starting when he can't play on his phone and can only reply to messages after school each evening. And that woman, could she be his mother? So the young lad isn't so bad after all. He understands that asking a girl out entails treating her to a meal. Perhaps for him, KFC is the pinnacle of dining. Could it be that his parents have instilled good values in him? Though this revelation isn't explosive, it's absurd and hilarious, ha ha ha. Yan Luo felt faint, nearly collapsing. The others hurried to support her. She waved her hand weakly. I need a moment to recover. This is even harder to digest than the idea of being the mistress. She had been flirting with a boy. Chapter 28. The Banquet. On that day, a new trending topic related to the heart-pounding journey surfaced on Weibo. Yan Luo's ambiguous partner was revealed to be the young lad. Those who clicked on it could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, though it's quite unethical. I can't help but smile. Ha ha ha, you must watch the live stream. Yan Luo's expression is priceless. The weight on my heart has finally lifted. Kids today are truly mature. When I returned home for the new year, my 14-year-old cousin is already 170 centimeters tall, wearing a fur coat and a super short skirt, while I, at 20, am only 160 centimeters in my grandmother's flowery quilted jacket. Don't you think you're being a bit excessive? Making someone else's embarrassing situation a source of amusement. I'm not laughing, just feeling a bit warm in my mouth, so I'll cool off a bit. You haven't spared her either. Due to this comical incident, the number of viewers in the live stream surged again, resembling the spike scene when Yan Hao was exposed. The director, seated behind the monitor, face-bombed yet again. Why does their show always go viral in such unconventional ways? The assistant director patted him on the shoulder, offering reassurance. At least this time it's not scandalous, but humorous. If something truly scandalous like Yan Hao's situation were to surface, our show would be finished. The director, still shaken, patted his chest. Honestly, every time I see Ming Lan preparing to read fortunes, my heart races. Yen Luo spent the entire episode grappling with this revelation. Even after the recording concluded, she found it hard to accept. Master Ming, is he truly a middle school student? I don't mean to doubt you. I'm just having a tough time wrapping my head around it. Thankfully, I've been quite reserved. We haven't even held hands during our dates, otherwise. My transgression would be monumental. Ming Lan chuckled lightly. Don't worry, we have a break coming up, just as he will for the month. He will come to apologize and explain. After 3 episodes of filming, the program team would grant all guests a brief holiday before launching a new travel map upon their return. Yen Luo nodded. All right, I trust you, Master. He must apologize to me for this matter, or I will be truly upset. During the program's holiday, all guests were to return home, Ming Lan included. Just after disembarking from the plane, she unexpectedly encountered someone at the airport exit. Ming Lan, how could you silently run off to participate in that ridiculous variety show and pretend to be a metaphysics master? You must always remember your identity. Do not sully the Ming family's name by engaging in such ostentatious deception. It was her adoptive parents, Ming Gang and Zhang Guilan. They had initially believed that their daughter, a girl living independently, would undoubtedly face numerous challenges and would return home humbled within days. However, they waited and waited, only to find she did not come back. Ming Lan's involvement in live streaming and variety shows had come to their attention through her plastic sisters. That day, while sipping afternoon tea with a group of affluent women, one of her plastic sisters remarked in a sarcastic tone, "When it comes to success, it has to be Ming Tai. The eldest son has taken over the company, the daughter is a socialite, and even their adopted daughter is live streaming to earn money." The others were filled with curiosity. Ah, live streaming to make money? These high society ladies' understanding of live streaming was largely based on hearsay, and the tales they heard all bore striking similarities. It usually involved a wealthy heir who had taken a liking to a streamer, neglecting their home or spending extravagantly on them. To them, those who live streamed were little more than young women in miniskirts, relying solely on the generosity of their patrons. Ah, your adopted daughter has quite a unique hobby. The Ming family's values are indeed liberal. I would discipline my daughter for going to a bar. Yet you can tolerate your adopted daughter engaging in such activities daily? Faced with the derision of several wealthy ladies, Zhang Guilan felt as if her dignity was being thoroughly tarnished. Her superficial friend, feigning concern, began to explain insincerely, "What are you all thinking? She isn't doing that kind of live streaming, it's fortune-telling live streaming. With just a photograph, she can discern a person's entire life. Remarkable, isn't it? People online even call her a master. I had no idea your adopted daughter possessed such a talent." Though she appeared to be praising Ming Lan, her tone was laced with sarcasm, eliciting contemptuous laughter from the other affluent ladies. With a forced smile plastered across her face, she thought to herself, "What does she amount to as a child of our family? Truly, a product of inferior genetics. After so many years of our guidance, she still cannot shed her inherent vulgarity." At that moment, Zhang Guilan had intended to confront Ming Lan, urging her not to disgrace the Ming family. But she was taken aback to discover that Ming Lan had chosen to participate in some ridiculous variety show instead. "Ming Lan, we are all too aware of your capabilities. When did you become a fortune teller?" Minggong's tone was harsh. "I won't interfere with your antics, but should you bring disgrace upon the Ming family, rest assured, I shall not let you off easily." Ming Lan found the situation amusing, retorting, "Then what brings you here today? Surely, it isn't merely to issue me a warning? Ming Lan, both your mother and I have chosen to overlook past grievances. We are here to escort you to a banquet." The couple, adorned in opulent evening attire, clearly prepared for a grand event, strolled arm in arm, presenting themselves as a seemingly affectionate couple. It was unfathomable that they had once engaged in infidelity, even resorting to a public brawl out of humiliation. She stood casually, arms crossed, pondering how their relationship could appear so harmonious when they had seemingly moved past the scandal of betrayal. When that incident was mentioned, the couple's expressions twisted momentarily. How could they not be affected? Who would remain unperturbed when their partner strayed? On that fateful day, Ming Gang and Zhang Guilan had clashed violently, both sustaining injuries that required hospitalization, an event that had even reached the ears of Elder Ming. Upon learning the details, he had reprimanded them fiercely, insisting that Ming Ting and Ming Qiuying undergo a paternity test without their knowledge. The outcome revealed that Ming Ting was not Minggong's son, but rather the offspring of his younger brother, Ming Chong. However, Elder Ming suppressed the matter, forbidding them from causing any further scandal. As the saying goes, Family shame should not be aired in public, especially not a scandal involving mutual infidelity. Should this affair be exposed, it would undoubtedly jeopardize their company's shares and threaten familial unity. Elder Ming patiently reasoned with Ming Gang and Zhang Guilin, urging them to act as if the past had never occurred. Though they were highly reluctant, choking down their resentment for the sake of the family name, they begrudgingly acquiesced. However, the occurrence had already created an insurmountable rift between them. They could pretend not to care, fooling outsiders, but they could not deceive their own hearts. During this period, they feigned the appearance of a harmonious couple at various events. Yet their mutual disdain had reached a pinnacle. Now that Ming Lan had raised the issue again, it was akin to ripping open a festering wound they had tried to conceal. Their faces fluctuated in color, a spectacle rivaling a painter's palette. Chapter 29: Pregnancy and Abortion. Zhang Guilin, with her proud disposition, was unwilling to exhibit any discontent with her husband in front of his lowly adopted daughter. She clutched Minggang's arm tightly, forcing a smile. What do you know? A marriage requires understanding and tolerance. Our family's affairs are not for you to concern yourself with. Ming Lan arched an eyebrow. If that is the case, why are you bringing me along to the banquet with your family of four? Zhang Guilin shot her an admonishing glare, regardless of the circumstances. You're still a member of our family. Your father and I have arranged a splendid match for you. We are taking you to meet your future husband today. Ming Lan gazed at her intently for several seconds before breaking into a sudden smile. What a generous gesture. I hope my future husband isn't some elderly man past his prime. Her laughter didn't reach her eyes, her radiant appearance contrasting with the underlying chill in her gaze, causing Zhang Guilin to feel a twinge of unease. After all, we are your adoptive parents. We would never wish you harm. Even without their words, Ming Lan was already aware. They had indeed found her a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a Mediterranean hairstyle, who harbored perverse inclinations for tormenting others. Given Minggang's business dealings with this man, the Ming family had decided to cast aside Ming Lan, treating her as a mere offering. As long as she did not cause any major issues, her heart could be transplanted into Ming Qiuing, thus serving a purpose. Ming Lan smiled. All right, let us go see him then. At that moment, Ming Gang and Zhang Guilin remained oblivious in their arrogance, viewing their adopted daughter merely as a puppet under their control, believing she was perpetually at their service. However, by the end of the evening, Ming Lan would single-handedly turn the banquet into chaos, and it would be too late for them to regret bringing her along. The banquet was held in a 5-star hotel, the interior lavishly adorned, with splendid crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow over the elegantly dressed guests in the hall. A symphony orchestra played lively tunes, and the aroma of wine wafted from clinking glasses. Qiuing, it's a rare pleasure to see you at the banquet. How is your health? Ming Qiuing smiled gently. Thank you for your concern. I've been well, especially with Qishan by my side. The man beside her, exuding warmth, was her fiancé, Rin Qishan, a promising young talent within the elite circles. I heard your parents went to fetch that adopted daughter for the banquet. They truly treat her well, don't they? She has no shame in becoming an internet celebrity, and your parents don't seem to mind. Please don't say that, Ming Qiuing replied softly. I fear my sister is merely confused for the time being. Once she arrives, I shall counsel her against being so ostentatious. Indeed, the lower class remains lower class. Even with a higher education, they still commit utterly embarrassing acts. A close friend linked arms with her. You are just too kind. If it were me. What embarrassing acts? A clear voice interrupted their conversation. The group instinctively turned to see Ming Lan, clad in a pristine ankle-length gown of simple design, lacking a plunging neckline or an open back, yet modestly concealing everything from her collarbone to her ankles. What would have been an exceedingly outdated design took on a new grace when worn by her. Her long, satin-like hair cascaded over her shoulders, devoid of any adornments. Yet her natural beauty shone through. The shimmering golden hue of her skin radiated a lustrous glow, while her dark, thick eyelashes framed eyes that sparkled like jewels. Observing them with a hint of a smile, Ming Qiuing bit her lip in frustration, casting an annoyed glance at her parents. Why have they dressed her so beautifully? Is she not stealing my thunder? Zhang Guilin sighed and shook her head. They haven't dressed Ming Lan up at all. They merely provided her with an outdated gown to avoid her embarrassing us. To their astonishment, the once drab and outdated gown appeared stunning on her. Ming Qiuing's friend, Jiang Yushi, looked down her nose at Ming Lan, scoffing. You know the truth. I neither stole nor cheated. I don't consider earning a living through my own efforts to be embarrassing, Ming Lan shot back, casting a glance at her. And you, at your age, are already supporting 3 male models and ended up pregnant, asking her parents for money to have an abortion. She spoke without lowering her voice, ensuring that everyone around them heard. The others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What? Jiang Yushi, a paragon among the affluent ladies of the circle, has unexpectedly taken 3 male models as her lovers? Furthermore, she has undergone an abortion? Jiang Yushi's face contorted in fury. You speak nonsense. I will tear your mouth apart. Like a frenzied shrew, she lunged forward, but Ming Lan nimbly sidestepped, causing Jiang Yushi to lose her balance and crash into a table laden with desserts. With a resounding crash, the cakes and sweet beverages toppled, splattering Jiang Yushi from head to toe. Her lavish gown, purchased at a steep price, was now smeared with cream, and her meticulously styled hair lay drenched, rendering her a picture of utter disarray. Amidst the chaos, she pointed at Ming Lan, hurling a torrent of foul language. Her refined demeanor as a gentle heiress completely vanished. Her vehement reaction conveyed a clear message to the other guests at the banquet. Ming family's adopted daughter had indeed spoken the truth. Otherwise, Jiang Yushi would not have been driven to such a furious state. Who would have thought she was that kind of person? Though we live in the 21st century, where sexual freedom is embraced, has she not taken it a tad too far? Engaging with 3 at once, does she not fear the repercussions? My mother often chastised me for lacking elegance, urging me to learn from her. Thankfully, I did not follow her example. It is indeed plausible, given that Jiang Yushi relishes gatherings and afternoon teas. She had not been seen in a long time, claiming to be recuperating from an illness. But it appears she might have been in confinement after all. Whispers from the guests swirled around Jiang Yushi's ears, her inner defenses crumbling as she shouted, "Silence. She is lying. I have not sought 3 partners simultaneously, nor have I undergone an abortion. You wretched child, what are you babbling about?" Zhang Guilin attempted to silence Ming Lan. "How dare you slander others?" Ming Lan merely took a couple of steps aside, ignoring her. "Do you not wonder how I came to know?" Ming Lan gave a pointed glance at Ming Qiuying. "Someone informed me." "Ming Qiuying? It was you. You shameless wretch." Jiang Yushi, incensed, lunged at Ming Qiuying. "I regarded you as my closest friend. Did you not vow to keep my secrets?" Ming Qiuying screamed in terror. "I did not tell anyone." "Then, how did she find out?" "I confided in you alone." Jiang Yushi, disbelieving her words, yanked her hair and struck her twice. "What right do you have to hit my daughter?" Zhang Guilin rushed in, joining the fray. The remaining guests either watched the spectacle unfold or attempted to mediate, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Meanwhile, Ming Lan donned a playful smile, casually took a piece of cake, and sauntered away from the main hall. Chapter 30. Ming Lan. You may call me by my name. The night was cool as water, with the flowers swaying gently. The ambience of the star-rated hotel was exquisite, with a subtle fragrance of fruit and wood permeating the air, refreshing and gentle. Along the walkway, meticulously trimmed floral arrangements adorned the space, complemented by a large glass aquarium filled with rounded, lustrous pearls and sparkling crystals at the bottom, reflecting fragmented light under the soft moonlight. A resplendent fish glided through the water, its long and broad tail fin resembling a gossamer gown, gracefully undulating as it swam. Ming Lan paused, gazing at the fish through the glass. This was a betta fish, belonging to the suborder Anabantoidea, known for its vibrant colors and elaborate fins, primarily found in tropical regions. While they are captivating and relatively easy to care for, they are also quite aggressive, requiring solitary confinement. A low, nonchalant voice broke her reverie from behind, punctuated with a hint of emphasis. Ming Lan turned to see a man in a black suit standing a few paces away, the silver chain on his suit swaying with his movements, exuding an air of flamboyance despite his otherwise understated attire. "Teacher Pei? You are quite knowledgeable." Ming Lan intended to address him by his first name but recalled the respectful manner in which Su Qianqian and others had advised her. Thus she altered her approach. Pei Yuhua stepped closer. "No need for formality, Ming Lan, you may call me by my name." She felt that calling him directly was more natural, and without hesitation, she replied, "Very well, Pei Yuhua." "What a coincidence to encounter you here at the banquet," he remarked. "Indeed, quite fortuitous." If Pei Yuhua's manager, Chen Yao, had been present, he would have scoffed at the statement. Who does not know that he has little patience for the sycophants of high society? He even avoids red carpets at entertainment events. Today, however, was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had instructed Chen Yao to investigate Ming Lan and learned of her current circumstances, initially planning to observe her adoptive parents' conduct at the banquet, only to unexpectedly encounter her in person. Ming Lan nodded, acknowledging the coincidence. His aura of familiarity left a favorable impression on her, making her feel as though she had found a silver lining in attending this gathering. Pei Yuhua earnestly stated, "Do not take to heart the opinions of others. They lack the full picture and are merely speculating." Ming Lan smiled. "Did you witness what transpired earlier?" He nodded. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, and beneath her fluttering lashes, her eyes sparkled. "Rest assured, I am unfazed. Their judgments hold no weight for me. I am my own person." Pei Yuhua lowered his head, seemingly amused. "Indeed, you remain true to yourself. Even in the realm of cultivation, strength is not everything. Many traditional sects still cling to notions of bloodline superiority. As someone who was not born into a prestigious family but raised by the leader of the Songjing sect, Ming Lan had always been surrounded by whispers regarding her origins. At least 5 times, she had heard dismissive remarks about her lineage when others encountered her in trials. Yet, she paid them no mind. On one occasion, when a person's taunts became intolerable, Pei Yuhua felt compelled to intervene and deliver a sharp rebuke. Ming Lan, however, stood her ground, chin raised defiantly, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming with confidence. "I do not require noble blood. I could easily outshine you, the scion of a cultivation clan, by 100-fold. When I awakened my talent, you were still drinking milk." Her words, light yet audacious, were nonetheless rooted in truth. The person, incensed, turned pale and stormed off. Pei Yuhua's words were light, while Ming Lan's gaze lingered on the fish, prompting him to inquire, "What did you say?" "Oh, it was nothing. Do you fancy this type of fish?" He rolled up his sleeves. "Allow me to catch one for you." He knew that Ming Lan had a penchant for such exotic creatures. Her abode was filled with rare beasts and treasures she had gathered from across the land. For instance, the lingluo flower, capable of forecasting the weather by producing water droplets on its petals if rain were forthcoming. Or the shoain butterfly, which glows in the dark, rivaling modern light bulbs. Even ornamental fish like betta, though seemingly useless, were likely to captivate her. Even Ming Lan, who prided herself on her carefree and unrestrained demeanor, was taken aback by his gesture. "You're going to catch fish?" Pei Yuhua contemplated how to swiftly and skillfully retrieve a fish while showcasing his charm, explaining no worries. "This hotel belongs to my family." Ming Lan's understanding dawned on her. So, it was his family's fish. At that moment, the hotel manager happened to pass by, utterly astonished. "Young Master Pei, what are you doing?" Pei Yuhua appeared blissfully unaware of any impropriety in his actions, continuing to instruct him. "Just in time. Please bring me a glass jar." The manager, visibly anxious, protested, "No, no, no. Allow me to handle such trifles as fishing. How can you, young master, engage in such tasks?" Pei Yuhua smiled. "I can manage it myself." The manager, seemingly startled, took 3 steps back before hastily retrieving a fishnet and a glass jar. Pei Yuhua deftly twirled the slender handle of the net between his fingers, elegantly scooping up the betta fish and placing it into the glass jar, which he then handed to Ming Lan. "Betta fish are relatively easy to care for, but I recommend avoiding reflective materials for the tank, as they may mistake their own reflection for a rival. The optimal water temperature is between 24 to 27 degrees Celsius." He paused for a moment. "If you don't mind, feel free to add me on contact. You can ask me anything you're unsure of." Though Ming Lan was not of the modern era, she had gleaned knowledge from the internet and individuals like Su Qianqian that public figures like Pei Yuhua typically do not readily share their contact information. However, from their previous interactions, he seemed to be a genuinely kind and warm-hearted individual. A smile graced Ming Lan's face. "That would be much appreciated." "Not at all. I quite enjoy small animals," he replied, simultaneously revealing his WeChat QR code. She took out her phone, searching for a QR code to add him as a friend. Pei Yuhua leaned in slightly closer. "Would you like me to assist you?" Ming Lan naturally handed her phone to him, and he slowly and meticulously displayed the steps to find the QR code, his voice gentle as he explained. In doing so, their bodies gravitated closer to one another, and she could distinctly perceive the refreshing citrus mingled with the spicy undertones of his scent. Once they had added each other as friends, Pei Yuhua found himself momentarily entranced by her profile picture, a burst of fireworks igniting in his heart. Maintaining his composure, he continued to send a message. "Simply tap this icon and then you can speak. If it feels cumbersome, tapping this icon will allow you to call me." Ming Lan listened intently, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. The manager, witnessing this exchange, found it utterly surreal. Why was such a conversation occurring between 2 individuals in their 20s? An onlooker might easily mistake it for a grandson teaching an elderly grandmother how to use WeChat. Chapter 31. I will certainly seek you out if I require assistance in the future. After Pei Yuhua meticulously explained the basic functions of the phone, Ming Lan felt increasingly assured that he was indeed a person of warmth beneath a seemingly aloof exterior. Thank you, she said sincerely. You're welcome, he replied, clearing his throat. I have a question for you. I've watched your program, and you mentioned that while one can glean a general impression from facial features, to truly understand someone requires focused eye contact.
What can you discern about me?
He mused inwardly that surely mere acquaintance wouldn't reveal the depths of his character as the non-pool sword. Pei Yuhua, accustomed to an abundance of wealth and confidence, now felt a twinge of insecurity in Ming Lan's presence. Despite her vibrant and exuberant personality, she was utterly oblivious to matters of the heart, akin to a block of wood. He recalled a fellow disciple, infatuated with Ming Lan for quite some time, whose affections were evident to everyone, including Pei Yuhua. Yet, he could do nothing but seethe in impotent frustration. One day, that disciple approached Ming Lan, his youthful face brimming with infatuation, and said, "Meet me in the Peach Blossom Grove tomorrow at noon. I have something to discuss with you." Enraged, Pei Yuhua could only watch as Ming Lan, with utmost seriousness, agreed. To his astonishment, the following day, Ming Lan arrived at the grove, silently drawing her non-pool sword and engaging in a duel with the disciple. Pei Yuhua then realized that Ming Lan had misunderstood. She believed he wished to challenge her. The shy and awkward disciple, coupled with Ming Lan's singular focus on victory, led to an unresolved misunderstanding. Though the disciple eventually grasped the truth, he lacked the opportunity to clarify, and by the duel's end, with Ming Lan victorious, he was too ashamed to speak. Perhaps this incident had faded from Ming Lan's memory, but Pei Yuhua held it close. In essence, Ming Lan was a stranger to romance. To her, a sword was of greater significance than any man. What if she could not accept that he was the non-pool sword? Pei Yuhua approached the matter with utmost caution. To mitigate such a possibility, he resolved to first enhance her fondness for him through his identity as Pei Yuhua, before subtly probing whether she could accept the notion of a sentient sword, strategizing accordingly once he had gauged her response. Ming Lan patiently elucidated, "I can discern that you are destined for wealth and honor, devoted in matters of the heart, and possess a promising future." In her eyes, every individual emanated a unique aura. This light reflected their moral character and fate. Ordinary people radiated a subtle white glow, indicative of minor faults and virtues, leading ordinary lives. Conversely, those steeped in egregious crimes emanated a blood-red or dark crimson light, while the affluent glimmered in golden or purple hues. Delving deeper, golden light signified a person of true dragon energy, whereas purple light indicated either noble destiny or accumulated virtue. Pei Yuhua emanated a purple glow. Ming Lan recalled having seen online that both Pei Yuhua and his family were known for their charitable deeds. During times of disaster, they were always among the first to donate. "Would you like me to read your fortune?" she inquired. Pei Yuhua hurriedly shook his head. No, not just yet. A moment later, he realized his overly eager rejection might have seemed too fervent and coughed lightly to amend. "What I meant to say is, I will certainly seek you out if I require assistance in the future." Ming Lan smiled softly. All right. Her eyes, dark and bright, reflected the moonlight, shimmering with a brilliant glow. Pei Yuhua found himself utterly captivated by her smile, reminiscent of spring water reflecting pear blossoms, feeling as if his blood were set ablaze. "Do you like little turtles? There are some in the nearby pond." Ming Lan followed him forward, only to encounter two familiar faces by the pond's edge. One was her brother, Ming Ting, who had bullied her throughout their childhood and had previously harassed her verbally before she reached adulthood. The other was Zhuang Meng, the wealthy heiress whose boyfriend was a con artist. As Ming Lan approached, Zhuang Meng spotted her first, her face lighting up with surprise. "Master, what a pleasant surprise to see you here." She continued, "I reported that day, and the police later informed me that they apprehended the entire scam ring. I had intended to visit your live stream to express my gratitude, but you were participating in a variety show and didn't go live." Upon seeing Ming Lan, Ming Ting's expression darkened immediately. He had intended to scold her but was taken aback by the apparent camaraderie between Zhuang Meng and Ming Lan, prompting him to alter his tone. Meng, you know my sister?" Zhuang Meng beamed with delight. "So she is your sister. What a coincidence." She then explained to Ming Lan, "My parents arranged a blind date for me, and I just met your brother today. We are still in the getting to know each other stage." The ordeal of nearly being scammed had finally come to light with her parents, who, recognizing her age, decided to personally introduce her to elite individuals in her social circle, thereby facilitating their acquaintance at this gathering. Ming Lan nodded thoughtfully. Although Ming Ting indeed behaved like a beast in front of the original protagonist, he had crafted a commendable persona for himself in the eyes of the public, appearing as a promising young man with gentlemanly demeanor. It is no wonder that Zhuang Meng would consider going on a blind date with him. However, could it be that Zhuang Meng has encountered an excess of ill-fated romances? Having just parted ways with a fraudulent online boyfriend, she now finds herself faced with a suitor who is not as he seems. Ming Ting subtly cast a warning glance at Ming Lan before smiling warmly at Zhuang Meng, exclaiming how unexpected their affinity was. Blushing, Zhuang Meng nodded in agreement. Pei Yuhui glanced at Ming Lan's expression and took the initiative to speak. Mr. Ming, long time no see. Oh my, young Master Pei. It has indeed been a while. I never imagined you would remember me, Ming Ting replied, feigning surprise. Although the Ming family could be considered somewhat affluent, they paled in comparison to the Pei family, a top-tier aristocracy. He lowered his stance and engaged in conversation. A glint of profound meaning flickered in Pei Yuhui's eyes. Let us find a more private space to converse. Ming Ting eagerly followed, anxious not to miss the opportunity to ascend the social ladder. As they walked a few meters away, Pei Yuhui turned back, locking eyes with Ming Lan, a slight smile gracing his lips. Ming Lan blinked in response. Although this was only their second encounter, an extraordinary rapport seemed to exist between them, one that felt oddly familiar. With a demure expression, Zhuang Meng asked, Master, this time my romance should be trouble-free, right? Will it bring me exceptional happiness? Ming Lan sighed, no, there are significant issues. Chapter 32 I agree. Zhuang Meng's expression of youthful infatuation froze instantly. What? Isn't he your brother? After only a brief acquaintance, she felt no particular attachment to Ming Ting, merely open to further exploration. However, upon learning of his connection to Ming Lan, her fondness for him surged, fueled by the notion of familial loyalty. Just a foster brother. The Ming family was adept at maintaining a facade of benevolence, preserving a persona of kindness that had evidently fooled others in their elite circle. From Ming Ting's earlier demeanor, it seemed he held great expectations for this union. Therefore, it was imperative that she took action. Ming Lan smiled slyly, then stated earnestly, he is not a suitable match. What? Based on my past experiences, I firmly believe that I am simply unfortunate. Am I destined never to encounter a good man? Ming Lan smiled enigmatically, her expression incredibly subtle. Sensing the familiar scent of gossip, Zhuang Meng inquired, Master, what is wrong with him? Please, enlighten me. Ming Lan gestured for her to come closer, and Zhuang Meng obediently leaned in as she whispered a few words. Zhuang Meng stood frozen for a few seconds, then murmured, truly. One cannot judge a book by its cover. He actually. Ming Lan nodded, indeed. Gratefully, Zhuang Meng grasped her hand. Master, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, my life would have been ruined. She beamed. Not at all. It is my duty, Ming Lan replied graciously. Just then, Pei Yuhui and Ming Ting returned. Ming Ting's gaze swept over them, failing to detect any unusual expression on Zhuang Meng's face, and he scoffed inwardly, convinced that Ming Lan remained the timid foster daughter he was familiar with. He had warned her earlier that she lacked the audacity to speak recklessly in front of Zhuang Meng. With a gentle demeanor, he addressed her, Meng, shall we depart? Your mother is looking for us. Zhuang Meng suppressed her discomfort, walking alongside him. Pei Yuhui naturally positioned himself beside Ming Lan, his gaze lowered as he regarded her. Have you finished your conversation? Yes, she recalled to inquire. How did you know I had something to say to Zhuang Meng? He had not only perceived her intentions, but had also skillfully diverted Ming Ting's attention. The man smiled slightly, not directly responding, I just know. Perhaps there is a certain understanding between us. If such a statement had come from another, it might have come off as overly suave. Yet when Pei Yuhui uttered it, she felt no aversion, even nodding in agreement. I think so too. What does she think so? They share an understanding? Pei Yuhui's breath hitched, his heart racing faster, as if the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of maple syrup. Unaware of the stir her words had caused, Ming Lan chuckled, I am off to witness the spectacle. She trailed behind Zhuang Meng and Ming Ting, arriving at the banquet hall where they encountered her mother and Zhang Guilan. Upon seeing Zhang Guilan, Zhuang Meng gasped, Aunt Zhang, what has happened to you? Typically exuding elegance, Zhang Guilan now appeared disheveled, her hair unkempt, and her dress changed, revealing fresh scratches on her exposed skin. Ming Ting felt a pang of embarrassment. Mother, what happened? Zhang Guilan tidied her hair, forcing a smile. Earlier, a so-called friend of Qiuying accused our family and even struck her. Qiuying has always been frail, Could I stand by and watch her be bullied? Her gaze landed on Ming Lan, a new fury igniting. You little wretch. I have yet to settle the score with you, and you dare to show your face? If it weren't for your slander, how would Xiaoying have been harmed? Zhuang's mother furrowed her brow at Zhang Guilan's derogatory remark towards Ming Lan, her dissatisfaction growing. The future mother-in-law of her daughter must not be such a person. Mrs. Zhang, regardless of the circumstances, this is a public setting, and you. Yes, Mrs. Zhuang is quite right, Zhang Guilan conceded, her aggressive demeanor dissipating as she shot a glare at Ming Lan and then cast a pleased look toward Zhuang Meng. The eldest daughter of the Zhuang family was straightforward and, in essence, quite naive, making her easy to manipulate. Once married, she would undoubtedly heed her words. Being an only child, the Zhuang family would soon belong to the Ming family. Zhang Guilan smiled warmly. Meng, you and our Ming Ting truly make a handsome couple. Annie has 2 tickets to a drama. You should go watch it tomorrow. Zhuang Meng, clearly distracted, surveyed the bustling banquet hall, filled with guests. It is time. Clearing her throat, she firmly stated, No, Auntie, you may keep the tickets. Ming Ting was taken aback. What is wrong, Meng? Do you not enjoy watching dramas? I could take you to the movies instead. No, I truly enjoy attending dramas, Zhuang Meng articulated clearly. I simply do not like you. Ming Ting's heart sank. Yet he forced a tender smile. What have I done wrong? Please tell me, and I shall amend it. Their dialogue was not conducted in hushed tones, allowing the surrounding guests to overhear clearly. The innate curiosity of the Chinese people, even among aristocrats, led them to listen intently, some even engaging in quiet discussions. Were they not conversing amiably just moments ago? Why has Miss Zhuang suddenly declared her dislike? Miss Zhuang is simply capricious, acting on whim. I think Ming Ting is quite a catch, despite the earlier scuffle between his mother and Jiang Yushi seeming somewhat uncouth. However, the mother and son are entirely different. Look at how gently Ming Xiao accepted such a blatant rejection. Zhuang Meng's rudeness is astounding. With so many people present, she ought to have found a more discreet way to express herself. I have heard that Ming Lan is a thankless wretch. The Ming family raised her as if she were their own daughter, yet she harbors resentment towards them. Could it be that she intentionally spoke ill of Zhuang Meng? How unfortunate. Ming Lan feigned sorrow as she shook her head, asserting that this was something beyond remedy. Zhang Guilan's expression darkened, her ire clearly building. Yet, recalling the presence of her future mother-in-law, she gritted her teeth and restrained herself. Ming Lan, our Ming family has treated you well. What do you mean by speaking so cynically here? She then turned to Zhuang Meng, saying, Meng, your aunt genuinely admires you. Our Ming Ting is truly exceptional. As a young lady, you ought to temper your expectations and maintain your own opinions, lest you be swayed by the malicious intent of others. Zhuang's mother scoffed. Zhang Tai.
What do you mean by that?
If my daughter does not fancy him, then she simply does not fancy him. How does that equate to having high standards? Please, Aunt Zhuang, do not take offense. My mother did not intend it that way. Mother, perhaps you should say a little less.
Ming Ting, displaying remarkable patience, in quiet, Meng.
Has she said something to you? My adoptive sister has a peculiar temperament. Her words should not be taken at face value. Matters of the heart are between 2 individuals. If I have erred in any way, please feel free to tell me directly. Very well, I shall speak plainly, Zhuang Meng declared emphatically. Your impotence is something I find most unappealing. Can you rectify it? Chapter 33. Impotence. The surrounding guests, who had initially been keen to eavesdrop on their conversation, had expected a typical exchange between 2 suitors who had failed to connect. They were utterly taken aback by Zhuang Meng's unexpected revelation. What? Impotent? How could it be that Ming Ting, a towering figure at over 6 feet, is unable? No wonder Zhuang Meng was immediately disenchanted. Marrying him would mean living as a widow in life. Who had said Zhuang Meng was impolite earlier? Thankfully, she had voiced it in such a public arena. Otherwise, I might have actually sought Ming Ting's WeChat contact. Zhang Guilan sprang to her feet, as if pricked by a needle on the sofa, her voice shrill. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you slander my son? Ming Ting's complexion shifted. Zhuang Meng, you cannot speak so recklessly. Whether it's recklessness or not, you know in your heart. Ming Lan shot a glance toward a certain area beneath his waist. You are impotent yet wish to cultivate a romantic relationship with her. Is this not an attempt to deceive her affections? The onlookers nodded in agreement. Even if you truly harbored some unspeakable affliction, you ought to have disclosed it at the outset of your courtship. Ming Ting's impotence, deliberately concealed, would only come to light post-marriage, which would undoubtedly hinder another's life. It is no wonder he remained without a girlfriend as he approached 30. Thank heavens, Zhuang Meng spoke up. Otherwise, I might have considered introducing him to my niece. The whispers of the guests echoed in Ming Ting's ears, his expression oscillating between pallor and anger, a spectacle to behold. His eyes bore into Zhuang Meng.
Did someone say something to you?
How can you take others' words at face value? I am a normal, healthy man, with absolutely no impairments in that regard. The earnestness of his plea might have convinced others, but Zhuang Meng was not so easily swayed by his feigned sincerity. She recalled Ming Lan's words.
Ming Ting,
plagued by profound insecurities due to reproductive system issues, had developed an increasingly warped personality over time, harboring perverse inclinations regarding intimacy, indulging in grotesque adult content from a young age, and exhibiting inappropriate behaviors toward others. Were he an innocent man with a hidden ailment, she would have felt sympathy and refrained from exposing his vulnerabilities in front of so many. Yet, Ming Ting was utterly deviant. And now he dared to put on an act? Zhuang Meng maintained her composure in this critical moment. Do you dare accompany me to the hospital for an examination right now? Should the results prove normal, I shall immediately bow and apologize. Before Ming Ting could respond, Zhang Guilan's voice rang out. An examination?
Why not? What is so extraordinary about that?
Let us go right now. If my son's report comes back normal, not only will you apologize, but you will also pay up. Ming Ting seized her arm, yanking her back. Mother, I have not consented yet. Foolish child. With such vile accusations against you, you ought to undergo an examination to prove them wrong. The conversation had escalated to this point. Yet Ming Ting displayed no inclination to undergo the examination. Rather, his demeanor grew increasingly sullen. Consequently, the guests who had initially believed him to be innocent were now firmly convinced of his guilt. It is not uncommon for couples to undergo health checks prior to deepening their relationship, providing reassurance. However, Ming Ting's adamant refusal to be examined appeared exceedingly suspicious. This clearly revealed his guilt. Heavens, it seems there is indeed something amiss. Initially, I had thought it absurd. Even now, he remains obstinate, and his family is clearly scheming, intending to deceive a woman into marriage. They can no longer fool anyone. At least, this rumor will surely spread throughout our circle in the capital. This serves as a reminder that premarital health checks are indeed essential. How shocking. He is truly impotent. Perhaps the very mention of impotence had struck a nerve in Ming Ting as he abruptly turned. His eyes fixed with a venomous glare upon the affluent young lady who had spoken, her face now contorted with resentment and fury, utterly devoid of his usual calm demeanor. His gaze was menacing. I am not impotent. Zhang Guilan shrieked. False. All lies. My son is perfectly fine.
Ming Lan trút cờ đưa xì vào.
It seems you are not very concerned about your son. Why not ask him directly if his condition is true? Zhang Guilan hesitated, glancing at Ming Ting. Son. Tell your mother, they are all lying, right? How could my son possibly be impotent? That would render him less than a man. The secret Ming Ting had concealed for years, a source of immense embarrassment, was now laid bare for all to see, exposed to the harsh light of scrutiny. With countless spectators bearing witness, pushing his mental state to the brink of collapse. At that moment, his mother chose to interrogate him with such piercing words. He stood frozen in place for several seconds, then forcefully shoved Zhang Guilan away. Yes, I am impotent. I am not a man. Are you satisfied now? I told you I wouldn't undergo an examination, so why do you insist I go? Why must you question me in front of so many people? Do you want to see me humiliated? Zhang Guilan stumbled back in shock, collapsing to the ground. You must be speaking in anger, right? You are deceiving me. Aren't you? Meanwhile, Ming Gang, who had remained silent, wore an expression twisted with turmoil. The revelation that his wife had borne a son with his younger brother, who was now impotent, stirred feelings of retribution within him. Yet at this moment, it was the reputation of the Ming family that was at stake. Even with decades of experience navigating business dealings, he faltered under the weight of the gazes directed at him from all sides, his cheeks burning with shame. Ming Gang steeled himself. Enough. How long do you intend to cause a scene? Get up now. Yet Zhang Guilan persisted. You are my son. How could you possibly be impotent?
How could this be?
Ming Ting, having lost control of his emotions, regretted his outburst. Yet Zhang Guilan continued to raise her voice, her tone escalating with each word, nearly threatening to bring down the ceiling. By now, the entire main hall, and indeed every corner of the venue, likely knew of Ming Ting's impotence. His face flushed with anger. He felt as though he could vanish into the ground. Chapter 34. I will make you pay.
Fool.
Are you not embarrassed enough? Are you not tired of being the laughingstock of the Ming family? Despite the banquet having concluded, they found themselves in the car on the way home, with Ming Gang still furiously chastising Zhang Guilin. Ming Ting sat in the seat, facing the neon-lit streets, enveloped in a suffocating gloom, utterly disinclined to engage in conversation. Ming Qiuying clutched her swollen cheek, bruised from a blow dealt by Jiang Yuxi, still enveloped in silent sorrow. Their family had become the subject of ridicule at the banquet, and it was likely that for some time to come, the affluent ladies would not tire of discussing them over afternoon tea. Zhang Guilin's expression was equally grim, yet upon hearing her husband's reproach, she immediately retorted, "Is it solely my fault? If you have grievances, speak them openly among the crowd. If you dislike our trio, just say it." As the argument threatened to escalate once more, Ming Ting could no longer endure it. "Enough. Please refrain from further bickering. I can no longer bear to remain in the capital, and you still have the leisure to squabble." Zhang Guilin hastily attempted to soothe her son. "Do not worry. I will find you the best doctor. Even if a cure proves elusive, there is no need for concern. You make it sound easy. Everyone at the banquet is aware of my impotence now. What woman would ever wish to marry me after this?" Ming Ting's mind was ablaze with fury at the thought of the pitying gazes cast upon him by the young ladies at the gathering. "I am destined to remain a bachelor for life." Although not every prominent family in the capital had attended the soiree, the speed with which gossip spread was astounding, especially when it concerned such scandalous news. There was no doubt that whispers of his condition had already reached every ear in their circle. How could that be? "We are affluent. There are countless vain women who would still desire you, even with a minor ailment," Zhang Guilin proposed. "Those socialites may know, but the daughters of ordinary families are blissfully unaware. You are strikingly handsome, and our family background is respectable. How could a girl from a modest household possibly resist? You could have a whirlwind marriage, and I shall procure a little something to enhance the experience. Once the deed is done, even if she discovers the truth, it would be too late." Ming Ting found merit in her suggestion, and his countenance brightened slightly. However, he soon recalled Ming Lan's triumphant, cunning eyes, and anger surged within him. "It must have been that little vixen Ming Lan who informed Zhuang Meng of my condition." He gestured to his injuries. "If she hadn't spread such nonsense before Jiang Yuxi, I wouldn't be in this predicament." It was precisely her instigation that led to Jiang Yuxi's violent outburst, resulting in their severed friendship, and among their mutual acquaintances, she was labeled a treacherous backstabber, causing her other friends to regard her with suspicion. The thought that her children had met such disgrace due to Ming Lan's machinations filled Zhang Guilin with an insatiable frustration. She pulled out her phone and made a call. "Hello, President Liu. I sincerely apologize for not bringing Ming Lan to meet you today due to unforeseen circumstances. However, she has expressed her enthusiasm about you and is eager to marry you. I will arrange for her to meet you tomorrow at Crown Hotel, room 3547. Ming Qiuying, curious, inquired Mom. "What are you planning?" "You will find out tomorrow." She gritted her teeth, vowing, "Ming Lan, I will ensure you pay for this." The private dining room was adorned with a fresh, lively decor. The ceiling was a specially crafted transparent glass, allowing patrons to gaze upon a sky filled with stars and a crescent moon. The walls were lush with various ferns, and even the dining table and chairs were entwined with robust green vines. The overall ambience of this botanical-themed restaurant was serene and understated, inviting diners to unwind completely. Ming Lan set down her chopsticks and smiled radiantly. "Thank you for your hospitality. I have eaten well." After the banquet concluded, Pei Yuhua lingered, approaching her to inquire if she was satisfied. Upon receiving a negative response, he eagerly suggested a restaurant known for its delightful fare and insisted on accompanying her there. On the way, they also purchased supplies for raising betta fish and turtles. "No need to thank me. I frequent this restaurant and thought you would enjoy it," he remarked. The warm, golden lighting softened Pei Yuhua's sharp features, rendering his deep-set eyes a touch gentler. Just as Ming Lan was about to speak, her phone chimed. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Zhang Guilin, which was not the scolding she had anticipated.
Ming Lan.
"You are to meet President Liu tomorrow morning at 9 in room 3547 of Crown Hotel." A subtle smile tugged at her lips as she replied with a simple acknowledgement. On the other end, Zhang Guilin paused, surprised at how quickly Ming Lan acquiesced. Yet, her compliance was welcome, saving her from further explanations. Pei Yuhua, having put down his utensils, asked, "Is there something troubling you? Do you need my assistance? No, it's a trivial matter, Ming Lan replied, her eyes glinting with mischief. I can handle it. Pei Yuhua was familiar with that expression. It signified that someone was about to face dire consequences. He never doubted Ming Lan's abilities. Even in an unfamiliar world, she could navigate challenges with aplomb. However, the modern world was fraught with complexities she might not yet understand, so he cautioned. If you encounter any trouble or have questions, feel free to ask me. Ming Lan nodded. I will. This was a far cry from the perfunctory promises she made to others. Pei Yuhua could discern her sincerity and that she would indeed seek his help when needed. His amber eyes remained fixed on her, the warmth within them deepening. Shall I escort you home? It's getting late. Ming Lan nodded in agreement. As they stepped out of the restaurant, a sleek black Ferrari pulled up before them, with a driver at the wheel and a bespectacled man in the passenger seat. Pei Yuhua introduced, this is Ming Lan, and this is my manager, Chen Yao. He has some matters to discuss with me. Chen Yao's eyes, hidden behind his lenses, widened with astonishment as he beheld Ming Lan. As one of the industry's top agents, he had encountered countless beautiful faces. Yet none matched the unique charm of the woman before him. The vivacity and brilliance emanating from her made him wish to cast her in a leading role in a top-tier fantasy drama. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly inquired, Miss Ming, do you have aspirations to enter the entertainment industry? The moment you express interest, we can sign a contract immediately. I have plenty of resources at your disposal, including the lead role in Pei's new MV. Chapter 35. Wishing you happiness. I have no such intentions, Ming Lan replied, tilting her head. Pei Dog? In her memories, the last person referred to as Dog was a traitor from centuries past, a disciple who betrayed the Songjing sect, colluding with the demon race to harm the alliance. People spoke of him with clenched teeth, cursing Li Dog. Yet Pei Yuhua was so courteous and kind. How could he possibly bear such a peculiar nickname? Pei Yuhua donned a deathly smile, casting a frosty glare at Chen Yao, as if to convey, if you do not clarify this today, leaving a poor impression of me in Ming Lan's mind, every year on this day shall be your day of reckoning. Chen Yao felt a chill run down his spine, chuckling nervously as he hastily corrected himself. You misunderstood. I meant Pei Go, ha ha ha. Fortunately, Ming Lan did not press further, merely acknowledging with a soft "oh." On the journey back, Chen Yao witnessed the dual facets of Pei Yuhua's character. The usually aloof demeanor he presented to Chen Yao dissipated entirely. He resembled a devoted puppy, eagerly engaging Ming Lan in conversation. His tone and demeanor imbued with an unusual gentleness, as if possessed by a benevolent spirit. He endured and endured, until Ming Lan finally reached her destination and alighted from the vehicle. Pei Yuhai pressed down the car window to bid her farewell, his voice laced with the sweetness of a tender love song. Goodbye. Ming Lan stood beneath the streetlight at the entrance of the apartment, glancing back to meet his profound gaze, and offered a gentle smile in return. Goodbye. As she turned to leave, Pei Yuhai watched her silhouette diminish gradually until it vanished at the corridor's mouth. Even so, he did not immediately return to composure. Instead, a smile of indescribable joy lingered on his face as he continued to gaze at the spot where she had disappeared. Chen Yao, unable to contain himself, remarked, Pei, could you possibly restrain that nauseating smile of yours? I ought to capture that look of yours and post it online for your legion of admirers to witness your infatuation. Pei Yuhai turned to him, the gentle smile vanishing from his brow, and coolly replied, that would only disappoint you. My admirers will only multiply. Chen Yao rolled his eyes. If Ming Lan were to discover how self-absorbed you truly are, Pei Yuhai casually swung the silver skull bracelet on his wrist, asserting, I merely possess a clear understanding of my own visage.
What are you talking about?
Chen Yao scoffed mercilessly. You absolute fool. Who's a fool? Pei Yuhai retorted disdainfully. Real men never speak in a falsetto. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. It was a voice message from Ming Lan. Thank you for today. I've arrived home. It's getting late, so you should head home early too. The corners of Pei Yuhai's lips lifted once more, his demeanor visibly brightening and blushing at her words. He immediately straightened his back, cleared his throat, and replied in a deep, magnetic voice, All right, I'll message you once I'm home. However, he furrowed his brow, feeling that the tone of his previous message lacked warmth, and thus resent it, feeling satisfied this time. Chen Yao interjected with a groan. Upon hearing Pei Yuhai's response, Ming Lan's eyes, like clear springs, sparkled with delight. She was not the type to easily open her heart to others, yet with Pei Yuhai, she often felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages and had shared a significant period together. His words and actions never repulsed her. Rather, they felt entirely appropriate. They were meant to connect effortlessly, to feel close to one another. The following day, Ming Lan arrived punctually at the Crown Hotel. After she provided her room number, the staff personally escorted her upstairs. As she pushed open the door to the private room, the image of the husband Zhang Guilin had found for her came into view. He was stout, with sparse hair that was barely noticeable, and his protruding beer belly stretched his white shirt to an alarming smoothness. Ming Lan reasonably suspected that if he drank a little more water, the buttons of his shirt might pop open. As she stepped inside, Lu Tianba revealed a satisfied grin, his two golden front teeth making the rest of his yellowing teeth appear somewhat whiter. He was even half a head shorter than Ming Lan, requiring her to slightly look down at him as she approached. "You must be Mr. Lu?" "Indeed, it is I, Ming Lan. I hear from your mother that you are quite pleased with me and can hardly wait to marry?" He continued, "Since we are to be family. I'll speak plainly. I'm a traditional man, so you must bear me a son to carry on the family line." As he spoke, a waiter entered, carrying a bottle of red wine, pouring it into Ming Lan's and Lu Tianba's glasses. At the moment the crimson liquid flowed from the bottle, she keenly detected a peculiar scent alongside the aromas of wine and fruit, and Lu Tianba's glass held an anomaly as well. Indeed, Zhang Guilin resorted to such despicable methods. Today, she would make her reap the consequences of her actions. Once the waiter departed, only the two of them remained in the private room. As Ming Lan engaged in conversation, her hand seemingly casually brushed against the wine glass, and in the blink of an eye, the two glasses had swapped positions. Her movements were swift, imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Interrupting his grandiloquent discourse, she took a delicate sip of red wine. "Mr. Lu, let's toast before we continue our discussion." Lu Tianba nodded. "Very well." After he drank greedily, within half a minute, he began to feel an abnormal sensation. It was as if a fire was raging within him. And this insatiable feeling was unlike anything he had experienced after taking performance-enhancing drugs before. Previously, he had felt invigorated. This time, however, nothing stirred, leaving him weak and inexplicably hollow. He exclaimed in alarm, "What have you given me?" Ming Lan slowly rose. "Mr. Lu, actually my mother deceived you. There's someone else who admires you. Just a moment, I will bring him to you." With that, she took the glass of wine and exited the private room, kicking open the door to the adjacent room, where Ming Ting, who had been waiting to burst in and record, appeared utterly horrified. "How did you know I was here?" In a flurry, Ming Lan subdued him with two swift moves, gripping his chin and forcing the wine down his throat before dragging him back into the previous room. The alcohol he had been forced to drink began to take effect. Both substances were ones he had personally selected, and he was all too aware of their potency. Ming Lan spoke earnestly. "Brother, I've taken care of what you instructed. My mother and I have done our part, and soon you will have your wish fulfilled. Wishing you both happiness." Lu Tianba's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "Ming Lan, you actually harbor such intentions towards me? You would go so far as to drug me to possess my body?" Chapter 36. The Wooling Couple. Faint, indescribable sounds emanated from within the private room as Ming Lan calmly stepped outside, even taking the courtesy to close the door behind her. Lu Tianba and Ming Ting, two perverts, were perfectly matched. There was no need to disrupt others. Now Lu Tianba believed that all of this, including being drugged, was a scheme devised by the Ming family, motivated by Ming Ting's long-held infatuation with him, leading to such desperate measures. Once he regained his senses, he would certainly not swallow this insult. And the Ming family would have their hands full in the days to come. They would be preoccupied with dealing with Lu Tianba, leaving them little time or energy to address their own troubles. Over the next few days, Ming Lan indeed passed through her days without incident. Zhang Guilin was so busy that she didn't even have time to send her a scathing message, which illustrated just how much trouble they had truly stirred up. Although the Ming family and Mr. Lu would strive to suppress the scandal, the number of individuals involved in the various stages made it inevitable that one or two would leak the story. While returning from filming a variety show, Ming Lan stumbled upon a thread discussing the juicy gossip. Although it contained no pictures and did not name anyone, the original poster swore on their nationality and family, claiming that what they wrote was entirely true, thus garnering a considerable amount of belief and spreading widely. Anonymous 55244. I am an ordinary waiter at a luxurious hotel in a first-tier city, and today I stumbled upon a colossal scandal. Indeed, city folk know how to have fun. What follows is entirely true. If I were to fabricate this, may my entire family suffer, and may I not be a citizen of China but of Japan. That day, it was my turn to work, and as I was delivering a fruit platter to a guest in a private room, I heard some rather unusual sounds emanating from another room, akin to the sounds of intimate encounters, if you know what I mean. I have encountered couples who have lost themselves in passion while dining, so I understand, but the noises coming from that room were quite abnormal, almost as if someone was being murdered. Fearing something was amiss, I contacted the manager, who summoned 2 security guards, and together we entered, only to witness a scene I would never forget for the rest of my life. Can you imagine a bald, beer-bellied old man entangled with a handsome man in his 20s? The scene was one of utter disarray, filled with unspeakable occurrences. It was unclear how long this had been going on in their household, yet the elderly man continued to hurl curses at the handsome young man, berating him for his inadequacies. Their affection for one another was abundantly evident, and despite our intrusion, we were unable to halt their fervor. Thus, we reluctantly closed the door to allow them to continue. An hour later, when we ventured to check, both individuals were unconscious. Fortunately, we managed to rush them to the hospital in time. Otherwise, they might have exhausted themselves to the point of no return. Such explosive and shocking narratives proliferated across various social media platforms, eliciting a multitude of reactions from netizens. What an obscure narrative. How I wish I were illiterate. Though there are no visuals, I still feel as though my eyes have been wounded. Goodness. I'm limping just from the shock. Could it be that we encountered the same pair? I am a nurse at XX hospital in a first-tier city, and just a few nights ago, 2 emergency patients arrived, a balding elderly man and a strikingly handsome young man, both entirely bare and woefully weak. I feel as though my phone has contracted a disease. I must sanitize it immediately. Ming Lan furrowed her brow in disdain and gave the post a disdainful tap. Just as she switched off her phone, the group arrived at their destination. This was the new leg of their travel-themed variety show, located in a coastal city, fortuitously the hometown of Wu Mingyu and Lin Wanqiu. To showcase the camaraderie among the guests and highlight the affection of the Wu-Lin couple, the production team had spontaneously added a segment featuring a visit to their home, where the couple would graciously host their fellow guests. As the guests disembarked, the live broadcast officially commenced, with the comments section ablaze with excitement. I've been waiting for ages. Finally, the show is live. You have no idea how I've spent these past few days. What a sensational drama. Would you dare to extend it by 20 episodes so I can indulge? Master Ming is truly remarkable. I previously questioned the authenticity of Yan Luo's online romance with a high school student, but it turns out she did receive an apology from her online partner after he was reprimanded by his parents and had his phone confiscated. It was only upon hearing classmates discuss it at school that he realized the impact it had. Now that this episode features a visit to Teacher Wu's home, I immediately pulled my husband to watch, hoping he could learn from Teacher Wu and become a model husband. The group knocked on the door of the Wu-Lin residence, which was not the opulent celebrity mansion one might expect, but rather a modest 3-story villa with a small patch of grass in front where vegetables and fruits were cultivated. From a distance, one could see clusters of plump purple grapes hanging from the vines, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Alongside the couple were Wu Mingyu's mother and their daughter, Wu Weiwei, who warmly received their guests, offering them an abundance of fruits and snacks. As the guests settled in the living room for casual conversation, Wu Mingyu engaged with the banter while tenderly peeling a bowl full of pomegranates for Lin Wanqiu. Gazing at her with gentle affection, "Wanqiu, I specifically prepared this for you." To his surprise, her countenance darkened, but mindful of the live broadcast, she merely responded with a soft refusal. Wanqiu surely intended to save room for the soup I had simmered for 5 hours. Wu's mother feigned a glare at Wu Mingyu, cautioning him, "Don't keep feeding her this and that, she won't be able to eat dinner later." Witnessing this scene, the comments section erupted with envy for Lin Wanqiu's good fortune. No wonder Wu Mingyu is so emotionally intelligent and articulate. It must be hereditary. Her luck is truly enviable. She has such a gentle and considerate husband, a mother-in-law akin to her own mother, and a well-behaved daughter. I can't believe their daughter is already 8 or 9 years old. They've kept that well hidden. Is this what it means to be spoiled by affection? I increasingly feel Lin Wanqiu's attitude toward Wu Mingyu is lacking. During the previous cooking episode, I found Lin Wanqiu inexplicably irritable. While I could understand her social anxiety, why would she only show her displeasure to her husband? Lin Wanqiu is usually quite amiable with the other guests, yet she consistently wears a sour expression around Teacher Wu. Thankfully, he is gentle enough to tolerate her peculiar temperament. Teacher Wu is indeed a rare gem of a man. Lin Wanqiu must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of good fortune to marry him, yet she seems oblivious to it. Meanwhile, on Weibo, several marketing accounts began to circulate clips of Wu Mingyu's tender inquiries towards Lin Wanqiu, only to be met with her cold demeanor, prompting many viewers to express sympathy for him. In no time, the live comments were filled with expressions of discontent on behalf of Woo Mingyu. Chapter 37. Her health is unblemished. At this moment, the individuals in the live broadcast remained unaware of the prevailing sentiments online, continuing their light-hearted banter as per the show's format. This episode's theme centered on the cozy lives of an elderly couple, thus guiding the guests' discussions toward this topic. Yi Zixuan initiated the conversation, observing, "Teacher Wu and Teacher Lin appear so blissful. Your daughter has grown so much. You've kept it quite a secret." "She is our adopted child and is currently studying," Wu Mingyu replied, gently holding his daughter as hand. "When I visited the orphanage to make a donation, I noticed this little girl was particularly frail and bullied, so Wanxiu and I decided to adopt her. Once we have our own children, we will treat Weiwei as our own, ensuring no favoritism." Upon hearing this, the guests sensed something amiss. Initially, viewers believed the couple to be child-free by choice, only to discover they had plans for children. Wu Mingyu and Lin Wanxiu were both in their 40s, and if they wished for children, the time was certainly now. The older one gets, the lower the chances of conception, and the risks for older mothers during childbirth are significantly heightened. If the couple was not unwilling to have children, then perhaps they were unable to? So they actually do want children after all. I suddenly feel teary, just like me. I've been married for 10 years with no success in conceiving, but at least they adopted one. Teacher Wu is truly kind-hearted. His demeanor clearly shows he treats Weiwei as his own daughter. Moreover, Weiwei seems quite dependent on him, indicating that Wu Mingyu is genuinely good to her. Yet, it appears Weiwei is not very close to Lin Wanxiu. Could it suggest Lin Wanxiu is not very kind to Weiwei? The guests, clearly taken aback by the revelation of the couple's potential fertility struggles, felt a wave of guilt wash over them, realizing they had inadvertently broached a sensitive topic. However, the parties involved appeared unperturbed by the matter. "It's all right. We've consulted many doctors over the years. If anyone knows of a reputable physician, please feel free to message me." Weiwei looked up at Lin Wanxiu with innocent encouragement. "It's okay, mommy. There will definitely be a doctor who can help you." The atmosphere around Lin Wanxiu grew increasingly heavy, her expression laden with suppression. Wu Mingyu quickly covered Weiwei's mouth and then addressed the camera, clarifying, "My daughter is just being naive. The issue is actually with my health." Weiwei paused for a moment, then realized, her face filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, mommy." Yet, her earlier innocent remarks now cast Wu Mingyu's subsequent explanations in a rather dubious light. With this, it became evident to all that the fertility issues lay with Lin Wanxiu. Alas, she is indeed quite pitiable. Perhaps her yearning for a child is so profound that the resulting pressure has rendered her irritable. What is there to pity? She cannot bear children herself, yet constantly wears a sour expression, leaving those unaware to think her plight is particularly tragic. Little Weiwei cannot comprehend much. And she did not voice her thoughts with malice. Lin Wanxiu should not have been offended. Exactly. Weiwei even offered her comfort and encouragement, displaying more maturity than one might expect from a child. Su Qianqian and others exchanged discreet glances, feeling increasingly awkward. Fortunately, Yi Zixuan adeptly redirected the conversation towards the ordinary guests, inquiring about the affectionate bond between Teacher Wu and Teacher Lin. "Have you ever contemplated what your married life might resemble?" Yan Luo and the others eagerly chimed in, delighting in the warmth of post-marital life. She spoke eloquently, while Du humorously shared anecdotes, transforming the atmosphere in the live broadcast into one of joy, erasing the previous tension. As they conversed, lunch approached, prompting Wu Mingyu and others to venture into the kitchen to serve the dishes, with even Weiwei lending a hand. Wu Mingyu pinched her cheek playfully. "Today we have your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Do you like it?" "I do," Weiwei exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "I want Daddy to feed me." Children often leap with joy, and as she bounced twice, she inadvertently collided with Lin Wanxiu, who cast her an annoyed glance, clearly displeased. "At your age, you still require your father to feed you?" Her tone was decidedly stern, and Weiwei appeared instantly frightened, tears welling in her eyes.
I'm sorry, mommy."
Ming Lan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. From her limited interactions with Lin Wanxiu, she did not perceive her as particularly aggressive, nor did she exhibit any airs of celebrity. Why, then, was she so dissatisfied with her adopted daughter? Was there some hidden truth behind this? The audience was equally incensed upon witnessing the scene. "I truly cannot tolerate this menopausal woman any longer. What is wrong with Weiwei, a mere child, being affectionate towards her father? I'm done. Can the heart-fluttering journey please refrain from featuring her?" Just having teacher Wu is enough. This is making my breast tissue swell. I've come to understand. Lin Wanqiu seems to be in a rivalry with Wei Wei, perceiving her as a usurper of her husband's affection. The Wu family truly suffers, enduring daily mental torment. Primarily, their temperaments are far too accommodating. If it were me, I would certainly have flung that plate of sweet and sour ribs at Lin Wanqiu's face. Provoking the Wu family is akin to kicking a cloud. She is but a child. Why would you hold that against her? Wu Mingyu approached Lin Wanqiu.
I want to feed her, then.
Yet, Lin Wanqiu's demeanor remained unchanged. She forcefully withdrew her hand and ascended the stairs, refusing to eat. Wu Mingyu could only comfort Wei Wei again, explaining that her mother was not targeting her, but merely believed she should be more independent at her age. This gesture garnered him a surge of followers, as his social media presence swelled by hundreds of thousands within the hour. The lunch, while ostensibly cheerful and warm, belied a sense of disconnection among the participants. After the meal, Wu's mother suddenly turned to Ming Lan with a gentle smile. I've heard that Miss Ming is a master in fortune-telling. Would you be willing to offer a reading for Wanqiu? I'm not superstitious. But we've tried every method without any improvement. This plea resonated with many, as countless individuals turned to divine intervention in times of desperation, seeking even the slightest psychological solace. As someone offered a pillow to those feeling weary, how could Ming Lan refuse such a kind request? She nodded. Of course, I would be happy to. Her agreement was immediate, which caused a subtle change in Wu Mingyu's expression. There's no need to trouble Miss Ming, he interjected. My mother is merely grasping at straws. Doctors have been unable to diagnose the issue, and I doubt fortune-telling will yield different results. It's all right. I'll take a look, Ming Lan replied. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Wanqiu, who had stormed upstairs in anger moments earlier, now stood at the top of the staircase, looking down. Ming Lan, let us begin now. Ming Lan, confident in her abilities, offered Lin Wanqiu a serene smile. Please have a seat. She gazed calmly at Lin Wanqiu for several seconds, and Wu's mother, growing impatient, asked, So, Miss Ming, can she still conceive? Ming Lan averted her gaze, stating the facts with tranquility. Her body shows no issues. It is not her fault that she cannot conceive. Chapter 38. You have already undergone sterilization. As soon as Ming Lan uttered the sentence, the guests were left in a state of confusion. After all, based on Wei Wei's earlier remarks and the actions of Wu's mother and Wu Mingyu, they were all convinced that Lin Wanqiu had a medical issue that hindered her from conceiving. However, they had also witnessed Ming Lan's accuracy in fortune-telling, leading to their bewilderment. Lin Wanqiu was momentarily stunned, then her expression shifted to one of astonishment, her voice trembling. Really? Ming Lan, does that mean there is truly nothing wrong with my body? Ming Lan nodded. Indeed, you are fully capable of nurturing life. Lin Wanqiu, her expression dazed, covered her face, her shoulders trembling slightly as if she were stifling sobs. Su Qianqian and others felt a pang of sympathy. Could it be that the hospital had misdiagnosed her? If that were the case, how many misconceptions had plagued teacher Lin? Ming Lan chose not to respond, instead observing Lin Wanqiu in silence for a few moments. The latter then lifted her head, eyes reddened as she looked toward Wu Mingyu. But if my body is fine, then why can't I conceive? The audience in the live stream shared her confusion as well. Indeed, while pregnancy is somewhat mysterious, they have been married for over a decade without conceiving. Surely there must be an issue? Could it be that Ming Lan has erred in her reading? I acknowledge her fortune-telling is quite accurate, but medical examinations are the domain of doctors. A metaphysical master cannot possibly surpass the precision of sophisticated medical instruments. I concur. Although I have faith in Ming Lan's abilities, professional matters should be left to specialists. It feels unreliable for a fortune-teller to assess a medical condition. Surely at ISNTA misdiagnosis from the hospital? They must have visited numerous clinics over the years. Could every single one have erred? Have you noticed Ming Lan's wording? She said it's not your fault, which implies it must be Wu Mingyu's fault, doesn't it? At that moment, Wu Mingyu exhibited the qualities of an exemplary husband, wrapping his arm around Lin Wanqiu's shoulders, a blend of confusion and concern on his face. How could this be? Wu's mother then turned her gaze back to Ming Lan, her eyes now brimming with skepticism. Miss Ming, then can you explain why they still do not have children? Ming Lan remained unfazed by her lack of trust, her starry eyes sweeping over Wu Mingyu. That would be a question for your son. In an instant, all eyes shifted to Wu Mingyu, who appeared taken aback.
Me?
Is there something wrong with my body? Ming Lan smiled gently, though the expression lacked warmth. Combined with her slightly raised chin, it gave her smile a tinge of condescension. Teacher Wu, you should know best. After all, you have already undergone sterilization. So it is only natural that your wife cannot conceive. As her words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room. The guests stared wide-eyed, both astonished by the absurdity of the revelation and thrilled to witness such a dramatic turn of events. Wu's mother's face blanched, unable to believe her ears.
Impossible.
My son would never undergo sterilization. Her disbelief was shared by many, including the viewers of the live stream, who found the situation utterly unbelievable. How could Wu Mingyu possibly consider undergoing a vasectomy when he has expressed a fervent desire for a child with Lin Wanxiu? Indeed, he has shown a genuine fondness for children on the Children's Variety Show, which is certainly not feigned. This time, Ming Lan is bound to face repercussions. If Wu Mingyu were to undergo a vasectomy, how could he and his wife be seeking medical assistance together? Wu Mingyu, with an earnest demeanor, insisted, Miss Ming, you must have miscalculated. I genuinely yearn for a biological child. How could I possibly contemplate a vasectomy? Ming Lan's words were shocking. But you already have a biological child, don't you? ISN Weiwei your daughter? The collective gasp from everyone present, including the staff, left them momentarily breathless. This insinuation suggests that the so-called perfect husband, Wu Mingyu, has been unfaithful, fathering a child out of wedlock, and brazenly returning home with his illegitimate daughter under the guise of adopting a destitute orphan, raising her as his own. Little Weiwei, with her pigtails, gazed up at Ming Lan, seemingly perplexed by her words, and frighteningly hid behind Wu Mingyu. Lin Wanxiu, visibly stunned, shifted her gaze between Weiwei and Wu Mingyu, tears streaming down her face as her voice trembled. No wonder you were so insistent on adopting her. She is your biological daughter? One must admit, despite Lin Wanxiu's eccentric temperament, she was once a renowned beauty who captivated audiences decades ago. Time has left little mark upon her, and her tear-streaked face instantly evoked sympathy from numerous viewers. Oh my, seeing her cry, I suddenly feel remorse for having criticized her before. Isn't this utterly explosive? The adopted daughter turns out to be Wu Mingyu's biological child? I still find it hard to believe. This isn't some cliché melodrama. Wu Mingyu could never be unfaithful. The love he holds for Lin Wanxiu is evident in his eyes every time he looks at her. How could he father a child with someone else? But if this is true, how pitiable is Lin Wanxiu, having raised her husband's illegitimate child for so many years? At this juncture, it became increasingly difficult for Wu Mingyu to maintain his image as the quintessential gentleman. A flicker of anger crossed his face. Miss Ming, while I can overlook your sensationalism for ratings, why must you involve the innocent Weiwei? In his arms, Weiwei seemed to sense Ming Lan's malice and began to sob softly. Her gaze filled with trepidation. Humanity is inherently predisposed to empathize with the weak, and in juxtaposition to Lin Wanxiu, the orphaned Weiwei naturally elicits far more sympathy. Consequently, the audience in the live stream rallied behind Weiwei and Wu Mingyu, chastising Ming Lan. Poor Weiwei, how can a child of such tender age bear such trauma? Will she not be left with childhood scars? Even if Weiwei is indeed an illegitimate child, the child is innocent. She is too young to comprehend anything. Why must these matters be laid bare before her? Exactly, if Wu Mingyu has erred, it is his fault alone. Why implicate the child in such revelations? She is but a child. Ming Lan displays a grave lack of compassion. Ming Lan chuckled lightly, her eyes glimmering with mockery. She is hardly innocent, for she is aware of her true parentage. While most children of her age remain naive, a few display precociousness, and Weiwei is among them. Perhaps it is due to Wu Mingyu's frequent indoctrination of her with such notions or other reasons, that beneath her innocent facade lies a rather cunning heart. You have long been aware of your identity as Wu Mingyu's biological daughter and know that Lin Wanxiu is not your mother, hence your hostility towards her. Often sweetly ingratiating yourself with Wu Mingyu in her presence to assert your familial bond while portraying Lin as an outsider. Ming Lan fixed her gaze upon Weiwei. Am I not correct? Chapter 39, True Nature Revealed. Weiwei cried out, No, I didn't. I know nothing. You're lying. Despite her precociousness, she remains a child. Her so-called maturity merely stands in comparison to her peers. At this moment, she faced Ming Lan's penetrating gaze, her composure shattered, revealing significant cracks in her facade. Wu Mingyu's expression mirrored disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? How could such a young child comprehend your manipulative words? Yi Zishuan timidly interjected, Miss Ming, could it be that you've miscalculated? I have collaborated with Teacher Wu. He doesn't seem like such a person. Although Weiwei's response is indeed curious and warrants contemplation, Wu Mingyu's image as the perfect husband is deeply entrenched in public perception. Whenever he is mentioned, people instinctively associate him with being a devoted husband. Therefore, the sudden emergence of a voice condemning him elicited disbelief from many. Does Ming Lan truly believe what she is saying? A 9-year-old child so calculating? I think she is just unwilling to admit she made an error, hence her indiscriminate outburst. This could easily be resolved. They could just conduct a paternity test. What the audience could conceive, the guests present could also consider. Du boldly suggested, why not just do a paternity test? Why should I undergo a paternity test for baseless rumors? Wu Mingyu exclaimed, his face a mask of fury. Miss Ming, please cease with these slanderous claims that threaten the harmony of my family. It is not I who disrupts the household. It is you. Ming Lan showed no intention of relenting. In the 3rd month after your marriage to Lin, you reunited with your first love, resulting in the birth of Wei Wei. When your first love fell gravely ill, you could not bear to leave your child in the world. Thus you concocted a false identity for her and brought her home. Vowing fidelity to your first love by undergoing a vasectomy and swearing before her grave that you would not have children with Lin Wanqiu. She recounted this in the calmest of tones, sending shockwaves through the audience. While Wu Mingyu's expression remained inscrutable, observant viewers would note the slightest tremor in his hands. For the first time in over 40 years, he felt the prick of anxiety. How could Ming Lan possess such intimate knowledge? Even the specifics of his oath at his first love's grave were laid bare. Though Ming Lan had previously showcased her divination skills on this program, Wu Mingyu had never witnessed it firsthand, dismissing it as exaggerated. In the entertainment industry, where reality and illusion intertwine, who lacks a carefully curated persona? Thus, when Wu's mother suggested Ming Lan perform a reading, he felt a twinge of concern but did not intervene, as Lin Wanqiu had readily acquiesced. And he doubted Ming Lan's ability to glean anything significant from Lin Wanqiu's visage. Yet, he had underestimated her. She indeed possessed a remarkable talent. For years, Wu Mingyu had meticulously crafted the image of the perfect husband, and with so much time spent donning a mask of hypocrisy before the camera, his acting skills had become highly refined. Faced with the uncertain gazes of the crowd, he immediately denied, Miss Ming, your narrative is quite imaginative. But I have never done such a thing. He believed his exemplary performance would allow him to evade this predicament. After all, Ming Lan had no proof. Mere words cannot substantiate claims, and he was seen as the good man in everyone's eyes. As long as he continued to deny the allegations, there would be ample supporters rallying to his side. However, to her astonishment, the next moment, Ming Lan directed her gaze towards the bewildered Wu Mu, stating, Aunt, I must remind you that your son has undergone a vasectomy, which means he can no longer father children. Upon hearing this, the expressions of both Wu Mingyu and his mother shifted dramatically. The former revealed a look of guilt and panic, while the latter's face contorted with anger and reproach. You wretched child! Why on earth did you choose to undergo a vasectomy? Does this mean I will never hold my cherished grandson in my arms? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Wu Mu, filled with a sense of exasperation, seized a broom and struck Wu Mingyu, her fury unabated. And you dare to keep this from me? Though Wei Wei is indeed of Fang Yu's lineage, she is not a grandson. As she uttered this last statement, Wu Mingjia's countenance drained of color, panic evident in his eyes. Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? Realizing the gravity of her impulsive words, Wu Mu quickly covered her mouth. Yet, it was too late. Her words had been captured in their entirety by the show's audio equipment, resounding clearly in the ears of every viewer. The sudden revelation laid bare the truth. Wu Mingjia had indeed been unfaithful, and the woman in question was Fang Yu. Wei Wei was their child. Only Lin Wanqiu remained oblivious to this shocking reality. Lin Wanqiu stood frozen, her expression one of bewilderment and despair, clearly shaken by the revelation. Slowly blinking back tears, she cried, Wu Mingyu, you all have deceived me. You are in this together. As she sobbed before the camera, she recounted, since marrying you, despite my mother-in-law's blatant preference for male heirs and her incessant insistence on various absurd concoctions to bear a son, I never once considered divorce. I still valued our years of marriage, believing I owed something to your family. But what is the outcome? You underwent a vasectomy for your first love. It is your choice to undergo the procedure that led to my inability to conceive, and you know it well. Yet, you allowed me to drink those dreadful concoctions daily. You claimed they were for our future child, and I consumed them without fail, believing in their promise of fertility. You even insisted on the auspicious symbolism of pomegranates. And I ate them daily. What have I done to deserve this? Why have you treated me so cruelly? Your entire family is despicable. By the end of her lament, Lin Wanxiu was inconsolable, her expression one of sheer terror, yet no one dared to blame her. When Mingjie choked on his words, Lin Wanxiu, are you still pretending? Just as he moved to seize her, Ming Lan stepped protectively in front of her, raising an eyebrow in silent challenge, as if to say, you dare take a step closer? Du rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, questioning Mingjie's masculinity. Are you even a man? You still wish to strike someone in front of all these witnesses after your disgrace has been revealed? When Mingjie's true nature began to surface, deepening the audience's disdain for him. Goodness, is this truly the man I once admired? I can no longer criticize Lin Wanxiu's cold demeanor towards him. If I were in her position, I would have lost my mind. Is Wen Mingjie out of his mind? If he truly loved his first love, couldn't he have simply divorced? The harm to Lin Wanxiu would have been far less significant. Not only did he cheat while married, but he also brought his illegitimate child home. I would go mad. What a repugnant family. Wei Wei must not be innocent either. At such a young age, she is already manipulating her advantages to elicit sympathy. Such a scheming child. The audience also recalled Lin Wanxiu's exaggerated reaction during the cooking episode when she mentioned the soup, realizing it stemmed from her traumatic experiences with the fertility concoctions. How hypocritical they are, especially Wen Mingjie, who, knowing Lin Wanxiu detests the soup, still pretended to be the loving husband, claiming to prepare special broth for her. Is this not utterly revolting? Encountering such individuals is terrifying. Had Ming Lan not been present, even if Lin Wanxiu exposed him, we might have sided with Wen Mingjie, dismissing her as merely a madwoman. All the guests present, along with numerous staff members, exhibited expressions of scorn and reproach, leaving Wen Mingjie's mind in a tumult, rendering him incapable of rational thought. Chapter 40. The world is a vast tomato novel. That day, the trending topic on Weibo quickly aligned with the unfolding drama. The term Wen Mingjie's infidelity easily grasped, enticing many netizens to tune in for the spectacle. Is this truly the perfect husband Wen Mingjie, who adored his wife to the point of tears when she fell ill? He actually cheated? I still remember how he wept over his wife's illness. What can we trust in the entertainment industry? This show, a heartfelt journey, has become a breeding ground for deception, first with Yan Hao's betrayal of a mother and son, then Yan Luo's online romance with a student, and now Wen Mingjie's infidelity, resulting in a child. The previous warnings from netizens might just prove true. Will this show meet its demise? I apologize, I had no idea of the truth, and even criticized Lin Wanxiu for not being worthy of Wen Mingjie. The director must be sweating profusely right now. I am astounded. He actually underwent a vasectomy for his first love and brought the child home.
Does he think this is romantic?
In truth, such a person is the most selfish. They portray deep affection for one, yet their primary love is for themselves. So, what is Lin Wanxiu to him? A mere stand-in? The world is but a grandiose tomato novel. For a long while, only Lin Wanxiu's sobs filled the air. Her frail shoulders trembling slightly, her despair and helplessness evoking deep sympathy from the onlookers. Ming Lan sighed softly, pulling a tissue from her bag to offer her, while Su Qianqian and Yan Luo fetched warm water to comfort her. The mere thought of such events was unbearable for them, let alone Lin Wanxiu, who was enduring it firsthand. When Mingjie stood frozen for several seconds, his mind racing as he sought a means to salvage the situation. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and, with a thud, knelt before Lin Wanxiu, his face etched with remorse and guilt. Wanxiu, I know that whatever I say now may not be believed. But I must express that I was wrong. I was misled by momentary folly. However, over these years, I have genuinely harbored feelings for you. The decision to undergo a vasectomy was not mine. I was coerced by that woman in a moment of weakness. Throughout these years, I have been plagued by guilt, unable to sleep at night. Countless times, I wished to reveal the truth to you, but I feared your disappointment. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. I regret it deeply. Had I not listened to her, we would have had a child by now. I know I do not deserve your forgiveness. So strike me if it brings you solace. I will accept whatever punishment you deem fit. With that, he swiftly slapped himself twice across the face, the force causing his cheeks to redden almost instantly. Unsatisfied, he seized Lin Wanxiu's hand and violently brought it to his own face. The suddenness of his actions rendered the scene eerily silent. When Mingjie bowed his head and wept uncontrollably, yet in the hidden corners of his eyes, a glint of cunning flickered. In the realm of entertainment, fans often exhibit a far greater tolerance towards male stars than their female counterparts. Female celebrities face ridicule for their attire and acting skills. while male stars, despite their chaotic personal lives and infidelity, often continue to star in dramas and popular variety shows. It is not merely the entertainment industry. Society at large tends to extend greater leniency towards men, expecting unwavering fidelity from women while accepting a man's flirtations as part of his essence. Moreover, the spectacle of his heartfelt return to the fold surely garners him a measure of sympathy from the male audience. Indeed, Wu Minggyu's calculations were not amiss. The world is replete with peculiarities, and the barrage of comments revealed supporters who either trivialized the situation, expressing eagerness for his pursuit of reconciliation, or remarked on the longevity of their relationship, suggesting a compromise was in order. Some even posited that his act of kneeling and slapping himself was a clear indication of his remorse. Nevertheless, the majority of the populace remained grounded in reality, swiftly turning against such sentiments, with many netizens vociferously criticizing him. "Where's your father in your pursuit? I suggest you take Wu Mingyu straight to the crematorium for incineration." Compromise? With your benevolence, why not marry him instead? Did you truly feel heartbroken by that kneel? Dear male admirers, perhaps he is merely a professional actor, adept at evoking tears. In the bitter cold of winter, the sharp tongues of netizens warm my heart. Ming Lan let out a cold laugh. Had he genuinely felt regret, he would not have brought his illegitimate daughter home, allowing his mother to exert pressure on Teacher Lin regarding her pregnancy. He harbored no love for Teacher Lin, nor for his first love. Otherwise, he would not have the heart to allow her to play the role of a third party. After maintaining a facade of deep affection for so long in front of the cameras, had he deceived himself as well? Did he believe that shedding a few tears and kneeling would restore his reputation? What of the harm inflicted upon Teacher Lin over the years? No sooner had she finished speaking than Du Yu and others looked at her with admiration, while Su Qianqian nearly applauded. They found Wu Mingyu's pretentious display repugnant, and Ming Lan's words were incisive and straightforward, resonating with their collective sentiment. In this moment, netizens could not help but cheer in agreement. Well said. Even my 10-year-old sister would not fall for such a man's deceit. Tip: stay away from men who kneel and slap themselves in hopes of reconciliation. Such individuals possess extreme personalities and may very well hold you accountable for their transgressions later on. Before, I had no concrete impression of Wu Mingyu's malice, but witnessing his sudden change during the live stream startled me. As soon as his misdeeds were exposed, he immediately knelt to apologize, displaying an astonishing degree of cunning. Master Ming's insights are splendid. Not only is she exceptionally capable, but her moral compass is also commendable. I have become a devoted fan. Did you not anticipate this?
Foolish man?
Today's netizens are increasingly astute and will not be swayed by your antics. Lin Wanqiu raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face, wiping away her tears. You need not feign sincerity. Let us divorce. There is nothing left to discuss with your family. This is my house, and I demand you vacate it at once. Her resolute demeanor garnered considerable sympathy from onlookers. The more they empathized with Lin Wanqiu, the greater their ire towards Wu Mingyu and his family. In no time, the internet was inundated with scathing criticism and denunciations aimed at him. The carefully cultivated image of the amiable husband that Wu Mingyu had maintained crumbled entirely, and even the maternity product brands he represented severed their contracts. The surge of fans that had flocked to him due to the dating show diminished at a visibly alarming rate, with his social media filled with furious comments advocating for Lin Wanqiu's justice. The contemporary netizens' enthusiasm for gossip was undeniable. Many even took the initiative to scour through the variety shows Wu Mingyu had participated in, meticulously analyzing the footage frame by frame. Upon closer inspection, they indeed uncovered troubling revelations. Chapter 41. I am not entirely unaware. The program in question featured Wu Mingyu over a decade ago, shortly after his marriage to Lin Wanqiu. Their love had attracted considerable attention from fans, and he had capitalized on this by showcasing their affection during the show. In one segment, he was seen checking his phone during a lull, his gaze soft, a smile gracing his lips. A guest inquired whom he was chatting with, noting his apparent joy. Wu Mingyu replied that he was checking if Lin Wanqiu had eaten a proper lunch, prompting playful banter about their marital bliss. What seemed to be an innocuous moment took a dark turn when an astute viewer noticed that the reflection in the mirror behind him revealed his phone's chat interface. The television's grainy quality from a decade prior obscured details, yet a netizen sought the expertise of a restoration professional to clarify the conversation. The content was not inquiring about Lin Wanqiu's meals, but rather an exchange of risque banter with his mistress. The explicit exchanges between the two were so crass that many adults found it unbearable to witness. Thus, the trending topics exploded with a new entry, Woo Mingyu's chat records. The already crumbled edifice of his reputation suffered yet another devastating blow, to a degree that even divine intervention could not salvage. The production team of A Heartfelt Journey was in a frenzy, with Yen Hao's sudden predicament affecting the cast. Woo Mingyu's moral failings made it untenable for him to remain on the show. As the number of guests dwindled, they were left in a quandary. Nevertheless, the live stream could not continue. Despite an influx of viewers, the production team resolutely terminated the broadcast, citing technical difficulties and expressing their sincere apologies. However, everyone understood the underlying truth, mocking the team for their cowardice in handling this monumental scandal. The production team wished to roar in response. Was this a stroke of fortune? It was clearly a deluge of foul nonsense. After the recording, the director, producers, and investors were frazzled, while the staff busily dismantled the live stream equipment. Several guests ventured to console Lin Wanxiu, occasionally casting disdainful glances toward the Wu family, whose faces were pale as they packed up. Lin Wanxiu turned to Ming Lan. "Miss Ming, I would like to request your assistance in divination. Could you accompany me to my room for a discussion?" Ming Lan readily agreed. Once in the study, Lin Wanxiu closed the door and solemnly bowed to Ming Lan. "I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, I can escape this nightmare." Ming Lan waved her hand, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary. "Your career will flourish after your divorce from Wu Mingyu, and you shall encounter a man who treats you well, though children will not be in your future." Lin Wanxiu, after a moment of self-deprecating humor, adopted a serious expression. "I trust you have discerned my awareness regarding Wu Mingyu and his affairs." A year prior, she had inadvertently overheard a conversation between Wu Mingyu and his mother. Realizing that Wei Wei was not merely an orphan, but rather the offspring of her husband and another woman. At that moment, she felt as if struck by lightning, her heart shattering as she recognized that her years of devotion had been squandered. After weeping bitterly, Lin Wanxiu contemplated revenge against the Wu family but found herself at a loss. Following her marriage, she had gradually withdrawn from the entertainment industry, lacking her own career, while Wu Mingyu's prospects soared, solidifying his image as the perfect husband. Their family had long orchestrated this deception, feigning kindness both in front of the cameras and to their neighbors. Even when she tentatively broached her suspicions of Wu Mingyu's infidelity with her own parents, they defended him, insisting he was a good son-in-law and that she was merely overthinking. It was then that Lin Wanxiu realized that dismantling Wu Mingyu's career would be no simple task. Not long ago, she had heard from an industry acquaintance that this variety show had invited Ming Lan. Having watched Ming Lan's live stream, she recognized her unique abilities and thus placed her hopes in her. That very night, she broached the subject of participating in the dating show with Wu Mingyu, who, eager to showcase his perfect husband persona, naively contacted the director without suspicion. She once again mentioned in front of Wu Mu that a friend of hers had struggled to conceive for a long time, but after consulting a master who divined her fate, she soon became pregnant with a son. This led Wu Mu to suggest during a live stream that Ming Lan perform a fortune-telling for her, to which she readily agreed. The ensuing events unfolded just as she had envisioned. Wu Mingyu's crimes were laid bare, and she immediately burst into tears, presenting herself as an unsuspecting, innocent, and fragile victim. Previously, Wu Mingyu had employed this very tactic. During the program, he had used sentimental platitudes and provocations to incite her anger, portraying himself as a pitiful man oppressed by his domineering wife, thereby garnering sympathy from numerous netizens. Now, she adeptly turned the tables on him, and the results were indeed effective. Initially, her tears were intended to elicit sympathy from the audience. But as memories of his deceit and the hardships of the past years flooded her mind, she could no longer contain her emotions. At this juncture, Lin Wanxiu's eyes began to glisten once more. "Miss Ming, I know you have seen through me, yet you have chosen not to expose me, for which I am profoundly grateful. What is there to expose?" "You are indeed the victim," Ming Lan replied. "Everything you have done is merely a quest for justice." Tears streamed down Lin Wanxiu's cheeks as she expressed her thanks. Ming Lan smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, they will not escape retribution." Had these words been uttered by anyone else, Lin Wanxiu might have perceived them as mere consolation, yet, coming from her, they resonated with unwavering conviction. Perhaps it would not be long before Wu Mingyu and his family faced their comeuppance. Wu Mingyu's phone rang incessantly, each call bearing news of contract terminations. Wu Mu was equally distressed, receiving messages from several relatives and friends, who usually kept their distance, inquiring about their live stream. Is this Mingyu still a man? Your family has behaved quite ungraciously. Before, you had the audacity to mock me for my daughter-in-law giving birth to a girl. What is wrong with having a daughter? Haven't you heard that daughters are like cozy little quilts? Now look, your son has been sterilized. He will certainly not be able to father a son. From now on, our family should cease all contact. I find it ominous. Wu Mu's face turned ashen with rage, and she approached her son. What possessed you to get sterilized? What about my grandson? Mother, how can you still speak of such things at a time like this? Wu Mingyu's anger surged. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen to such depths.
How dare you speak to me like that? I am your mother.
Wei Wei attempted to grasp Wu Mu's hand. Grandma, Dad,
please don't argue.
Wu Mu, who had never favored her being a girl, was now furious and, without a second thought, harshly flung Wei Wei's hand away. Unintentionally, Wei Wei was sent sprawling, her head colliding with the corner of the table, blood gushing forth. Wu Mingyu was struck with horror as he scooped up the unconscious Wei Wei and rushed her to the hospital. The doctor declared, "The patient has lost too much blood. We need a transfusion immediately. Quickly, fetch type A blood from the blood bank." It was as if a hammer had suddenly struck Wu Mingyu's mind, leaving him in a daze. Wei Wei is type A blood. But both he and Fangyu are type O. How could they possibly have a child with type A blood? In these past few days, the tumultuous affair between Lin Wanqiu and Wu Mingyu had become common knowledge across the internet, with even those who typically paid little attention to the entertainment industry being somewhat aware, often cursing Wu Mingyu's name. Numerous bloggers had surfaced, creating content around the incident, including one tarot card reader who foretold the future fates of Lin Wanqiu and Wu Mingyu, predicting that Lin Wanqiu would reach the pinnacle of her career in the next 5 years, becoming an indispensable actress in the entertainment scene, while Wu Mingyu's life would descend into ruin, suffering devastating blows to both his familial and professional relationships. A relationship advice streamer discussed how Wu Mingyu had provoked Lin Wanqiu during the show, elucidating the concept of dog whistling, where one exploits another's most intolerable pain points to provoke and humiliate them while maintaining a facade of friendliness, leading onlookers to perceive the victim as the aggressor. Meanwhile, ordinary netizens left messages of comfort and encouragement on Lin Wanqiu's social media, urging her to rise from the shadows. Simultaneously, a video of poor quality began circulating online. The footage was set in a hospital corridor, where the vilified Wu Mingyu was seen gripping a doctor's collar, his emotions in a state of turmoil. Even as bystanders and security intervened to restrain him, he remained hysterical.
No.
How can Wei Wei possibly be type A blood? My partner and I are both type O. You must have made a mistake in your examination. Despite the cacophony surrounding him, his desperate roar was unmistakably clear to the ears of netizens. Gossip-hungry viewers relished the spectacle. Just for your information, barring exceptional circumstances, 2 O-type individuals cannot produce an A-type child. Though it's possible they both have Bombay blood type, or that Wei Wei has a gene mutation, I still think the likelihood of Wu Mingyu being cheated on by his first love is much higher. Ha ha ha, who has the heavens spared? This retribution is delightful.
So satisfying.
You dare to hide the truth from Lin. Now look, you've been cheated on and have raised another man's child for years. And now he has been sterilized, ha ha ha. He'll never father a child again. In the 30 seconds it took Wu Mingyu to learn of Wei Wei's blood type, was he enraged by his first love's betrayal? Or was he finally feeling the despair that Lin Wanqiu had endured? The speculation regarding Wei Wei not being Wu Mingyu's biological child spread like wildfire, and naturally, Lin Wanqiu caught wind of it. She recalled Ming Lan's earlier remark about their family not having a good ending. So it was, indeed. The master was deserving of his title. Lin Wanqiu's parents, feeling guilty for not believing her earlier, rushed from their hometown to care for her, fearing she might do something rash. However, Lin Wanqiu's resilience exceeded everyone's expectations. She reached out to directors within the industry and successfully secured a role. After a decade away from acting and with age against her, she was only offered a supporting role in a second-rate production, but it mattered not. It was a promising start, and she would gradually reclaim her career. Conversely, Wu Mingyu, whose acting prowess had never been remarkable to begin with, found himself ostracized in the industry due to the scandal of infidelity, with few production teams willing to employ him. Thus, his exclusion from the entertainment circle was entirely predictable. Initially, he deceived himself into believing the hospital's report was erroneous and took Wei Wei for a paternity test. On the day he received the results, upon reading that he was unequivocally excluded as Wei Wei's biological father, his blood pressure skyrocketed, and he fainted. Upon awakening in the hospital, he began investigating his first love's infidelity, only to discover the heartbreaking truth. During their most passionate moments, she had secretly been keeping a young lover, using his money to do so. Wu Mingyu stormed to his first love's grave, frenziedly lamenting, nearly unearthing her coffin. Now, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for his first love, which extended to his once-beloved daughter. Although he initially contemplated abandoning her, Wu Mu opposed this, arguing that since Wu Mingyu had been sterilized and could never father another child, raising Wei Wei, whom they had cared for so long, was a worthwhile investment for the future. He was persuaded to relocate to a new city with his daughter and mother, while he resorted to live streaming sales online to support the family. However, the live stream often attracted mocking viewers, and no matter how many he blocked, the negativity persisted. Sales figures were dismal, and it wasn't long before he could no longer continue. Many neighbors had heard the online gossip and frequently pointed fingers at their family, engaging in hushed discussions. Isn't that the scandalous male celebrity who recently made headlines? And his mother, too, who appears to be a good mother-in-law but is actually quite cunning. That child is no saint either. At such a young age, he is already full of schemes. TSK, this family is truly lacking in virtue. When they moved in, I thought they looked familiar and even offered to help. Now I regret it. Indeed, they are our neighbors now. And we must ensure they don't tarnish our community's reputation. The family never received a warm welcome from the neighbors again. Even when Wu Mu went grocery shopping or Wei Wei attended school, they faced exclusion from other children. Wu Mingyu's situation was even more dire. He now spent his days hiding at home, afraid to venture outside or check his phone for fear of receiving insults. One day, he mustered the courage to open his long-neglected Weibo account, only to be greeted by news of Lin Wanchio's upcoming project. At that moment, he finally grasped the despair and helplessness that Lin Wanchio had experienced. Because of Wu Mingyu, the live broadcast of the heart-fluttering journey had to be halted, while Lin Wanchio continued her recording. She had to juggle between the variety show and the drama crew. But the male guests had dwindled down to just Song Yicheng and Diu. What kind of romantic variety show could that be? To enhance the show's appeal and avoid further criticism from viewers, the production team decided it was safer to recruit new guests. Pei Yuhua, having obtained this information from an unknown source, generously gifted all the guests a ticket to his concert, once again captivating Yan Luo and the others, who that evening passionately praised him in a lengthy post on their social media. Chapter 43. When youth was young and thinly clad, Ming Lan expressed her gratitude via WeChat, receiving an almost immediate reply. No need to thank me. We're friends, and it's only natural to invite friends to a concert. This remark, laden with an unmistakable subtext, went entirely unnoticed by Ming Lan, who simply replied with an M. Nevertheless, this excited Pei Yuhua for quite some time, as it indicated that their relationship had advanced beyond mere acquaintances. Since debuting a few years ago, Pei Yuhua had amassed an incredibly vast fanbase, capable of trending on social media for any trivial matter, including but not limited to hairstyle changes, new outfits, or casual updates, especially with his concert approaching. The fans' anticipation was palpable. Sisters, they usually call him Pei Dog, yet when it comes to concert tickets, they don't hesitate at all. Honestly, while Pei Dog can be sharp-tongued and dog-like, his vocal prowess and talent are indisputable. Every song he releases dominates the music charts for a reason. Having been fortunate enough to attend once, I can only describe it with a line of poetry. As if listening to celestial music, my ears were momentarily enlightened. Looking at the concert set list, the first song is a new release. I feel so blessed. On the day of the concert, the topic of Pei Yuhua's performance quickly soared to the top of trending searches, and its popularity continued to rise. The concert venue was at the Municipal Olympic Sports Center, a sprawling 90,000 square meters, capable of accommodating thousands, with excellent surrounding facilities and convenient transportation. Ming Lan, along with Yan Luo and others, arrived early. Although they were already aware of Pei Yuhua's immense popularity, they were still left speechless upon reaching the venue. Outside the concert hall, fans had been waiting for quite some time, most of them clad in the Klein blue of Pei Yuhua's fan colors, waving various light sticks and banners, buzzing with excitement as they interacted. Some fans had brought professional photography equipment to capture photos and videos during the concert. Others, clearly organized fan groups, were systematically distributing support items and bottled water to fellow fans. Despite the high temperature today, even as the sun set, the air remained warm, and the fans had already started to sweat lightly, yet they showed no signs of fatigue, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Though Ming Lan had never interacted with them, She felt that this fervent investment of time, money, and emotion in pursuing a star, despite being nameless to him, was both irreplaceable and heartfelt. Song Icheng lamented. Pei Lauscher's concert tickets are so hard to come by, and yet he generously gifted us some.
Right?
Why would he give us tickets?
Su quién pander.
Surely he has other people he could invite? From a practical standpoint, they were just ordinary individuals. Even having participated in a romantic variety show, they had only garnered a fraction of fans compared to the major stars in the entertainment industry. Pei Yuhua could gain nothing from them. In terms of familiarity, they had merely recorded a song together, hardly enough to be considered friends. Yet he had still chosen to give them tickets. Was it simply because he was a kind-hearted and generous person? They could not deduce an answer to this question. So they opted not to dwell on it and joined the throng of fans as they entered the venue. The concert hall was vast, with a massive stage adorned on either side by Klein blue flags bearing Pei Yuhua's name and likeness. The audience seating was arranged in a tiered fashion, with every seat equipped with light sticks, hand banners, and exquisite gift bags. Under the guidance of the staff, Ming Lan and her companions found their seats, which, while not VIP, were still close to the stage and adjacent to one another. Diu peered into the gift bag and exclaimed, "They must be wealthy." Inside were not only merchandise related to Pei Yuhua, such as bags and umbrellas, but also high-end cosmetics like lipsticks and foundations, along with cameras and watches. The total value of the items nearly equaled the cost of the concert ticket itself. At long last, the concert commenced amid fervent anticipation. The stage lights dimmed, then began to flicker, and a melodious flute pierced the air. As the powerful strumming of the guzheng filled the atmosphere, Pei Yuhua made his grand entrance. His backup dancers, clad in black and white attire, made his striking red robe stand out even more. As he turned, his high ponytail flowed gracefully with the movement, exuding an air of refined elegance. He began to sing, "3-foot sword spirit carries the spring breeze, frost and chill pierce the vast sky." 1,000 steeds with silver saddles sweep through the blossoms, resting upon the mountains and rivers of the mortal realm. The audience erupted into deafening cheers, nearly drowning out the accompaniment. Yen Luo and the others were swept up in the excitement, clapping and cheering enthusiastically. The increasingly intricate drumbeats set a heroic tone for the song, intertwining the sounds of galloping horses and clashing swords with electronic beats, immersing the audience in a vivid portrayal of a martial world. As Ming Lan gazed at the radiant figure on stage, her understanding of him deepened once more. Perhaps it was the powerful emotional resonance of his lyrics, composition, and vocal delivery that transported her back to her days at Songjing Sect, alongside like-minded seniors who, unafraid of the heavens, rose to prominence as they upheld righteousness, banding together to combat evil and support the weak. When the song concluded, the stirring emotions within Ming Lan lingered long after. After a quick costume change backstage, Pei Yuhua swiftly returned to the stage, transitioning from traditional songs to soft ballads, rock anthems to hip-hop, delivering an astonishing auditory experience throughout the evening, with his stage effects in full swing and his vocal performance remaining consistently impressive. The cacophony of fans crescendoed, their fervent screams soaring higher as they vigorously waved their glow sticks, transforming the venue into a vast ocean of Klein blue. As the nearly 3-hour concert approached its conclusion, Pei Yuhua delivered his final song as a farewell. Ming Lan had previously stumbled upon a fan's explanation online, revealing that this song was his debut piece, marking the inception of his journey into the music industry and the beginning of his fanbase. Thus, it was customary for him to conclude each concert with this very song. As the last lyric resonated through the air, a multitude of shimmering confetti cascaded down, dancing in the light like countless stars. After bidding farewell to Pei Yuhua and advising his fans to return home safely, those still entranced by the atmosphere gradually made their way out. Ming Lan and her companions followed suit, and during their return journey, she contemplated sending Pei Yuhua a message, "You sang beautifully." On the other end, it seemed he was preoccupied as he responded with a voice message instead of text. The faint sounds of staff bustling in the background audible. "Is it only the song that sounds good?" His tone was laced with evident amusement. "Am I not handsome?" Ming Lan decided to reply with a voice message as well. "Handsome. The moment you appeared on stage, a poem came to mind." Pei Yuhua raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What poem?" She recited, "In the spring of youth, clad in thin garments, leaning on a slanted bridge, beckoning with crimson sleeves from atop the building." Chapter 44. The Dream of Nank. Following the concert, animated GIFs and videos of Pei Yuhua's performance went viral across the internet, with 15 out of the top 10 trending topics related to him. Among the highlights was his newly released song, The Dream of Nink. Even passers-by are utterly captivated. This guy is undeniably talented. After all these years since his debut, each song I thought was his pinnacle, yet he continues to surpass each peak. No joke, when he turned around during the concert, I nearly transitioned from a fan to a girlfriend fan, then I remembered his sharp tongue and passed as a straight man, and was jolted back to reality. While Pei Yuhua is indeed multifaceted, he has released relatively few songs in the national style, which makes me curious. Why name such a spirited and chivalrous song The Dream of Nink? I expected a more gallant title. 1. The Dream of Nink carries a sense of regret, which doesn't quite align with my brother's style. Pei Yuhua, being an adept netizen, often meandered through various platforms with his phone in hand, thus he was well aware of the fans' curiosity regarding the meaning behind his new song's title. The Dream of Nink was conceived one midnight when he was transported back to dreams of days spent alongside Ming Lan, unaware that she would eventually enter his world. After consulting countless masters versed in metaphysics, all of whom informed him that traversing time and space was impossible, he found himself occasionally engulfed by feelings of confusion and despondency. Pei Yuhua had once thought the likelihood of encountering her was minuscule. He merely wished to compose a song to commemorate not only Ming Lan but also the youthful fervor he experienced by her side, vanquishing demons and safeguarding righteousness in pursuit of peace across the realms. The more vividly the dream scenes appeared, the more disoriented he became, as nothing could validate the authenticity of his experiences. In the end, was he truly traversing to another realm, becoming the sword in a maiden's grasp, or merely ensnared in an interminable dream? All his memories were but a fleeting reverie in the realm of Nink. Young Master Pei, your crush is trending, Chun Yao exclaimed, eagerly approaching with his phone. Look, netizens are praising her beauty. It wasn't just Ming Lan and her friends. Numerous celebrities within the entertainment industry had attended Pei Yuhua's concert. Some intentionally, others inadvertently captured by bystanders, leading to trending topics. Some came purely for the music, while others sought to ride the wave of popularity. This was hardly surprising. Pei Yuhua, intrigued, responded, "Let me see." The original post even included Ming Lan and her companions, with the author excitedly sharing that they had been following the heart-stirring journey, not expecting them to attend Pei Yuhua's concert. The comment section was filled with netizens and fans engaging in playful banter. Yet no one guessed that the tickets were gifted by Pei Yuhua himself. This was primarily due to his notorious reputation for being eccentric. While others in the entertainment circle often sought to be a breath of fresh air, socializing was an inevitable part of the industry, with practices like inviting other stars to promote films or gifting concert tickets being commonplace. However, he rarely engaged in such activities, typically reserving ticket gifts for just 3 close friends within the industry. Thus, no one could fathom that Ming Lan and her group, who had only participated in a single variety show, would receive tickets from Pei Yuhua. Initially, the focus was merely on the fact that they had attended the concert, affirming Pei Yuhua's charm with so many stars in attendance. As the conversation progressed, however, netizens began to divert their attention, even leading to Ming Lan's concert candid photos trending. Wait! How could the candid shots of the master be so stunning? More beautiful than in the variety show. She seems no different from the stars, can we even say that? Haven't you all realized the master's beauty yet? I was already smitten when she was live streaming. If I say I'm a fan of the master's boyfriend, will she curse me with bad luck? Child, you are invincible. While the master's beauty indeed captivates me, the thought of her accurately predicting everything does make me a bit apprehensive. With the premiere of the heart-stirring journey, Ming Lan's fame soared, her follower count on the Tomato Live app nearing 10 million, and this surge in popularity due to her looks propelled her past the million-follower mark. The operational manager responsible for liaising with Ming Lan on the Tomato Live app privately messaged her, suggesting that she capitalize on the momentum to start a live stream, solidifying her fanbase in preparation for the upcoming October streamer competition. Intrigued, Ming Lan inquired, "What is the streamer competition?" It's an event hosted by the Tomato Live app, where the increase in followers and gift values during the competition will be comprehensively calculated to select the top 3 most popular streamers. Not only would you receive a prize, but you'd also gain official exposure from the platform. I believe you have a great chance of winning. Generally laid back, Ming Lan had little interest in monetary rewards or exposure. However, the mention of rankings instantly piqued her interest. Alright, I will participate. She decided to stream spontaneously, initially thinking that not many viewers would join, but to her astonishment, Tens of thousands flocked into the room in an instant, and the barrage of comments became somewhat laggy due to the overwhelming volume. The missing person has finally returned. I was just watching the edited version of the variety show when a notification popped up saying you were live, and I was overjoyed. Master, look at me. You must choose me for a fortune-telling session. I really want to know my fate. The beauty from the trending topic is truly stunning. She was born to thrive in live streaming. Who else could gain 10 million followers in a month? Master Ming Lan, are you not a celestial being descended to Earth? That moment when you exposed Wu Mingqiu in the live stream gave me chills. Ming Lan first engaged with a few comments before transitioning into the main topic. It's been a while since I last did any fortune-telling. Let us stick to our usual format and connect with 3 viewers for a reading. No sooner had she finished speaking than a netizen with the ID Xianzhen's disciple Wang Xiaoming began bombarding the comments with doubts about her skills. Disciple Wang Xiaoming of Xuanzhen Temple. Everyone, do not be deceived by her. I am a bona fide practitioner of the mystic arts. The dubious methods she espouses are likely learned from some obscure source and may even shorten your lifespans. Disciple Wang Xiaoming of Xuanzhen Temple, I have never heard of anyone who can predict fortunes to the exact second. Even my master cannot do so. Do not tarnish the reputation of our profession under the guise of fortune-telling. Upon entering the live stream, numerous viewers perused his profile and discovered that he too was a streamer, albeit with only a few tens of thousands of followers. His daily updates revealed that he possessed genuine skills in divination and was a disciple of a certain sect. Although contemporary netizens are notoriously curious and often jest about wanting to die, they are surprisingly receptive to advice. Upon witnessing a legitimate Taoist raise doubts, they too began to harbor uncertainties and hesitations. Chapter 45. Raising a Little Ghost. Indeed, I also find it rather sinister. It seems that most fortune-tellers merely offer vague guidance, such as predicting imminent misfortune or career advancement, but they do not specify exact times, locations, or events. Exactly. I recall hearing that one should not pry too deeply. The more one calculates, the thinner their fate becomes. When drawing talismans and performing rituals, one must adhere to specific guidelines. If she is so accurate, logically speaking, has she not exhausted her merits? Yet, many netizens still sided with Ming Lan. You just haven't encountered a true master of fortune-telling. We have a venerable elder here whose predictions are remarkably accurate. He foretold a car accident for my father, and despite our offering to help mitigate it, he said it could only be lessened, not entirely avoided. A few days later, my father indeed had a car accident, totaling the vehicle, yet he emerged unscathed. Some friends are too fickle, mere reeds swaying in the wind. Have you not noticed that those who oppose Master Ming typically meet with misfortune? I initially thought it was mere hype, but after watching a couple of variety shows, I realized she possesses genuine talent. Doubts raised against her do not necessarily imply anything. It is likely that the challenger lacks sufficient skill. Ming Lan was taken aback by the emergence of a celestial master questioning her. She had researched the enigmatic profession of celestial masters and discovered that it bore similarities to her own ability to peer into destinies. From Wang Xiaoming's perspective, his skepticism was indeed justified. However, he could not fathom that she was not of this world. By observing one's features, she could glean insights into their lives without depleting her merits, merely drawing on a slight amount of spiritual energy. She chuckled softly. Could it not be a matter of differing sects? Disciple Wang Xiaoming of Xuanzhen Temple. Regardless of your sect, it must adhere to reason. I suspect you are merely seeking publicity, or perhaps employing dark arts. Unless you can calculate my fate accurately, I shall acknowledge your abilities and accept you as my superior. Initially, she was reluctant to engage with this overconfident yet underqualified individual, but her fans eagerly anticipated her reading for him. That is a splendid idea. While I subjectively believe in Master Ming, I am inherently averse to death. After he speaks, I might hesitate to have my fortune told. Should Master Ming's predictions prove accurate and devoid of any ominous sensations, that would indeed confirm her credibility. Master Ming, please read for him. What if this little celestial master has a secret too? Haha. Is there truly such a thing as celestial masters and ghosts in this world? This is starting to frighten me a bit. The barrage of comments in the chat implored Ming Lan to read Wang Xiaoming's fortune, while Wang Xiaoming himself continued to post, goading her to comply. Ultimately, Ming Lan decided to acquiesce, resting her chin on one hand, a smile gracing her lips. After all, this was your challenge. Let us connect. Without hesitation, Wang Xiaoming sent a request to connect, and when his visage appeared in the live stream, the audience was momentarily taken aback. They had presumed that such a common name would belong to an unremarkable and frail individual. Yet the man in the video was surprisingly handsome, in his 20s, with sharp features, clad in a white t-shirt, gazing at Ming Lan with an uplifted chin, inviting her to proceed. The instant the video activated, Ming Lan's expression turned grave, her brow furrowed. "You are destined to die." As her words echoed, the room fell into stunned silence.
What?
This revelation is rather monumental. I was just about to compliment his looks. How could he be fated to die? Such beauty is often cursed. Surely, no one would jest about such matters. In addition to her own fans and onlookers, some of Wang Xiaoming's followers were present, most of whom had some understanding of mysticism, whether as professionals or self-taught enthusiasts. Upon hearing her declaration, they immediately entered a collective questioning frenzy. Nonsense. I have followed Master Wang for quite some time. He practices martial arts regularly, his health is robust. How could such a young man be on the brink of death? An outsider displaying her rudimentary skills in front of a professional. Wang Xiaoming refrained from making any extreme remarks, merely posing a question to her. Did your master never teach you the 3 prohibitions in our field? Ming Lan had learned that within the realm of fortune-telling, aside from the inability to predict one's own fate, there are 3 categories of individuals whose fortunes should not be calculated: children, whose futures are influenced by myriad factors; those who have exhausted their luck, as their fate cannot simply vanish without cause; and the dying. She replied, "I am aware of these taboos, yet I am not bound by them." Wang Xiaoming hissed, "Why is that?" Ming Lan chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling like a breeze. "It is simply because I possess exceptional prowess." Wang Xiaoming clenched his jaw, then demanded, "Tell me, how will I die?" Ming Lan hesitated. He scoffed, "I have seen you predict everything in your previous streams. Discerning my cause of death should be a simple task, or can you not? I am merely pondering whether there are any unspoken taboos." Wang Xiaoming confidently asserted, "None. I can speak of anything, I have no restrictions." "Very well, then I shall speak plainly." Ming Lan felt reassured. "You took on a job from the celebrity Mo Qingyu half a month ago to suppress the Tai ghost she has raised. Yet she did not disclose the truth to you. An ordinary ghost is manageable, but since she has nurtured it with blood and committed numerous wrongdoings, the ghost has absorbed excessive malevolence, and it is beyond your capacity to suppress now. I advise you to inform your master, Zhang Tianchi, and seek his assistance in this matter." Initially, Wang Xiaoming appeared indifferent, but as she finished her explanation, he was left speechless, dropping the copper coin he had been toying with onto the floor with a clatter. He had not disclosed his dealings with Mo Qingyu to anyone, let alone the specifics of the task. How could Ming Lan have discerned this in mere seconds? Even the fact that Mo Qingyu had concealed the truth, that she had raised a ghost with blood, was also within her knowledge? Who exactly is this person? Could it be that there exists a prodigy within the realm of mysticism, one who is unbound by the laws of destiny and can unveil any secret? The shock reverberated within him, leaving him unable to compose himself, and the viewers were equally astounded. "What did you just say? Mo Qingyu? The ethereal beauty renowned for her purity and detachment from worldly affairs raises a ghost?" Chapter 46. The Ancient Spirit Child. Mo Qingyu has emerged as one of the most prominent female stars over the past 2 years. Although she has been in the industry for 5 years, her career only began to flourish more than 2 years ago, gradually gaining recognition among a broader audience. Her ethereal beauty and her memorable portrayals of pure, angelic characters have earned her the moniker of fairy. Yet, despite her meteoric rise to fame, she seems to have remained grounded, untainted by the allure of wealth, displaying an uncharacteristic serenity for someone of her age. Even her public persona aligns closely with that of a fairy. During a variety show interview, she candidly revealed her fondness for tea and meditation, prompting playful jests that she is indeed a true fairy. Her fans often proclaim, "If it weren't for us, the fairy would have retired from acting long ago." Moreover, Mo Qingyu possesses a meager rapport with the general public. When her name arises, most people hold a favorable impression of her. However, the current gossip suggests that Ming Lan has accused her of raising a ghost child. Surely this is false? I refuse to believe it. Oh my, look at Wang Xiaoming's reaction. Could it be that Ming Lan has truly hit the mark? Does this mean Mo Qingyu really does raise a ghost child? Raising a ghost child sounds too sinister. What could Mo Qingyu possibly gain from it? She is so unambitious. Indeed, Mo Qingyu acts solely for her fans. What could she possibly gain from such a thing? I remain neutral, based on past experience. Master Ming Lan has never been wrong. Am I the only one who is ignorant? What exactly is raising a ghost child? I've only seen it in horror films. Ming Lan earnestly explained that a ghost child, also known as a gumantong, originates from Southeast Asia and has a long history. It involves using special materials to mold the shape of a child, with a sorcerer's incantations summoning the spirit of a child who has perished due to abortion or unfortunate circumstances. Initially, gumantong were employed to ward off evil spirits and protect homes, but over time, they have been exploited by those with nefarious intentions to satisfy their own desires. Wang Xiaoming solemnly added that buyers typically treat the gumantong as their own children, dressing them and feeding them. If used properly, they can indeed bring blessings. However, if employed for malicious purposes, especially when fed with blood, the outcome is vastly different. The two spoke with such conviction that the viewers in the live stream felt a chill run down their spines. This sounds terrifying. Good heavens. Do you even know what time it is? I can hardly bring myself to go to the restroom. Raising it like a child? Just one glance at it would send me into shock. I just got curious and searched for pictures of gumantong, and I was already terrified beyond belief. Just as Ming Lan was about to say more, the live stream screen suddenly went black, and a notification from the platform popped up. Your live stream has been identified as involving direct or indirect promotion of feudal superstition or pseudoscientific content, and will be suspended for 12 hours. Access will be restored after the suspension period. Please adjust accordingly for your next broadcast. She furrowed her brow, perplexed that merely mentioning the concept of raising a ghost child would lead to her live stream being banned. The audience was equally astonished, remarking on how stringent Tomato Live's regulations were. Although the live stream's abrupt termination was unexpected, many viewers recorded it and promptly shifted to Weibo to continue following the drama. Ming Lan had accurately predicted several scandals involving celebrities and internet personalities without ever being wrong, leading many netizens to place their unwavering faith in her words. They flocked to Mo Qingyu's studio and personal accounts to inquire whether she had indeed raised a ghost child. Naturally, her fans were unwilling to accept such claims and engaged in heated arguments with the gossiping netizens, resulting in a chaotic scene. You all seem utterly bewitched. I admit that Ming Lan's predictions can be accurate, but don't you think the idea of raising a ghost child is utterly ridiculous? Exactly. Why don't you mention that my sister casts spells on people? If she claimed to be in a love triangle or had an underground romance, I might believe it, as those are plausible in real life. But raising a ghost child? ISNT that just feudal superstition? Her live stream was banned. What more is there to discuss? It's the 21st century. How can anyone still hold such beliefs? Have they never been educated? Haha, Mo Qingyu raising a ghost child? That's undoubtedly the funniest joke I've heard this year. It would be more believable if she were said to be practicing asceticism, which aligns better with her unworldly character. Such naive fans. Though I act, attend variety shows, and walk red carpets, I am actually quite disinterested in worldly affairs. Do you believe that? You fans can keep laughing. Your sister is about to face the backlash from the gumantong. Upon reflection, Mo Qingyu has indeed been somewhat lukewarm in her career for many years, but since 2 years ago, everything changed dramatically with multiple fortuitous opportunities. Yes, I remember that in the past, the original actress for The Melody of Life suddenly broke her leg and couldn't act, allowing her to step in. And she became an instant sensation. The same goes for the popular show Signals of Youth, where she replaced an original guest who had a sudden car accident. It's truly chilling to consider. Why does her rise always coincide with the misfortunes of her competitors? Once or twice could be mere coincidence, but too many times raises suspicions. The fans of Mo Qingyu and those of Ming Lan exchanged barbs, with many curious onlookers stoking the flames, quickly propelling the topic to trending status. Meanwhile, one of the key figures, Ming Lan, remained oblivious to the online turmoil, engaged in private conversation with Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming's attitude towards her had shifted significantly. He cautiously inquired how she had come to her conclusions. She responded succinctly, just a glance. This reply infuriated Wang Xiaoming, as he believed their fortune-telling, while seemingly mystical to outsiders, was based on tangible evidence, such as darkening of the forehead indicating impending misfortune or the nose pressing against the philtrum being unfavorable for offspring. How could she discern so much with just a glance? Ming Lan reiterated her warning, reminding him to heed her words. Given the gravity of the situation, Wang Xiaoming wasted no time and rushed into his master's room, exclaiming, "Master, we have a grave matter at hand." His master, Zhang Yuqing, not only presided over the Xiantown Temple, but was also a member of the Huaxia Mystic Arts Association, having connections with many renowned figures in the metaphysical community and having witnessed numerous significant events. After watching Ming Lan's live stream, he displayed an expression of astonishment, recognizing that this individual possessed formidable and unfathomable abilities. When had such a powerful figure emerged in the realm of mysticism, Wang Xiaoming, in his urgency, implored, "Please do not marvel at her. She has foretold my demise. No matter, I shall handle Mo Qingyu's ghost child issue for you."
Wait.
In a flash of insight, Wang Xiaoming suddenly recalled something he had overlooked. His employer was a celebrity, and now that Ming Lan had exposed her ghost child revelation, it had reached a level of widespread discussion online. Would he still be entitled to his commission? At the time, Ming Lan had asked if there was anything he could not disclose, and he had naively replied no, never anticipating that she could even unearth Mo Qingyu's secret. Chapter 47. We shall sue her. Just as he pondered this, Mo Qingyu's agent called. "Is this how your industry maintains confidentiality? Our Qingyu is a major star. What do you expect her to do now? The collaboration is cancelled. You must clarify using your own account that this Ming Lan did not get it right. Otherwise, our Qingyu's career will be ruined." Wang Xiaoming held the phone at arm's length, cleaning his ears in disbelief. "How can you blame me for this? I didn't divulge anything. And besides, you concealed information from me as well. If what Master Ming Lan said is true, that the Gumintang is fed with blood and has engaged in vile deeds, this matter becomes quite troublesome. Your superstar's life may not be long for this world." Nonsense. That's alarmist rhetoric. With that, the agent hung up, and he turned to the woman seated on the sofa. "Qingyu, what shall we do now?" The curtains in the room remained undrawn, allowing sunlight to flood in. Yet an inexplicable chill lingered within, as if a continuous stream of cold air seeped from the floor. Seated with a pallid countenance, the ethereal maiden known as Mo Qingyu, untouched by the dust of the world, anxiously surveyed her surroundings, her eyes flickering with terror and her fingers nervously gnawing at her nails, betraying her heightened state of distress. What could she possibly do? She urgently instructed her studio to issue a clarification. Furthermore, she demanded the swift acquisition of a reliable master. She felt an unsettling gaze upon her. She was truly at her wit's end. The ancient spirit she had nurtured for over 2 years had initially been a desperate attempt to enhance her stagnant career after several years of mediocrity. Hearing that rearing a spirit could usher in fortune, she leveraged her connections to summon one. She constructed an altar for it, faithfully offering tributes daily as instructed by the master, and indeed, her career began to flourish. Yet human nature is insatiable. She yearned for more screen time, to play the lead, to bask in all the spotlight. Thus, she sought out another remedy from the master, a bizarre method of feeding the spirit with blood to amplify its powers and fulfill her desires. With trepidation, Mo Qingyu attempted this ritual, slicing her forearm with a small blade to offer her blood, fervently wishing for the role of the second female lead in Jin's Rouge. To her astonishment, the very next day, she received news that she had been invited to join the cast, coinciding with a tragic accident that befell the originally cast actress, who had broken her leg. Fear gripped her, but exhilaration soon overshadowed it. She embraced the spirit, showering it with praise for its deeds. However, her reliance on it grew, and her path to stardom became increasingly unimpeded as those embroiled in disputes with her often encountered misfortune. Yet, a fortnight prior, she sensed something amiss in her home. One fateful night, amidst the inky darkness and howling winds, she awoke in the dead of night and ventured to the kitchen for a drink. Suddenly, she heard a rustling noise from her room, louder than a mere mouse's scurry. Mo Qingyu, on high alert, initially suspected an obsessive fan had invaded her sanctuary, only to discover the sound emanated from the chamber housing the spirit. Terrified that her secret would be unveiled, she burst through the door, only to find the room eerily empty, save for the spirit-esque grinning visage facing her. Noticing an open window, she dismissed the sound as mere wind. As she turned to close the window, she was met with the spirit-esque gaze, now fixated on her. Its once playful smile morphed into a menacing grin. Its black pupils transformed into a sinister crimson, bulging ominously as if they might pop from their sockets. 2 streams of blood tears dripped onto the altar, mingling with a putrid scent that sent chills down her spine. In a fit of terror, she screamed and hurled her phone away. The housekeeper, awakened by the commotion, rushed in to find her trembling and weak. To her horror, Mo Qingyu noticed that the spirit remained steadfastly facing the door, no longer transfixed. Its eyes devoid of blood and tears, everything appeared entirely normal, as though the chilling scene had merely been a figment of her imagination. The following day, the housekeeper, while tidying up, revealed a peculiar sight. "Miss M.O., it seems something has crawled through your room." On her bedside, 2 bloodied handprints marred the surface, small and short, reminiscent of an infant's hands. In that moment, her blood ran cold. Thus, she sought the introduction of a professional master to assist in suppressing the spirit, only to discover that her secret had been divulged by Ming Lan. As one of the most celebrated actresses in recent years, Mo Qingyu's studio adeptly navigated public relations, employing an army of online commentators to manage her image. They refrained from directly addressing the rampant rumors circulating online, opting instead to share a previously published article from an official media source, urging the public to dismiss superstitions in favor of scientific reasoning, effectively shifting the narrative from mere gossip to a discourse on superstition. Many individuals today firmly align with materialism, dismissing the supernatural. Even with a clear understanding of Ming Lan's fortune-telling abilities, the notion of raising spirits remained a subject of skepticism for many. Eating gossip is one thing, but raising spirits seems utterly far-fetched. Isn't it akin to praying to Buddha for psychological comfort? Let us refrain from spreading rumors and instead trust in Qingyu and the official stance advocating for science. Even if she truly did raise a spirit, it hardly constitutes a scandal. It's merely a personal interest. If raising spirits could guarantee wishes, wouldn't everyone abandon education to pursue that instead? Indeed, even if she did, what's the harm? A niche craft made from a deceased infant can't possibly be lethal, can it? My sister became a star through sheer hard work. Why must such an uncontentious person like Qingyu be subjected to slander? Who exactly has she wronged? Simultaneously, several scandals involving minor celebrities surfaced, diverting public attention to their misdeeds, rendering Mo Qingyu's spirit-raising scandal little more than a source of amusement. Consequently, interest in her plight waned, and her name gradually slipped from the trending lists. On the other hand, Ming Lan received a phone call from an individual claiming to be Mo Qingyu's manager, requesting a meeting. She surmised the nature of the request and responded coolly, suggesting they discuss matters over the phone. As Mo Qingyu's fame escalated, so too did her manager's status. It was a rarity for anyone to address him without a sense of deference. How could a mere internet celebrity presume to speak so arrogantly? Anger surged within the manager, yet he quelled it, recognizing the necessity for diplomacy. "Miss Ming, I acknowledge your talents and ambition, yet surely you understand the need for flexibility? The adult world is rarely black and white, wouldn't you agree?" Ming Lan, uninterested in idle chatter, cut straight to the chase. "You wish for me to issue a statement admitting I made an error in my predictions? Miss Ming, your astuteness is commendable. You truly are a clever one." The manager, believing the matter to be resolved, reassured her, "Rest assured, financial compensation can be arranged." Ming Lan coldly interrupted, "Not happening. I made no mistake." With that, she severed the call, leaving the manager seething with impotent rage. "Notify the lawyers. We shall sue her." The next day, a law firm announced they were representing Mo Qingyu in a lawsuit against Ming Lan for defamation of character, swiftly disseminating a letter of legal intent, which Mo Qingyu's studio eagerly shared. Many netizens, lacking a thorough understanding of legal matters, were easily intimidated upon hearing that a lawsuit had been filed, mistakenly believing that Ming Lan's comments regarding Mo Qingyu's spirit-raising were mere fabrications, thus reversing public sentiment. So it was all a falsehood? They've even hired a lawyer. Will Ming Lan end up in jail? What could her motive be? Surely no one offered her too much? This is amusing. Some people don't shed tears until they see the coffin. I wonder if the little internet celebrity who slandered my sister is now cowering under her blankets. Ming Lan has become a defendant. Why hasn't she come forth to apologize? Hiding behind her fans like a coward. Such comments proliferated, and Ming Lan's social media accounts were inundated with messages and remarks, many of which were undoubtedly from Mo Qingyu's fans. Ignoring the deluge, she retweeted the studio's statement, accompanied by her own meticulously crafted response. Ming Lan, she does not suffer from depression. Rather, she is experiencing acute nervous tension induced by the spirit. Mo Qingyu's studio. The recent unfounded rumors about Mo Qingyu are defamatory and have exacerbated her depression. She is currently undergoing treatment in the hospital, and we have sought assistance from Mengang Law Firm. The comments section erupted into a chaotic battleground once more. Ming Lan, does your conscience not ache? Must you drive my sister to her grave before you are satisfied? Constructing such an eerie entity, do you assume we have not perused literature?
Oh.
How my heart aches for Qingyu. She must not encounter any misfortune. It seems the accusation of defamation has become rather trivial. one might as well charge her with slander. The victim has already exacerbated her depression, teetering on the brink of suicide. Surely this constitutes a case of defamation? Ha ha ha, how amusing are you fans? Why not pursue charges of slander? Because your sister could never prevail. Let me elucidate. The infringement of one's reputation and the crime of defamation are not synonymous. They differ significantly. One key distinction is that defamation must involve the dissemination of fabricated, false facts, whereas the act of infringing upon one's reputation can occur even if the statements made are true, provided they are publicly disclosed and harm another's character or reputation. In simpler terms, defamation must be false, whereas reputation infringement does not necessarily have to be.
It seems that way.
I recall a previous case involving a celebrity with a criminal past who succeeded in a reputation infringement lawsuit. Thus one cannot definitively claim that Master is spreading rumors. Master Ming Lan remains composed, even now calculating that Mo Qingyu does not suffer from depression. There are those questioning whether my sister's depression is genuine? Since Mo Qingyu has been mentioned, it is imperative to note that she is set to attend the HODM jewelry endorsement launch event soon. She is indeed the first female spokesperson for HODM jewelry, showcasing her remarkable prowess. Originally, the matter seemed to reach a temporary conclusion, as both Ming Lan and Mo Qingyu appeared to possess valid arguments. Apart from a handful of netizens taking sides, the majority of onlookers maintained a neutral stance, biding their time to allow the situation to unfold, trusting that time would reveal the truth. Yet, at this moment, a twist occurred. Pei Yuhua liked Ming Lan's post on Weibo. As a phenomenally popular singer, his every online move is scrutinized, especially when he chooses to endorse one party embroiled in controversy. Within less than a minute, the fervor surrounding Pei Yuhua's like surged dramatically. His fans were taken aback. Although he had previously confronted haters directly, his manager, Chen Yao, fearing that Pei Yuhua might someday misstep and withdraw from the scene due to a careless comment or misplaced like, had exerted strict control over his phone, leading to a prolonged absence from Weibo. So, why has Pei Yuhua suddenly chosen to involve himself in this affair? In today's fast-paced digital age, the actions of public figures are magnified, and it remains unclear which party between Ming Lan and Mo Qingyu is at fault. By hastily endorsing one side, he risks being implicated should Ming Lan indeed be the one spreading falsehoods. Some fans expressed concern for him, while others posited a different perspective. As a figure within the entertainment industry, perhaps he possesses insider knowledge. Despite his somewhat aloof demeanor, Pei Yuhua is not foolish. Why would he indiscriminately like a post from someone he hardly knows? He must have some insight into Mo Qingyu's situation, leading to a rational judgment regarding the matter, which emboldened him to take a stand. Many netizens shared this sentiment, and soon the online discourse tilted overwhelmingly in his favor, with numerous users excitedly inquiring if Pei Yuhua could discreetly divulge any details regarding the situation. Mo Qingyu and her team were bewildered. Why had this ancestor suddenly decided to join the fray? Pei Yuhua frequently confronts haters and calls out lesser-known stars seeking attention. That is commonplace. But those incidents were always related to him. Over the years, numerous disputes have arisen in the entertainment industry. Yet he has never intervened or taken sides. What is he doing now? Her manager was frantic, pacing in circles, questioning whether they had ever crossed paths with him or offended him in any way. What advantage could he gain from targeting them? Mo Qingyu, feeling agitated, exclaimed, "How should I know what madness he is up to? Have you summoned the master I requested?" They were awaiting him, confident in his professionalism, believing he would resolve the matter today, allowing her to rest tomorrow and maintain her composure for the jewelry launch. The master arrived clad in a Taoist robe, equipped with a peachwood sword and various other items, ready to perform rituals in her room. Afterward, he presented her with several protective talismans, and with the yellow talisman clasped in her hand, Mo Qingyu felt a wave of calm wash over her. Backstage at her jewelry launch, her manager excitedly informed her that the controversy surrounding Ming Lan had actually boosted her visibility. In fact, Director Wei had reached out to inquire if she would be interested in playing the lead role in his next film. While reputation is indeed paramount in the entertainment industry, visibility reigns supreme. Without trending topics or buzz, one is rendered insignificant. This is why lesser-known stars often resort to antics on the red carpet to garner attention. Although many now suspect Mo Qingyu of harboring a malevolent spirit, it has simultaneously drawn her considerable attention. Suspicions remain mere conjecture, lacking substantial evidence. Yet the influx of traffic resulting from this incident is undeniably tangible. With her spirits lifted, Mo Qingyu adjusted her skirt, preparing to take the stage. unbeknownst to all. As the door to the makeup room closed, a blood-red handprint appeared upon her vanity. Chapter 49. I Can Recognize You. The celebrity endorsement launch event was attended by numerous media outlets and many fans who had come to support her. Even passers-by in the shopping mall craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the star. Ming Lan, clad in a loose black hoodie and a baseball cap, leaned against a pillar in the mall, her gaze drifting over the bustling crowd to the stage in the distance. Mo Qingyu emerged in a pure white fairy dress, her complexion slightly pale, eliciting screams and cheers from the assembled fans. Yet, all Ming Lan could perceive was the palpable aura of death emanating from Mo Qingyu. The malevolent spirit, having absorbed too much resentment and negativity, had inexplicably followed her to the event. Initially, Ming Lan had no intention of intervening, but the thought of that spirit potentially causing harm to Mo Qingyu compelled her to assess the situation, determined to prevent any innocent lives from being claimed. The event proceeded smoothly. Mo Qingyu, adorned with the brand's jewelry, sparkled under the lights, while the media's flashes were incessant. She maintained a facade of calm as she surveyed the audience, secretly planning to have her team purchase a trending topic immediately after the event to quell the rumors of her alleged spirit possession while the iron was hot. The internet possesses no memory. The entertainment industry often experiences a flurry of celebrity scandals, and as long as she can endure this period, she will still be perceived as the ethereal fairy in the eyes of netizens. With these thoughts, her mood brightened considerably. And just as she was about to respond cheerfully to the host's questions, her expression suddenly froze. For among the enthusiastic fans below, she discerned a familiar face, a pair of bloodshot eyes fixated on her, revealing a mouth full of jagged, serrated teeth. Her mind went blank, and the microphone slipped from her grasp, crashing to the ground as she emitted a terrified scream. Ah! The venue fell silent, the host and fans exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of her distress. Her manager, cursing under his breath, rushed to retrieve the microphone, attempting to salvage the situation. I apologize. Qingyu's condition has been quite unstable lately. We need to step away for a moment. He escorted the trembling Mo Qingyu offstage to the backstage lounge, while a professional host deftly redirected the conversation, praising her dedication despite her illness. What is wrong with you? This is a public setting. Confronted by her agent's accusations, Mo Qingyu clasped her head with trembling hands, her complexion ashen. The master she had summoned failed to exorcise the presence that continued to loom over her. What should she do? It was inconceivable, surely. It must be a figment of her anxious imagination. Her agent attempted to reassure her, asserting that in the bright light of day, such a specter could not possibly manifest. Go wash your face in the restroom and regain your composure, he advised. Mo Qingyu found some merit in his words and, in a daze, ambled to the bathroom sink, turning on the tap to wash her hands. As she inadvertently glanced up, her soul nearly fled her body. Perched on her shoulder in the mirror was a small ghost, its form dripping with blood, contorting its visage into a grotesque smile. Mommy, why have you abandoned me? Regaining her senses, Mo Qingyu screamed and rushed toward the door. Help! There's a ghost! A ghost! Outside, her makeup artist and bodyguards, who were preparing for an urgent touch-up, dashed into the restroom upon hearing her frantic cries. However, upon witnessing the horror within, they collectively gasped in shock. Mo Qingyu lay sprawled in a pool of blood, her arms and thighs marred by wounds as if a ferocious beast had savagely torn away chunks of flesh.
Quick!
Call an ambulance. Chaos erupted as those behind her, unable to find their idol, grew increasingly agitated. The host, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to maintain control. Just then, several doctors and nurses rushed backstage, shortly thereafter bearing out a blood-soaked victim. Despite the body being closely guarded by bodyguards, the fans quickly discerned that it was Mo Qingyu. My heavens, what happened? Did she attempt suicide due to severe depression? Concern flooded the fans' hearts. So much blood. Please, let her be okay. Many devoted fans attempted to surge forward to catch a glimpse, only to be restrained by security personnel. The atmosphere thick with anguished cries and pleas for calm from the host, who struggled to maintain order amidst the chaos. Numerous staff members, alerted to the situation, hurried backstage to clean the bloodied restroom, discussing the bizarre incident while they worked, oblivious to the ancient spirit clinging to the ceiling, its blood-red eyes glinting with excitement. Just as it prepared to leap down to feast upon them, it suddenly caught a whiff of danger and swiftly scurried out through a window. In the dim stairwell, the little ghost scuttled frantically when it encountered a shadowy figure. Ming Lan stood with her arms crossed, looking down at it with disdain. The ghost emitted a sharp yelp, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged toward her. Be careful. Before Ming Lan could react, a figure darted forward, yanking her back just in time. Wang Xiaoming brandished a talisman, urgently advising her, "It's dangerous here. You should leave." "Boss, what are you doing here?" Ming Lan inquired without hesitation, stepping closer to seize the little ghost by its slender arm. The ghost, trembling in fear, was too intimidated to resist. She cast a glance back at Wang Xiaoming, feigning indifference. "Oh, very well." Flustered, Wang Xiaoming hurriedly stowed away his compass and talismans, retrieving his pouch to contain the little ghost. Ming Lan wiped her hands with a tissue. "What brings you here?" "I was worried about the little ghost going berserk, so I thought I'd check in."
Oh.
"My master is here too. He struggles with stairs," Wang Xiaoming replied, bowing slightly. "Boss, why is that little ghost so afraid of you? Can you teach me a few tricks?" "No can do. It's a matter of talent," Ming Lan replied succinctly, casting him a sidelong glance. "Are you convinced now?" "Absolutely. I acknowledge your unparalleled genius. You are truly a rare talent," Wang Xiaoming proclaimed, thumping his chest. "From this moment on, you are my boss, and I am at your service." Just as Ming Lan was about to respond, her phone rang, revealing a video call from Pei Yuhua. Upon connecting, she was met with a look of concern etched across his features. "Are you alright? I saw the incident at Mo Qingyu's press conference trending online, and I noticed you in the footage." Though aware of Ming Lan's capabilities, he couldn't help but worry for her safety. "I'm fine," she smiled. "But how did you recognize me with such a heavy disguise?" Pei Yuhua's gaze remained unwavering as he replied earnestly, "Of course, no matter how you change, I will always recognize you." Wang Xiaoming leaned in. "Boss, perhaps we should leave this place for now." Pei Yuhua's eyes narrowed dangerously as he observed the man who had unexpectedly appeared on the screen. Chapter 50. He is also your friend? Pei Yuhua smiled warmly. "Ming Lan, is he also your friend?" Wang Xiaoming, being a trend-savvy youth, recognized the popular singer instantly. To his surprise, the reputedly temperamental young master appeared rather approachable. Yet there was something about his smile that sent a shiver down his spine. Ming Lan shook her head. "No, he is my newly recruited subordinate." Upon hearing this, Pei Yuhua's tension did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. How could the insolent brat who challenged her in her live stream suddenly become her subordinate? Such a hierarchical relationship sounded much more intimate than mere friendship. He cleared his throat. "What does having a subordinate entail? What do you think of me?" Chun Yao, standing nearby, nearly choked on his own saliva and quickly held his breath, eagerly awaiting Ming Lan's response. He had no doubt that if she merely nodded, this young master might very well consider retiring from the entertainment industry to pursue a path as a Taoist priest. There are no demands. He simply lost a bet. Ming Lan stated with clarity, her gaze in the video appearing particularly lucid. "You are a good person." Those 4 simple words seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly dissolving the heavy weight in Pei Yuhua's chest. His lips curled upwards uncontrollably, despite his attempts to suppress the smile. "You're also a good person." Wang Xiaoming hesitated, feeling somewhat out of place in the conversation. Suddenly, Ming Lan recalled something. "Did you like my Weibo post a few days ago to support me?" At that time, she had faced insults from Mo Qingyu's fans, while Yan Luo and others offered her solace in a small group. Later, Pei Yuhua's like had noticeably increased her support. They even praised him for his kindness. However, she had never confirmed whether his like was indeed supportive or merely a slip of the finger, perhaps due to his connections with Mo Qingyu in the entertainment industry. Now, witnessing the glimmer in Pei Yuhua's eyes, she inadvertently voiced her curiosity. "Yes," he replied, awkwardly touching his nose. "We are friends. I can't just stand by while others bully you." Wang Xiaoming's expression morphed into one of confusion. "Huh? Who is bullying whom? With your skills, how could anyone dare to bully her?" After ending the call, Ming Lan finally turned her attention to the trending topic Pei Yuhua mentioned. The news of the blood-soaked starlet being carried on a stretcher had transcended mere entertainment news, becoming a social issue. Major platforms and news outlets were ablaze with reports, the trending term accompanied by an explosive word, indicative of the widespread public interest. When Mo Qingyu was taken out on the stretcher, numerous fans and onlookers had captured videos and photographs, despite official prohibitions against disseminating such graphic content which could incite panic. Nonetheless, the related videos and images circulated rapidly among various groups, sparking fervent discussions among netizens. How terrifying! Did she attempt suicide due to her depression? Such a young life. It is not merely due to those baseless accusations. My sister, who is typically non-confrontational and in poor health, cannot possibly endure such unfounded slanders. My heart aches to the point of tears, Ming Lan. After everything my sister has endured, do you truly still refuse to apologize? Bystanders feel immense pity for her. A person of such integrity has been driven to this extent by public opinion. Recently, Mo Qingyu's studio announced that she had suffered a relapse of depression, leading many to hastily conclude that her bloodied state was the result of a self-inflicted wrist-slashing suicide in a moment of emotional turmoil, expressing sympathy for the struggles of those with depression. However, as more netizens began to voice their suspicions, they magnified the circulated videos and images to reveal the wounds on Mo Qingyu's body, which were evidently inflicted by some external force, with flesh torn away and blood gushing forth from those wounds. But can depression truly lead one to such self-mutilation? Even if the injuries were self-inflicted, how does one explain the wounds on her elbows and back? How could an ordinary person possibly bite their own elbows or back? A plethora of illogical evidence suggests that Mo Qingyu did not commit suicide. Who slashes their wrists to the extent of gouging flesh? Clearly, these injuries were not self-inflicted. While it is true that individuals with depression may harm themselves uncontrollably, do these wounds not resemble those inflicted by a creature? Goodness, is it not terrifying? Could she have been attacked by a rabid dog? The organizers are utterly irresponsible. Is this how you ensure the safety of your artists? Let me share a more chilling thought. Do not be afraid. Frightened girls can come to me, and the men may stay away. Look at this enlarged image of the wound. The bite marks. Do they not resemble those of a human more than those of a wolf or dog? The commenter even included a close-up screenshot of the wound, which was bitten in a perfectly symmetrical manner, with marks that did not resemble those left by canines. Ah,
A zombie?
close your eyes and await death. Thank you. My anxious heart has finally ceased to beat.
Who claimed it was a zombie?
Do you not recall what Master Ming Lan said? Mo Qingyu raises little spirits. She even mentioned that her little spirits had become uncontrollable. If what the master said holds truth, then does it not all make sense? You startled me. I thought it was a zombie, but it turns out to be a little spirit. Goodness. My materialistic worldview has collapsed. How can I possibly grasp Marxism now? Once this speculation was proposed, it garnered instant approval from countless netizens, with some even analyzing the footage of Mo Qingyu's sudden scream at the press conference frame by frame, clearly deducing that she had seen something in the crowd that frightened her, leaving her in a dazed state. Yet, all cameras were focused on her at the time, and no one captured the group of fans below, leaving the specifics of what she saw shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, linking Master Ming Lan's predictions to this incident indeed lends a degree of credence. The netizens found themselves both intrigued and terrified. Yet they could not shake the feeling that this was the truth. However, before they could delve deeper into their analysis, the relevant topics were abruptly wiped from existence, rendering them unsearchable. Beyond the influence of capital, only the authorities possessed the capability to enact such a sweeping erasure. Regardless of which side intervened, it underscored one undeniable fact. Their suspicions might indeed hold validity. Was Mo Qingyu truly backlashed by the little spirits she had nurtured? Chapter 51. Forbidden Arts. After receiving emergency treatment, Mo Qingyu spent 2 more days in the ICU before finally regaining consciousness. However, her mental state was severely compromised. She trembled uncontrollably and screamed incessantly whenever someone approached her. Her manager, frantic, shook her shoulders and implored, "What has caused you to become like this? Could it be what I fear? Is it the little spirits you raise?" Before he could finish, Mo Qingyu collapsed into a fit, crying out, "It's them! It's them!" The doctors and nurses, alarmed by her agitated state, hurried to calm her and ushered her manager out. Regardless, they could not disclose the true nature of Mo Qingyu's condition to the public. They merely posted a Weibo update stating that she was still recuperating, offering reassurance to anxious fans, while remaining silent on the reasons behind her injuries. Curious netizens sought insight from various experts in metaphysics, receiving responses that her future in stardom was likely to dwindle. During Ming Lan's live broadcast, numerous onlookers inquired about Mo Qingyu's situation. Master, does raising little spirits really bring good fortune? Did Mo Qingyu truly use little spirits to harm others? Will she face repercussions? Ming Lan selected certain questions to address, stating that she would indeed face backlash, and both her career and fortune would decline. Every action has consequences. Mo Qingyu had exploited little spirits to acquire resources and fortune that were not rightfully hers, and now the spirits were retaliating. Her fortune would gradually deplete, And should matters worsen, she might even lose her life. Initially, some were skeptical. After all, her status as a star and her popularity seemed to shield her from such a decline. Yet, a few days later, the production team of a film that had previously cast her as the lead announced a recast. Mo Qingyu was subsequently exposed for feigning depression to garner attention, while her ethereal persona crumbled under the weight of revelations about her studio's manipulative dealings with fan clubs to orchestrate smear campaigns against competitors. In an instant, her reputation took a complete turn, with fans abandoning her in droves. My goodness, how can they be so opportunistic? How can there still be fans who claim she is non-confrontational? This sister is quite the strong one. For heaven's sake, I have never despised pretentious individuals more in my life. Oh, I genuinely thought you were a celestial being, only to find out you turned your fans against me with your own blackmail? If she truly raises little spirits, then how tragic for those harmed over the years. I recall the actress who was originally set to play the second female lead in Jinsei Rugo, who had painstakingly fought for an important supporting role, only to suffer a leg fracture and fade into obscurity while recovering. Indeed, and what about the rising star Wang Rong, who was competing with Mo Qingyu for the lead? She withdrew from the industry after suffering facial lacerations from glass. When viewed from this perspective, it is truly terrifying. Anyone who competes with her over interests seems to suffer various misfortunes. As public opinion swelled, multiple collaborating production teams and brands opted to terminate contracts, leading to a significant downgrade in Mo Qingyu's resources, plummeting her from a first-tier star to a third-tier one, relegated from being the essential leading lady in idol dramas to merely playing minor supporting roles. Moreover, her luck seemed to falter drastically. She first fractured her leg after tripping on flat ground, then was involved in a car accident that left her with facial lacerations, and while hospitalized, the ceiling unexpectedly collapsed. A series of unforeseen incidents plagued her. The entertainment industry is rife with stars. No one is truly irreplaceable. During her continuous period of unexpected injuries and hospitalizations, other stars seized the opportunity to fill the void. By the time she was discharged, she realized she had been rendered unqualified even for supporting roles. She found herself back in the days of being a mere extra in third-rate productions. No one lamented the fall of a first-tier star, for discussions surrounding her now revolved solely around her scandals involving little spirits. Ming Lan felt no sympathy for Mo Qingyu. This was simply the consequence of karma. However, she was perplexed. It was common knowledge that raising a spirit child prohibited the feeding of blood, let alone human blood. Did the Master Mo Qingyu consulted with not advise her against it? Or was she, perhaps, blinded by the allure of wealth and power, resolutely pursuing her own path? Just as she struggled to draw a conclusion, a message from Wang Xiaoming arrived. Xian Shu Waste Wang Xiaoming. Boss, I have already brought the spirit child back to the temple. My master has noticed something amiss. This spirit child was not created from a stillborn infant, but was directly vivisected from a pregnant woman. Furthermore, the creation date is quite recent, merely a few years ago. Xian Shu Waste Wang Xiaoming. Rest assured, boss, anyone daring to profit from dark arts will surely attract the investigation of the Huaxia Mystical Arts Association. They will not allow such individuals to roam free. Ming Lan narrowed her eyes. The distinction between a spirit child made from a vivisected infant and one made from a stillborn was significant. An infant, forcibly extracted from its mother's womb, would inherently carry a profound resentment, and coupled with the nourishment from Mo Qingyu's blood, its malevolence would be markedly intensified. No wonder it feared not the sunlight. Yet, in the 21st century, how could anyone employ such a brutal forbidden technique to create a spirit child? She sent a message. Ming Lan, send me a photo of the spirit child. Wang Xiaoming acted swiftly, promptly sending a high-definition close-up of the spirit child. Ming Lan concentrated and closed her eyes, the fleeting yet tragic life of the child flashing before her. The mother's abdomen was cut open, the infant was brutally extracted. Bloodied, the umbilical cord severed violently, before being stuffed into a black plastic bag and thrown into the trunk, taken to a base dedicated to the production of spirit children. Those involved were exceedingly cautious, be it the executors of the vivisection, the drivers, or the personnel at the base. Most wore masks and sunglasses to disguise their identities. However, prior to entering the base, they needed to undergo iris recognition, and the leader momentarily revealed their eyes, beneath which lay a conspicuous mole. She opened her eyes, grabbed a pen, sketched the person from her memory, and sent it to Wang Xiaoming. Ming Lan, find these individuals. Wang Xiaoming was utterly astonished. Xian Shu Waste Wang Xiaoming. Boss, you are terrifyingly insightful. You can even deduce what the perpetrator looks like? I will have someone investigate. Ming Lan, not the perpetrator, merely a lackey. One who could orchestrate the vivisection of a pregnant woman to create spirit children must be well-versed in mystical arts. The mastermind capable of mobilizing such human, material, and financial resources to construct a base and recruit personnel was undoubtedly extraordinary. Likely delegating this illegal and violent task to subordinates while basking in the sunlight themselves, thus avoiding easy detection. Delving deeper, the vivisection of a pregnant woman would undoubtedly constitute a heinous criminal act in society, yet Ming Lan found no related reports online. Had the pregnant woman been abducted and gone missing, resulting in her family and friends not reporting it, or was this matter suppressed by malevolent forces? Chapter 52. Are you here to cause trouble? The Ming family had recently fallen on hard times due to the Jiang Yuxi abortion incident. All the socialites in the circle deemed Ming Qiuying a treacherous backstabber, unworthy of their favor. Even the Jiang family harbored resentment towards Ming Qiuying for revealing the incident, which led to their daughter's reputation being irrevocably tarnished, and they opposed the Ming family at every turn. To say nothing of the originally intended introduction to General Liu, who, after spending a night with Ming Ting, had come to loathe their family, firmly believing, as Ming Lan suggested, that Ming Ting had long harbored a secret affection for him, thus conspiring with the family to ensnare him. No matter how much Ming Ting insisted it was a misunderstanding, Liu would not believe it. The Ming family could not clear their name, for the spiked drink had indeed been prepared under the explicit instructions of Zhang Guilan, and ultimately, the investigation could only lead back to her. Ming Ting experienced countless emotional breakdowns, each recollection of Liu's rotund beer belly and yellow teeth making him want to vomit. Although those privy to the incident had been silenced with substantial hush money, someone still dared to anonymously discuss it online, exposing him to ridicule. During that period, he even refrained from looking at his phone, let alone venturing outside. After painstakingly preparing himself mentally, he planned to act as though nothing had occurred at the company. Yet all of the Ming family's projects were adversely affected by Liu Tianba. During a bidding meeting, when Liu Tianba targeted him once more, he could no longer restrain himself. Erupting in a roar, "Who would ever look at you? Who would ever like you? Just take a look at your yellowed teeth and balding head, you lecherous middle-aged man. Am I not yet 30, and my brain has gone awry to fancy a pig?" Instantly, the room fell silent, and the gazes directed at him and Liu Tianba became exceedingly complex. Liu Tianba, furious, felt his blood pressure surge and charged at Ming Ting, who, already seething, engaged in a brawl with him. By the time the security intervened, both men were left bruised and battered. From that day forth, the business world buzzed with a tale that sounded absurd, yet was recounted with conviction. It was said that Ming Ting and Liu Tianba had fallen for one another during their business collaboration. But due to the Ming family's desire to marry their adopted daughter to Liu Tianba for a strategic alliance, their clandestine love affair crumbled, leading to love turning into hatred. Severing ties yet still harboring feelings for one another, culminating in their violent altercation at the bidding meeting being a manifestation of deep love and profound hatred. Anyone who heard this gossip felt a wave of nausea at the thought of their 30-year age gap, deeming it utterly ludicrous, yet upon reflection, it did seem plausible. Recently, the Liu family had been making life difficult for the Ming family, a situation evident to all. What other reason could there be aside from love turning to hate? As the rumors escalated, they even reached the ears of the elderly patriarch Ming. To uphold the family's reputation, he took decisive action, assigning Ming Ting to the subsidiary in Neon Country. After one of the principal parties departed, the elderly patriarch personally met with Liu Tianba to discuss matters, the details of which remained unknown, yet it resulted in Liu Tianba ceasing his pursuit. Ming Qiuying presented each of her friends with an extravagant gift and, in a lowly tone, explained herself, allowing them to begrudgingly believe that Jiang Yuxi's chaotic private life was not disclosed by her, but rather that Ming Lan had eavesdropped on her phone call with Jiang Yuxi. Was it possible that she had calculated it? The young lady, with a keen interest in the entertainment industry, mused, "I've heard she is quite accurate in her fortune-telling." "Impossible," Ming Qiuying asserted emphatically. "She grew up in our household. How could she have concealed such a skill from us? Someone must be promoting her." Indeed, the entertainment industry is rife with facades, all merely personas. But what is there about her that is worthy of such promotion? Let us not be so harsh. Her looks and figure are commendable. Once she hooks up with a wealthy man, she can surely charm others. What a coincidence. Just as we were discussing her, she has begun her live broadcast. After all, she is your sister. Shall we support her? Though she spoke of support, The malicious expressions and mocking gazes of her companions betrayed their intent to stir up trouble. Ming Qiuying had always looked down upon Ming Lan and was further incensed that this mere adopted daughter dared to refuse her blood and heart donation. However, constrained by her cultivated image of gentleness and kindness, she had to feign magnanimity. Now, witnessing an opportunity to teach her a lesson, she was positively elated and certainly would not decline. Pretending to be oblivious to the subtext of their conversation, she cheerfully agreed and joined them in entering the live broadcast room under pseudonyms. Despite their disdain for Ming Lan, they could not deny that her beauty was truly remarkable. The chandelier above cast a radiant glow upon her striking visage, her delicate features adorned with a subtle sheen that lent an ethereal quality, setting her apart from the mundane world. She announced that she would be filming a variety show the following day and that today's live stream would serve as a divination session. Some fans in the bullet chat fervently wished for their own selection, while others teased that the production team had finally gathered everyone, eagerly anticipating the next principal character. The system's random lottery commenced, and perhaps it was fate that delighted in the chaos of Ming Lan's live stream, as one young Master S account was indeed drawn. Taking advantage of the fact that Ming Lan had never attended any tea parties or gatherings and thus did not recognize him, he boldly decided to appear on camera and connect with her live. This young master, known as Cheng Chen, placed his tablet in the center, prompting laughter from the other young ladies and gentlemen, as they could already envision Ming Lan's flustered expression. Upon connecting, viewers were immediately struck by his handsome visage, igniting a flurry of playful banter in the chat. Ming Lan, however, focused her gaze on him for a few moments, a mysterious smile blooming at the corners of her lips. She inquired, "What do you wish to divine?" To his surprise, Cheng Chen thought, "Why has no one mentioned that the Ming family's little white-eyed wolf possesses such a melodious voice?" Her few words felt like a spring breeze, melting the frost and echoing like a babbling brook. He steadied himself, lifting his chin. "Aren't you the one who claims to read destinies? Can't you discern what I wish to know today? Or is it merely a facade?" With each of his 4 incisive questions, Ming Lan chuckled lightly. "You've come to provoke, haven't you?" Cheng Chen's heart raced as he glanced at his friends, one of whom whispered, "What are you afraid of? I know renowned fortune-tellers in the capital, and they've never even heard of Ming Lan. She must be a fraud." In the realm of affluent families, many harbor a belief in metaphysics. The layout of their homes and the arrangement of furniture are often dictated by feng shui masters. Even the launch of their companies is preceded by divination. If Ming Lan truly possessed the skills she claimed, the metaphysical community would surely recognize her. "Exactly. Your tone is so aggressive that even a fool can tell you're here to stir trouble. Speak quickly. If she hangs up, the fun is over." Cheng Chen cleared his throat and pulled a photo from his phone. "I was just joking. Please, tell me about this person. Anything will do. Feel free to say whatever you wish." Chapter 53. The Peach Blossom Calamity. The person in the photo was an elderly gentleman with graying hair, smiling kindly at the camera. Since Cheng Chen did not specify what to divine, Ming Lan decided to share insights on various aspects. The old gentleman was born in 1960, faced poverty in his youth, endured great hardships, but possessed foresight and courage. In 1978, he started his own business and earned his first pot of gold, eventually establishing factories and companies, amassing a fortune in the millions. At 30, he met his beloved, married her, and had a son the following year, your father. Initially, Cheng Chen remained indifferent, but as she continued, his expression darkened. Every detail was accurate. Doubts surged within him. Could she truly possess such remarkable abilities? Beside him, Ming Qiuying whispered, "Cheng's grandfather is a well-known entrepreneur. Perhaps she has seen interviews about him." Indeed, his grandfather was a prominent figure among the older generation of entrepreneurs. Perhaps Ming Lan had fortuitously come across an interview regarding him. Ming Lan continued, "Your grandfather has encountered a peach blossom calamity recently." At this, Cheng Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, interrupting her with a hearty laugh. "You truly are a fraud. My grandfather passed away 3 years ago. How could he possibly have a peach blossom calamity? Haha, you've been exposed." Ming Qiuying and the others joined in the raucous laughter. The audience was equally bewildered. Wait. This guy is genuinely here to stir trouble? Using a deceased person's photo for divination? Perhaps the master couldn't predict it due to his passing? Whether dead or alive. It's all just nonsense from this troublemaker. I thought that old gentleman looked familiar. I just searched him up. He is a renowned entrepreneur in the capital named Chen Aigua, who indeed passed away 3 years ago. This is absurd. How do you explain this? I never expected the master to falter here. While I support Master Ming Lan, the thought of her claiming a deceased grandfather has a peach blossom calamity is just too amusing. Amidst the fans' concerns and the ridicule from onlookers, the top supporter in the live stream, Ping GMO, made his appearance. He first threw down 99 true love yachts, the extravagant effects drowning out the comments in the bullet chat, then sent a message. Ping GMO. What's so funny? Perhaps it's true. Can we let her finish? Top supporter, don't get too invested. You never show up, but when the host is in trouble, you come throwing money.
I am dying.
He a bit domineering, isnt.
Ha ha ha.
That makes sense. Let us hear what the master has to say. Chung Chan was still in fits of laughter when Ming Lan solemnly stated, "Your grandfather has been matched for a posthumous marriage." His grin vanished in an instant. Huh? Not only him, but the entire bullet chat was in shock. I recognize every word, but why do they form such a perplexing statement together?
Ah?
While I've heard of some places practicing posthumous marriages, aren't they usually for young, beautiful girls? Why is an elderly gentleman being sought after? ISNT the female party being a bit too desperate? No wonder there's a peach blossom calamity. This is a major calamity. Little did the old man know. Even in death, he would lose his dignity. Chung Chun, seeing the comments in the bullet chat, was overcome with fury. You'll go to any lengths for views. Even my deceased elder can be twisted into a story. Ming Lan replied earnestly, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, you can. Are you insane? Chung Chun's anger surged, and before she could finish, he cursed loudly and ended the call. Others, noticing his foul mood, began to scold Ming Lan, claiming she was truly unhinged, fabricating nonsense without a script. Indeed, let the Chung family's lawyers sue her. Ming Qiuying wore a look of guilt. I'm truly sorry. Chung Xiao, I never anticipated she would be beyond redemption. Chung Chun, irritated by Ming Lan's earlier remarks, waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I don't wish to discuss this any longer. It's utterly pointless. I'm going home. He stormed off, leaving the others exchanging glances. Ming Lan's live broadcasts always garnered significant attention. Sometimes, when the drawn audience did not present particularly intriguing matters, the viewership would dwindle. However, a tale involving a deceased grandfather being matched for a posthumous marriage was exceedingly rare, even for illogical low-budget web dramas, thus it sparked a brief wave of popularity. Many viewers laughed at the absurdity, while others criticized Ming Lan for her disrespect toward the elderly and the deceased. Chung Chin stayed at home, liking every post that criticized Ming Lan, still feeling disgruntled, and arranged for his butler to contact the management of Tomato Live, explicitly requesting that Ming Lan be silenced. However, the response he received was unexpected. The management replied, Ching Xiao, please don't put us in a difficult position. Miss Ming Lan shares a good relationship with our young master. Even if we had 1,000 guts, we wouldn't dare to silence her. Chung Chin frowned. The Tomato Live app was under the pay group, and the young master referred to as Pei Huai. Ming Lan had a good relationship with him? Fuming, he hung up the phone and lay in bed to sleep. Uncertain if it was due to the frequent mentions of his grandfather today, Chung Chin indeed dreamt of him. However, the elder Chung did not appear as kindly and affable as Ching Chin recalled. Upon their encounter, he raised his hand and struck Ching Chin twice across the face, exclaiming, You wretched boy. You have sullied my reputation. You must think of a way to remedy this. Chung Chun, bewildered by the unexpected blows, was taken aback. What is happening? There's an old woman sleeping beside me every night. What am I to say when your grandmother comes down? You must find a solution. With that, the elder Chung tugged at his ear before vanishing. Upon waking abruptly from this vivid dream, Chung Chin pondered its unsettling realism, attributing it to that charlatan Ming Lan, who had caused him such bizarre dreams. After a brief trip to the restroom, he attempted to return to slumber, but upon glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he was startled. Just before sleep, his face had been unblemished, yet now there were 2 distinct handprints on his cheeks, and his ears were slightly swollen and tender to the touch. The memory of his grandfather's slaps sent a chill down his spine as he dashed out of his bedroom toward his parents' room.
Mom.
At 2 a.m, one would expect his parents to be sound asleep. However, upon twisting the doorknob, he was met with the glow of a light within. When his parents turned to face him, he was startled to see the identical marks of a slap on his father's face. Chapter 54. I misjudged previously. In the stillness of the early morning, the trio sat in silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Chung Chin touched his face and tentatively inquired, Dad, your face wasn't also struck by Grandpa, was it? The older generation was more inclined to believe in spirits and prophetic dreams. And the fact that both parents had experienced the same dream, even communicating within it, reinforced their conviction that something troubling had befallen the elder. Cheng's mother, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "Your grandfather mentioned an unfamiliar old woman sleeping beside him every night. What are we to do?" Cheng Chun recalled Ming Lan's words, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him. "Mom and Dad, I need to share something with you." He relayed Ming Lan's earlier remarks verbatim, expecting them to dismiss his account as absurd. To his astonishment, his father leapt up and delivered a sharp rap to his head. "What are you standing around for? Contact Master Ming immediately." "No, that won't do. Master Ming was insulted by you today. We must personally apologize to demonstrate our sincerity," his mother interjected. "You must reach out to the master so we can arrange a time to discuss this matter in detail." However, the following day, they were fated to be unable to contact Ming Lan, as she had departed early to record a variety show and had not checked her phone for hours. The production team had invited a male guest from the general public, along with 3 male celebrities as special guests. One was the renowned actor Xia Yan, while the other was the emerging star Yu Bai, who, alongside the resident celebrity Yizi Xuan, was promoting a major fantasy drama currently airing. The 2 male guests had some connection with Ming Lan. The first guest, well known to many, was Yolo, the pillar and current coach of the WT team. After Ming Lan had predicted that there was a spy within the team, they secured their qualification for the World Championship. However, due to a chronic condition from his younger days of gaming, he was unable to sit for long periods or look at a computer screen. The team unanimously decided to grant him leave until he recovered, and a high-salaried coach had been hired in the meantime, alleviating any concerns. Upon hearing that the production team was seeking participants, he self-recommended. He grinned at Ming Lan, saying, "It's a good thing Master saved our team from a dire fate. After the recording, let me treat you to a meal." Another guest, named Zhuang Yuan, a recently popular rapper, chimed in. "But I also want to invite Miss Ming to dinner. What should I do?" Ming Lan turned to him. "You are Zhuang Meng's younger brother." And Wang Yuan looked at her with admiration. The master truly lives up to her reputation. This name was submitted by his sister, Zhuang Meng, who had suggested, "Aren't you looking to date? This show is a perfect chance to win over Master Ming. Please, I truly wish to become family with her." Yet, aside from other factors, from the perspective of finding a partner, Ming Lan was indeed a person of seemingly perfect qualities. Yolo glanced at him. "Aren't you the younger brother? Are you challenging me?" "No, I've known Miss Ming for a while," he replied. The director behind the monitor nodded with satisfaction. "This is exactly what we need." Now, it feels like a dating show. The audience was abuzz with excitement. Let them argue. I love watching the competition. Finally, this show has the essence of a dating program, and the leading lady is Master Ming. My eyes are sparkling. I can't imagine what kind of person could match up with Master Ming. Yolo has that carefree, charming rogue vibe, while Zhuang Yuan is an arrogant, wealthy scion. Both have their merits, but it's a tough choice. If they could combine their strengths, I can't even fathom how perfect that would be. ISNT patient like that? A charming rogue, yet also an arrogant aristocrat. Yan Luo exaggeratedly tossed her hair. "Why is no one inviting me to dinner?" Yolo, surfing the net, replied, "Sure. Let me take you out for sushi, don't worry, I'm of age." Yan Luo covered her face. "Enough. Am I destined to be teased for my online romance for a lifetime?" The other guests burst into good-natured laughter, creating a joyous atmosphere. Aside from a few celebrity fans engaged in disputes, most of the comments were in tune with the live broadcast, expressing appreciation for the pleasant atmosphere, with some speculating that the quality of the guests was commendable and that there were unlikely to be any scandals severe enough to warrant cancellation. This comment received numerous likes, indicating widespread agreement. However, reality would soon prove them overly optimistic, as an unforeseen revelation would leave everyone astonished. This episode's filming location was in Chuan City, the hometown and workplace of Su Qianqian. After a brief introduction among the guests, the large group set off to visit the panda base, where they delighted in watching the chubby pandas, with Su Qianqian also sharing insights about her daily work. At noon, they all gathered for hot pot, with guests winning ingredients through games, and in the afternoon, they enjoyed the renowned Sichuan opera. Throughout the evening meal, nothing of note occurred. After dinner, all the guests relaxed in a small courtyard, where the 4 girls sat in a pavilion, engaging in hushed conversation. Somehow, the discussion veered towards Su Qianqian and Yu, a couple regarded as the most likely to succeed in this dating show thus far. Faced with her friend's teasing, Su Qianqian shyly smiled, admitting, It's not really about liking or not. We just seem to be quite compatible. I have a slight fondness for him. If you could, Master Ming, could you tell me if we would be happy together? If you say yes, I might consider pursuing him further. Yizi Xuan chuckled softly. But if Master Ming says it's not suitable, you wouldn't really continue, would you? Of course not. Su Qianqian asserted, patting her chest. I am most receptive to advice, especially since Master Ming is so accurate. The audience praised her clarity. In truth, relationships are cultivated over time. Ordinary couples don't possess eternal love, but rather, as Su Qianqian said, they find compatibility and develop feelings, leading to a relationship. Su Qianqian is truly self-aware. I used to have a hard time letting go of my ex, but when a fortune teller told me he was a bad match, I immediately cut ties. Master Ming's predictions aren't always accurate. I still remember her saying a deceased grandfather was meant for a ghost marriage. I truly believe they are an exquisite match. I earnestly hope that Ming Lan will ascertain their perfect compatibility, as they are the only couple I root for in this show. In fact, from the very first glance at Su Qianqian and Diyu, Ming Lan sensed their potential together. A cursory examination of their appearances revealed that they were destined to be family. Now, with Su Qianqian requesting her to read their fortunes, she summoned her spiritual energy, focused intently, and delved into their future. However, mere moments later, her expression shifted in astonishment. She had misjudged the situation. Chapter 55. Your long-lost siblings.
What?
Su Qianqian and the others exclaimed in unison, their faces marred by confusion. What did you misjudge? Yan Luo waved her hand dismissively. That can't be true. You are so skilled. How could you possibly make a mistake? The girls' commotion piqued the curiosity of the boys in the courtyard, who assumed they were engaged in some playful game, prompting them to inquire, what is going on? Du Yu and the others approached, and Ming Lan lifted her gaze, her eyes lingering on his face for several seconds. Su Qianqian did not conceal her intentions, confessing, I asked Ming Lan to see if there was any fate between Du Yu and me. The boys erupted into light-hearted laughter, reminiscent of their school days when they teased budding couples, with Song Yicheng even winking at Du Yu. The latter felt a twinge of embarrassment but was also curious about the outcome. To be honest, he had come on the show seeking a partner and felt an immediate warmth upon first meeting Su Qianqian. As they interacted, he discovered their personalities were remarkably compatible. Continuing to deepen their relationship into a romantic one would be delightful. The audience watching the show was equally anxious. What on earth is happening? I've never seen Ming Lan display such an expression before. Don't frighten me. Indeed, she remained composed even during the most outrageous scenarios. So why is she so surprised this time? Could it be that Diyu is a scoundrel? He seems too imposing to be guilty of domestic violence, doesn't he? But he appears genuinely kind-hearted and straightforward. Impatient, Su Qianqian urged, Ming Lan, just tell me. I have a strong mental fortitude. Can we be happy together? Ming Lan shook her head. You cannot be together. Why not? Diyu interjected, I feel quite happy in her company. Yes, yes. They chimed in. They are the only couple in our show who exude chemistry. Yan Luo added, and look closely, they actually do resemble a married couple. The others nodded in agreement. For Su Qianqian and Diyu were indeed the sole pair in the program resembling a couple, and their interactions had garnered sweet comments from numerous viewers. Why couldn't they be together? In the next moment, Ming Lan's shocking revelation echoed through the air. You are siblings, separated for many years. Instantaneously, silence enveloped the room. And after a prolonged pause, someone gasped audibly. The director, positioned not far away, abruptly stood up. Su Qianqian and Diyu felt as though a hammer had struck their minds, plunging them into a state of bewilderment.
What?
The audience shared the same reaction.
What?
They truly are destined to be siblings. So it wasn't a couple resemblance, but rather due to blood ties? This show has taken a rather sinister turn. The only couple with chemistry turns out to be siblings. It should just transform into Ming Lan's exclusive fortune-telling gossip show. I even considered the possibility of infidelity or domestic abuse. But who would have guessed they couldn't be together because of their blood relation? Oh my heavens, what a chaotic revelation. Everyone, gather around and let us indulge in this drama.
Wah.
My ship has sunk. This is so heart-wrenching. A narrative more tragic than any tale of love and loss emerged. I had believed you to be my partner for life, yet fate is capricious, and we are siblings, leaving me to watch you marry another. Hand in hand into the sunset of life. Su Qianqian stumbled, reaching out to steady Yan Luo. Wait, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. But I'm an only child. I have no brother. Ming Lan asserted confidently. You do. Your parents have not told you the truth. If one were to trace back. She hadn't truly seen this coming. Upon first seeing Su Qianqian and Du Yu, she had sensed their destined connection, believing they would succeed in forming a happy family through this dating show. It was only today, upon delving into their spiritual essence, that she realized her previous judgment was flawed. They were indeed family, but not as spouses. They were siblings. Du Yu's mind swirled with confusion. What about my current parents? Ming Lan replied, they acquired you from human traffickers. They favored sons over daughters, and after having 5 daughters, they believed they were fated to have no son, so they purchased you. A whirlwind of emotions engulfed Du Yu, a tumultuous blend rendering him disoriented. He had no recollection of anything before the age of 3, as he had reportedly suffered a severe illness, a high fever that lasted for half a month, erasing his memories. His impoverished family had 5 older sisters, and his parents had indulged him, but after the birth of his brother when he was 5, their affection waned, and he faced beatings and scolding for the slightest displeasure. Later, he was compelled to drop out of school to support the family, even being asked to finance his brother's home purchase. He had harbored resentment over why he and his sisters never received their parents' affection, believing he was simply less likable than his brother, which often left him feeling inferior. Little did he know, it was because he was essentially a purchased child. Ming Lan continued, you were frail as a child, and at 3 years old, while playing at the village entrance, you were abducted. The traffickers stripped you of your clothes and shoes, discarding them in the river to fabricate a drowning scenario. Your parents were devastated, and your grandparents were so heartbroken that they ended up hospitalized. It was only after the birth of Su Qianqian that the elders found solace, fearing mentioning you would reignite their sorrow, which is why Qianqian was unaware of your existence. Suddenly, Su Qianqian recalled an incident from a past holiday when she had seen her mother gazing at an old photograph, tears in her eyes. Yet as she approached, her mother hastily concealed the picture and inquired if she was hungry. She vaguely remembered a toddler in the photo, but thought little of it at the time. Could that photograph have been of Du Yu? Song Yicheng muttered in disbelief. No way. Though Xia Yan and Yu Bai, 2 male celebrities, had witnessed Ming Lan's abilities several times trending on social media, experiencing it live on their first day of the show left them utterly astounded. How did a romantic interest morph into a long-lost relative? The 2 directly involved felt a tumult of conflicting emotions, relief that nothing untoward had occurred, excitement at the prospect of finding family, and an awkward tension from almost embarking on a romantic relationship with a sibling, all compounded by the overwhelming nature of the revelation yet to be fully processed. Suddenly, Su Qianqian appeared to have an epiphany, bounding upstairs to retrieve a family portrait, then rushing back down to present it to Du Yu. Take a look. Does anything ring a bell? Do you recognize the photograph from the first day of filming when the show had asked contestants what they brought along? Su Qianqian had mentioned her fondness for family, sharing the portrait, and at that moment, he had found her endearing, focusing solely on her rather than the photograph itself.
Now,
as he gazed upon the faces captured in the image, a peculiar, overwhelming emotion surged within him, akin to memories buried deep within his mind. Even when the past has been forgotten, the unbreakable bond of blood continues to resonate with familial affection. Chapter 56, The Deity of Watermelons in Ancient Greece. Netizens have lost track of how many times they have seen the heart-fluttering journey trending on social media. It seems to make the headlines every few days, rivaling the frequency of top celebrity news. Yet, despite its omnipresence, those who have become well acquainted with the essence of this program still click on the link, curious about what sensational news might unfold. Some boast of their experience in consuming gossip, yet they remain astonished by the revelations brought forth by Ming Lan. Wait, I haven't been online for half a day. How did the couple I ship turn into siblings? On the similarity between Master Ming Lan and Conan, wherever Conan appears, there is death. Wherever Ming Lan is, there is sensational news. I declare, Master Ming Lan is the deity of watermelons in ancient Greece. Oh my. Su Qianqian, and do you seem to have remarkably strong psychological resilience? If I were told that my romantic interest was my biological brother, I would surely be unable to cope. Hurry and get a paternity test. Being abducted as a child yet reuniting with family in such a manner is indeed a stroke of luck. Those damned human traffickers. I truly wish to thrust an umbrella into their rear ends and open it wide. Everyone is engrossed in gossip. Who has noticed the director quietly falling apart in the unnoticed corners? Indeed, the director was crumbling. After much effort, he had managed to secure new guests, hoping that this time, romance would spark. Until the guests sat down for dinner, he had been relieved that nothing had gone awry. Even fantasizing about the possibility of their ordinary guests pairing up and creating a sensational scene that would propel the show to trending status. However, unexpectedly, that fantasy was ruthlessly shattered. Now, their program had entirely devolved into a travel-themed metaphysical show. He took a deep breath and gazed at the guests in the courtyard. Although Du still could not recall anything upon seeing the photograph, he felt a peculiar familiarity towards the individuals depicted. He lifted his gaze to meet Su Qianqian's eyes, which bore a slight resemblance to his own, and thought, I feel as though I have encountered them before. In truth, until that very moment, Su Qianqian had not experienced much excitement about reuniting with long-lost relatives. Yet, at the moment he uttered those words, an inexplicable emotion washed over her, causing her nose to tingle. She shot him a glare. Of course, you must have seen them. How could Ming Lan possibly be mistaken? Even without undergoing a professional paternity test. Both of them firmly believed in the truth of Ming Lan's assertion. Ming Lan stated earnestly, you should promptly inform your parents and get a paternity test for added certainty. Su Qianqian nodded. As the recording was about to conclude, I'll call my mom right away. After the recording ended, Su Qianqian and Du ascended the stairs to make their calls. Yolo marveled, giving Ming Lan a thumbs up. Master, you're amazing. You facilitated a family reunion. Zhuang Yuan couldn't help but reflect on the wonders of fate. Who would have imagined that siblings, separated for many years, would recognize each other through a dating show? Yen Luo felt a wave of relief, thankful that they had not been successfully paired. Otherwise, the ensuing awkwardness would have been unbearable. Ming Lan had previously encountered a phenomenon known as genetic sexual attraction in her readings, which suggests that close relatives meeting for the first time in adulthood may develop a sexual attraction, perhaps due to their shared genetic makeup leading to striking similarities in appearance and personality, thus rendering them more appealing to one another. Su Qianqian and Du likely felt an instant connection due to their genetic similarities, and unaware of their true identities as long-lost siblings, they naturally assumed it was destiny, leading to a budding fondness. However, now that their true identities were clear, this feeling would likely dissipate in no time. Ming Lan also picked up her phone, initially intending to browse casually, but was taken aback by the plethora of missed calls and apology messages. Master Ming, this is Cheng Chen, the fool from the previous live stream. I'm sorry for cursing at you and questioning you. Could you possibly assist me with the matter of my grandfather's forced marriage? The price is negotiable. Master, I beg you to answer the phone. Are you still angry? All the blame lies with me. If you continue to ignore me, my parents will team up against me. Please respond to my message. I've been crying in bed for 9 hours, breaking down 511 times, banging my head against the wall 841 times, and experiencing auditory hallucinations 14 times. I can't fathom why you're not answering. I suddenly feel like a desperate admirer. Master, please acknowledge me. Ming Lan read a few messages in silence. The individual's mental state appeared quite erratic. Just then, Cheng Chen called again. Upon answering, he seemed incredulous. Master, you finally answered the phone. His excitement made him nearly shout, prompting Ming Lan to hold the phone a bit farther away. I'm recording a show. I know, I was just watching the live stream. Cheng Chen replied, but don't you check your phone while in the restroom or eating?
Ming Lan replied succinctly, no.
Her contacts were scarce, most of them being fellow participants in the show, with only Pei Yuhua remaining. However, judging by his social media, he seemed busy with a new song and typically only chatted with her at night. Cheng Chen was astounded. As someone who carried his phone everywhere for 24 hours, he simply could not comprehend why someone would refrain from using their phone while in the restroom. Truly, Master is deserving of the title. At the same time, he sighed in relief. As long as you're not ignoring me out of anger, I'm grateful. Previously, I was short-sighted. Can you help us with my grandfather's situation? He is of advanced age and cannot withstand having his reputation tarnished. Ming Lan chuckled lightly. I can help, but it will cost extra. I will definitely pay more. After he agreed, he cautiously inquired, is it a bit difficult to handle? Not difficult. Ming Lan replied straightforwardly, but since you and Ming Qiuing are friends, it will cost more. We're only acquaintances, not friends. Cheng Chen immediately raised his hand to the heavens, swearing with the determination of a soldier, I will never associate with her again. I'll even persuade my friends to do the same. Chapter 57. Washing up. The young masters and misses in this circle had interacted to some extent due to their parents' business collaborations. Through various encounters, they had become acquainted. Previously, He had heard from Ming Qiuying how ungrateful Ming Lan was, being nurtured by the Ming family, yet coveting their wealth, attempting to replace Ming Qiuying, and so forth. Interestingly, these remarks were often made inadvertently. While she would occasionally defend Ming Lan when others mocked her, the outcome invariably resulted in a poorer impression of Ming Lan. Initially, he had, like others, perceived Ming Lan as a cunning, ungrateful gold digger, but now that he had interacted with her, he realized that this perception was misguided. With her extraordinary abilities, if she desired wealth, she could easily acquire it without resorting to petty schemes to obtain the Ming family's fortune. Cheng Chen assured, "Master, rest assured, at your command. I will promptly expose Ming Qiuying's deceitful lies and become your loyal supporter." Yet, Ming Lan had no intention of pursuing that course, rejecting the idea with resolute clarity. "No need."
Oh.
Ming Lan said, "Let us start a video call to discuss your grandfather's matter in detail." As the video connected, 3 large faces appeared on her screen. With Cheng's parents smiling obsequiously at her, "Master, thank you for your trouble." Ming Lan remarked that the practice of ghost marriages predominantly involves young couples, primarily motivated by the desire to prevent restless spirits from causing turmoil or to grant the deceased a chance at love in the afterlife. However, the situation concerning old Master Cheng is somewhat distinct. Having enjoyed a life of wealth and virtue, he has performed numerous good deeds. His fortune suggests that in the next life, he is likely to be reborn into a favorable circumstance, leading a peaceful and prosperous existence. This very allure has attracted those with nefarious intentions, who have resorted to the method of ghost marriage to bind the destinies of both individuals, ensuring a comfortable future together.
What?
This cannot be. My grandparents are deeply in love. What will become of my grandmother? Cheng Chen exclaimed. Over the years, his grandfather has indeed contributed significantly to charitable projects. The thought of his grandfather's future happiness initially brought him joy, only for him to realize that it was precisely his grandfather's fate that had drawn the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Do not be alarmed. This method deviates from the conventional ghost marriage process and requires both auspicious timing and favorable conditions. They have yet to alter old Master Cheng's marital destiny. We merely need to thwart their plans, Ming Lan assured. Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the Cheng family sighed in relief. But how do we stop them, Master? Can you discern who is behind this malevolence? Ming Lan inquired. Was there an elderly nanny in your household named Huang Qiufen? Cheng Chen nodded vigorously, yes. She took care of my grandmother, but she stopped working last year. In truth, her role was more of companionship than caregiving, since his grandfather's passing. His grandmother had felt lonely, often conversing with Huang Qiufen, who was of a similar age. Cheng's mother gasped in shock. It can't be Huang Ma, can it?
Indeed.
It is she, Ming Lan affirmed. During her time caring for the elderly lady, Huang Qiufen had felt a sense of imbalance, yearning for a life of being catered to herself. Learning of a forbidden technique capable of altering one's destiny, she set her sights on old Master Cheng. Cheng's father slammed the table in outrage. This is outrageous. We have treated her well. Huang Qiufen had been a long-standing member of their household. Out of consideration for her years of service to the elderly lady, they had raised her salary significantly and provided her with ample nourishment. Even after her resignation, they had generously awarded her a bonus of 100,000, only to discover that instead of gratitude, she had repaid their kindness with treachery. Cheng's mother, visibly anxious, implored, "Master, how can we resolve this situation?" They eagerly awaited Ming Lan's next words, hoping she would demonstrate a way to send talismans or invoke spells to counteract the malevolence. To their astonishment, she replied, "Call the police." The 3 members of the Cheng family exclaimed in unison, "Huh?" Ming Lan, appearing as if she were a legal educator, explained that intentionally excavating and desecrating someone else's grave constitutes a violation of public order, warranting a police report. Furthermore, promoting superstitions could lead to a few days of detention.
What?
Someone has disturbed my father's grave? Cheng's father felt a wave of dizziness, envisioning a scenario decades hence where old Master Cheng would deliver a resounding slap to him. Ming Lan nodded. 3 days ago, they unearthed your father's grave and placed a figurine inside, inscribed with Huang Qiufen's birthdate and containing a strand of her hair, intended to alter the marital fate. On the night of the full moon, they planned to drip Huang Qiufen's blood onto the figurine and recite incantations to complete their scheme. You merely need to retrieve the figurine and burn it at a temple or Taoist shrine. The 3 nodded vigorously and, after hanging up, hurried to the police station to file a report. Ming Lan opened the chat interface with Pei Yuhua. Earlier, while discussing matters with the Cheng family, She had received several messages from him, which she had overlooked at the time. Now, she noticed the messages conveyed a rather nuanced tone. 30 minutes ago. Pei Yuhua. The sunset is beautiful today. Image. 28 minutes ago. Pei Yuhua. I watched today's live broadcast. The 2 male guests invited by the production team are acquainted with you. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? Your relationship with them seems rather amicable. 25 minutes ago. Pei Yuhua. Are you still busy? 10 minutes ago. Pei Yuhua. Why aren't you replying? Are you chatting with your new friends? 2 minutes ago. Pei Yuhua, I won't disturb you any longer. Take your time. I'm off to shower. Smile image. Ming Lan blinked in confusion. What was all this about new friends? Ming Lan. They're not friends but clients. A client's grandfather has been subjected to a ghost marriage and seeks my assistance to resolve it. Merely 5 seconds after sending the message, Pei Yuhua responded.
Pei Yuhua, client?
I see. I thought you were having a pleasant conversation with the new male guests from your show. Ming Lan, didn't you say you were going to shower? About 10 seconds later, he sent a voice message. The sound of water splashing was faintly audible, creating an atmosphere that felt inherently intimate in the stillness of the night. Pei Yuhua's voice, seemingly imbued with the warmth of steam from the bathroom, sounded subtly different, lower and huskier, laced with a hint of laughter that lingered in her ears. Indeed, I am showering. Chapter 58. They are indeed siblings. Su Qianqian and U.S. personal accounts gained over 500,000 followers overnight, as many netizens were eager to see the results of their paternity test, wondering if they were truly long-lost siblings. Last night, Su Qianqian contacted her parents, who were already en route to pick them up for the test. Su's father and mother were particularly fond of Su Qianqian. Upon hearing that she would be appearing on a variety show, the couple, who typically enjoyed war dramas and family ethics series, began watching the heart-fluttering journey religiously, never missing a live broadcast or edited version. They had thought Du was a fine young man during the first episode, feeling a connection and even teasing Su Qianqian about when she would bring him home to meet them. Who could have anticipated that the fortune teller would claim he was their son? Su's mother and father vividly recalled the moment they received the call informing them of their son's disappearance after falling into the water. The world had felt as though it was spinning, and their hopes for life had dimmed. Shortly after giving birth, they had gone to work, leaving the child in the care of his grandmother in the countryside, only returning during holidays. His grandmother had cared for him tenderly, raising him until he was 3 years old. During the busy farming season, the grandmother had taken him to the riverbank to play with the village children while she tended to the rice seedlings. To her horror, when she finished planting, she could no longer see the child. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed up from the fields, searching frantically, and the villagers, with their kind hearts, joined in the search. After 2 long hours, someone discovered a pair of soaked shoes on a branch by the river, and the grandmother immediately recognized them as the new shoes she had made for her grandson, causing her to faint on the spot. When she regained consciousness, the child's parents had rushed back. It was a season of floods, and all the reservoirs were releasing water. The currents in every river were swift and turbulent. It was grimly apparent that not only a child, but even an adult would face peril if they fell in. The child's parents and grandmother drifted through the following days and a days, and the volunteer rescue teams were unable to recover the child's body, which was not uncommon. In the countryside, rivers were interconnected, and this river flowed into another, with countless branches leading to a large reservoir, making the search for the child's body exceedingly difficult. Thus, they relinquished their search, merely interring the recovered shoes in the grave. Ever since this incident, the child's grandmother has been consumed by guilt. On the day of the child's funeral, she knelt before the coffin, weeping inconsolably, believing that her momentary negligence had led to the child's drowning. Despite the reassurances from Su's mother and father that she was not to blame, this tragedy lingered as an affliction in her heart, rendering them hesitant to broach the subject for fear of distressing her further. Naturally, Su's parents were also engulfed in sorrow and guilt. After all, he was their biological son. Yet now, it appeared that their son, whom they had presumed to be long deceased, had likely survived and matured into a robust young man. The serendipitous encounter on the program with their daughter nearly left them faint with exhilaration. The following day, upon receiving the paternity test results, the emotions within Du Yu and Su Qianqian surged with overwhelming intensity. They were indeed siblings. Su's mother and father, filled with emotion, embraced Du tightly, tears streaming down their faces, lamenting, "Our unfortunate child, we have wronged you." Du Yu, towering at over 6 feet, found himself enveloped by the middle-aged couple, whose once straight backs now showed signs of slight stoop and streaks of gray. As they wept for him, he too felt his eyes well up, his vision blurring. Since the moment he learned he and Su Qianqian might be siblings, he experienced emotional fluctuations, yet it felt insubstantial, as if he were walking on cotton, suspended in the air, ethereal and unreal. However, in the instant he was embraced by his biological parents, his tears flowed freely. He had finally found his home. Su Qianqian was also reduced to tears, reminding her parents to temper their emotions for the sake of their health. Ming Lan and others, standing nearby, were moved by the profoundly warm familial scene, each reflecting on their own feelings. Not far off, various media outlets were capturing the moment with their cameras. Even as modern Huaxia continues to flourish, the scourge of crime persists, with tens of thousands of women and children abducted annually, yet fewer than 1% are ultimately recovered. Children are either sold into the hands of others, maimed to beg, or forced into labor in clandestine factories. For some children, the path to reunification proves arduous. Many refuse to acknowledge their biological parents, having been raised by foster parents from the beginning of their memories, rendering their biological parents as mere strangers. Therefore, cases like Du Yu and Su Qianqian, where siblings fortuitously reunite on a variety show, are exceedingly rare and have garnered significant media attention. As the camera shutter clicked, the image of Su Qianqian and her family, embracing and weeping with joy, was captured forever. However, in the next moment, two individuals surged into the crowd, shattering the tender atmosphere. You ungrateful wretch. Your father and I toiled tirelessly to raise you, and now that you've found your biological mother, you wish to disown us? The intruders were Du's adoptive parents, Li Xiaodi and Du Dagui. Last night, they had been in bed when their younger son awakened them to show a video of Ming Lan's fortune-telling segment. Panic ensued. This could not be allowed. Although Du was adopted, he had been raised by them, and if he truly underwent a paternity test and chose to remain with his biological parents, how would they provide for their family? The couple immediately conspired and boarded the earliest train to the location. Li Xiaodi glanced at the row of cameras nearby, then, with a dramatic thump, sank to the ground, wailing, "My life is so hard. Although Xiaoyu is not my biological child, I raised him with love and care. How can he so callously abandon us?" Du Dagui, trembling with indignation, pointed at Du, exclaiming, "Unfilial son, do you have no conscience? I see you disdain our poverty, eager to escape us and live carefree with your wealthy biological parents." Chapter 59. Murder and Dismemberment. Indeed, Su Qianqian's family had benefited from the wave of entrepreneurship in recent years, earning a modest income and purchasing 2 apartments in the city. Still, they were merely an average family, far from affluent. Hearing Du's adoptive parents berate their son stung their hearts. Su's mother raised her voice. "Is there no better way to communicate? You call him an ungrateful wretch, but it seems you never truly cared for Xiaoyu. Didn't he care for him? Regardless, we raised your son, and for him to turn his back on us is the epitome of ingratitude." Li Xiaodi's wails grew even more sorrowful. "Do you not understand that buying a child is a crime? You purchased him from traffickers, making you complicit in their crimes. We haven't even reported you to the authorities." Educated and astute, Su Qianqian was not swayed by their claims, interrupting Li Xiaodi's lament with clarity. Li Xiaodi fell silent for a moment before shrieking, "I treated him as my own, providing for him. I am half his mother. Am I to be arrested?" Du Dagui, more cunning than his wife, quickly shifted his stance. "Who says we bought him from traffickers? We found this child. You don't know how frail he was as a baby. The traffickers likely discarded him because he was too small to sell. Had it not been for us, he would have perished. Indeed, we found him." Li Xiaodi vehemently agreed, denying any claims of purchasing Du. "You little girl, how dare you slander us?" Su Qianqian retorted, "Who is slandering?" Ming Lan deduced it. "You bought him." Believing wholeheartedly in Ming Lan's words, she had become her #1 fan after Ming Lan aided in her and her brother's reunion. Li Xiaodi suddenly turned to glare at Ming Lan. "It's you, you wretched little girl. If not for your fortune-telling, Du would never know the truth and would be forever bound to us." The pent-up anger within Li Xiaodi found an outlet as she lunged at Ming Lan. "Is it you who incited Xiaoyu?" Ming Lan deftly sidestepped, causing Li Xiaodi to stumble forward, nearly toppling into a nearby trash can. "What are you doing? There are so many witnesses, and you still want to resort to violence?" Yen Luo stood, hands on her hips, declaring, "I see you are eager for a prison sentence." A flicker of uncertainty passed through Li Xiaodi's eyes, yet she remained defiant. What prison sentence? Du is our foundling, not someone we purchased. We have raised him. How could he dare accuse me? Ming Lan chuckled lightly. The police will naturally ascertain whether the child was found or purchased. I hope you can maintain your bravado when that time comes. Li Zhaodi and Du Dague exchanged glances, unconvinced. After all, this was a child trafficking case spanning over a decade. It was not like today, with DNA testing and surveillance footage available. They believed the authorities would not uncover the truth of Du's origins. However, when their gazes met Ming Lan's clear, penetrating eyes, they faltered. She was observing them intently, her gaze filled with scrutiny and an air of effortless confidence, as if she had fully grasped their intentions. This gaze sent a shiver down the spines of the couple. Ming Lan's voice turned frigid. Do you believe the police cannot find evidence, and thus, cannot convict you? While evidence of child trafficking may require time to uncover, the proof of your heinous act, murder and dismemberment, lies buried in your own backyard. As the final syllable resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Even the sound of shutter click ceased. The journalists exchanged glances, initially present to capture the reunion of long-lost abducted children with their families, only to be confronted with the explosive revelation of a murder and dismemberment case. Du Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the parents he had called mom and dad for over 20 years. Li Zhaodi and Du Dague were visibly shaken, their complexions drained of color, hands trembling uncontrollably as they stammered. What nonsense are you spouting? What murder and dismemberment? I cannot comprehend your absurdity. Ming Lan articulated each word with precision. Before you acquired Du, you had purchased another child, one even younger, still in swaddling clothes. However, the trafficker you dealt with took advantage of your inattention, swapping the promised boy for a girl. By the time you realized the trafficker had vanished, too ashamed to admit your mistake, you unleashed your fury on that helpless infant, strangling her and dismembering her tiny body with a chopping knife, burying her remains in your backyard. After all these years, have you never dreamed of her seeking retribution? Her normally calm demeanor was overshadowed by a fierce glint in her eyes, piercing like a sword aimed at Li Zhaodi and Du Dague. Their fragile mental state, already shaken by the murder, had allowed the terror to fade with time, leading them to believe they could escape detection. After all, only the two of them knew the truth. If they remained silent, who would uncover their dark secret? But how did this woman know? She even recounted the specifics of how they had killed the infant and with what weapon they had dismembered her. A chilling realization enveloped them. It's you. Are you here to take vengeance? Do you seek to kill us in return? They believed Ming Lan to be the reincarnation of the murdered infant, sent back to exact revenge, causing them to crumble in fear. Witnessing their terror, the onlookers understood the gravity of Ming Lan's words. Shocked that these seemingly meek farmers had committed such a grotesque act, they were simultaneously grieved for the infant who had been so brutally slain. Without hesitation, Du dialed the local police station in their hometown. Coincidentally, his hometown was Yuncheng, the very hub of the scams orchestrated by Zhuang Meng's deceitful boyfriend. Upon relaying his shocking report, the dispatcher was momentarily taken aback. What? You're reporting that your adoptive parents murdered an infant, dismembered her, and buried her in the backyard? In small-town police stations, major cases were a rarity. They typically dealt with petty thefts and neighborhood disputes. Yuncheng, a small county, had recently seen its biggest case, a scam ring in Hongxing village dismantled. Now they were faced with a murder and dismemberment case dating back over a decade, intertwined with child trafficking, which startled the dispatcher. Without delay, he clarified the location and promptly informed his superior. Within half an hour, they arrived at the scene. 2 police cars came to a halt outside Du's home, drawing the attention of neighbors who speculated whether Du had landed in trouble. The backyard, enclosed by a fence for raising chickens and ducks, was expansive, and excavating it inch by inch would be a time-consuming endeavor. The officers inquired of Du. Do you know the precise location? He glanced at Ming Lan, who took the phone and specified, about 3 meters east of the chicken coop. The officer, keenly observant, noted, You remember that so clearly after 20 years? Could it be that you are an accomplice? Being aware of a crime and not reporting it is also illegal. Ming Lan seemed to grasp the implication behind his words, replying, I calculated it. The officer, now too focused to engage in debate, directed his colleagues to begin digging at the location Ming Lan indicated. Minutes later, a collection of small human bones lay neatly arranged on the surface. The villagers who had been peering in shock gasped as the reality dawned upon them. Those bones did not resemble chicken remains. No way, someone gulped. Those bones looked too much like a human skull. A young daughter-in-law tugged at her mother-in-law's sleeve. Mom, stop looking. That's a human head. The internet erupted with news, proclaiming that Li Xiaodi and Du Degui were murderers. The news spread rapidly, showcasing the emotional reunion of Du and the Su family. While the topic of Du and Su Qianqian's kinship trended online, stirring empathy among many. Simultaneously, Ming Lan's assertion about Du's adoptive parents committing murder and dismemberment gained traction. Her words resonated with undeniable conviction, convincing many of her veracity. From this moment forth, I shall never doubt the authenticity of any sensational claims made by Master Ming Lan. Each time her revelations seemed ludicrous, they were ultimately confirmed true. Yet, I still find myself questioning her next disclosure. It is appalling to consider that Du's adoptive parents, already despicable for trafficking children, could also have mercilessly slain an infant. I cannot fathom the agony that child endured in her final moments. Had it not been for Master Ming Lan's calculations, they would never have faced justice. The demeanor of Du Yu's adoptive parents hardly resembled that of benevolent guardians. Upon hearing it was Ming Lan who deduced the truth, they lunged to attack her, only to find her swift in evasion. I remain vigilant, eagerly awaiting news from the Yunqing police about whether they have unearthed the remains. The Yunqing police released a statement the following day, detailing their exhaustive overnight efforts to gather evidence, conduct autopsies, and interrogate the suspects. Li Xiaodi and Du Degui, brought back from Chuancheng. They finally established a complete chain of evidence and confessions, leading to the case's resolution. As the one who reported the crime, Du was urgently summoned back to Yuncheng, along with Ming Lan, who had numerous inconsistencies surrounding her. Officer Zhang, observing through the one-way glass of the interrogation room, regarded the ethereal individual illuminated by the lights and quietly inquired of the intern, "Have we made any progress?" "Yes, boss." The intern replied, "This case is rather peculiar. The infant was murdered before Ming Lan was even born, and she has never been to Yuncheng, so she couldn't possibly be complicit. Yet, she knows precisely where the remains are buried, which is simply extraordinary." Officer Chen gasped, "This individual possesses remarkable insight. Do you recall the recent scam ring in Hongxing village? Before we pinpointed the location for our operation, we received a call detailing the address and number of individuals involved. When I asked her how she knew, she mentioned it was calculated by a streamer. Upon researching, I discovered it was indeed this streamer." Officer Zhang momentarily lost his focus, feeling as though the education he had received over the years was being challenged. Since the case had been clarified, and there was no connection between Ming Lan and the incident, they could only politely release her. As Ming Lan and Du emerged from the police station, Su Qianqian, along with her parents, had been waiting at the entrance. They had come to Yun City, eager to glimpse the environment in which Du had grown up. Su Qianqian extended an invitation to Ming Lan to join them for a meal, yet, not wishing to intrude upon the tender reunion of the four, she graciously declined, citing a friend who awaited her. Once the four departed, she fumbled with her phone, somewhat awkwardly preparing to summon a taxi back to her hotel. At that moment, a sleek black Porsche came to a halt before her. The window gradually descended, revealing the familiar, profound gaze of Pei Yuhui. Ming Lan paused momentarily. "What brings you here?" Pei Yuhui chuckled softly. "I'm also in Yun City. I saw online that you were here too. Thought I would treat you to dinner." The passenger, Chen Yao, rolled his eyes, muttering, "In Yun City, my foot." They had initially planned to return to Beijing this afternoon from the neighboring Spring City. But this gentleman had decided to linger, waiting at the police station as if it were a mere coincidence. His cunning was palpable. "Allow me to treat you this time. After all, you treated me before." Ming Lan opened the rear door and settled in. "Do you have a restaurant in mind?" "This place has some excellent signature dishes," she replied. As she entered the vehicle, the air within seemed to envelop a subtle scent of fruity wood, gently wafting into Pei Yuhui's nostrils, quietly stirring his senses. He swallowed hard, unable to resist stealing glances at the girl next to him, who was absorbed in replying to messages. From this angle, her elegant neck appeared elongated and graceful, her fair skin radiating a luminous glow under the light. Just as Ming Lan finished responding to Su Qianqian, she looked up to find Pei Yuhui's deep-set eyes fixed on her.
"What is it?"
She blinked. "Nothing," he replied, his mind racing as he sought an excuse to deflect. Yet, his gaze was abruptly drawn to her phone screen. His lips parted slightly. "Your wallpaper features your sword." "Indeed," she affirmed. "According to Yan Luo, many young people choose wallpapers of those, or things they adore. So she took a picture of my sword and set it as my wallpaper." Pei Yuhui's gaze dropped, an unnameable emotion swirling within his shadowed eyes. Chapter 61. A Perfect Match. The moonlight streamed through the glass windows, casting an ethereal glow upon Ming Lan's picturesque features, rendering them almost surreal. The emotions concealed within Pei Yuhui's gaze softened further. Do you cherish it? Yes. Ming Lan turned her phone slightly toward him. Don't you think it's beautiful? Pei Yuhui nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is stunning and striking. Perfectly compliments you. Ming Lan's face lit up with surprise. Do you truly feel that way? The Fei Qi sword, forged from black gold and mysterious iron, was more suited to a male swordsman in appearance. Female swordsmen typically favored lighter, more portable blades. Many of her senior peers had teased her about the stark contrast between her delicate appearance and her formidable sword, questioning whether she might prefer a more fitting longsword. This was the first time someone had remarked that her sword suited her so well. Of course, he replied with utmost sincerity. Your sword is so impressive. And you are equally captivating. It's a perfect match, especially in today's world where contrast is all the rage. Who would expect someone as ethereal as you to wield such a hefty sword? Ming Lan met his gaze deeply, a smile playing on her lips. I feel the same way. Pei Yuhui's heart raced uncontrollably, his eyes lingering on her face for several moments, unable to tear away. Up front, Chen Yao face-bombed. Unable to suppress the urge to shout at him, can you tone down that look of infatuation? Where did your usual cool demeanor go? You're usually so composed. The black Porsche, resembling a crouching beast, finally parked by the roadside. Pei Yuhui donned a cap and mask, concealing his features thoroughly as he stepped out alongside Ming Lan. This private dining establishment boasted a serene ambience and was free from the throngs of trendy eateries, making it an ideal choice at this hour. After securing a private room, Ming Lan glanced back at the entrance. Aren't your manager and driver joining us for dinner? They've already eaten, Pei Yuhui replied while sending a message to Chen Yao. Go eat elsewhere with old Wang. Don't disturb me. He swiftly transferred 50,000. Chen Yao responded with an animated emoji of bowing to the boss and promptly left. As they approached the staircase, Ming Lan abruptly turned to glance at two individuals seated in a corner of the first-floor hall. The two, caught off guard by her perceptiveness, quickly averted their gaze, feigning ignorance. What's wrong? Ming Lan inquired. They're photographing us. Pei Yuhui's expression shifted as he placed his hat atop her head and whispered, Wait for me here. He strode toward the two paparazzi, rapping his fingers on their table. Which media outlet are you with? How dare you take pictures of me? The two photographers chuckled awkwardly. No, brother, we wouldn't have the audacity. We're just here to capture a date involving a third-rate star. They had not anticipated that. After lurking downstairs for less than half an hour, a pair of exceptionally refined customers would enter. Although the man was concealed, the discerning eyes of tabloid journalists could easily identify the top-tier singer, Pei Yuhui. Despite being labeled a straightforward man and having endured various rumors throughout his career, he had never been linked romantically with anyone. Yet today, he was dining alone with a stunning girl. The two were exhilarated. The notion of capturing Pei Yuhui with his enigmatic companion and sharing it online would ensure their financial security for life. However, just as they snapped a photo, the beautiful girl suddenly turned her gaze upon them, her demeanor exuding an intensity akin to that of a seasoned soldier. Pei Yuhui was well aware of the media's tricks and had no faith in their claims. Put the camera away. The overhead lights cascaded down, casting fragmented shadows across the man's tall figure, intensifying his commanding presence. The sharp angles of his features contrasted starkly with the gentleness he had displayed while speaking with Ming Lan. The two photographers hastily produced their cameras, but Pei Yuhui deleted the photo, checking for backups before placing the camera on the table and striding back to Ming Lan. It's all right now, let us head upstairs. Ming Lan adjusted the cap atop her head. Okay. Upon hearing of the intrusion, Pei Yuhui's first thought had been to shield Ming Lan from being photographed. Online scrutiny is a double-edged sword. While it could bring attention, it also opened the door to unwanted disturbances. Thus, in a moment of urgency, he had placed his hat upon her head. The cap was slightly oversized, shading her delicate brows, leaving only her elegant nose and naturally pink lips visible from his perspective. So adorable. Ming Lan noticed Pei Yuhui's unwavering gaze on her and assumed he was admiring the hat. She removed it and handed it back. Here you go. As he accepted it, their fingertips brushed, a fleeting, natural touch, yet it enveloped them in an unspoken, intangible connection. Ming Lan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The hat, a familiar accessory to Pei Yuhui, carried not only the faint scent of laundry detergent, but also his unique blend of woody and citrus notes, which became particularly pronounced as the hat settled atop her head. Although she had been in the modern era for some time, many of her habits remained unchanged. particularly regarding hats, which in her eyes were personal belongings. Moreover, the hat in question bore the scent of its owner. The moment Ming Lan donned the hat, she felt a fleeting sensation of her private territory being encroached upon, yet deep down, she harbored no feelings of resistance. Pei Yuhui gazed at the cap in his hands, momentarily lost in thought. This was the very hat that Ming Lan had worn. This simple, uncomplicated realization lingered in his mind for several seconds, hastening the flow of blood throughout his body. Noticing his distraction, Ming Lan pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have a cleanliness obsession?" She wondered if he disdained the hat because she had worn it. Pei Yuhui quickly shook his head in denial. No, I was just thinking of something else." He repositioned the hat on his head, lowering it slightly to conceal his flushed ears, and said, "Let us go." After finishing their meal, Ming Lan intended to settle the bill. But Pei Yuhui preemptively opened the payment code. She cast him a sidelong glance. "Didn't we agree that I would treat you this time? I was just too quick." "My apologies," he replied, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "In that case, I shall await your next invitation to dine." Chapter 62. Public Relationship. The following day, Ming Lan, along with Diu and Su Qianqian, boarded the same flight back to Chuan City to record their show. Although the program Heart-Pounding Journey had devolved into a chaotic mess, far removed from its original theme, there was little they could do. Contracts were signed, and they had to soldier on. Even after the only couple of fans among the cast became actual siblings, the directors, after a night of grappling with acceptance and psychological torment, had no choice but to continue airing the show. This was primarily due to the considerable popularity of Diu and Su Qianqian. They were touted as a travel-themed romantic variety show. Even if romance was absent, they still had travel to showcase. Despite their program's unconventional angles, the first reaction from anyone hearing about Heart-Pounding Journey was often, "Isn't that the show where every guest has some scandal?" Nevertheless, they managed to garner viewership. With such a positive outlook, the production team resolutely continued their work. Even as Ming Lan and her companions flew to Yun City to assist the police with their investigation, updates continued unabated, centering around Yi Zixuan, Xia Yan, and Yu Bai while also promoting their trending new drama. When Ming Lan and her friends returned, they cleverly integrated into the ongoing recording, where this episode featured them as non-stars. As the cameras focused on the celebrities, they naturally began conversing. The Yun City police released an announcement, thanking Ms. Ming for providing crucial clues about the case. "That, Ms. Ming must be you, right? Did they not present you with a banner?" Song Yicheng leaned in, adding, "Initially, some haters claimed your contributions were insignificant, but once the police announcement was made, they had nothing to say." "I didn't expect you two to return for the show," Yan Luo remarked, glancing at Su Qianqian and Diu. "You just discovered your familial connection. Shouldn't you be celebrating as a family? The program's compensation is substantial." Su Qianqian responded, "Besides, I have a feeling there will be more juicy gossip, and I must stay to witness it firsthand." Yolo teased Ming Lan. "Do you know what the netizens are saying about you? They claim you possess an innate talent for uncovering scandals." Zhuang Yuan half-joked, "I don't have any scandals. If you don't believe me, try predicting my fortune." Ming Lan smiled, about to reply, when suddenly Xia Yan, speaking directly to the camera, grasped Yi Zixuan's hand and solemnly declared, "Today, during the live broadcast, I wish to announce something. Xian and I are officially together. I don't want to hide this from my fans. I want to give her a sense of security and recognition, which is why we chose to go public." The unexpected revelation left everyone in stunned silence. Even Yi Zixuan, one of the key figures, was utterly astonished. She had begun dating Xia Yan while filming. Aware that while the acting profession did not carry the same stigma as idol relationships, many fans, particularly those focused on their careers, were often unable to accept young stars dating in their 20s or 30s. Furthermore, with her being a rising star and him a newly crowned Best Actor, the disparity in their statuses could invite scrutiny if made public. She never anticipated he would suddenly reveal their relationship, especially during a live broadcast with millions watching. Su Qianqian gasped, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. There really is some juicy gossip." Zhuang Yuan quipped, "And this time, it's not the master of scandals revealing it. The parties involved have spilled the beans themselves." The production team perked up. After enduring a series of unfortunate events, they finally had some good news. The public declaration of a relationship between a popular flower and a newly minted Best Actor on their romantic variety show would surely attract a multitude of viewers and generate significant buzz. As expected, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, with netizens arriving in droves, utterly astonished.
Wow.
How did your production team turn into the parties involved spilling the beans? Seriously, Xia, can you focus on your work? Just won the best actor, and now you're getting carried away? And Yizi Xuan, are you in such a hurry to date at just over 20? Where's your ambition? To be fair, I think Xia comes across as quite sincere. At least he takes responsibility. He is far better than those who have secretly dated multiple times while maintaining a single persona to deceive their fans. Exactly. His public acknowledgement isn't about deceiving fans or giving his girlfriend a title. That's what a real man does. Ha ha ha. I've been shipping them while watching their trending drama, and I can't believe they're actually dating in real life. This is pure bliss. I never expected to witness such a revelation while watching a variety show. Whenever a celebrity relationship is revealed, the comment section is always a mixed bag. However, following previous scandals involving celebrities, such as solicitation and deceit toward fans, the public's expectations for stars have somewhat diminished, resulting in fewer individuals unable to accept their relationship. At least they had openly declared their romance without misleading their fans. Among the most elated were their CP fans, Xia and Yizi Xuan, who played the lead roles in a hit drama, naturally attracted viewers who shipped them as a couple. The sweet interactions during promotional events only fueled the fire. And now that the CP fans knew their ship was real, they were as ecstatic as if it were a festival. Some even poked fun at Ming Lan. The master of scandals didn't he come through this time? According to the usual flow, it would have been more reasonable for Ming Lan to reveal their relationship. I think it should have gone that way, haha. No. Think back to the scandals the master has revealed. The least shocking would involve a middle school romance. Celebrity couples keeping their relationships under wraps is too common. It's not something you'd expect from the master. True. I feel the master should have uncovered something even more explosive. Speaking of which, did you notice how everyone was surprised and then congratulated them after Xia and Yizi Xuan went public, except for Ming Lan? Her expression seemed a bit off. It does seem that way. Yizi Xuan has been getting along well with the other guests. She and Ming Lan are friends, right? Why didn't she offer her congratulations? Doesn't that suggest something significant? An increasing number of internet users have observed that Ming Lan appears to be rather reticent. Some even revisited the recorded playback, meticulously capturing the expressions of other guests during Yizi Xuan and Xia Yan's official announcement of their romantic relationship. As a close friend of Xia Yan, and also portraying the second male lead in a popular drama, Yu Bai wore a beaming expression of blessing. After showing surprise, Su Qianqian and others exhibited excitement and exhilaration, while only Ming Lan seemed somewhat taken aback, her brows subsequently knitting together in contemplation. In Chapter 63, amidst the chatter, an online user created a GIF showcasing Ming Lan's subtle changes in expression, suggesting that their romance might not be as uncomplicated as it seems, hinting at underlying complexities. The ongoing relationship between the rising star and the acclaimed actor continues to garner attention, with any topic related to their romance drawing considerable interest, leading to a flurry of comments on the post. Are we not overanalyzing this? Her surprise might simply stem from not expecting them to make their relationship public during a live broadcast, or perhaps she was astonished at her own obliviousness. Exactly. They just officially announced their relationship, and yet you can't stand to see them happy? One must wonder how unhappy people must be to seek out trouble online every day. No, you all still underestimate Master Ming Lan. Whenever she makes an appearance, there are bound to be exquisite revelations. I can't vouch for others, but I assure you there's no scandal with Xia Yan. He has diligently pursued his acting career for years with hardly any rumors surrounding him, and he is beloved by people of all ages. Master Ming Lan, I implore you to speak up quickly. What does your expression imply? I refuse to believe you would furrow your brow without reason. You are no pretentious, oily man. Unaware of the astuteness of the online community, Ming Lan pondered how best to broach the subject. Just as she began to doze off, someone offered her a pillow. Su Qianqian, ever straightforward, inquired about her well-being, expressing concern that she seemed less than enthusiastic. Are you feeling unwell? Yizi Xuan, displaying concern, added, have you caught a cold? I have some cold medicine in my room. Ming Lan shook her head, indicating she was not unwell. Afterward, she lifted her gaze to Xia Yan, her action devoid of any subtlety, conveying a profound significance under the circumstances. Xia Yan chuckled. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Ming Lan disregarded him entirely, not even granting him a glance, and turned to Yizi Xuan, stating, I have something to discuss with you. This seemingly nonsensical action left many bewildered. What does Ming Lan mean? Does she think her fortune-telling is infallible, causing her demeanor to shift? Indeed, her attitude seems rather impolite. She keeps regarding my brother with that look. And when he jovially asks her a question, she ignores him. Is she so haughty? If the acclaimed actor no longer finds her appealing, it seems Ming Lan has become rather full of herself. Isn't it obvious? Use your brains. It's clear Ming Lan has discerned some issue with Xia Yan, which is why she is reluctant to offer him a pleasant countenance and may wish to advise Yi Zixuan. That our master Ming Lan. She doesn't engage in deceitful antics or mutual flattery, preferring to keep it real and straightforward. Let the seers emerge. It appears Xia Yan may indeed be in troubled waters. Yi Zixuan, still enraptured by her boyfriend's public declaration of affection, momentarily caught off guard by Ming Lan's interruption, smiled and said, "If you have something to say, go ahead. Are you shy? Are you feeling a professional urge to give us a reading? Rest assured, Xia Yan and I are doing wonderfully. There are absolutely no scandals." Her remark, infused with a vivid sense of variety show flair, lightened the previously tense atmosphere in the live broadcast, eliciting laughter from the other guests. Ming Lan chuckled lightly. "Indeed. I wish to offer you a reading. I have long heard that Master Ming Lan's fortune-telling is remarkably accurate. I never imagined I could have the opportunity to experience it alongside Zixuan. I am confident that Zixuan and I will grow old together." Xia Yan, a seasoned actor thriving in the entertainment industry, crafted his words artfully, yet continued, "But perhaps we should adhere to our scheduled program. Let us conduct the reading once the recording concludes." Just as Yi Zixuan was about to nod in agreement, Ming Lan interjected, "No worries. I can finish it in 2 minutes. It will be quick." Su Qianqian and Yan Luo exchanged puzzled glances, both sensing something unusual. Ming Lan was not typically one to fervently pursue fortune-telling. Why would she persist even after being gently rebuffed? There must be something more at play. However, they concluded that following Ming Lan was undoubtedly the right choice. Yan Luo chimed in, "Yes, Teacher Xia, you may not be aware, but Ming Lan is quite remarkable. She can discern things in mere moments. It won't take long at all." Xia Yan smiled. "I think we'll pass. Zixuan and I are doing quite well. So, let us leave this opportunity for someone who may truly need it." Ming Lan's eyes narrowed slightly as she regarded him with an inscrutable expression. "Teacher Xia, are you perhaps afraid of my reading?" Xia Yan seems suspicious. He is not an avowed skeptic. In a previous variety show, he even mentioned climbing for 2 hours to seek a talisman for his family's safety. Why the sudden resistance now? With Ming Lan's presence, something seems amiss. She appears to have transformed into an entirely different person this episode, displaying such rudeness. If someone doesn't wish to have their fortune told, that should suffice. Yet she keeps pressing. It's quite vexing. Indeed, even Xia Yan, with his good nature, is being met with her presumptuousness, which is utterly baffling. Do you not sense that Xia Yan may indeed be apprehensive about Ming Lan's reading? Could he be hiding something? Everyone has their secrets. It's entirely normal for someone to have a past they wish to keep hidden. Ming Lan's behavior seems rather obsessive. Even after being declined, she insists on uncovering truths. What does she stand to gain? Regardless, I trust the integrity of Master Ming Lan. Her actions must stem from some rationale. Xia Yan felt cornered by Ming Lan's statement. If he continued to refuse, it would imply he was indeed hiding something unsavory. Conversely, should he consent to her reading? And if she truly possessed the rumored uncanny abilities, what if she were to reveal a scandal that could jeopardize his relationship with Yi Zixuan? As his mind raced, he ultimately offered an awkward smile. "I apologize, Master Ming Lan. I am aware of your remarkable abilities, yet I personally do not subscribe to the belief in fate. I believe one's life cannot be predetermined, nor can it be confined to a singular trajectory. It cannot be encapsulated by mere words. I hope you can understand." His eloquent words garnered much admiration, simultaneously affirming Ming Lan's talents while subtly asserting his disbelief in a fate defined by another's tongue, resulting in widespread agreement. "Indeed, I too believe life is shaped by our own actions. The future is ever-changing, and fortune-telling may merely predict one of many potential outcomes. I also prefer not to have my fortune told. What if it reveals something I'd rather not hear? I'd rather let things unfold naturally. I don't wish for my future to be disclosed to me, as it is something I must explore myself." Such philosophical musings. No wonder he has earned the title of Best Actor. Ming Lan's arrogance is glaringly apparent, and she pales in comparison to Xia Yan. In Chapter 64, it was evident that Ming Lan was unable to perform Xia Yan's reading by the conclusion of the recording. His eloquence and charm shifted the balance of opinion in his favor with mere words, while Yi Zixuan seemed entranced by her infatuation. rendering her unlikely to believe any revelation that might expose Xia Yan's true nature, regardless of his persuasive explanations. More importantly, she herself harbored some concerns. Should the truth of this matter be revealed during the live broadcast, Yizi Xuan might face tremendous criticism and setbacks. It would be more prudent to discuss it privately with her. After the group returned to the hotel, arranged by the production team, Ming Lan sent a message to Yizi Xuan. I have something to tell you regarding Xia Yan. Ding dong. Yizi Xuan's phone chimed, and Xia Yan glanced at the screen before turning his gaze toward his girlfriend, who was bathing in the bathroom, his expression darkening considerably. That woman Ming Lan was indeed tenacious. Having failed to voice her concerns during the broadcast, she was not willing to give up. This, however, indirectly indicated that she had perceived something amiss. Xia Yan felt a mix of incredulity. Could such a person truly exist in this world? And a profound sense of crisis. If that matter were to be exposed, his career and reputation would be irrevocably shattered. He could not afford to remain passive. He needed to take the initiative. He picked up Yizi Xuan's phone and replied, Sure. Come upstairs to find me. 8524. After deleting both messages, Xia Yan rose and called out, Darling, it's late. I'm heading back to my room. Yizi Xuan's voice floated through the bathroom door. Okay. The rooms were assigned by the production team, with the celebrities and ordinary participants located on different floors. The suites for celebrities were notably more luxurious and spacious. Ming Lan arrived at the door of 8524, found it slightly ajar, and walked in without hesitation. To her surprise, the room was not occupied by Yizi Xuan, but by Xia Yan. He rose from the sofa, a slight smile gracing his lips. Miss Ming, I've been waiting for you. Ming Lan snickered. Are you afraid? I'm quite curious about what you think you can deduce. Xia Yan stepped closer to her, leaning slightly forward. Afraid of what? I am her boyfriend, while you are merely an acquaintance from the show. Who do you think she would trust? Ming Lan raised her head expressionlessly, her face illuminated by the stark light, rendering her ethereal beauty even more striking. A hint of murderous intent flickered in her clear, glistening eyes, sending a chill down his spine. Xia Yan instinctively felt a tremor of fear but found it absurd. How could a tall man like him, standing at over 6 feet, be intimidated by a slender woman? He feigned calmness, but before he could utter another word, Ming Lan suddenly raised her foot and kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backwards to crash against the cabinet. The vases and ornaments atop it shattered upon impact, scattering across the floor. Xia Yan fell to the ground in a heap, feeling as though his chest had been cleaved open by a mighty axe, the pain searing. Before he could rise, Ming Lan swiftly shut the door behind her, seized him by the collar, and landed a punch squarely on his nose. Ah! His agonized cry echoed starkly in the stillness of the night as blood streamed from his nose, transforming his once handsome visage into a grotesque sight. Without sparing him a glance, Ming Lan strode over to the coffee table and confiscated his phone. Put my phone down, you bastard. Give it back. Xia Yan gritted his teeth against the pain, attempting to reclaim his phone. Yet, before he could even reach for the hem of Ming Lan's garment, she kicked him again, causing his insides to feel as if they were about to explode with agony. He curled into a ball, gasping for breath. Ming Lan, clutching his phone, exited the room and glanced back at the door before heading to 8564, where she knocked. Moments later, the door opened, revealing Yizi Xuan, her face a canvas of confusion. What are you doing here? Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Ming Lan entered the room, closed the door behind her, and handed the phone to her. This is Xia Yan's phone. Can you unlock it? Yes, he trusts me. I know all his passwords. Despite still being bewildered by the situation, Yizi Xuan noted the grave expression on Ming Lan's face and wondered if something serious had transpired. How did you come by his phone? Xia Yan is not a good person. He is gay, and Yu Bai is his lover. He is with you merely to have a child. The moment the first words escaped her lips, Yizi Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind growing increasingly muddled as Ming Lan continued. No way, that can't be true. Xia Yan had always shown her considerable care during their filming together, guiding her gently into her role, showering her with encouragement and compliments. He was handsome and maintained a low profile in the industry, and even though their interactions had been limited, she had heard praise for him from others. Perhaps it was his attentive nature or the lingering effects of their on-screen chemistry, but she had developed feelings for him. To her astonishment, Xia Yan had pursued her with tenderness, patiently accompanying her while she selected outfits, discussing the perfect accessories for each ensemble, and demonstrating a keen awareness of her subtle emotional shifts. Such a man was the very embodiment of an ideal partner. Initially infatuated with him, she had fully succumbed to her feelings. After they began dating, he continued to treat her with the same patience and thoughtfulness, even introducing her to his family during video calls, a level of openness that was rare. Not to mention, he had publicly declared his feelings for her during the live broadcast earlier that day. Yi Zixuan spent the entire day feeling touched and fortunate to have found such a sincere man, one whose eyes were filled with affection for her. Now, however, Ming Lan was telling her that Xia Yan was gay and his partner was Yu Bai. How could she possibly believe such a revelation? Ming Lan was unperturbed by her reaction. He has intimate photos with his boyfriend, as well as with you. Yi Zixuan shook her head vehemently. No, that's impossible. I've never taken any photos with him. While she had feelings for Xia Yan, she was also aware of the need to protect herself. Moreover, both of them were public figures. Having intimate photos on a phone was inherently unsafe. If the phone were lost or hacked one day, it would be catastrophic. She would never jeopardize her reputation and career. Furthermore, Xia Yan had always demonstrated immense respect and care for her. Every intimate moment was approached with gentleness and consideration, ensuring her comfort. How could he possibly have taken such photos without her knowledge? Yet, Ming Lan's foresight was uncanny. While their relationship could not be described as close, it was certainly not lacking, and there was no reason for her to fabricate such a story to deceive her. Filled with trepidation, Yi Zixuan promptly unlocked the phone and opened the photo album, flipping through it frantically. She looked up at Ming Lan, bewildered. There's nothing here. Nothing? Ming Lan took the phone from her and scrolled through it. Indeed, the album was pristine. Aside from some mundane snapshots, it contained numerous candid photos of Yi Zixuan, even a separate collection titled Baby. After they started dating, Xia Yan had willingly shared his phone and payment passwords with her, even encouraging her to browse through his phone at will. Trusting his character, she had never rummaged through it, unaware that he had stored so many daily snapshots of her. The more she delved into the album, the more her heart swelled with sweetness and gratitude, only to be overshadowed by guilt. How could someone who loved her so deeply possibly be gay? Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Ming Lan's actions. You still haven't explained how you got my boyfriend's phone. Why are you saying such things about him? Ming Lan had not anticipated that the photo album would be devoid of incriminating evidence, yet she had clearly seen enough to be convinced. After a moment of contemplation, she pulled out her phone and dialed Pei Yuhua. In the dead of night, the man, weary from days of relentless work, had retired early to bed but was jolted awake by the insistent ringing of his phone. Irritated, he furrowed his brow, ready to hurl a rebuke at whoever was disturbing him. However, the melodious voice that came through the line was none other than Ming Lan's. It's me.
Ming Lan.
All his irritation evaporated instantaneously, replaced by a wave of warmth, as if a gentle spring breeze had caressed his face. His tone softened remarkably. What's wrong? Is there any way to conceal certain photos and videos on a mobile phone? Yi Zixuan opened the hidden album page for Ming Lan to see, but he had not activated the hidden album at all. You seem rather peculiar today. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Pei Yuhua turned over in bed and said earnestly, some phones possess a dual system feature. By entering the appropriate password, one can access a different system interface, where the concealed videos and images may reside. Thus, check your privacy settings. If you find an option to enable it in the privacy space section, it indicates that the phone does not have a dual system. Conversely, if you see an entry button, then it certainly does. Ming Lan followed Pei Yuhua's instructions step by step, while Yi Zixuan remained on high alert. Upon seeing the word enter on the screen, he felt as though all his strength had been drained away. His phone indeed possessed a dual system, but Xia Yan had only disclosed one password to him. Did this imply that everything he viewed on his mobile was merely what Xia Yan wished for him to see? In that fleeting moment, memories of their time together cascaded through his mind like a lantern show, vivid and complete. Yi Zixuan blinked in confusion. However, the existence of a dual system did not necessarily indicate anything, right? What if he had merely activated it on a whim?
Ming Lan inquired.
Do you not find that Xia Yan and Yu Bai are unusually close? Indeed, they were renowned as close friends within their circle, having collaborated on numerous television dramas and films. As a result, there was a faction online that fervently supported their pairing. Yet they were both men. Was it inappropriate for close friends to share a deeper bond? After all, everyone has intimate friends. Yi Zixuan opened her mouth to explain. But before she could articulate her thoughts, Ming Lan continued, hasn't he mentioned more than once his desire to marry you and start a family soon? This was true. Although they had been together for less than a year, Xia Yan had exhibited an unmistakable urgency, frequently expressing his wish to marry her and establish a blissful household. However, she was still under 30 and at the peak of her career, making it impossible to abandon her aspirations for domesticity. Thus, she had consistently rejected his overtures. She interpreted his eagerness as a testament to his affection for her, a desire to solidify their bond in a legal sense. But he has been with Bai for several years, and he is the one in a subordinate role. They are quite playful. And you must have noticed the unusual scars on him, right? Ming Lan's words jolted Yi Zixuan's memory. Once, desiring to surprise her boyfriend, she had flown to his filming location. Xia Yan had greeted her with great delight, and after a sweet date, they had naturally spent the night together. However, during their intimate moment, she had noticed peculiar marks on his body, resembling those inflicted by a whip, still red and swollen. At that time, she had felt a pang of sympathy and asked how he had sustained such injuries. The man had attributed them to a scene in a spy drama he was filming, wherein he was subjected to brutal torture after being betrayed. The actor he was working with had not held back the force of his strikes to enhance the realism of the scene. Yi Zixuan had not doubted his explanation, consumed instead by concern for him. Yet now, reflecting upon it, as an actress herself, she questioned whether such extreme portrayals truly warranted injuries to the back, chest, and even thighs. Furthermore, she recalled the expression on Xia Yan's face upon first seeing her, which, apart from joy, seemed to harbor something else. Once the seed of doubt was sown, it became impossible to uproot it, regardless of her internal reassurances. Past memories resurfaced, each detail scrutinized for hidden clues. And what once appeared sweet and warm now seemed fragile under scrutiny. Observing her expression, Ming Lan chose not to press further.
Take your time to reflect.
I shall take my leave. She had no intention of making decisions for her or interfering with her choices. She simply wished to prevent her from being deceived by a man with a duplicitous nature. Yet if she had conveyed her concerns to such an extent, and Yi Zixuan still held unwavering faith in Xia Yan, there was little more she could do. Yi Zixuan, feeling lost, declared, "No, I must confront him." Ming Lan then recalled that Xia Yan had been on the receiving end of her earlier wrath, speaking in a casual tone. "Oh, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. I hit him, and he might have passed out by now." Yi Zixuan was left bewildered. What? As Ming Lan exited the room, Pei Yua's call remained connected. He had not inquired about the specifics of the situation, having gathered from snippets of conversation that it involved another girl. He had no desire to pry, but merely asked, "Did he hurt you when you struck him? Do you need my assistance to resolve this matter?" His tone conveyed genuine concern and worry, warming Ming Lan's heart. "I am unscathed. He cannot harm me, and I do not require your help at this moment." Pei Yuhua relaxed visibly.
Good.
"Do let me know if you need assistance. Do not hesitate." Ming Lan then noticed a subtle difference in his voice, tinged with the distinct huskiness of someone just awakening. Realizing belatedly, she asked, "Did I wake you?" The man denied it. No, I usually sleep late." Ming Lan frowned disapprovingly. "Sleeping late is detrimental to your health. You should rest earlier." Her sudden concern took Pei Yuhua by surprise, causing his heart to race. "All right. I will refrain from staying up late in the future." Ming Lan smiled in satisfaction. Good. His lips involuntarily curled upwards, a smile he could not suppress. And only after the call ended did he realize, why does Ming Lan's tone resemble that of soothing a child? Chapter 66. All these injuries are from Ming Lan. In stark contrast to their light-hearted banter, Xia Yan felt as though he were in the depths of hell. He had fainted from sheer pain, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital, surrounded by several doctors assessing his condition. His agent appeared frantic. What happened? How did a simple recording turn into this? Xia Yan's mind conjured up Ming Lan's face, and he felt an overwhelming urge to exact revenge upon her. His expression contorted in agony as he shouted, "I will report this. All these injuries are from Ming Lan." The moment his words fell, the room fell into a silence so profound that even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. Xia Yan was a prominent actor, well known, while Ming Lan had recently been trending on social media, making her recognizable to many. Among the doctors present, apart from the older attending physician, the others were in their 20s or 30s, and their expressions reflected a complex mix of emotions upon hearing his claim. Xia Yan, a man standing over 6 feet tall with a muscular physique, versus Ming Lan, a slender woman with wrists delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand. How could she have inflicted such harm upon him? Even Xia Yan's agent wore a look of disbelief. "Quick, someone check his head. He must be losing it." Xia Yan, already seething with rage, found their skepticism infuriating. He erupted, "I am telling the truth. Why do you not believe me? I will report her. I demand a medical examination. I want the police to arrest her." In his fervor, he inadvertently aggravated the wounds on his chest. Writhing in pain on the hospital bed, his agent, unable to reason with him, attempted to soothe his agitation while simultaneously calling the police. The officers arrived promptly, and after listening to Xia Yan's indignant account, they fell into a mutual silence. Trained professionals, they understood the vast disparity in strength between an untrained woman and a man. Even if Ming Lan had undergone some training, it was implausible that she could deliver a single kick capable of sending a man of his stature sprawling several meters away. Even though they found the situation utterly absurd from a professional standpoint, they nonetheless approached Dr. Xia Yan with a sense of responsibility to inquire about his injuries. The doctor's expression was nuanced. He revealed that Mr. Xia bore bruises on his face, had suffered a mild concussion from a blow to the head, and exhibited some internal bleeding, though his chest showed no external injuries. If Mr. Xia's claim of being kicked away was to be believed, then indeed, such a kick would have inflicted significant damage to his internal organs. However, there was not a single bruise on his chest. Xia Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He had been kicked twice by that venomous woman Ming Lan. How could there be no bruising whatsoever? In disbelief, he pulled aside his hospital gown, revealing an unscathed chest. There was not even a hint of redness, let alone a sizable bruise. Were it not for the pain he felt with each breath, he might have doubted whether the scenes playing out in his mind were mere figments of his imagination. The doctor continued, noting that while this situation was indeed rare, it was not impossible. What was certain was that Mr. Xia had sustained a severe impact. Subsequently, the police visited Xia Yan's room to conduct an on-site investigation, reconstructing the scene based on his account. A male officer, trained and accustomed to weightlifting, acted as Ming Lan, while a sandbag of comparable weight to Xia Yan served as his counterpart. The final results revealed that the officer was utterly incapable of kicking the sandbag that far. Meanwhile, another team of officers investigating hotel surveillance footage came up empty-handed, as Xia Yan had preemptively requested the corridor cameras be turned off the previous night, intending to erase evidence of his threats against Ming Lan, only to inadvertently eliminate crucial evidence of her brutal assault on him.
Now,
in a state of both fury and urgency, coupled with excruciating pain, he was on the verge of a breakdown. Your inability to accomplish this does not imply that Ming Lan is equally incapable. Xia Yan bellowed at the officers. She is not an ordinary person. The police responded. In real life, the only force capable of sending someone flying several meters is a high-speed vehicle. Mr. Xia, we empathize with your feelings, but every matter must adhere to the evidence. We will be speaking with Comrade Ming Lan to ascertain the situation. In a flash of insight, Xia Yan recalled Ming Lan's uncanny ability to predict the future, realization dawning upon him. I understand now. She must possess internal energy. She can strike from afar like the kung fu movies. Do you comprehend? The officers, unable to endure further, suggested to Yizi Xuan. Perhaps it would be wise for the family to contact a doctor for a CT scan. Enraged, Xia Yan expelled both the police and the doctor from the room, while his manager, drenched in sweat, hurried after them to apologize, attributing his erratic behavior to his head injury. In the vast VIP room, only Yizi Xuan and Xia Yan remained. Xia Yan, veins bulging at his temples, gasped as he turned to her. You don't believe me either, do you? After a moment of silence, she responded, I do believe you, because Ming Lan said so. Yet she had initially thought Ming Lan was exaggerating, never imagining she had spoken the complete truth. Xia Yan had indeed been beaten to such a state. Considering that Ming Lan had acted for her sake, she chose not to inform Xia Yan of the entire truth. Yizi Xuan retrieved the phone Ming Lan had given her. Your phone has a dual system. What is the password for the other one? A flicker of unease crossed Xia Yan's eyes. Did Ming Lan say something to you? Darling, how could you trust the words of an outsider to question me? I am your boyfriend. Of course, I trust you, Yizi Xuan replied. But show me the other system on your phone. If you can freely let me see your phone, then why set up a dual system unless you are concealing something from me? You still don't trust me, yet you claim to love me the most. Is your love so superficial that you believe anyone who speaks ill of me? Xia Yan attempted to reclaim his phone from her grasp. Stop throwing a tantrum, Xian. Yizi Xuan took a step back, her eyes glistening with tears. So you are indeed hiding something from me? Is what Ming Lan said true? You beast. Just as Xia Yan was about to defend himself further, the door to the ward burst open, and Yu Bai rushed in. Darling, how did you get hurt? Chapter 67. The Strong-Willed King. Only then did Yu Bai notice the presence of another person in the room, and his face grew somewhat awkward. The term darling became the final straw for Yi Zixuan's fraying emotions. Memories of their past interactions flooded her mind, leaving her feeling both ridiculous and nauseated. Just yesterday, she had been deeply moved by Xia Yan's public declaration of their relationship during a live broadcast, contemplating marriage, while many friends praised her for having found a good man, believing that someone as responsible as Xia Yan was a rarity. Yet this seemingly perfect boyfriend turned out to be gay. No wonder he had been so eager to marry and have children. His public revelation of their relationship was merely a ploy to manipulate her emotions and pressure her into having children quickly. The scars on his body were not from acting but rather remnants of his escapades with other men. She had once been so naive as to shed tears over them. A surge of anger roiled within Yi Zixuan, her stomach churning as she raised her hand to slap him, only to be seized by Xia Yan. He shed his usual gentle demeanor, revealing a sinister smile. Since you know, we won't hide it from you any longer. Yes, it's true, what of it? Xia Yan had recognized his sexual orientation since his school days, but had concealed it well, garnering praise for his focus on his career. With no scandals despite his disinterest in women. It was only after meeting Yu Bai that they had both recognized their mutual attraction, and after a night together, they were naturally drawn to one another. During the previous year's New Year, he had taken Yu Bai home, and just as they were about to deepen their bond, his parents had caught them in the act. After much explanation, his parents reluctantly agreed to their relationship, yet the older generation held a strong obsession with lineage, and the only thing they could not accept was two men being together and not being able to bear children. Thus, Xia Yan and Yu Bai devised a plan to find a woman to bear a child for them. At that moment, sensing Yi Zixuan's possible feelings for him, Xia Yan decided to pursue her, planning to coldly manipulate her into initiating a divorce after she bore their child in a few years. However, they had not anticipated Ming Lan's sudden interference, which disrupted their plans. But it was of no consequence. They still had ways to achieve their objectives. Yu Bai sneered. What will you do now that you know? Do you dare expose us? The moment you attempt to expose me, I will release your scandalous photos and videos to the press. What do you think your reputation will be after that? Will you ever get another role? Perhaps you'll only find work in adult films. Ha 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 ha. Yi Zixuan trembled with rage, hurling her phone against the wall, where it shattered upon impact. Fragments scattering everywhere. How naive you are. Do you think I only keep videos on my phone? Xia Yan declared triumphantly. I have backups aplenty. Go ahead. Smash away. If we must go down, we shall do so together, while your videos will circulate on every phone. Yi Zixuan was all too aware of the rapid dissemination of information in today's digital age, and she understood that Xia Yan spoke the truth. There had been instances in the entertainment industry when similar scandals had emerged, and the public outrage had predominantly targeted the female lead, leading to her photos circulating across major platforms. The malicious comments in her wake had effectively halted her career, rendering her a ghost in the industry. As soon as they disseminate the video, even if they manage to report and block the images, there will still be countless individuals employing various means to obtain the original footage. Beneath each post, numerous requests for the photos will arise. In the future, when others mention her, it will not be her artistic endeavors or her performances they recall, but rather the scandalous figure of a celebrity embroiled in explicit imagery. Her chest heaved violently as she collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained. The news of Xia Yan's injury and hospitalization had already spread across the internet, and his fans were heartbroken, flocking to the official Weibo of a heartfelt journey to question how the show had safeguarded its talent. Just yesterday during the live stream, everything seemed fine. How could he suddenly be injured? Your program is truly something, inviting my brother to save the day without ensuring his safety? Who would dare participate in such a show again? Here's a conspiracy theory. Could it be that an extreme anti-fan couldn't accept Xia Ji's announcement of his relationship? I am truly at a loss for words regarding the production team. Is it that difficult to state how he was injured? Is it too embarrassing? I have another hypothesis. Perhaps Xia Ji's injury is related to someone on the show. Someone who holds a significant role in a heartfelt journey, which is why the production team is hesitant to disclose the details. You're practically naming names. Ming Lan is the cash cow of the production team, a master at calculating everything, and they must certainly protect her. If Ming Lan is indeed behind this, it would make sense. She displayed hostility towards my brother during the live stream, and surely they had a disagreement afterward that led to her taking action. Meanwhile, my brother has only posted a Weibo to reassure us that he is fine, without mentioning who placed him in the hospital. Many of Xia Yan's fans had already held a grudge against Ming Lan for her inexplicable hostility towards him during the livestream, and now that Xia Yan was in trouble, she was the first person they thought of, leading to an influx of comments demanding justice on Ming Lan's account. Meanwhile, Ming Lan had just undergone questioning by the police. And, due to the lack of direct evidence indicating that she had visited Xia Yan late at night, along with the impracticality of a woman being able to physically harm an adult man so severely, the case was ultimately closed. She remained indifferent to the accusations from Xia Yan's fans, but her own supporters could not stand idly by and fiercely engaged in arguments with Xia Yan's fanbase. In the comment section, Ming Lan spotted a familiar figure, her #1 fan, Qingping GMO. He had registered a Weibo account at some point, following only her, and was now dominating the comment section. "What a turtle that has fallen into a salt vat, you little rascal," which eye of yours saw Ming Lan as the assailant. "When one door closes, another opens. You're just as foolish as they come. With such imagination, why not become a screenwriter? My arm bends more than your brain does. Even a donkey could teach you a lesson. Ming Lan is righteous, kind, brave, generous, noble, and selfless. What's wrong with me defending her?" His vocabulary was astonishing, his rebuttals precise and forceful, and his output speed was rapid. Within just a few seconds of Ming Lan glancing at the comments, he had already posted 2 more. The other fans were left in awe. The #1 brother is indeed a brother. Not only is his financial backing remarkable, but he is also a verbal powerhouse. "Brother, you single-handedly rival 10 of us. In this cold winter, you warm my heart. Is it inappropriate to ship a big brother ex-master?" Chapter 68. Ming Lan suspected of entangling with Xia Yan. Xia Yan still needed to recuperate in the hospital, and after Yi Xuan and Yu Bai returned, they joined the recording of the show. Ming Lan noticed that Yi Xuan appeared somewhat downcast, seemingly having come to terms with the truth. However, she did not seem to take any action, which left Ming Lan perplexed. But then she thought again. The entertainment industry is rife with intricate interests that cannot be resolved by merely calling the police or issuing public statements. Perhaps Yi Xuan had her own plans. All Ming Lan could do was convey the truth to her. The choice she made was beyond Ming Lan's control. During the live stream, Xia Yan's fans had not yet given up on seeking justice for their idol. They continued to berate the production team and Ming Lan, and some even began to insult Yi Xuan, questioning her depth of feelings for Xia Yan. Xia Yan is in the hospital, yet she still has the heart to record the show, betraying the one who gave up everything for her recognition. At that moment, Xia Yan lay in his hospital bed, observing the chaotic live stream, feeling that it was not enough to quench his anger. Who knew what sort of peculiar individual Ming Lan was? Ever since encountering her, misfortune had followed him at every turn. He was determined to avenge this grievance. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became, until suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind, and a strange smile crept across his face. Xia Yan picked up his phone and immediately drafted a Weibo post. Xia Yan V. After much contemplation, I have decided to speak out. Yi Xuan and I have mutual feelings. No one can tear us apart. I will love her for the rest of my life, marry her, and have children with her. I hope certain individuals will behave themselves and cease their entanglement with me. While I can pursue justice for my injury, I cannot tolerate Zixuan treating you as a friend while you seek to undermine her love. After all, we are all guests on the same show. I refrain from naming names out of respect for Zixuan. Take care of yourself. That day, the trending topics exploded. Xia Yan's bold declaration of his relationship not only failed to alienate his fans, but also garnered a wave of goodwill from the public.
Now,
with such a pointed post, it was only natural that it would create a stir. The entry regarding Ming Lan's suspected entanglement with Xia Yan boldly occupied the top of the trending list. Many netizens began speculating about whether Xia Yan's injury was somehow connected to Ming Lan. Upon seeing this trending topic, their curiosity was piqued, and they eagerly began to connect the dots. Goodness, it seems Ming Lan has feelings for Xia Yan, which explains her odd behavior after their relationship was announced. Suddenly, everything makes sense. Xia Yan's injury must also be tied to Ming Lan. Perhaps she said something to him, they argued, and her love turned to hate, leading her to push him down the stairs. Isn't that murder? Xie Ge is simply too kind. Why let her off the hook when his life was endangered? To be fair, Xia Yan is a rare gem of an ideal boyfriend. At the peak of his career, he openly declares his love, addresses the entanglement with his girlfriend's friend, and states his intent to marry her, exuding an abundance of security. But when did they ever have contact? Although Xia Yan is handsome and quite capable, deserving of the title of a promising young man, Is Ming Lan really the type to shamelessly pursue a man who is already in a relationship? I too question the authenticity of this matter. I sense there are still secrets yet to be revealed, and the master must be biding his time. Recently, despite Ming Lan's rising fame, she still paled in comparison to Xia Yan's notoriety. Moreover, with top-tier stars possessing professional public relations teams and management companies backing them, Ming Lan's supporters lacked the experience and expertise, quickly witnessing the square being dominated by Xia Yan's fans. The overall sentiment was decidedly unfavorable for Ming Lan. Within her fan group, organized calls for counteraction were underway, and the leader suddenly thought of their number one brother. It was well known that this brother was a male fan, and judging by his username, Qingping GMO, it was likely he was a boyfriend fan, a type that detests any rumors involving their idol and members of the opposite sex. A single misstep could lead to a loss of support and backlash. In a bid to secure the top position for Ming Lan, the fan leader urgently messaged the number one supporter. Ming Lan, rest assured, the muggles will always accompany you. Have you seen the trending topic, Big Brother? As soon as she sent the message, the top supporter responded instantly. Qingping's end, damn it. A pang of anxiety struck the fan leader's heart. She feared that the Big Brother had succumbed to the brainwashing of the trending topic. Cursing in frustration, and she worried that the next step would be demanding repayment from Master Ming. She typed furiously, "Please don't be deceived. The things online are a mix of truth and lies. That Xia Yan, doesn't he seem like a good person? How could Master Ming possibly?" Before she could finish her sentence, the top supporter sent two more furious messages. Qingping's end. Is his urine matte? Has he ever looked at himself? How could Ming Lan possibly like him? Qingping's end. He is definitely not a good person. Rest assured, I will never allow Ming Lan to be scorned. Encourage everyone to believe in her. The fan leader was taken aback.
Huh.
Aren't those my own words? She relayed the words of the big shot to Ming Lan's fan group, and seeing that a supporter who had spent millions still believed in her, most fans felt even more resolute in their decision to continue supporting her. In less than half a minute, the rumors surrounding Ming Lan's alleged entanglement with Xia Yan vanished, and the related topics were thoroughly cleared away, while several pieces of damaging information about Xia Yan surfaced. For instance, during his university years, he had performed provocative dances at a well-known gay bar, and despite maintaining a gentlemanly distance from female celebrities over the years, he had exhibited ambiguous behavior with several male stars, along with derogatory comments about women in early interviews. This series of revelations shifted the attention of those following the Ming Lan and Xia Yan saga towards Xia Yan's personal scandals. What? He previously said that a man should focus on his career while women manage the household? What a fool. He even worked part-time dancing at a gay bar? Is he really that broke? Or is it that he is actually gay? I mean, he looked so happy dancing in the videos, almost like he was possessed by dodgy. So that's why he keeps his distance from women. Turns out he prefers men. It's said that gay circles have a radar for each other. I once had a gay friend who insisted Xia Yan was gay. I thought he had a biased perspective, but it seems he was right. However, these so-called scandals were vehemently refuted by Xia Yan's fans. Are you still dredging up things from the monkey ear? You really must be working hard. The trending topic was hastily retracted, and now you're bombarding us with supposed scandals, all to suppress the rumors of Ming Lan trying to seduce my brother. The internet has a memory. That so-called pure and untainted master is actually just a homewrecker. Ciego isn't even from a wealthy family. Balancing work and study in college is quite impressive. What's wrong with dancing? I once handed out flyers in college myself. Just because he looks delicate and has a gentle demeanor doesn't he mean he is gay. Can this world stop judging based on appearances? This must be Ming Lan's doing, trying to bury her own unsavory matters. As a fan of Xian, I can't stand it anymore. Xian has always been sincere with everyone on the show. She considers Ming Lan a friend, yet Ming Lan is trying to undermine her. Chapter 69. Reporting to the police. After the recording wrapped up, the group returned to the hotel to rest, and naturally, Yan Luo and Su Qianqian came across the online vitriol against Ming Lan. Both were incensed. Although they hadn't fully grasped her character during their time together, they were certain she was not the person being portrayed. Just yesterday, they praised Xia Yan for his loyalty and responsibility, yet now they were hurling insults back and forth. How blind they had been. He was truly not a good person. As for Xia Yan, it was surprising that Yizi Xuan had nothing to say, which seemed like tacit approval. How could she behave this way? She had misjudged him. Filled with righteous indignation, the two were struck by how calm Ming Lan appeared, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. She lowered her head, seemingly engrossed in messaging someone, her eyes betraying a hint of a light-hearted smile.
Who was she chatting with?
Why was she smiling so happily?
Sulian yan ayet her suspiciously.
Wondering if she was romantically involved with someone from the show, Yolo or Zhuang Yuan. Ming Lan looked up, clarifying that it was just casual conversation. Really? Yan Luo pressed, curious if it was a man or a woman, and whether they were attractive. Without much thought, she replied, a man, quite handsome.
Oh.
For Ming Lan to describe someone as handsome, they must be truly remarkable. They felt Ming Lan had exceedingly high standards. Previously, when they casually discussed the handsome men in the entertainment industry, she merely remarked they were passable. Yan Luo and Su Qianqian initially intended to probe further, but suddenly recalled the unpleasant events online. With a sigh, one remarked, you really have a carefree spirit. The online world is in chaos, and you still have the time to chat with someone. It's fine. Ming Lan replied, their words have no bearing on me but will accumulate karma for themselves. I merely need to focus on my responsibilities. What others do is of no concern to me. Speaking of this, it makes me furious. Su Qianqian exclaimed passionately, Yizi Xuan has spent considerable time with you. She must know you're not that kind of person. Yet now she remains silent, allowing the internet to speculate about you. Just as she finished speaking, the trio turned a corner and encountered Yizi Xuan, who had clearly overheard their conversation, her gaze fixated on Ming Lan. Su Qianqian felt awkward for a moment before clearing her throat and saying, you heard that, didn't you? We were talking about you. I thought you had a decent personality. Ming Lan is not lacking admirers, nor is she desperate. Ming Lan gently grasped her hand, casually suggesting, all right, let us go rest now. Yan Luo pulled the candid Su Qianqian along, and the three circumvented Yizi Xuan to return to their room.
Yizi Quan stood frozen.
Watching Ming Lan's retreating figure, reminiscent of the evening she had handed her the phone, urging her to think carefully. At that moment, she had believed she would make the right decision, yet now she felt disappointed in herself. Yizi Xuan opened Ming Lan's Weibo, where she had only posted once since registering. A promotional post for the show. Now, the comments beneath that post were unbearable, filled with vitriol from Xia Yan's fans, along with some from her own. Because she had remained silent on the matter, everyone assumed she was affected by her boyfriend's injury and her friend's intentions to undermine her. She stood in silence for a long moment before finally picking up her phone, her eyes glistening with tears as she dialed the police. 30 minutes later, a photo surfaced online showing Xia Yan, still in a hospital gown, being escorted into a police car by two officers. One close-up captured his expression of disbelief and panic. The internet erupted in confusion, unable to comprehend why this bullied movie emperor was being taken away by the police. Shortly thereafter, Yizi Xuan posted a lengthy 500-word message, along with photos, videos, and recordings clarifying everything for the audience. She first clarified that Xia Yan was not speaking the truth, asserting that Ming Lan had never harbored any feelings for him. Subsequently, she expressed her apologies to Ming Lan, admitting that her own cowardice had subjected her to public scorn and humiliation. She outlined that Ming Lan's peculiar actions during her livestream were a result of her realization that Xia Yan and Yu Bai were indeed a couple, and that his pursuit of her was merely a ruse to have her bear his child. She confessed that Xia Yan had threatened her with compromising photos and videos, and ultimately stated that she had reported the incident to the authorities. Despite knowing that her images and videos had likely been disseminated, she hoped that the public would refrain from using this situation to attack her friends and family. The onlookers were left in shock, particularly Yizi Xuan and the fans of Xia Yan. Just days prior, they had been jubilant, akin to a festive celebration. Now, they were blindsided by an explosive revelation. Xia Yan and Yu Bai are gay? He secretly recorded intimate videos and used them to blackmail Yizi Xuan? Ming Lan was entirely innocent and even revealed the truth to spare Yizi Xuan from becoming a wife of a gay man, only to be vilified by Xia Yan, who concocted false rumors about her. The sheer volume of information contained within these few hundred words was overwhelming, leaving the netizens struggling to digest it all. Oh my goodness! Are there any Photoshop experts out there? That recording can't be fabricated, can it? How did we not notice Xia Yan's despicable nature before? His tone when threatening Yizi Xuan reeks of a petty villain. I am absolutely livid. He exploits the modern society's low tolerance for female actors. Just a hint of scandal can ruin a career, which emboldens him to use intimate photos as leverage. Goodness, I never realized Ming Lan was so kind and courageous. This incident had nothing to do with her, yet she still confided in Yizi Xuan. Yizi Xuan is also a pitiful figure. She hails from an ordinary family and has worked hard to rise from minor roles to the lead in a popular drama, only to encounter these two scoundrels. When will society cease its oppression of women? It is the scoundrel who should bear the blame for leaking intimate photos. The woman is merely a victim. Why must she become fodder for gossip? In Chapter 70, it was revealed that they had repeatedly uploaded inappropriate videos to the internet. Neither Xia Yan nor Yu Bai anticipated that Yi Zixuan would possess the audacity to report them. In their perception, a woman's most essential virtue is her chastity. With her photos circulating widely, exposed for all to see, how could she be anything but a harlot? Yi Zixuan would face not only malicious mockery from netizens, but also misunderstanding from her family and the judgment of neighbors. Her prospects for marriage would be obliterated. Xia Yan was all too aware of the struggles Yi Zixuan had faced. She cherished every opportunity to act. And it was this very appreciation that led him to believe she would never recklessly gamble her hard-earned career, thus emboldening his threats. They never imagined that Yi Zixuan would have the courage to report them, and during her confrontation at the hospital, she was prepared, recording evidence to expose them. Had this woman lost her mind? The police acted swiftly, uncovering the incriminating photos in Xia Yan's private album. It must be said, Xia Yan and Yu Bai had been particularly cautious. Those images had 5 backups, including a dedicated USB drive that Xia Yan carried with him. The album contained videos not only of Xia Yan and Yi Zixuan but also of Xia Yan and Yu Bai. These videos were truly shocking, featuring various props and explicit content that made several officers nauseous, leaving them unable to eat that evening. Even more infuriating was the revelation that Xia Yan and Yu Bai had joined several LGBTQ groups, where members, much like themselves, preferred men but felt compelled to find a girlfriend or marry in order to propagate their lineage. It was common for members to share videos of their encounters with their girlfriends, critiquing each other's physiques and techniques. Yi Zixuan's video had also been disseminated by Xia Yan. Their crimes extended beyond this. Cyber police discovered that they had uploaded their repugnant videos to the dark web to satisfy their perverse desires, even producing multiple episodes. With irrefutable evidence in hand, both were arrested on charges of invading privacy and disseminating obscene materials. The notoriety of Xia Yan, Yu Bai, and Yi Zixuan was already considerable. And the scandal involving deception in a same-sex marriage, along with the blackmail of a woman using private photographs, attracted significant societal attention, causing Yi Zixuan's posts to spread rapidly online, igniting unprecedented discussions within the entertainment industry. However, due to the absence of an official conclusion regarding the situation, not all voices aligned in condemning the unscrupulous men. Numerous fans of Xia Yan and Yu Bai remained reluctant to accept this harsh reality, making desperate last stands. Some positioned themselves on moral high ground, criticizing everyone involved. Isn't it true that Yi Zixuan bears no blame? As a woman, she ought to uphold her self-respect. If she had simply focused on her acting, none of this would have transpired. Rumors are merely the product of someone's mouth, right? I refuse to believe that my idol, whom I've supported for years, is capable of such acts. The most cunning one here is clearly Yi Zixuan. Having attached herself to a more prominent star, she swiftly turned against him when her boyfriend faced trouble, fabricating rumors to extricate herself. How can we know if those videos were taken with her consent? Perhaps she was the one being provocative in bed, only to now feign victimhood when caught on camera. Who would believe her? Isn't Yu Bai in a relationship as well? Although they were taken away by the police, no charges have yet been disclosed. However, these sentiments dissipated almost entirely following an official police announcement. Although the authorities did not name names, the implication that Xia and Yu were a same-sex couple was enough to clarify everything, especially the statement that they had repeatedly uploaded inappropriate videos to external sites, leaving many agape. Was their self-indulgence not sufficient? Did they truly need to broadcast their videos to the world? The intent to use private photos to blackmail Yi Zixuan was also substantiated, affirming that everything she had stated on Weibo was the absolute truth. Just days before, they had been the envy of all as a loving couple. Now, they had suddenly transitioned into the roles of victim and perpetrator, a turn of events eliciting profound sorrow. Who would have guessed he was so vile? Unable to father a child himself, he sought to exploit an innocent woman to fulfill his desires. His public declaration of their relationship was merely a ploy to pressure Yi Zixuan into marriage. I felt uneasy the moment he made his relationship public. He was already at the pinnacle of his career with fame and accolades. Revealing his relationship would hardly affect him and might even attract more fans. Yet, Yi Zixuan was still rising in her career, with a significant male fanbase, and such exposure would only invite criticism towards her, resulting in a loss of followers. He showed no consideration for her. Previously, it was said that the brotherhood between Xia Yan and Yu Bai was enviable. It turns out their bond was of an entirely different nature. According to expert surveys, the number of wives of gay men in our country is at least 10 million. Personally, I have no issue with homosexuality. But if someone resorts to deceitfully marrying a woman to conceal their sexual orientation, even going so far as to coerce her into bearing children, that is truly reprehensible. Ugh, how could so many people have praised him as a good man? Sister, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. With his promiscuous lifestyle, you should ensure you don't contract any diseases. I will be here today, watching to see who dares to request any photos or videos. I, too, implore you to report any misconduct you encounter. Do not perceive such matters as mere fodder for humor. If you were to face a similar situation and, after bravely voicing your concerns, found your images and videos circulated indiscriminately, how would you feel? Yan Luo and Su Qianqian were equally taken aback. They had assumed that Yi Zixuan was merely infatuated or had been misled by Xia Yan, which explained her silence during the rumors of Ming Lan supposedly seducing him. To their astonishment, she was actually coerced by Xia Yan through private videos. Now, in a display of courage, she has exposed both Xia Yan and Yu Bai, becoming one of the subjects of public discourse herself. Su Qianqian, filled with regret for having hastily criticized Yi Zixuan without understanding the truth, lamented, "I was truly impulsive. How could I have spoken ill of her without grasping the full context? Do you think sending her an apology video would lighten her spirits? She hasn't blocked me."
Has she?
Yan Luo gently patted her shoulder, assuring her, "Fear not. When the time comes, we shall extend our apologies sincerely." Meanwhile, Ming Lan received a lengthy message from Yi Zixuan, in which she expressed her regret for not speaking up sooner and thanked her for revealing the truth about Xia Yan and Yu Bai. Concurrently, she posted on Weibo to convey her gratitude to Ming Lan, clarifying that her seemingly odd behavior during the live stream was an attempt to disclose the truth and that the rumors regarding her involvement with Xia Yan were unfounded. In Chapter 71, the program faced an impasse. Those who sympathized with Yi Zixuan and condemned Xia Yan suddenly recalled the unsung hero behind this incident. "I told you so. Master Ming must have perceived something amiss to treat Xia Yan so curtly. You all mocked me for my leg hair, and now you come crawling back to apologize." Master Ming possesses an ethereal quality that transcends the mundane. She chose to speak out to protect women, enduring misinterpretation without a word of protest. It brings me to tears. Let anyone dare to speak ill of our master again. Both Ming Lan and Yi Zixuan are remarkably courageous individuals. I maintain that no girl is beyond redemption. Previously, I jested that Ming Lan's benefactor wasted millions on a poor judgment, but it appears that the gentleman truly possesses discerning eyes. Master Ming is irrefutable. Ming Lan inquired about Yi Zixuan's future plans. She appeared nonchalant, responding, "I'll take it as it comes. If any production teams still want me, I shall act. If not, I might resort to small web dramas." The entertainment industry is replete with actors, countless youthful and talented individuals awaiting their chance. Directors are far more inclined to cast actors with a positive reputation than one associated with scandalous news. After all, no one wishes for the audience's discussions to revolve around the leading lady's scandalous photos when the show airs. Ming Lan fell silent for a moment. Although this world lacks spiritual essence and the ability to fly on swords, it has birthed airplanes and rockets, alongside advanced technologies like smartphones and televisions. Furthermore, societal perspectives have progressed significantly, advocating for gender equality. She had anticipated a different reality. In their realm of cultivation, the division between male and female practitioners was not as pronounced, with the more severe distinctions being those of bloodline nobility. Yet, in the face of absolute power, these distinctions seemed trivial. During her excursions to the mortal world, she had witnessed the injustices and suffering endured by ordinary women, bullying by ruffians, the shame heaped upon virtuous women, and the casual acceptance of polygamy among men, while women were disparaged for merely conversing with men. To her dismay, she discovered that even in this technologically advanced era, some double standards still persisted. "Rest assured, you shall not find yourself acting in web dramas," Ming Lan assured her. Yi Zixuan sighed. "Please, spare me the consolation. There have been predecessors who faced similar trials, ultimately retreating from the industry. I've begun to accept reality. My greatest fear remains my parents being pointed at by neighbors. I haven't dared to call them yet. The past is behind us. The present is different." Ming Lan said softly, "Your future will be bright." Though her words were likely mere consolation, a warmth flowed through Yi Zixuan's heart as she replied, "Thank you." After hanging up, Yi Zixuan summoned her courage to glance at her Weibo comments, only to find that the newly added remarks were not the malicious ridicule and insults she had anticipated. but rather an outpouring of encouragement. You are incredibly brave. You have done nothing wrong. May your future be a path of flowers. Reject the circulation of the video. Protect the legitimate rights of victims. It's alright, sister. Being filmed is not a disgrace. After all, isn't the human body just that? Do not feel shame or think you cannot face others. The truly disgraceful ones are Xia Yan and Yu Bai, who says that being seen once ruins a life. Your life is still long. It will only improve, while those who disseminate private images have truly ruined theirs. Continue acting, dear sister. You are still so young. And who knows, you may become an award-winning actress. Do not torment yourself over others' mistakes. Occasionally, someone sought the video, only to be met with a barrage of backlash from netizens. Some even unearthed the individual's name and company from their daily posts, leading to calls being made to their superiors to report the incident. Terrified, the person repeatedly apologized and ultimately deleted their account. Yi Zixuan stared at the screen for a long while, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Just then, the doorbell rang, fearing it to be paparazzi or reporters. She cautiously peered through the visual doorbell, only to find her parents standing outside, who should have been far away at home. In disbelief, she opened the door. Mom and Dad, what brings you here? Mama Yi enveloped her in a warm embrace, gently wiping away her tears. Silly child. How could you not inform us about such a significant event? We have heard everything. It is not your fault. Who could have predicted he was a scoundrel? Let bygones be bygones. We mustn't bring up old wounds, Papa Yi added. If you are feeling down, then do not act. Your mother and I will support you for life. Let anyone dare to speak ill of our daughter. Yi Zixuan, having barely managed to suppress her tears, found them flowing freely once more, sobbing uncontrollably. Due to the illegal actions of Xia Yan and Yu Bai, the entertainment industry has recently undergone a seismic shift. Their endorsement brands have swiftly severed ties, and all their film and television works have faced boycotts and removals. The most afflicted are the production teams and cast members of the dramas currently airing. After enduring arduous filming, their work had finally been released to great acclaim, featuring a real-life couple that brought significant viewership to the show. Yet within days, it emerged that the male lead and the second male lead were involved in a scandal, having deceived the female lead, resulting in the show facing potential removal. All the efforts of the production team and investors had been rendered futile. Additionally, the director of the variety show Flourishing Journey faced immense distress as the illegal actions of Xia Yan and Yu Bai added insult to injury for their program. From the very first episode, guests have been embroiled in scandals, while the revelations concerning Yan Luo, Su Qianqian, and Di were somewhat absurd. Others were either involved in criminal activities or exhibited profound moral failings. It became impossible for the show to continue without expelling these individuals. Moreover, the format of their variety show is a dual approach of live broadcasting and recorded segments, with extended live sessions allowing viewers to witness guests traveling or engaging in romance, thus creating a more immersive experience, while the recorded segments showcase the most compelling highlights. However, the continuous misconduct of the guests led to repeated censorship and removal of live broadcasts, while the recorded versions required obscuring or cutting out the segments featuring the offending guests, resulting in a final presentation that was not only visually unappealing but also disjointed. A few days prior, when the director learned of Xia Yan's arrest by the police, his heart ached more profoundly than that of the most devoted fan, nearly causing him to faint from shock. Following the relentless barrage of negative news surrounding various guests, the principal investor of their variety show finally reached his limit, gravely suggesting to the director, "Perhaps it would be wise to invite a master to exorcise the evils plaguing your production. Continuing down this path is untenable." With that, the investor promptly severed ties and withdrew funding. Their show was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 72. When did they become so familiar? In the entertainment industry, secrets are scarce, and the news of the investors' withdrawal from the currently popular variety show spread online within the hour. The netizens were simultaneously amused and apprehensive. Upon reflection, the investor did all he could. He genuinely fears for your total demise. If this show cannot continue, how will I ever enjoy the gossip? Fear not. If the show falters, Master Ming will still be broadcasting on Tomato Live. We shall still have tidbits to savor, though acquiring juicy entertainment news may prove challenging. But as a connoisseur of gossip, I must admit that the tales from the entertainment industry are the most delectable and explosive. Sometimes, I truly wonder if this show is cursed. How else could every guest be so unfortunate? Isn't it because Master Ming is at the helm? I can hardly wait for him to predict and rectify the issues plaguing the industry. I doubt anyone will dare to stray from the law again. Otherwise, why not have the netizens each contribute a small amount? With billions of us, surely we could gather the funds needed? Hiding behind his phone, the director trembled at the online discourse, thinking, please do not pool your resources. Such actions could be deemed illegal investment. And I have no desire to face incarceration at this stage of my life. Just as he began to resign himself to the grim reality of insufficient funds halting production, the assistant director burst in, beaming with joy, proclaiming, we have been saved. A major investor has come on board. Guess who it is? The director nearly leaped from his chair in exuberance, exclaiming, I care not who it is, as long as they are investing, they are my benefactor. The assistant director wasted no time revealing, it is the Pei Group. Rumor has it that young Master Pei himself is here to negotiate.
What?
The director was overwhelmed with disbelief, his heart soared as if it were ascending to the skies.
Pei Yuhua?
The Pei Group, a financial titan, renowned for its long-standing collaborations with the government. With such a formidable ally, their funding and resources would be secure. And all that remained was for everyone to rise in prominence. Ecstatic, the director inquired, has young Master Pei arrived? Let us hasten to greet him. Upon exiting the break room, they encountered Pei Yuhua standing just outside the door. Clad in a meticulously tailored white shirt, his hair slicked back. His chiseled features exuded a sense of distance, resembling a newcomer from the financial elite rather than the flamboyant star seen on stage. Young Master Pei, we are immensely grateful for your support in resurrecting our program. We never anticipated such appreciation for our project. Our previous collaboration on the theme song was equally delightful. The director gushed, anxious to secure his favor. Pei Yuhua cleared his throat. And where are the other guests? The director realized that this young master was not merely an impulsive investor. He likely wished to meet the guests and assess any potential risks before committing. The guests are resting upstairs. Shall I escort you to meet them? Rest assured, all remaining guests are law-abiding individuals. After all, they had spent considerable time with Ming Lan without any scandal arising, so they should be quite safe. Pei Yuhua nodded, let us go take a look. As the director led him upstairs, he quickly typed a message in their group chat. Our new investor is coming to meet you all. Tidy up and make a good impression. The group, gathered for tea and casual chatter, responded with surprise. Well, our show has been patched up quite nicely. And yet we have an investor coming. Who is this fortunate soul? Ha ha ha, if they have endless wealth, they should share some with me. The director's nervousness suggested that this investor might indeed be exceptionally wealthy. Best to clean up, given the mess of sunflower seed shells on the table. Just as the guests stood to tidy up, the director entered with Pei Yuhua. Observing their lackadaisical demeanor and the cluttered table, the director nearly fainted, recalling how he had extolled their virtues, claiming each one was exceptionally disciplined and possessed the talent to become future stars. He apprehensively glanced at Pei Yuhua, expecting dissatisfaction, yet was taken aback by the gentle warmth in the young man's gaze, which bore a subtle smile, infinitely more inviting than when he had first encountered him. Following Pei Yuhua's line of sight, the director was struck with surprise. Pei Yuhua was looking at Ming Lan. Ming Lan, clad in a simple yet elegant loose-fitting shirt, her dark hair stylishly tied up, radiated a refreshing vibrancy that softened Pei Yuhua's heart. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I merely came to observe, Pei Yuhua said. Ming Lan responded with a casual acknowledgement. Will Yi Zixuan be able to return to continue filming? Just as the director prepared to respond, Pei Yuhua interjected if she wishes. She may. The current sentiment online is favorable towards her. In this industry, nothing is black and white. It's all about profit. As long as the audience supports someone, capital will follow. He continued, for instance, a certain male actor was recently exposed for his chaotic personal life, yet retained a massive fan base that refused to abandon him. Thus, capital saw a market and did not forsake him, allowing him to lay low for a time before returning to the spotlight. Yi Zixuan's situation is similar. The reluctance of some productions to include her stemmed merely from concern over audience reception, which no longer exists in light of the current online discourse.
Ming Lan not that thao gu fun.
That's reassuring. Pei Yuhua chuckled lightly, now you can rest easy. As they conversed with an ease that suggested familiarity, the other guests were left in a state of bewilderment. When did they become so close? Chapter 73, Retiring from the Industry. The news of Pei Yuhua becoming the new investor for a thrilling journey spread swiftly across the internet, garnering applause from many, as his financial backing ensured the show's continuity without the threat of funding shortages. However, some mockingly suggested that only a wealthy heir like him would dare to take on such a venture, given the myriad risks the show faced. Yet, The prevailing speculation revolved around whether he was on the verge of retiring from the industry to inherit his family's wealth. Not only were fans in a state of panic, but even casual observers lamented that the music industry would lose a rare talent should he choose to step back. Dear brother, I implore you, do not withdraw from the scene. I understand that your family possesses a fortune exceeding 100 million, but please, do not rush. You are still young, are you not? I was wrong, young Master Pei. I shall never again refer to you as Pei Dog. I acknowledge that your songs are truly delightful. I listen to them every night as I drift into slumber. Even those who are not fans feel a sense of loss. Nonetheless, even if you were to retire, you would still remain my top idol in my heart. It matters not if you decide to retire. We understand that you have your own life and family. I do not mind in the least. In fact, I do not particularly care for your music. There are other male artists I admire more. Your songs are merely average. It is quite amusing, really. Please do not retire. As long as you do not engage in illegal activities or moral depravity, I shall support you in whatever you choose to do. I am anxious, truly anxious. When I learned of your potential retirement, it felt as though 1,000 arrows had pierced my heart. My hands trembled, sweat poured down, and I bit my tongue in distress. At this moment, my defenses have crumbled. Initially, this was merely speculation among the public, as Pei Yuhua has been devoted to music since his debut, never appearing on variety shows or attending events of dubious prestige. Often, his awards at ceremonies were collected by his manager on his behalf. His sudden investment in a recently popular variety show, known for its unconventional approach, indeed seemed illogical. Consequently, due to Pei Yuhua's massive fanbase, the news was exaggerated, and with the efforts of fans and bystanders alike, the topic of his retirement surged to the trending list. Unbeknownst to him, Pei Yuhua was enjoying dinner with the director of a heartfelt journey and the guests, the atmosphere in the private room warm and harmonious, everything perfectly in place. Suddenly, a frantic phone call interrupted. Upon answering, he barely had the chance to utter a word before Chen Yao's booming voice nearly deafened him. Young master, what mischief are you up to this time? I took a day off to celebrate my wedding anniversary with my wife. And if I hadn't overheard a waitress at a couple's restaurant sobbing about your potential retirement, I would have remained blissfully ignorant of your thoughts. Do you even consider me your manager? Pei Yuhua was taken aback. Wait, who is thinking of retiring? Since reuniting with Ming Lan, he had shed his previous despondency. His spirits lifted, and inspiration flowing abundantly, he was preparing to release a new album. How could someone be spreading rumors of his retirement? Chen Yao, while feeding his wife peeled shrimp, continued, I heard the trending topic exploded, and I rushed to inquire. I know your family is affluent, but your parents are still young and vigorous, right? Why would you consider retirement? Pei Yuhua met Ming Lan's gaze, swallowing the expletive that nearly escaped his lips. I will not retire. It is all a fabrication. You enjoy your date. I will promptly post a clarification on Weibo. During his phone call, the director and guests also took out their phones, witnessing the fervent public discourse online. Su Qianqian was about to express her outrage at the unkindness of those spreading such rumors when she scrolled through the comments and found that Pei Yuhua's fans constituted the majority. Goodness, how could there be people urging an idol to retire? Pei Yuhua couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, succinctly posting a clarification. Who spread the rumor that I am retiring? Rest assured, I have an older sister who will inherit the family fortune. It is not my turn for another 20 years. With the principal himself dispelling the retirement rumors, many fans who had lost hope found renewed faith.
Oh.
Pei Dog, 20 years is hardly enough. You should sing for another 80 years, all right? Brother, you truly frighten me. I have come to terms with it, as long as you do not retire. Everything is negotiable. I am already considering finding you a partner from the entertainment industry. Once you fall for her, you will want to dominate the industry together, and thoughts of retirement will vanish. On a tangent, I just searched for photos of Pei Yuhua's sister and realized I have become a fan. She is so fierce and stunning. Little Pei, I shall become your brother-in-law in the future. Returning to the topic. What is the purpose of Pei Dog investing in a variety show? Could it be that he simply has too much money and nowhere to spend it? I suddenly pondered a possibility. Could it be that Pei also enjoys gossip? It seems to me that someone as playful as Pei certainly must have a secondary account to indulge in gossip. Let us be bolder. I speculate that Pei is planning to appear on a dating show for a close-up experience of the gossip. After recording several episodes of the program intermittently, the guests finally enjoyed a brief respite. Ming Lan received a call from Cheng Chen, who wished to express his gratitude by inviting her to dinner. The Chung family. Following Ming Lan's instructions, unearthed the coffin of old Master Chung and indeed discovered it had been tampered with. Upon opening it, they found a small, malevolent figure emitting an indescribable stench, mingled with a peculiar fragrance. After incinerating it at the local temple, old Master Chung visited their dreams that night, this time not reprimanding them but commending their efforts. The nanny, who had attempted to use dark arts to alter fate, was apprehended. She confessed that this method had been revealed to her by a deity she worshipped, for which she had paid a hefty sum in membership fees. As the police pressed her for more information, they uncovered a cult promoting feudal superstition. Ming Lan raised an eyebrow. A cult? It was curious how this cult had brainwashed her. She had always been fearful of death, yet she dared to desecrate my grandfather's grave and tamper with fate. Upon encountering the police, she trembled and confessed, but when it came to the cult, she resolutely refused to divulge any information, clenching her teeth in silence. Despite the police's relentless inquiries, they could not extract any useful information and had to start their investigation from her surroundings. Ming Lan had seen numerous cases in past social news about notorious cults harming the unsuspecting, fabricating various fallacies, creating an atmosphere of terror, and brainwashing many to achieve mental control. It was no wonder that many had initially resisted her live fortune-telling, maintaining a high level of vigilance to avoid being deceived. Chapter 74. I am the rightful queen. Sister, please join me for a meal. Otherwise, I shall feel guilty. If you are too busy to dine, then please provide me with your card number, and I shall transfer 2 million as a token of appreciation. No need. You already compensated me during your live stream. After hanging up, Cheng Chun was momentarily bewildered. When did he do that? Was it when he and Ming Qiuying, along with their companions, attempted to disrupt her live stream and casually gifted her a small sum of nearly 100 yuan? Such frugality, for a master. Cheng Chun pondered that it was inappropriate. The master had assisted their family immensely, and how could they only offer 100 yuan? Since Ming Lan refused to accept, why not shower her live stream with gifts instead? He could become the top donor and ensure that Master Ming's live stream was well protected. Indeed. As soon as Ming Lan hung up, she opened her live stream, where many fans eagerly awaited her fortune-telling. Having previously deduced that Du was a child who had been abducted, reuniting him with his family had instilled hope in many parents of abducted children. Numerous families had registered accounts to watch her live stream, praying to find their lost children. This motivated Ming Lan to extend her live stream duration as much as possible. And many considerate fans willingly left their opportunities for fortune-telling to those in greater need. Sometimes, after several hours of live streaming, the entirety of the broadcast consists of families of abducted individuals seeking their loved ones. Ming Lan possesses an uncanny ability to accurately determine their locations, even identifying the resting places of some who have tragically passed away. Families travel great distances to retrieve the remains, ensuring that they may finally return to their roots. The poignant scenes from those live streams often left viewers in tears as they simultaneously lamented the heinous actions of traffickers and expressed their sorrow over the plight of humanity. Ming Lan's efforts to assist these families garnered significant societal attention, with official media outlets even praising her work. Already enjoying immense popularity, the recent accolades further amplified the throngs of individuals eagerly awaiting her broadcasts. As soon as Ming Lan commenced her stream, a multitude of viewers flooded in. Cheng Chun, too, blended into the crowd, swiftly altering his ID to Jing City Qingshao, and without a moment's hesitation, began showering her with gifts, contributing nearly 1 million in mere moments. Ming Lan's live stream was enveloped in extravagant and dazzling effects. I entered from the gift leaderboard and wondered who possessed such wealth to donate 1 million within the first minute. Turns out it's Master Ming Lan. This fellow looks vaguely familiar. Upon checking his profile, I realized he is the one who brought his deceased grandfather to seek fortune. Ah, I recall that incident. The host mentioned his grandfather had a peach blossom calamity. What transpired afterward? Though I'm unaware of the specifics. His generous gifting to Master Ming Lan suggests that he must have received accurate readings. The fortune seeker appears quite affluent, rumored to be a scion of the Jing Circle? Jing City Qingshao. I was once ignorant, but my grandfather indeed had a peach blossom calamity. Curious onlookers can refer to the report from the Jing City police regarding the coffin incident. Thankfully, Master saved my grandfather, or else his reputation would have been tarnished. People nowadays exhibit such eccentric mental states. I thought my preemptive paper offerings were absurd. But it seems someone wishes to book their next life's marriage in advance. Poor fortune seeker's grandfather. Jing City Qingshao. Please don't refer to me as the fortune seeker any longer. I am now Master's #1 fan. I'm here to claim the top spot in the live stream. As he spoke, he once again lavishly donated another million. And his ranking visibly surged on the fan leaderboard. Currently, the top position was held by Qingping GMO, who had gifted 5 million, followed by Zhuang Meng with over 3 million. Cheng Chun's competitive spirit ignited, and he contributed another 100,000, surpassing Zhuang Meng. Fans exclaimed at his audacity. Anyone who had witnessed 2 of Ming Lan's live streams recognized that the top donor, Qingping GMO, was a well-known diehard fan, often silently observing the readings without participating or commenting. He would occasionally exercise his authority to block disruptive viewers or suppress their vitriol with gifts and special effects. Often, a man's allure stems from the imaginations of women, due to the domineering style of the top donor. Many had already envisioned his appearance and secretly shipped him with Ming Lan. Now, upon seeing someone attempting to usurp the position of their beloved top donor, the CP fans could not remain passive and quickly began tagging Qingping GMO. Qingping GMO, I know you're busy. But if you don't reclaim your top spot soon, it will belong to someone else. You damn Jing Circle heir. Do you think you're merely occupying the top spot? You're disrupting our beloved CP. King Ping Tsimontak, Wugent. Hurry. Pei Yuhua, having been engrossed in his creative endeavors, took 2 minutes to enter the live stream. As he opened the Tomato Live app, he was bombarded with notification prompts. Upon entering the stream and discerning the ongoing conversation, fury surged within him.
What?
How dare anyone challenge my position? He, too, began to lavish gifts, unleashing a torrent of fireworks and petals that inundated the live stream. The 2 affluent viewers exchanged streams of gifts, each vying for dominance, unwilling to relent. Their extravagant displays attracted an ever-growing audience, who were left in awe. Wow, has Master's live stream always been this chaotic? Absolutely shocking. Hold on, let me, an old fan, process this first. Who would have thought that one day I would witness a scion from the Jing Circle and a domineering CEO vying for the same person in Master's live stream? Qing, you're making me tear up. Without hesitation, you're competing against someone. Is this not love? Ultimately, it was Ming Lan who could no longer tolerate the spectacle and called for a halt, declaring that anyone who continued to gift would be removed. As her words settled, both men complied, albeit reluctantly, still wishing to subtly jab at each other in the comments. Jing City Qingshao, come on, tell me. Why are you opposing me when I'm gifting? Your competitive spirit is too intense. Qingping GMO, no worries, go ahead and gift, as the rightful partner. I must possess the grace to accommodate. Pei Yuhua, emboldened by the fact that Ming Lan was unaware of his identity, began to flaunt himself in the comments, prompting excited screams from numerous viewers who felt they had stumbled upon yet another thrilling moment. Chapter 75. Would you like to accompany me? After several hours of fortune-telling live streaming, Ming Lan planned to turn off her phone to wash up and rest. However, she habitually perused her private messages in the back end and keenly noticed one message that stood out amidst the sea of declarations of affection. Master, could you possibly help me? I truly don't know what to do. I feel utterly desperate. Though some fans occasionally employed similar openings to attract attention, Ming Lan still clicked on it. What's the matter? Master, I can't believe you actually replied. I have no choice but to trouble you. I've reported to the police twice, but they say it's a family matter that we must resolve ourselves. I'm at my wit's end, as a master well-versed in metaphysics. I wonder if there truly exists a way to cleanse one's karmic debts in this life and be reborn into a happy family in the next? Without hesitation,
Ming Lan replied, no.
Yet, that response felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the deceptive training from the cult surrounding Huang Qiufan. Upon hearing her answer, the fan became increasingly frustrated, recounting her experiences in detail. My name is Su Xiaowan. My family hails from a rural area and both my parents are farmers. I just returned home a week ago for summer vacation and noticed my parents mysteriously leaving each week to attend some meetings. I didn't question it much. But in recent days, they've been sneakily handing over our savings, over 100,000, to their bishop, money they earned from selling grain and pigs. I reported it. But when the police arrived, my parents claimed I was lying, stating they were merely lending money to a relative. The police believed them and were unwilling to intervene in family matters. I secretly followed them once, intending to expose that bishop, but the others seemed brainwashed. They wouldn't believe me and even threw eggs and vegetables at me. After listening to her account, Ming Lan felt certain that this was indeed the cult brainwashing people under Huang Qiufan's influence. The methods of manipulation employed by this organization were quite alarming, So many individuals had been deceived, unwaveringly loyal to their so-called bishop. Even if the police dismantled the operation, the warped beliefs ingrained in the populace would not be easily corrected. Ming Lan pondered momentarily. "Where are you?" Su Xiaowan replied with uncontained joy, "In Nancheng, Gongquan town." Ming Lan glanced at the map. Although the southern city was not particularly close to the capital, it was adjacent to Wushi, her next travel destination. Resolving the issue there would conveniently allow her to fly to Wushi to record a program afterward. "All right, I'll come to the southern city to find you tomorrow afternoon,"
she said.
Su Xiaowan was taken aback by her willingness to make the trip personally and expressed her gratitude multiple times. Just as Ming Lan was about to book her ticket, another message from Wang Xiaoming arrived. "Boss, there's a metaphysics exchange meeting the day after tomorrow, and all the big names from Huaxia will be there. Are you coming? I can get you in."
"No, I have matters to attend to."
"What matters?" Ming Lan succinctly informed him about Su Xiaowan's situation, inciting Wang Xiaoming's fury. How outrageous. Scammers like that, hiding behind the guise of metaphysics to swindle money, are tarnishing our reputation. "Boss, I'm going with you. I will not let such a person go unpunished." Wang Xiaoming had ulterior motives. Not only was he eager to teach the swindler a lesson, but he also sought to accompany Ming Lan and learn from her expertise. Ming Lan welcomed the additional company. After all, Wang Xiaoming was more familiar with contemporary affairs, and he could handle any embarrassing situations that might arise. She replied, "Sure." Perhaps it was fate that rendered Ming Lan somewhat busy that evening. Shortly after, a message from Pei Yuhua arrived. "Are you free tomorrow? There's a plant exhibition, and I believe you would find it intriguing." Ming Lan sent a voice message explaining her plans to go to Southern City, reiterating Su Xiaowan's experience. Pei Yuhua called her directly, his tone laced with concern. "Is it safe for you to go alone? The cult members are under mind control, and if they become violent, I fear for your safety." Ming Lan corrected herself, clarifying that she would not be alone, as someone would accompany her. The man's mind raced with alarm. "Who?" "Wang Xiaoming, the one I mentioned before."
"Oh."
"Your little brother," Pei Yuhua muttered. "He understands metaphysics and can indeed be of help." After a brief pause, Ming Lan chuckled lightly and asked, "Would you like to join me? However," she added, "but you are a big star. It might be too conspicuous." Her casual remark left him flabbergasted as he struggled to process her invitation. Just a moment ago, he had been racking his brain on how to persuade Ming Lan to let him accompany her, concocting reasons to encounter her in Southern City.
Now,
here she was, asking him outright to join her. Moreover, he noted that Ming Lan had ceased her formal and distant demeanor towards him, and the constant expressions of gratitude had faded. Did this signify that she was beginning to consider him one of her own? "Do you have other commitments tomorrow?" she inquired. No, not at all. I have plenty of free time these days," Pei Yuhua assured her, having anticipated her recording schedule and avoiding these dates when arranging his own. As he quietly instructed his assistant to book tickets, he reassured Ming Lan, "Don't worry, I will disguise myself. No one will recognize me." She smiled softly, "Good." After their call ended, Ming Lan messaged Wang Xiaoming, "No need to book tickets. Someone has already done so." Naturally, this delighted him, saving him money on airfare. When they met at the airport the following day and discovered they were in first class, he was quite taken aback. "This is quite a luxurious experience. It's my first time in first class." He turned to the man beside Ming Lan, who wore a mask and black-rimmed glasses, dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans. Looking every bit the obedient student. "Who is this?" Pei Yuhua leaned closer to Ming Lan. Didn't he recognize me, which means my disguise is quite successful, I assent to it?" She nodded affirmatively. Pei Yuhua typically sported a more rebellious and stylish look in the entertainment industry, and his casual attire would often spark analysis from fashion bloggers. Today, however, he had transformed into a studious figure, dressed in a manner that made it difficult for anyone to associate him with his true identity. The man extended his hand, introducing himself as Pei Yuhua. Wang Xiaoming clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, it's you? A big star, yet also a practitioner of metaphysics. Such depth." Ming Lan interjected. Doesn't he understand metaphysics?" Wang Xiaoming bluntly asked. "Then what is he here for?" Pei Yuhua chuckled, flicking the ticket in his hand. Economic support. Chapter 76. Where's the time to compete with him here? Ming Lan and her companions were escorted for priority boarding, settling into the comfortable, spacious seats. Delicacies were served intermittently, and upon disembarking, they were whisked away in a luxury vehicle to a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. Wang Xiaoming was thoroughly impressed. The young Master Pei was indeed their benefactor. Once they had deposited their luggage, the trio set off towards Gongquan town to meet someone. At the agreed location, they spotted a girl in a floral dress, her expression tinged with urgency. This must be Su Xiaowan. The car pulled over to the roadside, and as Ming Lan and her companions exited, she greeted her, Xiaowan. Ming Lan, master.
Su Xiaowan exclaimed,
Her eyes widening as they fell upon the masked man beside her with a hint of recognition. Who is this? Ming Lan explained, This is my assistant. He has a cold, and is wearing a mask to prevent contagion. He is quite shy and stutters, so you can speak to me about anything. The introverted and stuttering Pei Yuhua dutifully lowered his head, playing his part. Su Xiaowan soon understood and shifted to the matter at hand. My parents initially kept me locked up at home, forbidding me from going out. However, last night, I told them I had come to terms with it. I want to meet the blissful bishop. They finally let me go. Today is the day the blissful bishop delivers his teachings. And I'll take you to meet my parents. They traversed past small shops adorned with faded advertisements, observing the tangled wires along the streets, where individuals on electric bikes and motorcycles weaved through the thoroughfare. Gongguan town was an ordinary, economically underdeveloped rural community, predominantly inhabited by middle-aged residents or children. As the youth sought work elsewhere, the remaining populace largely consisted of those with limited education, unable to keep pace with the rapid societal advancements, which explained why the cult had chosen this area for their fraudulent activities. Su Xiaowan clenched her teeth and said, I've gathered information. This so-called blissful bishop claims to be a divine emissary of the blissful god, possessing supreme powers. Initially, when he came to our town to deliver teachings, he offered free eggs to anyone who attended. My parents, seduced by the promise of free eggs, went. Unexpectedly, they truly felt relaxed during the sermon, and afterward, he performed a display of conversing with souls, mesmerizing everyone. Free eggs? Wang Xiaoming teased. The blissful bishop certainly knows how to play on the elderly's desires. What elder could resist the allure of free eggs? Once they were drawn in, a few minor tricks could convince them of his divine powers, and the number of followers would surely swell. Ming Lan inquired, how did he converse with souls? I didn't see it firsthand, but according to my mother's account, suddenly, a green flame ignited in midair, and the bishop spoke with it for a while, chanting incantations to guide it, after which the flame disappeared, Su Xiaowan recounted. I told her that it must have been a copper flame color reaction. She wouldn't believe me. Yet it is somewhat eerie. There's a fool in our town. His family took him to see the blissful bishop, and after the bishop performed a soul retrieval ceremony for him. He is no longer foolish. He speaks as if he is a different person. Su Xiaowan recounted. And then there's my uncle's family. They brought back a statue of Buddha from the blissful pope, and in just 2 months, they've become immensely wealthy, winning the lottery every time, even buying a bottle of water, and getting another for free. There certainly seemed to be something amiss. It appeared that this blissful pope not only swindled money, but also employed forbidden arts. Ming Lan lowered her gaze. We should pay him a visit. The four hastened their steps when suddenly, the bag that Ming Lan was carrying was taken by Pei Yuhua beside her. She looked at him in confusion, and he leaned closer, whispering, I must fulfill my duties as a diligent assistant, Master Ming. Since fortune-telling had gained popularity, she had received countless titles of master, a title she had gradually grown accustomed to. Yet when it came from his lips, it bore an inexplicable peculiarity. Before long, they arrived at the entrance, which had once been a kindergarten but had since fallen into disrepair. After the arrival of the blissful church, it had transformed into their weekly preaching ground. A middle-aged couple, dressed in somewhat tattered clothing, waved at them. Xiaowan, why are you so late? It's about to begin.
Su Xiaowan chuckled awkwardly. Mom, Dad.
These three are my friends who are particularly eager to witness the grandeur of the blissful pope. The blissful pope is not someone you can simply meet at your whim. He rarely reveals his true form before common folk. One must have a significant purpose to see him, her mother remarked. Su's mother patted Su Xiaowan's head. Dear, your parents aren't particularly capable in this life. We'll ask the blissful pope to help you dispel future hardships and misfortunes, and perhaps even ensure that in your next life, you'll be born into a wealthy and noble family. Feeling a mix of gratitude and indignation for her parents being deceived under the guise of concern for her, Su Xiaowan was momentarily at a loss for words. Ming Lan narrowed her eyes, posing a pivotal question. I heard Xiaowan mention that her uncle acquired a statue of Buddha, leading to his newfound wealth. Why haven't others sought one? While money isn't everything, it can indeed alleviate a significant portion of troubles in this reality. If the Buddha statue truly held power, why didn't others also procure one for fortune? Su's father explained, this statue of wealth isn't something you can just obtain. The blissful master said there is only one, meant for those with fate. Su Shaowan muttered softly. Isn't it just because my uncle offered the highest bid, thus becoming the fated one? Her mother playfully swatted her hand. Stop that nonsense. Let us hurry inside. Despite the town's prior preparations for the possibility of deception, they were still startled to witness the ground filled with hundreds of seated individuals. Even in such numbers, the atmosphere was remarkably serene. All sat cross-legged, eyes wide open, gazing earnestly and reverently at the figure on stage. At the center stood a golden deity, eyes closed, perched upon a lotus throne. On either side sat two Taoists clad in robes, chanting incantations while a thin cloth obscured a figure seated behind them, the blissful Pope, whose presence was shrouded in mystery. Wang Xiaoming whispered, drawing closer to Ming Lan, look at how vigilant they are, aware that this is illegal, so they avoid showing themselves as much as possible.
Just wait for me.
Before he could finish, a bony hand pressed against his head, nudging him aside. He looked up to meet Pei Yuhua's deep gaze, the latter raising an eyebrow as if to say, why are you so close while speaking? Taking a deep breath, Wang Xiaoming thought of first-class cabins and luxury hotels, and held back. Just as he was about to speak again, he noticed Pei Yuhua leaning in to whisper to Ming Lan, much closer than before, almost brushing against her ear. Seemingly aware of Wang Xiaoming's gaze, the man lazily flicked his eyelids to glance at him, a hint of provocation in his eyes. It was reminiscent of a favored concubine mocking the neglected main wife. Was he insane? He was wholeheartedly fighting to uphold the reputation of their sect, with no time to engage in rivalry with him. Dear, let us not act impulsively. Let us first ascertain what genuine offerings the Pope might have. The man suddenly leaned in, his deep voice mingling with warm breath brushing against her ear. Ming Lan felt slightly uneasy but nodded, creating a few centimeters of distance between them. Due to their late arrival, the blissful Pope's sermon was nearing its conclusion, yet the event was not over. His chief disciple was to take the stage next. Continuing the preaching. The scriptures primarily revolved around the notion that life is fraught with trials and tribulations, and that one's karmic deeds could lead to a difficult reincarnation. Ming Lan smiled enigmatically. He dares to speak of cause and effect. While the blissful Pope's overarching message held validity, his rhetoric was excessively dramatic, cleverly tapping into human nature. Few in this world have lived without committing any wrongdoing from birth, while ordinary people may lack the boldness to commit serious crimes. They have undoubtedly engaged in lesser transgressions such as fare evasion, keeping found money, cutting in line, or cursing. According to the blissful Pope, having committed even a single sin would doom one for much of their life, and the next. Who would this not resonate with? Pei Yuhua guided Ming Lan forward, approaching a meditating Taoist. Master, we urgently wish to meet the blissful Pope. Money is not an issue. As he spoke, he inadvertently revealed a watch worth millions on his wrist. The Taoist, clad in simple robes, displayed recognition of luxury goods, his eyes lighting up. Please wait. Let me report to the Pope. In less than half a minute, the Taoist emerged, stating, the Pope has sensed your fated connection with him. Please come in. Ming Lan and Pei Yuhua followed the Taoist into the room behind the elevated platform, where the Pope sat behind a screen, his true form concealed. What brings you to fated ones? He inquired. Just as she was about to respond, her hand was suddenly grasped by the man's broad, warm palm. He looked down at her with tenderness. My girlfriend and I share a profound bond, vowing never to part in this lifetime, yet my parents do not approve of our union. I seek your guidance, Master, on how we can remain together forever. He added, the price is negotiable, 5 million. Ming Lan blinked. Darling, are you truly willing to part with such a sum? Although she knew it was all a performance, her use of darling was certainly not part of Pei Yuhua's plan. His ears tingled, blood rushing. He nearly broke character. 5 million is merely pocket change. If it runs out, I can ask Daddy for more. Sweetheart, nothing is more important than you. His tone and demeanor were that of a lavishly indulgent rich heir. The Pope replied, I am not driven by worldly gains. I merely see that you two are fated. However, as a gesture of your sincerity, I shall accept this offering on behalf of the blissful God. In the future, you may light lamps and offer incense on the altar to express your devotion. Pei Yuhua produced a card containing 5 million, the password being 888888. The Pope could no longer contain himself, emerging from behind the screen with various items in hand. It's simple, just drop your blood into this vial. After 49 days, apply the contents and wear these 2 red strings, and you shall be eternally united. At last, Ming Lan caught a glimpse of his appearance. He indeed conformed to the stereotype of an otherworldly sage, with graying hair and no signs of frailty. In that instant, a significant portion of his life flashed before her eyes. His true name is Li Daqing, a genuine practitioner of the mystical arts, yet due to his mediocre talent, he remained inconspicuous within his sect. Subsequently, he was expelled from his master's teachings for attempting to sell a statue from the temple, embarking thereafter on a path of deception. Initially, he possessed no genuine skills, resorting to trickery merely to make a living, until 5 years ago when he was unmasked while swindling. Surprisingly, the one who exposed him did not react with anger. Instead, they gifted him a forbidden tome. From that moment on, Li Daqing prospered by exploiting the contents of that book, leading to the disintegration of numerous families. The individual who provided him with the forbidden book, Ming Lan, was not unfamiliar to him. Even masked, she could not forget the prominent mole on his face. This person was linked to a production chain involving the gruesome act of dismembering pregnant women to create ancient spirit dolls. And it was unexpected that they were also connected to the current fraudulent cult. The origins of this person must be anything but simple. The substances in his possession, from a certain perspective, were not mere deceptions. The vial contained no elixirs, but rather the eggs of parasitic insects. Nourished by the blood of their hosts, these eggs would enter a hatching phase after being sufficiently fed, maturing in 49 days. Once ingested, these parasites would hatch within their bodies, transforming them into greenhouses for breeding. For decades to come, the two would be bound to each other, for should they stray too far apart, each would suffer excruciating pain, and if one harbored treachery, the countless frenzied parasites within would devour their insides, leading to a swift demise. Ming Lan gently squeezed Pei Yuhua's hand at her side. He turned to her, and in a moment of understanding, grasped her intent. On another front, after the preaching concluded, a multitude began to rise one after another, voluntarily offering money. The chief disciple beneath the bishop presented an air of serene detachment, urging the congregation to refrain from offering material gifts, for the master sought only to enlighten the world, alleviating suffering and allowing all to bask in the boundless compassion of the blissful deity. The less he seemed affected by their gestures, the more convinced the crowd became of their genuine abilities, willingly contributing even more. Master, we offer this money in devotion to the blissful deity. Please accept our heartfelt intent to construct a golden statue and bless us, your faithful followers, with a future free of tribulations. Indeed, indeed. This is our offering to the blissful deity. We implore the divine for protection, so that our families may enter bliss after death. The crowd expressed their sincerity with fervor. The chief disciple sighed deeply, slowly responding with a tone of reluctant hospitality. Well then, since the offerings are given with such heartfelt intent, I cannot interfere. I shall temporarily accept them and convey your sincerity and wishes to the blissful deity, who is all-powerful and compassionate, and surely will bless you all with a smooth life, guiding you to the blissful realm. The crowd erupted in joyous delight, profoundly moved, praising the compassion of the masters. Thank you, Master. Chapter 78. He is a charlatan. Wang Xiaoming was left speechless. How could this be? Su Shaowan whispered. Where did the master and her assistant go? How would I know? They vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving us stuck here listening to a con artist. Su Shaowan remarked, yet, I truly feel an ethereal sensation when they preach. It's rather uncanny. The devotees lined up orderly, depositing their prepared donations into the merit box, and before they knew it, it was Wang Xiaoming and his companion's turn. The young Taoist holding the merit box looked at them earnestly, anticipating the extraction of cash from their pockets. The thing is, we came in a hurry and didn't bring any cash. Wang Xiaoming quickly made an excuse to decline, promising to contribute next time. You expect us to pay this con artist? Not a chance. The Taoist, clearly prepared, turned the merit box to reveal a QR code. No worries. Here's a QR code. You can transfer funds directly. Su Shaowan was taken aback. Their preparations were quite thorough. Just as Wang Xiaoming was racking his brain for another excuse, a sudden loud crash echoed as a figure flew from behind the high platform, crashing down onto the chief disciple and sending fruits rolling off the offering table. Everyone was startled by this unexpected turn of events, and upon closer inspection, they realized the figure was none other than the blissful bishop himself. A throng of devotees rushed to assist him, while Ming Lan and Pei Yuhua calmly emerged from the back, proclaiming, "Do not believe them. He is nothing but charlatan." This declaration ignited the crowd's wrath. Their faces filled with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? That is the master. He possesses true skills. Is he not the master you injured? Call the police and arrest these two. Su Xiaowan's parents tug at her hand. Didn't you say he was your friend? How could you recklessly harm the bishop? This is disastrous. He won't help our family anymore. You should go in and make your friend apologize to everyone. Su Xiaowan shook off her parents' grip. Why are you still so deluded? This blissful bishop is nothing but a money-grabbing fraud. Ming Lan chuckled lightly. If he truly were a divine emissary sent by the blissful deity, how could I have sent him flying with a single kick? Does he possess no divine power? This remark left the elders momentarily speechless. Indeed, how could a being proclaiming supreme magical prowess be defeated by a fragile girl? Pei Yue tossed the tools he had gathered from the room onto the ground, beckoning Wang Xiaoming and Su Xiaowan over. Come here, let me explain the green fire. Su Xiaowan knelt down, rummaged, and held up a bag of items. Look, this is copper sulfate crystals. Its flame is indeed emerald green. Nearby, Wang Xiaoming promptly produced a lighter to demonstrate, igniting the blue crystals to reveal the green flames. In this age of advanced technology, communicating with spirits is as simple as recording and playing back on a device. It's not a difficult feat, the onlookers murmured among themselves, noting that the fire indeed resembled what they had seen previously. Could it be that it's really fake? Yet, I find the bishop's teachings immensely beneficial. They leave me feeling euphoric, and I even feel a bit addicted. I feel unwell if I go without for a few days. Yes, I feel the same. Every time I listen to the bishop's teachings, all my troubles seem to vanish. Could it be that everyone's experiences were false? I still advise you to leave quickly. Do not provoke the blissful deity into anger. We will all suffer alongside you. Ming Lan strolled to the incense burner, dipping her hand into the ashes of the burned incense. Can you guess what these fragrant materials are made from? Pei Yue's mind raced. Poppy? She smiled slightly, clever. Among the ingredients of these incense are poppy, creating a form of low-cost, low-effect microdrug. Each time they preach, they ignite the incense, and over time, it can lead to addiction, though it won't inflict the same torment as true narcotics. What? Su Xiaowan exclaimed. Drugs. The severity of drug prohibition in Huaxia is deeply ingrained in society, understood by everyone from octogenarians to 8-year-olds, as police have conducted anti-drug campaigns in every household. Nearly all are aware of the dangers of poppy. Thus, Ming Lan's words unsettled the crowd, and they grew restless. Is it true? Bishop, speak up. Are these incense made from poppy? Oh no. Will we end up in a rehabilitation center? Ming Lan spoke to soothe everyone's frayed nerves, urging them to remain calm. She reassured them that the hallucinogenic and addictive properties within were minimal, and they had not inhaled too much, thus not causing significant harm. However, she cautioned that prolonged exposure could lead to dire consequences. That's a relief, but let us make haste and depart before we become ensnared in addiction, someone suggested. Quickly extinguish that wretched incense. I am with child. Another exclaimed. No, we cannot leave. What if the bishop is indeed a charlatan? What will become of my money? A portion of the crowd was swayed by Ming Lan's words, yet another faction remained steadfast in their belief in the blissful bishop. But what of that fool in town? And Uncle Su Xiaowan? They are living examples. One person retorted. If there are poppies, there are poppies. I suspect you are merely here to cause trouble. When the god of bliss unleashes his wrath, I shall see how you fare. The blissful bishop, aided by his disciples, finally regained his composure. He adjusted his disheveled robes and realized that, while the god of bliss is compassionate, he would not tolerate slander. The god of bliss had grown angry and was prepared to unleash divine retribution. Ming Lan lifted her foot and kicked over the statue of the god of bliss. Standing with her foot upon the idol, chin raised defiantly. I shall see if there is indeed divine retribution, she proclaimed. The bishop, infuriated by her audacity, nearly spat blood. You dare to offend the divine? You shall face heavenly punishment. All present held their breath, awaiting the descent of thunderbolts. Chapter 79. Believe in Science. The ignorant youth appeared incredibly arrogant, not shedding tears until faced with a coffin. The blissful bishop retrieved a copper bell, shaking it rhythmically, while simultaneously inscribing runes on yellow paper with cinnabar, chanting incantations. Wang Xiaoming, filled with uncertainty, thought, this pathetic bishop truly possesses some skill. He is drawing a thunder summon. The act of drawing down thunder requires considerable prowess from a practitioner, and invoking a thunderbolt defies the natural order. Utilizing such a summon not only demands immense energy, but also depletes one's fate and longevity. Practitioners from the mystical sect typically resort to this only in dire circumstances. It appeared the bishop was driven to desperation, seeking to prove himself before his followers while reprimanding the disruptive crowd. He hurled the yellow talisman, inscribed with cinnabar, into the air. In that instant, a tempest arose, rustling the leaves violently. The elderly trembled in fear, huddling together, their voices quaking as they implored the god of bliss to quell his anger. Su Shaowan swallowed hard and stammered, "And master, what are we to do?" Ming Lan took a half-step back, reassuringly stating, "No need to worry. He cannot summon thunder." Almost as soon as her words left her lips, the howling wind abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene, so quiet that even breaths could be distinctly heard, as if nothing had transpired. The blissful bishop looked up, bewildered, for he had executed every step with utmost precision, even feeling a significant portion of his energy drained. How could nothing occur? The elderly were equally perplexed. "Bishop, what is happening? The god of bliss no longer angry?" they queried. Yes, the blissful bishop stammered, struggling to regain his composure. "The god of bliss is compassionate and has chosen not to hold these ignorant children accountable." Ming Lan interrupted with a cold laugh. "You are mistaken. The thunder is indeed coming." "You lie," thought the blissful bishop. "As a seasoned celestial master, I cannot summon thunder. How could a mere girl do so with a single word?" He waved his hand dismissively, warning, "I advise you not to challenge the god of bliss any further." Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, spiraling above the blissful bishop like a great dragon. The ominous rumble of thunder grew ever louder, akin to the low growl of a deity enraged in the heavens. The followers of the blissful sect gazed at her in terror, while the bishop's finger trembled as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly summon thunder?" The elderly were further astounded, their confusion palpable. Didn't he, the god of bliss, decide not to be angry? Why is there thunder? They pondered. Is he truly a fraud? Why does the thunder not heed his command? Yet when that young girl mentioned it, it truly came. Moreover, it seemed as if the thunder was fixated upon him. "Let us distance ourselves. We may truly be struck by lightning," they murmured, retreating several meters as if he were a plague. The blissful bishop attempted to speak again, but suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated as thunder struck the elevated platform where he typically recited scriptures. The platform collapsed with a resounding crash, scattering charred metal and wood across the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Pei Yuhua pulled Ming Lan back a few steps, covering her mouth and nose to shield her from the dust. The followers of the blissful sect were already in shock, especially the younger disciples who had never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. They believed that heaven could no longer tolerate their deceitful practices and had sent down thunder as a warning. All the elderly turned their gazes upon Ming Lan, their expressions a mix of admiration and confusion. "Did you summon the thunder? Are you truly a divine emissary?" Ming Lan produced her phone, stating earnestly, "I was merely trying to frighten them. It was a weather forecast indicating thunderstorms at this time." Has modern technology advanced to such an extent? The elderly questioned skeptically. Then why did the thunder strike the platform where the bishop was reciting scriptures? Pei Yuhua interjected, "That is easily explained scientifically. It simply struck because it was elevated." Ming Lan nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, we should always trust in science." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoming, Su Shaowan, and Pei Yuhua exchanged glances, each bearing distinct expressions. Their unspoken thoughts were likely, how can a fortune-teller advocate for belief in science? As they spoke so nonchalantly, the elderly were left in a daze, feeling as though their long-held reverence had been profoundly shaken. Turning to observe the followers of the blissful sect, they noticed them trembling in fear, with one voice quivering as it asked, "Master, what shall we do? Has heaven truly grown angry, or are the deities punishing us for using their names to swindle money?" The blissful bishop, though somewhat flustered, had experienced much in his life. He slapped his disciple on the head to calm him down and locked eyes with Ming Lan, ready to chastise her for her nonsense. However, before he could utter a word, he spat blood. His disciples rushed to assist him, frantically wiping away the blood. Amidst the chaos, someone inadvertently tore off his false beard. The dust that had settled on the blissful bishop's pristine robes during the platform's collapse left him looking disheveled, with half of his meticulously groomed beard gone. His ethereal image shattered, leaving him in utter disarray. The elderly, who had once viewed him as a celestial being, now saw him as nothing more than a charlatan, their anger boiling over as they rushed forward, intent on exacting their vengeance. Ming Lan hurriedly intervened, "Everyone, please refrain from violence. Assault is against the law." We have already called the police, and they will arrive shortly. Seizing the moment, Su Xiaowan added, I believe we should first head to the hospital for a checkup. What if these spices truly contain hallucinogenic and addictive substances? The preaching of the blissful bishop in Gongquan town has been reported not only by Su Xiaowan, but by others as well. However, at that time, he had a multitude of followers, all of whom were severely indoctrinated. They staunchly defended him, and, when questioned by the police, would engage in nonsensical arguments, adamantly denying ever having given money to the bishop. They claimed it was merely ordinary preaching and teaching. And without substantial evidence, the authorities found themselves unable to act decisively against the elderly believers. Moreover, Huang Qiufan's hometown was not in Nanjing. Her ability to access forbidden arts from this individual indicated that the members of the blissful church were exceedingly cunning. Typically, they would swindle a certain amount of money in one location before hastily fleeing, which led to victims from far and wide being deceived by them. However, this time they encountered a setback. The followers who once defended him were no longer supportive. After the police arrived, they collectively stepped forward to testify against him. With numerous transaction records and a cacophony of accusations of fraud, they provided irrefutable evidence that led to his arrest. The blissful bishop and his disciples were subsequently imprisoned, and the ill-gotten gains they had acquired through deception were returned to the elderly victims with the assistance of the police. Ming Lan also handed over the sinister objects she had collected from the bishop to Wang Xiaoming, advising him to handle them appropriately. How outrageous! Exclaimed Wang Xiaoming, filled with righteous indignation. Rest assured, I will promptly inform my master. He will report this to the Mystical Arts Association. This matter will certainly be transferred to the association for further action, and they will not let them off lightly. Pei Yuhai, intrigued by this, inquired, Is your Mystical Arts Association under governmental oversight? Of course, Wang Xiaoming replied proudly, puffing out his chest. We are all officially registered, complete with 5 insurances and a housing fund. Have you heard of the Special Management Department? We are under its jurisdiction. Ming Lan recalled how, upon her arrival in this world, she had come across numerous job seekers online who were obsessed with the benefits of 5 insurances and a stable job. She nodded appreciatively. That sounds excellent. Wang Xiaoming was waiting for her affirmation. Boss, would you care to join our association? With my recommendation and your remarkable abilities, you would undoubtedly be accepted. Ming Lan decisively declined no. Thank you. I have no interest in being managed by others. The group, accompanied by the police, headed back to the station to provide their statements. By the time the police had gathered all the information, it was nearing noon. As they exited the station, several elderly individuals expressed their heartfelt gratitude, stating that, had it not been for their intervention in exposing the fraud, they would have lost their hard-earned savings accumulated over a lifetime. Some were still puzzled, but what about the foolish son of the Qing family? He really has become clever. How do we explain that? The officer escorting them explained, We investigated and found that the Qing family son was in cahoots with them. He met members of the blissful church while working out of town. They instructed him to feign ignorance upon returning home, ultimately coordinating with them to create the illusion of their omnipotence. The crowd suddenly understood, so that's why the Qing family son, who returned from work claiming he had injured his brain and become foolish, was actually restored to normalcy by the bishop. At first, we were skeptical, but witnessing his transformation made us believe in that so-called bishop. How deceitful of the Qing family. They are neighbors. Yet he assisted the swindlers in cheating us out of our money. Some even recalled Su Xiaowan's uncle, Su Daqing, questioning how to explain his family's sudden wealth. The officers chuckled awkwardly. How would we know? Perhaps it was merely coincidence. Maybe they were destined for fortune. Regardless, we shouldn't believe in superstitions. We must earn money through hard work. As they walked a few steps away, Pei Yuhai noticed an unusual expression on Ming Lan's face and asked, What's wrong? She replied, I observed Su Xiaowan's facial features, and her entire family does not possess the fortune of great wealth. The man nodded in understanding. Are you suggesting that the sudden affluence of her uncle's family is suspicious? Su Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that true? Wang Xiaoming, puzzled, responded, Your uncle acquired wealth through improper means. Why are you so excited about that? Relations with my uncle's family have never been good, Su Xiaowan retorted. After they became wealthy, they looked down on us poor relatives, flaunting their wealth during festivals while treating my parents like servants. I've long been displeased with them. Su's father patted her hand. Do not speak ill of him. After all, he is your elder. Moreover, he has done good by our village, having repaired several roads. Su's mother added. Your cousin has become a celebrity. It's only natural for her to have a bit of an attitude. You seem to be holding a grudge. We should simply maintain a distance from them moving forward. Pei Yuhai raised an eyebrow. A celebrity? Yes, yes. My cousin debuted as an idol and seems to be quite popular. Her stage name is Xiao Xiao. Su Xiaowan elaborated. Teacher Ming, she continued, you have helped us immensely. It's just about noon. Why don't you join us for lunch at our home? Su's father and mother eagerly invited them to their house for a meal. And unable to refuse their warm hospitality, Ming Lan and the others accepted. The Su family home was located in the village, and they usually took Su's father's tricycle to the market in town. Now, they found themselves in Pei Yuhai's luxury car, a black Maybach, heading towards the Su residence. Upon entering Sujia village, the roads noticeably narrowed, yet the cement paths appeared new, as if recently constructed. Su's father remarked, these are the roads built by your uncle. There's another one over there. I heard they're planning to construct yet another soon. Years ago, the village roads had been funded by the government, but after more than a decade, they had become pockmarked and treacherous, making nighttime travel hazardous. Although Su Daqing was somewhat arrogant, he had funded the construction of several cement roads, earning the villagers' respect. Ming Lan gazed through the car window at the intersecting new cement roads, her eyes sharp with insight. It was no wonder they had suddenly become wealthy. It was not solely due to that statue. Suddenly, as they were about to turn, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. A Porsche was approaching, also intending to turn, leading to a situation where one car had to yield. Su Xiaoban whispered, that seems to be my cousin's car. Indeed, Su's mother replied. I saw your aunt mention in the family group that your cousin was returning home to film some variety show, having recorded several episodes herself. Ming Lan was familiar with the equipment and could clearly see professional live streaming gear inside the Porsche. The window of the Porsche rolled down, and a voice called out. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Xiaowan and uncle and aunt. I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you at first since you usually take that tricycle to the market. Su Xiaoban forced a smile. Haha. I came to invite you to our house for lunch. My parents are already having the family prepare the meal. Since we've run into each other, let us go. Xiao Xiao, who had barely scraped into her debut, had, whether by luck or otherwise, managed to secure decent resources. Recently, she had received investment for a small web variety show titled The Taste of Home, which centered on celebrities returning to their hometowns to bond with their families and savor local delicacies, akin to a heartwarming culinary program. The format of this show was similar to a heartfelt journey, utilizing a combination of live broadcasting and post-production editing. In the entertainment industry, Xiao Xiao's persona was that of a caring older sister. She was aware that she did not stand out among the guests. So she sought to use her cousin Su Xiaowan, who had an ordinary appearance and a modest wardrobe, to provide a contrast to herself. Su Xiaowan had no desire to engage with her. No, I still have guests at home. In front of the camera, Xiao Xiao displayed a gentle and considerate demeanor. It's perfectly fine. Let the guests join us. My home is spacious and can accommodate everyone. Just as Su Xiaowan was about to decline, Ming Lan nodded. Let us go. Chapter 81. Hypocrisy. Although she could not fathom the master's intentions, she believed there must be a reason behind her actions. With this thought in mind, Su Xiaowan acquiesced, offering a feigned smile. Then I shall impose on you. Xiao Xiao mirrored her insincere smile. We are family. There's no need for such formalities. The Maybach veered off, following the Porsche towards Xiao Xiao's residence. Pei Yuhai turned his head, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Ming Lan, appearing almost pitiable. What about me? His ability to appear nonchalant in public was largely due to the rural setting of Gongguan town, which lacked young fans. Thus, he had little fear of being recognized. However, if he inadvertently entered their live stream and was recognized by viewers, the consequences could be dire. Ming Lan paused, reaching out to gently pat his head. Then, it seems you'll have to endure waiting in the car for a while. No way. Pei Yuhai suspected that Xiao Zhao's family harbored some ulterior motives. Ming Lan's agreement to dine at his home was likely a means to address these issues, and he could not simply remain in the car.
I'm worried about you.
Aren't you afraid of being recognized? Pei Yuhai gritted his teeth. If they recognize me, so be it. I'll just say I'm here to gather inspiration. The two vehicles came to a halt at Xiao Zhao's home, a striking four-story villa amidst a sea of rural self-built houses. As soon as the Porsche parked, two cameramen emerged, cameras in hand. Xiao Xiao, with her remarkable looks befitting a debut idol, had not neglected her appearance even while returning to her rural hometown, sporting a deceptively simple makeup look. In stark contrast, Su Xiaowan stood beside her in an oversized, somewhat worn white t-shirt and jeans. Instantly, The viewers in the live stream began to shower her with compliments. Xiao Xiao's beauty is truly exceptional. Is that her sister beside her? Looking so disheveled. I thought she was her aunt. Xiao Xiao's family is so generous. They're wealthy, yet still embrace their less fortunate relatives, inviting them to dinner. But her sister's friend seems quite affluent, that is a Maybach. At that moment, the spotlight was solely on Xiao Xiao. The cameras barely lingered on Su Xiaowan's family, and the trio of Ming Lan was hardly given a glance. Yet, that fleeting moment ignited excitement among the audience.
Wow.
Are those Xiao Xiao's sister's friends? The 2 guys and 1 girl look stunning, but why are they all wearing masks in this heat? I knew it. Someone driving such a fancy car must be good-looking too. Can the director please switch the camera back? The girl in the white outfit with a mask has such an outstanding aura. Xiao Xiao looks rather plain next to her. Can we say that? I'm completely enamored with Pei Yuhai. I can envision him in my mind. Sister, you're not alone. That guy with the black-rimmed glasses looks a bit like Pei Yuhai, though he'd never wear something like that. His outfits are always trend-setting. They entered the villa, where Su Daqing and Xiao Mei sat in the lavishly decorated living room. Upon seeing Su Xiaowan's family, they greeted them warmly, extending friendly smiles to Ming Lan and the others as well. While the meal was being prepared, the housekeeper brought out plates of fruits and snacks. Xiao Xiao intentionally steered the conversation towards the village's roads. Was the journey back smooth for you? Su's father and mother, both simple folk, nodded cheerfully yes. It's a smooth ride on the newly paved cement road. My parents funded the road construction for the village. They often oversee the work, fearing it might not be done well and cause inconvenience for everyone. The audience was deeply moved. So Xiao Xiao's parents even repair roads for the village? Truly commendable. Not many who've found success remember their roots. Indeed, many forget their origins once they gain wealth. It's no wonder Xiao Xiao is so exceptional, as her parents set a fine example. Su Daqing humbly replied, "It's nothing remarkable. The villagers have cared for me, so it's only right that I give back a little." Under Ming Lan's encouragement, Wang Xiaoming spoke up, "Uncle Su, you're quite wealthy now. Have you considered moving to the city? Why still live in the countryside?" From both convenience and entrepreneurial perspectives, residing in the city is typically preferable. Wealthy individuals often choose to settle in serene rural areas only during retirement. It was evident that the Su family was still in the midst of developing their careers. Why would they choose to reside in a less accessible countryside? Su Daqing explained quite naturally, "We have lived in the countryside for most of our lives. We are accustomed to it and feel a strong connection to Sujia village." Xiao Mei nodded. "I often tell our daughter, no matter how much money one makes, it's all ephemeral. What matters most in life is happiness and comfort." Xiao Xiao softly added, "Another reason my parents remain in the countryside is their desire to uplift our fellow villagers and help them prosper." Their family's unpretentiousness and noble ideals immediately garnered praise from the audience, further boosting Xiao Xiao's popularity. Just then, Ming Lan chuckled lightly. This laugh was not one of genuine amusement, but rather laced with sarcasm and disdain, as if she were scoffing at Xiao Xiao's family's words. Everyone was taken aback by her sudden outburst. Xiao Xiao's expression turned slightly strained, yet she remembered her persona. What's wrong? The director quickly shifted the camera to Ming Lan. She spoke leisurely. "Oh, it's nothing. I just find your family's pretentiousness quite amusing." Chapter 82. Fortune. The once vibrant villa fell into a profound silence following Ming Lan's statement. Pei Yuhai chuckled softly, while Wang Xiaoming discreetly gave a thumbs up. The Xiao family, momentarily stunned, could hardly believe their ears. How audacious for their financially struggling relative to label them as hypocrites in front of a live audience. Before they could respond, the viewers in the live stream were already voicing their indignation on their behalf. Is this person out of her mind? Did she come to someone else's home as a guest, or to stir trouble? Is it appropriate for her to speak like that? Even if we assume Xiao Xiao's family did indeed pave roads for publicity, they have undeniably contributed to the village's welfare and improved their access. What else there to criticize? Suddenly, I have a conspiracy theory. Could it be that Xiao Xiao's impoverished relatives can't stand their success, so they deliberately spoke ill of them during the live stream to tarnish Xiao Xiao's reputation? That's quite plausible. Don't underestimate human nature. Some relatives are fiercely envious and can't bear to see others do better than them. Doesn't that voice sound familiar? I can't believe Xiao Xiao is going to lose her mind. She kindly invited them over for dinner, and now one of them is spouting nonsense. Xiao Xiao frowned.
Why would you speak like that?
You can criticize me, but please do not insult my family. Xiaowan, Is this the kind of quality your friend possesses? Su Xiaowan seemed oblivious, steering the conversation towards another topic. Uncle and aunt, you may not know this, but the bishop of our town has been apprehended. He is a fraud. I recall you all spent hundreds of thousands on a statue from him, which I fear may also be counterfeit. It would be prudent for you to promptly seek the police. Captured? Xiao Mei's expression flickered with a hint of panic, but after a couple of seconds, she recollected herself, reassuringly stating, "It's fine. We merely sought psychological solace. Do not divert the conversation. Who are these friends of yours?" Such a lack of upbringing. Ming Lan chuckled lightly. "I suspect the psychological solace is a facade. Perhaps it is guilt that truly lingers in your hearts? Your sudden wealth over the past few months is rather dubious." "What do you mean by dubious?" "We conduct our business with utmost integrity. If you believe there is something amiss with our enterprise, feel free to report us to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce." Su Daqing abruptly stood up, having tolerated this disrespect due to your association with Xiaowan. "But that does not imply we lack temper. Xiaowan, we can no longer entertain these friends of yours. Kindly escort them out." The villagers are well aware that Su Daqing's daughter, Xiao Xiao, has become a celebrated star, and now she returns to her hometown to film a variety show. The program's grand preparations had nearly resonated throughout the entire village, piquing the curiosity of many who gathered outside the Su family's villa to catch a glimpse. Hearing Su Daqing's anger, they began to point fingers at Ming Lan and her companions. "What nonsense is this girl spouting? Our village owes its appearance on television to Xiao Xiao's success." Although Daqing has grown somewhat disdainful of others since amassing wealth, he did indeed contribute to the village's infrastructure. "Surely not. My son works in Daqing's factory, and he is quite honest. Even returning a found 5 yuan to the police, he would never engage in illegal activities. How could Daqing's fortune be of questionable origin? Xiaowan truly ought to reconsider. How can a university student associate with such ill-mannered friends? These individuals do appear rather peculiar, wearing masks and sunglasses, unlike the celebrated star Xiao Xiao herself." An elderly woman squinted, nudging her companion. "I recognize them. They are the young ones who exposed the fraudster in town. They seem kind-hearted, not the sort to engage in wrongdoing." The elderly man examined them closely and exclaimed, "Indeed. You may not be aware, but the bishop of our town has been revealed as a fraud, thanks to these youngsters. If you have been swindled, hurry to the police station. You might still recover your funds." Some villagers who also followed the teachings of the bishop had not attended the sermon today and were unaware of the recent developments. Expressing astonishment, "A fraud? I must rush to the town with my husband. Hearing your words, these youngsters seem quite benevolent. Could it be that Daqing's wealth was indeed acquired through deceit?" Ming Lan rose, saying, "I shall take my leave immediately. No need to expel me, but before I go, you must restore the fortune of Sujia village." "Fortune?" Wang Xiaoming seemed to have an epiphany, murmuring to himself, "So that's it." Meanwhile, Xiao Zhao's family was visibly enraged. "What nonsense are you spouting? It is the 21st century. What fortune are you talking about? Have you been reading too many fantasy novels?" It was precisely because of Ming Lan's statement that more audience members began to recognize her. "I thought that figure and voice seemed familiar. Indeed, it is Master Ming Lan. I hesitated to acknowledge it earlier. The director of the heart-fluttering journey is about to explode with frustration. Master Ming, why have you taken on another project? Isn't that akin to drawing attention to this trivial variety show? Master Ming, are you no longer solely involved in travel romance shows? Now you're also partaking in this minor web series? Previously, a babbling lunatic. Now, it turns out to be my all-knowing master. This family must certainly have a significant scandal brewing. What do you mean by this? Are you suggesting our family has siphoned the village's fortune?" Xiao Xiao retorted angrily. "You, a young person, should not make such absurd claims. I anticipated your denial." Ming Lan's gaze lightly brushed over the faces of Xiao Zhao's family, devoid of any ire, yet imbued with a peculiar power that seemed to unveil the most unsightly aspects of one's soul, evoking instinctual trepidation. "From the moment I beheld the newly constructed cement roads, I sensed something amiss. The essence of constructing these roads is to facilitate the villagers' travel. Yet your roads crisscross in a manner that complicates agricultural irrigation." I inquired with Xiao Wan, who mentioned that one of the roads is seldom used and serves no substantial purpose. "At that time, her father advised you to construct a different road. Yet you disregarded his counsel and insisted on building another." Upon mention of the newly constructed roads, Su Daqing and the others subtly shifted in demeanor, but they maintained a facade of composure. "I funded the road construction. Naturally, I can build wherever I desire. Must I seek your approval to pave the roads? Chapter 83, 5 million in the account. In response to their fervent justifications, Ming Lan smiled knowingly. You did not heed my advice. But perhaps you followed the bishop's counsel? These cement roads collectively form a grand wealth-gathering array, with your villa positioned at its center, silently accumulating the fortune of Sujia village. Initially, those roads already suggested the rudimentary structure of a wealth-gathering formation, yet evidently, they were not satisfied with that. They desired to enhance its capacity for wealth accumulation, hence the impulse for further construction. Su Daqing's hands, hanging at his sides, clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead twitching. He could not fathom the nonsense spewing from this young girl. Xiao Xiao echoed. Are you suggesting that merely constructing a few cement roads can usurp others' fortunes? How ludicrous. With so many cement roads across the nation, would that not imply many have had their fortunes stolen? Pei Yuhua crossed his arms. Are you implying that cement roads nationwide mirror those few roads, forming a wealth-gathering array? Indeed, building cement roads is primarily for convenience. Your roads are twisted and convoluted, unmatched anywhere else in the country, Wang Xiaoming added. Moreover, forming a wealth-gathering array is not a simple task. Each road must be meticulously measured. Without intent, such precision is unattainable. Both sides held firmly to their positions, leaving the online audience uncertain whom to believe. To be honest, I find this a bit absurd. What if the construction team intends to create a wealth-gathering array? Wouldn't that be so easy? Didn't they say precise measurements are required? We, ordinary folks, don't grasp the nuances of wealth-gathering arrays or their focal points. Previously, Mo Qingyu's affair with the little ghost made me believe nothing is impossible. I stand with the master. Hearing the master mention the wealth-gathering array, I purposefully revisited the aerial footage from the first episode in Sujia village. Look at these roads. They indeed form a shape reminiscent of a bagua formation, with Xiao Xiao's home right in the center. I can't believe it. I thought the village's roads had unique characteristics, but now, reflecting on the master's words, it's rather unsettling. The villagers began to murmur among themselves, speculating wildly. What is this wealth-gathering array? Is it true? This young girl claims Daqing's roads can steal our fortunes. I felt something was off. Why did he choose to construct a road that rarely sees traffic, when a path from the pond would be far more convenient? If the netizens are still observing the situation with a sense of detached amusement, the neighbors gathered at the entrance of the Su family residence are engulfed in righteous indignation. For if Ming Lan's assertions hold any truth, then the fortunes of the entire village have been usurped by the Xiao family, a matter of great consequence to all. It is easy to remain an onlooker when one's own interests are not at stake, yet once personal stakes are threatened, composure is a luxury few can afford. They are more inclined to believe in the possibility of her claims rather than dismiss them outright. Their attention has shifted from the ongoing live broadcast to seeking clarity. Su Daqing, is what she said truly factual? How is it that you alone in our village seem to possess such extraordinary luck? My pigs perished, and then my husband broke his leg. Could it be your doing? Why did you have to construct the road in such a manner? Calm down, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Li. Xiao Xiao interjected, eager to clarify. You cannot seriously believe such unfounded allegations? Look at how peculiarly they are dressed, their bizarre utterances. Would you rather trust these strangers than us, your fellow villagers? We could never commit such heinous acts. Indeed, the impassioned crowd began to temper their fervor, casting suspicious glances at Ming Lan and her companions. What proof do you possess? Your attire is peculiar, and you wear masks. Are you hiding something? Wang Xiaoming produced a compass and a peachwood sword from his bag. Esteemed villagers, I am a disciple from the Xuanzhen Temple, well-versed in the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and the art of feng shui. You seek evidence? There is none more compelling. Each stretch of cement road is embedded with a talisman. What will you say if we unearth it? In that instant, Xiao Xiao and her parents felt a chill run down their spines, exchanging glances filled with doubt. Had one among them divulged the secret? Su Xiaowan clapped her hands. Perfect. The latest road was just completed the day before yesterday. While it's still wet, let us inspect it. If there is truly no issue, who would bury talismans in their roads? Wait. This is sheer madness. Su Daqing's mind raced. You intend to destroy a freshly laid cement road based on her mere words? Have you all lost your minds? I funded this construction. Pei Yuhua produced a card from his bag, holding it delicately between his long fingers, and presented it to Su Daqing. I will reimburse the full cost of these roads. There are 5 million in this card. Feel free to deduct as you see fit. The latter's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving with agitation. When Pei Yuhua noticed he wouldn't take it, he placed the card on the table and turned to Wang Xiaoming, whistling a brief tune. Xiaoming, fetch the tools. Wang Xiaoming beamed, got it, brother. At that moment, the man was solely focused on aiding Ming Lan in exposing the hypocrisy before them, casting aside any pretense of shyness, fully embracing his role. A choice that would inevitably lead to an increase in online scrutiny of his identity. Is he really Pei Go? What is he doing here? Previously, Pei Go would never dress this neatly. Now, I don't care who you are, get off him right now. From that whistle, I am certain he is Pei Go. Ah? I really should sleep. How could Pei Go and Master Ming Lan appear together? It feels like they belong to different dimensions. It's getting intense. My wife and my husband are teaming up in metaphysics. Pei Go, you don't really intend to retire and become a Taoist priest, do you? This is unexpected. Pei Xin and Master Ming stand together rather well. I think a little ship isn't too much to ask. Excessive. Master Ming Lan has an exclusive CP, the #1 supporter in her live stream. Shipping anything else could lead to your downfall. Director Peng, originally enjoying a leisurely tea at home, was abruptly jolted by a phone call that shattered his tranquility. Upon answering, he was met with his assistant's frantic cries, "Director, our competitors have surfaced." Peng's heart raced. Who? Has the Watermelon Station's billion-yuan investment show begun recording ahead of schedule? No, it's an online variety show, The Taste of Home. Their viewership is skyrocketing and may soon surpass our record. Peng was utterly bewildered. What is this drivel? What obscure little show has suddenly gained such attention? Have they discovered aliens during a live stream? His assistant, on the verge of tears, replied, Ming Lan and Pei Yuhua have appeared in their live stream. Peng felt his world dim, nearly fainting. How could his show's cash cow, the anchor of their viewership, suddenly wander into another show's live stream? Had he not offered enough? Why had she taken on private gigs? Moreover, the phenomenon that was Pei Yuhua, a top-tier singer who had previously shunned variety shows, how could he deign to appear on a minor program? The assistant explained, they aren't guests. They appeared as passers-by by chance. The details are complicated. You should see for yourself. While Peng remained in a state of uncertainty, the production team of The Taste of Home found themselves in a similarly perplexed situation. They were a small production, relying on nostalgia and guest fandom to attract viewers. And now they were embroiled in an outrageous scenario. The guest's family was allegedly stealing the village's fortunes through road construction. Ming Lan was a prominent figure from the recently popular dating show The Heart-Pounding Journey. Why had she suddenly shown up in their live stream? Surely, this couldn't be a deliberate sabotage? And that masked man, exuding an aura of dominance, must surely be Pei Yuhua. How could he be here, aligned with Ming Lan? Logically, the events unfolding had far exceeded their wildest imaginations. To preserve the reputation of their show and guests, they ought to have cut the live stream immediately. Yet, as Ming Lan and Pei Yuhua's identities became public knowledge, many of her fans, along with viewers from The Heart-Pounding Journey and casual onlookers, flocked to their live stream, causing viewership to reach unprecedented heights. Faced with such overwhelming potential, they found it impossible to cut the live stream and halt this farce. With a powerful figure backing him, Wang Xiaoming felt emboldened, casually asking a nearby aunt for tools. Conveniently, her son was a mason, and their home was stocked with shovels, hammers, chisels, and electric drills. They marched towards the freshly laid cement road, accompanied by a gathering of neighbors who, having just finished their meals and prepared for a leisurely stroll, were now curious about the unfolding drama. Upon arrival, aside from the production crew, there were over 20 villagers present. Ming Lan strode ahead, her tone unwavering as she proclaimed, "Here. I can sense the talismans have been buried." Wang Xiaoming set to work, skillfully wielding his tools as the cement remained only partially hardened, making the task much easier. Pei Yuhua and Ming Lan stood to the side, engaged in quiet conversation. She inquired, "You must be recognized by now, right?" The man displayed an air of indifference.
No worries.
"I might just get a scolding from my manager later. However, I'm certain we've boosted the show's ratings significantly. We should ask the director for a fee afterward." Ming Lan chuckled at his cleverness. "You certainly have a knack for seizing opportunities. The program has been thrown into disarray due to their presence. One can only imagine how frazzled the director must be, contemplating the audacity to demand a fee for appearances, which could very well send the director's blood pressure skyrocketing." In stark contrast to the light-hearted banter exchanged between the two, the Xiao family sat on pins and needles. They observed helplessly as Wang Xiaoming and the two elderly men wreaked havoc upon the concrete ground, their unease and guilt intensifying with every passing moment. With a desperate glint in her eye, Xiaomei lunged forward, disregarding whether the cement was still wet, and collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Are you even human? We paid for the road repairs, and you casually destroy it? You are nothing but robbers. Thugs." Pei Yuhua adjusted his glasses, feeling somewhat embarrassed to interject. "I have already financed the repairs for these roads. It is essentially my money being used, so I can indeed dictate what happens." Xiao Xiao delivered a masterful performance. Tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "I do not comprehend how we have offended you, nor my sister, and my uncle, and aunt. Why must you besmirch our family while I am recording this program?" Yet, before she could delve deeper into her emotional monologue to elicit sympathy, her words were abruptly interrupted by Wang Xiaoming's exclamation, "Found it." He held aloft a bag meticulously sealed in transparent plastic containing a yellow talisman. Despite the exterior being smeared with still-drying cement, the peculiar symbols inscribed upon the talisman were thrust into the view of the audience through the show's high-definition cameras. "Oh my gosh, there really is a yellow talisman. This is rather hard to justify, isn't it? You claim to fund the road repairs, yet you decide the fate of the road? The formation of a wealth-attracting array could be a mere coincidence. But who in their right mind buries a yellow talisman in a cement road? And it's wrapped up neatly. It couldn't possibly have fallen in by accident, could it? I'm curious to see how Xiao Xiao and her family will explain this." One can glean from their frantic response that their antics are indeed rooted in guilt. The neighbors were equally astonished to discover the existence of the talisman, questioning, "What on earth is going on, Diqing? You must provide us with an explanation. It was no wonder that during this period, your family has been thriving. While others have suffered, you've evidently stolen our fortune." No, I have no idea about any yellow talisman," Su Diqing stammered, desperately seeking an excuse. "It must have been a mishap during the Mason's work. It has nothing to do with me." No sooner had the words left his lips than Ming Lan chuckled. "Have you forgotten that the talisman bears your birth date?" Su Diqing's complexion turned an ashen white, tinged with a ghastly gray. Far more pitiable than the disheveled concrete road itself. Wang Xiaoming tore open the plastic bag, revealing a yellow talisman shaped like an ingot, which indeed contained a string of birth date characters. The village's authoritative figure, Old Su, leaned in for a closer look and confirmed, "Indeed, this is Diqing's birth date." Ming Lan smirked, "The evidence is right here. What further explanation can you offer?"
I.
Su Diqing's family was visibly flustered, stammering and struggling to articulate a coherent response. Faced with the cold glare of several cameras and the clamorous inquiries of their neighbors, Xiao Xiao adamantly denied any wrongdoing, asserting, "So, what if the talisman bears my father's birth date? Does that definitively imply that our family has usurped the fortune of the entire village? Might it not be that my father is merely indulging in superstitions for psychological comfort?" "Exactly. This road was funded by our Old Su, and we have every right to place a talisman or inscribe any birth date we choose," Xiao Mei chimed in, hands on her hips. "How could you educated youths utter such nonsense? Do not propagate superstitions. Believe in science, do you not understand?" Su Diqing glared at Ming Lan, sneering, "So, you've come here just to stir trouble, have you?" Ming Lan replied with gravity, "The fortune and wealth you've acquired of late do not rightfully belong to you. I advise you to engage in more acts of kindness and consider donating the wealth you've claimed from the villagers. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly face repercussions, losing both wealth and fortune." "Nonsense. All that money is the fruit of our labor. You think a mere phrase from you can morally coerce me into donating? Not a chance. Why don't you donate?" Xiao Xiao retorted, wiping away her tears. "I remember my parents rising before dawn in winter, enduring humiliation for business. I worked hard as a trainee, injuring my knees from relentless practice, often collapsing in the dance studio from exhaustion. How dare you attribute our struggles to the theft of another's fortune?" As she spoke from the heart, tears flowed freely, and her parents, realizing the gravity of the situation, wiped their eyes, their faces a mixture of shame and indignation. They understood clearly that in this critical moment, they could not admit guilt. After a lifetime of hardship, they had finally tasted the sweetness of wealth. How could they simply concede to donations? Besides, donating would not only entail a significant financial loss but would also serve as an implicit admission of their usurpation of the village's fortune, tarnishing their reputation and social standing. Xiao Xiao, being a public figure in the ascent of her career, could ill afford any scandal that might obstruct her path to stardom. Their family's tearful performance stirred sympathy among many. Although burying a talisman in the concrete is indeed peculiar, it hardly proves that they have stolen anyone's fortune. "I can truly empathize with Xiao Xiao," My parents, too, are ordinary laborers who toil endlessly. I work hard every day, and all our earnings are legitimately earned. Why should we be compelled to donate based on mere words? ISN, T. Ming Lan also making a pretty penny? Setting aside the fees from a heartfelt journey, she has earned several million from her live streams over just a few months, more than a typical person might earn in a lifetime. Why doesn't she donate? I can't help but tear up seeing middle-aged couples of my parents' age cry. They seem so honest. How could they possibly engage in such behavior? As a longtime fan who has followed Xiao Xiao from her trainee days to her debut, my heart aches for this resilient girl. She has worked so hard. And so have her parents. Now that they finally reap the rewards, they are accused of stealing from others. Wang Xiaoming shook his head. I am merely trying to offer you a kind warning. If you disregard it, prepare for impending misfortune. While others may remain oblivious, he, as a true practitioner, understood the stakes at play. The moment Ming Lan's hand brushed against the talisman, an unseen wisp of ash dispersed with the wind. In essence, those talismans had become nothing more than useless scraps of paper, and the concrete road was merely ordinary concrete, devoid of any wealth-attracting properties. The Xiao family, who had illicitly claimed fortune and wealth, would inevitably face repercussions. Their money would vanish for various reasons until their wealth dwindled to align with their true status. Given their family's nefarious actions, the karmic cycle would likely leave them in an even more impoverished state than before. Xiao Xiao and the others remained unfazed, believing that Wang Xiaoming and Ming Lan had conspired to intimidate them. Xiao Mei, having just sat down and adorned in a brand new outfit for the show, inadvertently sullied her attire with still wet cement. Frustrated and already simmering with anger, she was poised to confront Wang Xiaoming about his remarks. However, as she took a step forward, her foot slipped on the semi-dry cement, causing her to tumble sideways, dragging along the cameraman beside her and the professional equipment he held into the ditch. Fortunately, the live broadcast camera was not positioned to capture this mishap, allowing the show to continue uninterrupted, inadvertently showcasing the entire sequence of Xiao Mei toppling the cameraman.
Mom.
Xiao Xiao hurried to assist Xiao Mei. Are you alright? Is there anywhere that feels off? Wang Xiaoming also descended to help the cameraman back to his feet. Xiao Mei managed to stand, gingerly touching her head. Ouch, I think I've got a bump. Can you check if I'm bleeding? She leaned her head toward Xiao Xiao, only to be met with her daughter's disdainful expression as she recoiled slightly, pinching her nose. Mom, you've got dog poop on your head. In the countryside, many cats and dogs roam freely, and it's not uncommon to see local dogs lounging on the ridges, leaving their droppings behind. Xiao Mei's misfortune meant that when she fell, her head had fortuitously collided with a pile of dog feces, leaving her adorned with a foul-smelling, deep brown substance. Unaware of her state, she reached back to touch the back of her head, only to smear her hand with the same unpleasant odor. The expressions of those around her turned to disgust as they swiftly retreated a few steps, some even covering their noses. Among the onlookers was a little girl, brought by her grandfather, who unabashedly exclaimed, "Grandpa, she smells so bad." The girl's loud proclamation only intensified Xiao Mei's embarrassment, causing her to lower her head. Wishing to escape the camera's gaze capturing her humiliation, her face alternating between crimson and pale, a spectacle of sheer embarrassment. Director, the equipment is damaged. The unfortunate cameraman, who had tumbled into the ditch with Xiao Mei, picked up the fallen professional gear, revealing several cracks on the lens and body. Despite his attempts to mend it based on his experience, he ultimately failed. The director's expression soured immediately. The specialized equipment had cost the production team a significant sum. Procured from abroad with cutting-edge technology, lightweight and portable, capable of capturing even the finest details of a guest's complexion. Now, one of them lay shattered. Chapter 86, The Fire. Xiao Xiao, keenly perceptive of the director's shift in mood, quickly reassured, "Don't worry, director. The equipment was damaged by my mother. We will certainly compensate for it." The cameraman muttered, "That LL cost over 300,000. What?" Before Xiao Xiao could respond, Xiao Mei interjected, raising her voice in disbelief. "What equipment is so precious? Is it made of gold or silver? Over 300,000 could buy a house in our little county." Her demeanor and words conveyed a strong suspicion that the production team was attempting to take advantage of their misfortune. The expressions of the cameraman and the director darkened further. In the entertainment industry, emotional intelligence is crucial, and the director had not intended for the guests to bear the costs, as they were in a collaborative relationship. However, Xiao Mei's lack of tact severely tarnished the production team's impression of them. In the show, Xiao's family was portrayed as the epitome of a perfect household in the eyes of many. The daughter inherited her mother's gentleness and thoughtfulness, while the father, a prominent businessman, was a devoted husband and doting father. After the first episode aired, numerous netizens envied her seemingly ideal family, but now they began to realize that what they had witnessed was perhaps not the complete truth. Didn't they say Xiao was a mama's girl? Her mother is in such a predicament, yet she still shows disdain toward her. Who claimed Su Daqing was a middle-aged tyrant? Why do I see him as a typical inept man who only dares to be domineering at home, likely to abuse his wife when drunk? The most out-of-character person here is clearly Xiao Mei, whereas the elegant woman and gentle mother we were promised. Her previous behavior was quite the spectacle, and after just one comment from Wang Xiaoming, she looked ready to pounce on him. The production team is not extorting anyone. That equipment is genuinely expensive, and it is reasonable for them to seek compensation from Xiao Mei's family, as it was her fault that it was damaged. Speaking of, does anyone remember what Wang Xiaoming and Ming Lan said? He just mentioned they would suffer financial loss, and then Xiao Mei fell, getting dog poop on her head, and now they must compensate the production team over 300,000.
Wow.
I used to think fortune-telling was nonsense. Now I feel I was too naive. It's a coincidence, right? The Xiao family is quite wealthy. Over 300,000 shouldn't be a problem for them. Unless someone else in their family suffers misfortune or incurs a financial loss within 2 minutes, I also think it's just a coincidence. Almost as soon as this comment was posted, Pei Yuhua squinted behind his glasses. Is that a fire? Everyone followed his gaze and indeed saw smoke billowing from a nearby house. Su Daqing exclaimed, "My house." Xiao Mei and Xiao quickly reacted, sprinting towards the scene. The flames grew larger, crackling and illuminating the terrified faces of the Su family. Despite the suspicion of having their fortune stolen, the neighbors, being inherently kind-hearted, were willing to lend a hand. Buckets of water were finally able to extinguish the fire, transforming the once magnificent rural villa into a charred, chaotic ruin. With no fire station in the countryside, local police arrived to assess the situation and investigate the cause of the fire. The production team's live broadcast had long ceased, and many staff members had assisted in putting out the flames. At that moment, Xiao Mei abruptly turned her head. Her gaze filled with venom as she glared at Ming Lan. "It's you. You've caused my family to end up like this." The dog feces on her head had dried, and with soot on her face, her disheveled appearance made her seem even more sinister. Wang Xiaoming interjected. "My boss was right beside us. Everyone saw you. How could we have set fire to your house?" As Xiao Mei recalled how her hard-earned villa had been reduced to this state, agony twisted in her heart, and her emotions spiraled out of control. Wishing nothing more than to flay Ming Lan alive. "You must have cursed us." She lunged forward again, only to be blocked by Pei Yuhua, who stood protectively in front of Ming Lan. The man removed his glasses, his deep and piercing gaze fixed on her, as if a sharp blade threatened to slice her neck, implying he would not show her any mercy should she dare to advance. Ming Lan gently patted Pei Yuhua's back, signaling that she was unharmed, then stepped out from behind him, her eyes calm as she addressed Xiao Mei. "I have already stated that any property not belonging to you will vanish. This is beyond my control." The villagers chimed in, "You're being unreasonable. That young lady was with us when your house caught fire. How could she have set it ablaze? You placed talismans in the cement for psychological comfort, warning us against superstitions, yet now you blame others for your misfortune. How utterly irrational. It's likely that in your haste to leave, you neglected to extinguish your fire, leading to the blaze." Xiao seized on this pivotal moment, pointing at the equally disheveled nanny beside her. "It must be your laziness while working." As we departed, she was the only one present in the kitchen, fervently preparing a meal, so it must surely be her fault. The housekeeper hurriedly gestured for understanding, exclaiming, "It was not me." The fire did not ignite in the kitchen. It began on the second floor. At that moment, she was engrossed in her culinary endeavors, completely oblivious to the escalating heat and the billowing smoke until it became unbearable, prompting her to flee. Su Daqing, however, dismissed her explanations, his anger flaring as he lamented the destruction of the villa he had painstakingly renovated at great expense. He demanded compensation. As the family witnessed the fire, memories of Ming Lan's words resurfaced, fearing that they were indeed suffering the consequences of their actions. Yet, in the end, their losses were offset by compensation for the charred remnants of their home, rendering their material possessions virtually unscathed, merely transformed into a different form of presence. This further implied that Ming Lan's assertions were false. Could it be that karma truly existed? The Xiao family collectively exhaled, but before they could fully release their sigh of relief, the police arrived. Based on the scene, the initial point of ignition was identified as the room on the far right of the second floor, where an extinguished cigarette butt lay in an ashtray, accompanied by paper towels and an open beer can. Most likely, the wind had blown the paper towels onto the still glowing cigarette, and the alcohol had exacerbated the flames, igniting the bedding and leading to the conflagration. Upon hearing the police's account, Xiao Mei and her daughter Xiao Xiao turned in unison to glare at Su Daqing. Wasn't that his room? Chapter 87. Consumed by their lifelong fortune. Su Daqing was a notorious smoker and drinker. During his days of hardship, he managed to suppress his vices. But since his rise in fortune, he had indulged himself without restraint, stocking every corner of the house with cigarettes and bottles of liquor, including the bedroom. He even relished smoking and drinking in bed, disregarding the numerous admonitions from the women in his life, often responding with ire. Xiao Mei's voice strained to near breaking point.
Su Daqing.
Su Daqing, in a state of utter confusion and panic, remembered that just before the show began filming, he had indeed been smoking and drinking in the bedroom. When he learned that filming was imminent, he carelessly tossed the half-finished cigarette into the ashtray, leaving the nearly empty beer bottle beside it. Little did he know that his poor habits would lead to the catastrophic fire that consumed their villa. Xiao Mei lunged at him, accusing, "This is all you're doing. If it weren't for you, how could our grand villa have vanished without a trace? I don't care. You must rebuild a larger one." Overwhelmed by the stench of her rage and the cacophony of her accusations, Su Daqing could hardly contain his irritation. As he caught sight of the neighbors watching the spectacle, he could bear it no longer, pushing Xiao Mei away in a fit of anger. "Enough. You owe your current situation to me. Without my support, could you even afford to live in such a grand house? You now act like a shrew, unworthy of me." Xiao Mei nearly stumbled from the force of a shove, the fire of indignation igniting within her. "Unworthy of you? What do you mean? How dare you claim that our wealth is thanks to you?
Pa.
If it weren't for the clever strategies I gleaned from the Bishop of Bliss, would you be enjoying this life today? So, now you want to argue about right and wrong? Very well, let us discuss it. At the time, I insisted that my plan was viable, yet your foolish compassion held you back. If I hadn't insisted on bringing the statue home and forging the path to seize our fortune, where would our current prosperity come from?" Xiao Mei's frustration only deepened. "So, now you claim all the credit? If you hadn't indulged in smoking and drinking, the house would not have burned. The statue was left inside. Without it, how can we gather wealth?" The couple remained obstinate, hurling accusations back and forth until Xiao Xiao, exasperated, intervened. "Enough, Mom and Dad. What nonsense are you spouting? Look at you both, arguing wildly." The heated exchange snapped them back to reality, and they realized, in their fervor, they had revealed something alarming. With stiff necks, they turned to gauge the villagers' reactions. The villagers appeared taken aback, still processing the shocking revelations. Ming Lan raised an eyebrow, echoing their words. "Seize fortune?" Those 4 words seemed to trigger a realization among the neighbors, who began to murmur in disbelief. "So, what the young lady said was true. I thought so. Our village was never this impoverished. It seems that in recent months, misfortune has befallen everyone except the Su family.
Daqing.
We helped extinguish your fire out of neighborly kindness, and you repay us with this treachery. We must summon the village chief to adjudicate this matter. Su Daqing should be removed from the family registry." The Su family, having risen to wealth, had grown disdainful, acting as though no one was worthy of their company. Their daughter, thrust into the entertainment industry, now flaunted her status as a celebrity. "This was all our fortune." A hot-tempered elder was ready to roll up his sleeves to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly, before he could approach Su Daqing, the latter suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. "What on earth?" "I was 8 paces away." The elder was bewildered. "Are you trying to stage a scene?" Xiao Xiao crouched beside him and gasped, "My dad has really fainted." Su Daqing was hastily rushed to the county hospital by the still-present police officers. Xiao Mei and Xiao Xiao appeared haggard, initially believing it was a minor issue, only to be informed by the doctor of his coronary heart disease and lung cancer. The cancer was at an advanced stage. With a stroke of luck, there might still be hope, but it would require a substantial amount of money for treatment. The several million they had once deemed a mere trifle now seemed insurmountable. Since Su Daqing's hospitalization, the family's business had faced a string of misfortunes. Ongoing projects encountered issues, and their factory was shut down. Even Xiao Mei, when playing mahjong, seemed to lose every hand, and Xiao Zhao's endorsements dwindled. Their wealth felt as if it were sand slipping through their fingers, swept away by the wind. After a brief period of opulence, they had exhausted their lifetime of luck, leaving only the aftermath of their squandered fortune. Although the latter half of the live broadcast was interrupted, the viewers continued to follow the unfolding events. Particularly, the viewer who had remarked that they would only believe in metaphysics if property loss occurred within 2 minutes was now utterly convinced after witnessing the fire. The online community learned through social news and entertainment gossip of the Xiao family's financial downfall, which unfolded like a series of unfortunate events, as if the family had conspired to suffer great misfortune together. Their recent trials and tribulations echoed Ming Lan and Wang Xiaoming's words, sending chills down spines. However, that was a tale for another time. Ming Lan had no intention of dwelling on the Xiao family's fate, as she flew to Wuxi that evening to continue filming a heartfelt journey. Upon meeting the production team at the hotel, she sensed an odd look from the director, one of sorrow and grievance, reminiscent of a wife lamenting her husband's infidelity while openly showering gifts upon his mistress. She inquired, "If you have something to say, director?"
Please speak plainly.
Ming Lan, is the compensation from our production team insufficient? The director's expression was one of sorrow, nearly in tears. Why did you still choose to make a cameo in The Taste of Home? And alongside Pei Yuhua, no less. Do you have any idea of the immense pressure this has brought upon us? I haven't slept well in days. In the wake of the director's emotionally charged lament, Ming Lan was compelled to succinctly clarify that their entry into the live stream of The Taste of Home was unintentional. It was solely due to her compassion for the villagers of Sujia village, whose fortunes were being drained by the Su family, that she impulsively sought to assist them in resolving their plight. The director reluctantly accepted her explanation, yet still felt a pang of regret. If only Pei Yuhua could join our show, it would be worth a lifetime. I can hardly imagine how our ratings would soar. The travel-themed romantic reality show they had meticulously prepared had spiraled into an irretrievable situation. Ever since the only pair of guests with genuine chemistry turned out to be siblings, the remaining audience members who enjoyed shipping couples had vanished, driving the production team into a frenzy. Instead of adhering to the conventional format of a dating show, they contemplated embracing chaos, allowing events to unfold naturally, perhaps even achieving an unprecedented pinnacle in the realm of variety shows. As he reflected on this, a thought struck him. What if I were to invite Pei Yuhua to participate in our program? Ming Lan seriously considered Pei Yuhua's work schedule and replied candidly, "It seems unlikely." Speaking of which, you and Pei Yuhua appear to have a decent rapport, don't you? The fact that you can appear together in another program's live stream suggests you must interact frequently off-screen. Ever since the idea of inviting Pei Yuhua to the show emerged, it had lingered in the director's mind. He rubbed his hands together, saying, "Why don't you subtly inquire on my behalf? He is an investor in this program, and his participation would undoubtedly yield substantial profits, filling his pockets handsomely." Ming Lan nodded, agreeing to help. The director, still uneasy, reminded her to be tactful. In the entertainment industry, one must exercise high emotional intelligence in all matters, even when declining a request, so as not to hurt feelings. She continued to nod in agreement, and upon returning to her room, sent Pei Yuhua a message. "Would you like to participate in our variety show?" Upon receiving this message, Pei Yuhua nearly dropped his phone in disbelief. "Do you wish for me to come?" Chun Yao happened to pass by, shivering at the sight of Pei Yuhua's unsettling grin. "Are you chatting with Ming Master again?" Pei Yuhua looked up, his eyes glimmering with mirth, a hint of smugness evident. "She wants me to join a dating show. What could that imply?" Chun Yao stroked his chin and replied, "Isn't it quite obvious?" The man scoffed lightly, casting a cool glance at him. "Ming Lan must harbor some feelings for me."
Ha!
"As long as you're happy," Chun Yao advised. "Don't let your self-absorption get the better of you. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. You may yet find yourself in despair." "Who's being self-absorbed?" Pei Yuhua replied earnestly, "I can distinctly sense her growing affinity for me. She speaks freely without a hint of formality, indicating that she considers me one of her own." While they conversed, Ming Lan had already replied, her response succinct and straightforward. "I want to." The moment Pei Yuhua saw her message, he thought he was hallucinating. After blinking in disbelief, he confirmed that she indeed expressed a desire. An overwhelming wave of emotions surged within him, threatening to break free from their confines. His long, slender fingers tensed momentarily before he typed a response. "Why do you want to?" This time, Ming Lan did not hesitate, offering a direct reply. "I want to spend more time with you." Pei Yuhua abruptly stood up, startling Chen Yao, who watched in astonishment as he paced back and forth excitedly, pulling out his phone to call his mother.
Mom.
The pink diamond you filmed 3 years ago is still in the safe, right? Yes, I have a use for it. I should be proposing soon. Who's the lucky one? I won't tell you just yet. I haven't confessed my feelings. But I'm optimistic. She likes me too. And we share mutual feelings. It's just a matter of breaking the ice. I'll keep you posted with any good news. Chen Yao was left dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was speculating whether the other party had feelings for him, and now they were discussing marriage? Pei Yuhua gestured for him to look at the chat history. After a quick glance, Chen Yao couldn't help but marvel at Ming Lan's adeptness in matters of the heart. She had expertly maneuvered Pei Yuhua into a state of excitement and infatuation. Pei Yuhua turned to him, asking, "Do you have any upcoming plans?" Chen Yao immediately grasped the underlying meaning, realizing Pei Yuhua was resolute about participating. There are a few endorsements, and the Strawberry Channel Music Gala at the end of the month. After your recent concert and new album release, there aren't any pressing announcements. Chen Yao resumed his professional demeanor as his manager, analyzing the pros and cons. However, you must be aware that while many netizens view the show as merely a gossip platform rather than a dating show, your female fans may not react favorably. In the entertainment industry, celebrities are categorized into actors, singers, and idols, with idols reliant on fan votes for their careers. For this group, dating can lead to significant fan backlash, whereas actors and singers tend to face less scrutiny, especially for someone as talented and capable as Pei Yuhua, whose fans are primarily career-focused and more concerned with the quality of his music than his romantic life. Nonetheless, given Pei Yuhua's looks, physique, and age, he does have a small contingent of female fans. I'm a singer. My primary role is to sing. They can't expect me to remain single forever, Pei Yuhua remarked, twirling the Krisu bracelet on his wrist. That day will inevitably come. Indeed, Chen Yao nodded. Your participation in a dating show doesn't represent a definitive statement. It could provide a buffer period. When you and Ming Lan finally enter a relationship, public acceptance will be higher. Moreover, from the perspective of the benefits your participation in the variety show could yield, it would enhance your visibility. Unlike actors who can be prominently featured on screen, singers like Pei Yuhua often rely on their music to gain recognition. While many may enjoy his songs, they may not actively follow him. Within certain circles, his music often overshadows his personal identity.
I'll go.
After composing himself, Pei Yuhua reconsidered and added, attempting to conceal his eagerness, "Isn't your cast already sufficient? Would my presence be excessive?" Ming Lan clarified, "Not at all. Yolo was initially a special guest to fill a gap. He is currently recuperating from a hand and back injury and will soon join the team in Busan for their competition." Relieved, Pei Yuhua thought about the prospect of spending time with Ming Lan while recording the show, feeling elated enough to believe even bottled water tasted sweet. However, unbeknownst to anyone, before he could even sign a contract with the production team, the heart-pounding journey was temporarily halted due to an anonymous report. The events must be traced back to the early hours of that very night, when a multitude of netizens suddenly voiced their opinions online, asserting that Ming Lan from the program was merely employing unconventional tactics to capture attention and garner traffic. Furthermore, they boldly claimed that she was promoting feudal superstition, which stands in stark contradiction to the nation's advocacy for scientific belief, potentially exerting negative influences on the mental and physical development of minors. Even those within the entertainment industry, or those with a modicum of understanding about it, could discern that this peculiar phenomenon was undoubtedly premeditated and organized. However, this did not deter many unaware netizens from engaging in the discourse. Finally, someone has articulated what I wish to express. Previously, she predicted that so-and-so was soliciting prostitutes, and another was unfaithful. That was tolerable, but it has become increasingly absurd. With talk of nurturing spirits and wealth-attracting formations, such notions are utterly implausible. Is the rampant promotion of metaphysics truly acceptable? Won't it incite panic? Shouldn't everyone cease striving and just pursue wealth instead? The primary concern is that it's detrimental for children. My son has been incessantly clamoring that he doesn't want to attend school and wishes to learn fortune-telling and ghost-catching instead. Previously, even slightly bloody themes could not pass scrutiny. How could their program, so steeped in feudal superstition, have cleared the examination? Surely, they must have some backing? Isn't Pei the investor of the heart-fluttering journey? Don't his fans refer to him as young master? His family certainly possesses connections. That may not be the case. Pei joined later, so I suspect there was someone influential behind a certain master from the beginning. Otherwise, how could such content, which contradicts our socialist core values, be broadcast? which current television drama genuinely promotes positive energy. The endings are forcibly tied up, yet in their program, all manner of demons and monsters can be aired. I have already reported this to the authorities. Do as you please. This is truly corrupting minors. My child has been watching this variety show with me and has recently become obsessed with fortune-telling, neglecting his studies, claiming he'll draw talismans for us once he learns. With numerous netizens expressing their opinions, coupled with the machinations of certain individuals stirring the pot behind the scenes, this matter escalated from mere entertainment news to a societal issue, drawing discussions from many who had not previously paid attention to the entertainment and live streaming circles. A multitude of parents, upon seeing comments stating that the heart-fluttering journey was promoting feudal superstition and would adversely affect children, began to take the matter seriously. Today's children are precious, and many doting parents aspire to create an ideal living environment for their offspring, refusing to allow any adverse factors to influence their healthy development. Concepts such as nurturing spirits and wealth-attracting formations seem utterly bizarre to ordinary individuals, falling well outside the realm of acceptability. They fear that this represents an invasion of alternative feudal superstitious ideologies, spurred by online calls to report, and thus they join the ranks of those voicing complaints. The authorities received an overwhelming number of reports regarding the heart-fluttering journey, and after a preliminary investigation, they indeed found some elements of feudal superstition present within. However, whether the program would undergo rectification or face other consequences required further inquiry, so they decided to notify the variety show to suspend broadcasting, awaiting the final outcome. Upon hearing this news, viewers of the heart-fluttering journey lamented. Who on earth has the time to file reports? Now, the delightful spectacle of gossip has vanished. I have never been so heartbroken over a breakup with my ex-boyfriend, Master Ming. How can I live without you? Chasing after a car, wiping tears, weeping bitterly. Your son misbehaving is not the fault of my variety show. By your logic, many contents in the Chinese language textbooks also contradict our values. Should we simply erase them all? In the back shadow, the father crosses a barrier to buy oranges, violating traffic rules. In The Little Match Girl, unlicensed operations. In The Banquet at Hongmen, attempted murder. In Wu Song Fights the Tiger, violations of wildlife protection laws. Let us report them all. Smiling. Although we are indeed a populous nation and certainly need to provide a healthy growth environment for millions of children, ISNT this a bit too stringent. Upon reflection, the one suffering the most is our patient. His first investment project has met such an untimely demise. Just days ago, I saw on the official blog of the heart-fluttering journey that after Patient's investment, their quality of life had improved. Now, it seems he has thrown his money into the abyss. Ming Lan, you have truly become famous, but alas, it seems you have forgotten. Now I see so many people cursing Master Ming. It is I who questioned and wished to see the gossip. Why are you not blaming me? The production team of the heart-fluttering journey was thrown into disarray, with the director particularly incensed. For he had been overjoyed when he heard that Pei Yuhua had agreed to participate in the program, even viewing 2 villas and a luxury car that very night. Yet, upon awakening to the harsh reality today, he felt as though he had been struck a heavy blow. The prevailing public sentiment was decidedly unfavorable. And with the authorities having made their statement, no matter how difficult it was to accept, they had to comply. Weakly waving his hand, he suggested everyone return to their respective homes. Perhaps they simply lacked the fate for great wealth. The latter remark was a mere jest at his own expense. Yet Ming Lan nodded earnestly. Indeed. The director's expression grew increasingly numb, and he finally understood why some had remarked that she was somewhat formidable. The assistant director sighed. Lamenting the loss of Pei Xiao's investment, it seemed they had now been placed on his blacklist. Perhaps even if the program were to restart, he would withdraw his funding. After all, wealthy individuals are not foolish. With such high risks associated with this variety show, having invested mere days ago only to see it halted, incurring losses of several hundred million, no one would be pleased with that. Both directors were astute figures within the entertainment industry and privately discussed the likelihood of their program being reinstated. However, if Ming Lan wished to continue recording, it might pose a challenge, given that this uproar was aimed squarely at her. They deliberated for a considerable time. For Ming Lan had proven to be a veritable cash cow for their program, having previously drawn in substantial traffic. Now, with the show in turmoil, they might be compelled to abandon her. Both morally and logically, it would be inappropriate, and their consciences would not allow it. Chapter 90. I, of course,
Feel the same about you.
Yet, the involved party, Ming Lan, accepted the situation with grace. Her initial motivation for participating in the program was to explore a different facet of the world. During her time on the show, she had not only traveled to several cities, but also made friends and garnered a multitude of fans, rendering it an unforgettable experience for her. She seemed to perceive the unspoken concerns of the directors, offering a light-hearted smile, reassuring them that it was perfectly fine if she did not return to the program. She could simply resume her original career in live streaming without constraint. Compared to the restrictions of variety show live streaming, platform-based broadcasting offered far greater freedom, allowing for a more relaxed lifestyle, which was quite agreeable. Yen Luo clenched his fist, proclaiming his intent to return to his original profession as well. For if he did not stream, his fans would surely abandon him. Su Qianqian and Du chimed in, inviting her to visit Chuan City when time permitted. Zhuang Yuan turned to Ming Lan, asking if she planned to return to Jing City. He expressed his own intention to return, suggesting they travel together. As Zhuang Meng had mentioned wanting to treat her to a meal, she shook her head, declining, stating that someone else would accompany her. The person she referred to, of course, was Pei Yuhua. Once aboard the plane, she noticed that the man still wore a sullen expression. Even his once fluffy and coarse hair seemed to droop, lacking vitality. She handed him a bottle of soda, inquiring if he was upset due to not being able to appear on the program. Pei Yuhua accepted the soda, twisted open the cap, and passed it back to her, admitting a bit. Did you notice? Ming Lan took a small sip and remarked. Your worries are quite evident on your face. It's easy to guess. Is that so? Pei Yuhua reminisced about Chen Yao, who had often been the subject of his playful jests regarding his perpetually sour countenance. Even in a state of relaxation, Chen's features exuded an intense aura of intimidation, and his expressionless gaze could easily mislead one into believing he might spring forward to deliver a punch at any moment. Occasionally, when fans captured his unamused visage at the airport, they speculated whether someone had provoked him once more. Did Ming Lan truly discern these subtle nuances? Her concern for him was touching. Clearing his throat, Pei Yuhua was about to pivot the conversation to a different topic when, without warning, Ming Lan leaned closer to him. The fresh and delicate fragrance of fruit and wood enveloped him, weaving an atmosphere of unspoken intimacy between them. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his gaze fixated on her, his pupils deepening with intrigue. Ming Lan gently ruffled his hair, as one might comfort a large dog, and softly murmured, Didn't you participate in the show merely to be with me? Now that we need not appear on the program, doesn't that grant us even more time together? Her tender gesture caused his heart to race, akin to a young deer nudging the softest part of his soul with its budding antlers. Yet, her words made his pupils constrict suddenly, as if she had struck him with a revelation that nearly incapacitated his heart. The eloquent words that usually flowed effortlessly from his lips faltered in this moment of vulnerability, and he stammered out a coherent question. You've noticed? Had his intentions and feelings become so transparent that even he, the subject, could not deny them? Was his affection for Ming Lan now common knowledge? Ming Lan nodded. I've seen your previous interviews where you mentioned your aversion to variety shows. Yet you agreed to participate in a heart-throbbing journey. Surely, because I expressed a desire for you to join? Pei Yuhua nodded, momentarily dazed, sensing something amiss. If his feelings were indeed so apparent, did Ming Lan's actions and words imply that she harbored feelings for him as well? Were they, in fact, reciprocating the same sentiments? He swallowed hard, his hands nervously entwined. So you know how I feel about you? Then do you feel the same? Ming Lan tilted her head, responding with a natural ease, as if puzzled by his doubt. Of course, I feel the same way. An overwhelming wave of delight crashed over Pei Yuhua, and had his phone not been on airplane mode, he would have called his family to proclaim, Who's the narcissist now? She likes me too. He had imagined that under his meticulous care, Ming Lan might develop feelings for him, but he hadn't anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly, especially when he felt he had yet to truly act on his affections. Yet, how had Ming Lan, once an unyielding blockhead regarding matters of the heart, suddenly seemed enlightened after entering the modern world? Was a heart-throbbing journey, a show that hardly resembled a dating program, yielding such unexpected results? Nevertheless, Pei Yuhua refrained from delving into the reasons behind her newfound understanding of romance. The reality of their mutual affection filled his mind with rosy bubbles of sweetness. Banishing all other thoughts, he glanced down at Ming Lan's hand, pale and slender, resting naturally on the seat just a few centimeters away, her skin delicate, fingers elongated, with faint calluses at the joints. He wondered what it would feel like to hold her hand. Almost simultaneously with that thought, Pei Yuhua subtly shifted his hand, his fingertips slowly inching forward until they brushed against hers, and in a moment of boldness, he clasped her hand firmly. The instant their hands met, Warmth surged between them. An unbroken exchange of heat. Ming Lan, taken aback by his sudden gesture, seemed momentarily bewildered, but then, as if a realization dawned upon her, she slowly returned the grip. His palm was broad and warm, enveloping hers with a slight electric charge. She could distinctly feel the faint moisture of his palm, perhaps from nervousness. Their hands remained intertwined for nearly 2 hours, parting only when they disembarked from the plane. As they entered the car that awaited Pei Yuhua, he, with a hint of crimson creeping over his ears, asked, "Is there a market for flowers, birds, fish, and insects nearby? Would you like to explore it?"
Ming Lan's my. Sure.
Unlike many wealthy scions who frequented upscale venues for entertainment, Pei Yuhua had a down-to-earth side, often visiting humble eateries tucked away in alleys. And he was familiar with the bustling markets of flowers and pets. This time, they could not drive directly to the market, so they alighted nearby, intending to walk a few minutes. By now, it was already 1 in the afternoon, and most people had finished their lunches and were napping, leaving the secluded alley even quieter, with only the sound of Pei Yuhua and Ming Lan walking side by side. Suddenly, Ming Lan grasped his hand. The flush on his ears deepened, creeping towards his earlobes. Just as he was about to tease her about her eagerness, Ming Lan pulled him protectively behind her. Her voice was sharp. "Come out." At her command, several burly men appeared around the bend of the alley, brandishing steel pipes and eyeing them with ill intent. The gang members, clearly troublemakers, bore fierce expressions, and the leader, a massive figure weighing at least 200 pounds, approached menacingly, swinging a pipe with malicious intent. "I didn't expect your vigilance to be so high. Brothers, get them." With his command, the thugs rushed forward, pipes in hand. And Ming Lan swiftly delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the first assailant, sending him crashing into a pile of wood in the corner of the alley. Pei Yuhua evaded an attack from a tattooed man, retaliating with a swift and precise punch to his abdomen, turning to Ming Lan. "I can protect you too." A fleeting smile graced Ming Lan's lips before she deftly scooped up a bamboo stick at her feet, her lithe form spinning gracefully, like a sparrow in flight. With a sweeping kick, she knocked down 2 approaching thugs effortlessly. The bamboo stick in her grasp transformed into a weapon of precision, her movements fluid and dynamic. In an instant, the previously arrogant gang members lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Ming Lan casually discarded the bamboo stick and brushed off non-existent dust from her clothes, commenting that she hadn't practiced in a while and had become a bit rusty. Pei Yuhua, whose impeccably clean attire had become disheveled from the altercation, was too preoccupied with the situation to care. He seized the leader by his collar, demanding, "Speak."
Who sent you?
The gang members, thoroughly intimidated by Ming Lan's prowess, quickly divulged, We don't know. A man in his 30s approached us, provided a photo of this female warrior, and instructed us to find an opportunity to beat her up and take some compromising photos. We were blinded by money. Had we known she was so formidable, we wouldn't have dared." Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Yuhua felt a surge of rage, his expression darkening as he delivered a punch to the leader's face, releasing his grip in frustration. His voice low and intense, he immediately called for reinforcements, determined to uncover who had orchestrated this attack on Ming Lan. After all that, he still failed to comprehend. Pointing at the group of ruffians on the ground, he admonished, "If I ever catch you causing her trouble again, I shall ensure you regret it." Ming Lan lowered her head, a gentle smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as she beckoned him. "Feiqi, come here."
Oh.
Pei Yuhai's demeanor softened considerably as he stepped towards her, only realizing the situation when he stood before her. "Huh?" Ming Lan raised her gaze, her eyes as clear as water, fixed intently on him.
She spoke again, Feiqi.
She lifted his right hand, noticing the redness and broken skin at the knuckles from his earlier bare-handed confrontation. "I know you wish to protect me, but times have changed." With a tender breath, she blew gently on his wound. "Just take care of yourself." Pei Yuhai's mind erupted in confusion, his body stiffening as he stammered. "When did you find out?" Ming Lan observed the subtle shifts in his expression, finding him somewhat endearing. She patiently explained, "I had my suspicions all along. We confirmed it when we dined together in Yun City." The first time she saw Pei Yuhai on the advertisement screen, she felt an uncanny familiarity, akin to her Feiqi sword. However, the notion of a sword transforming into a human was too mystical, leading her to initially avoid that line of thought. As their interactions deepened, the sense of mutual understanding grew stronger, compelling her to reconsider his true identity. If she could traverse to the modern world, it seemed plausible that her Feiqi sword had also crossed over and taken on human form. It was during their meal in Yun City that various details convinced Ming Lan of her hypothesis. Pei Yuhai recalled that meal, realizing that aside from the paparazzi incident, nothing particularly stood out. What had betrayed him? Sensing his confusion, Ming Lan remarked, "It wasn't he anything particularly special. It was when we discussed the broken sword I showcased on the show. You mentioned that I was well matched with my weapon." Recalling this, Pei Yuhai felt a touch of discomfort. If Ming Lan had already known his identity back then, his words would have inadvertently revealed his feelings. He had even boasted about how handsome the Feiqi sword was, which explained her seemingly subtle reaction at the time. Ming Lan continued, "When I displayed the Feiqi sword, everyone assumed it was merely a niche artifact of mine. Only you naturally regarded it as my weapon. Moreover, when I mentioned the term dinner afterward, you didn't find it strange." Initially, her behavior and phrases from the past were hard to shake off upon arriving in the modern world. Her friends, such as Su Qianqian, teased her, suggesting she was undoubtedly a devoted admirer of traditional culture. Although she had her suspicions regarding Pei Yuhai's identity, these points, while not conclusive, served as the final signal confirming that he was indeed the Feiqi sword. Pei Yuhai's gaze softened. "You are quite observant. Why didn't you ask me why I recognized you, but chose not to reveal myself?" Ming Lan replied earnestly, "You must have your reasons for not telling me. And I trust you." Pei Yuhai hesitated, not wishing to give her the impression that he harbored untold secrets. "I merely feared you wouldn't accept that your sword had become a person, hence I wanted to approach you as a human first, and once we grew closer, I would confess everything." Now that they had grown to be the closest of companions, even if Ming Lan chose not to expose his identity today, he would eventually reveal the truth to her in a few days. Ming Lan nodded, acknowledging that it had indeed been hard to believe at first. She had never envisioned having another companion by her side. She always thought that aside from herself, only her sword would accompany her throughout her life. To her surprise, that cold, lifeless weapon transformed into a living, breathing person standing before her, which understandably complicated her emotions. Pei Yuhai's heart raced. Before his worries could fully proliferate, Ming Lan completed her thought, "But I have come to accept it. Whether you are a sword, a person, or something else entirely, you are the most significant presence in my life." Chapter 92. The most significant presence. You are the most significant presence in my life. The repetition of this phrase echoed in Pei Yuhai's mind, lingering like a haunting melody, causing the tips of his ears to blush ever so slightly, conveniently concealed by his tousled hair. Pei Yuhai grasped her shoulders, gazing deeply into her eyes, speaking each word with solemnity. "You are, to me, equally the most significant presence." As their identities were unveiled, there was much to discuss. Thus, when Pei Yuhai's companions arrived to escort the ruffians away for questioning, they opted not to visit the flower and bird market, but instead sought a tranquil place to reminisce. Pei Yuhai finally broached the long-buried question weighing on his heart. "How did you come to this world?" Initially, upon learning that Ming Lan had also arrived in his realm, he was filled with joy and excitement, completely neglecting this pivotal inquiry. After regaining his composure, he remembered the crucial issue at hand. He had returned to the modern world because the Feiqi sword had intercepted a lethal blow from the demon lord during a great battle, causing the sword's body to shatter and his soul, which was bound to the sword, to be attacked, thus returning him to his corporeal form. But what about Ming Lan? What was the catalyst for her arrival? The answer was evident, almost instinctual, yet Pei Yuhai consciously avoided confronting it. As he broached the subject, his tone grew heavy. However, Ming Lan remained unperturbed, recounting her story as though it belonged to another. "The reinforcements were delayed, and I perished alongside the demon lord to protect the people." Pei Yuhai's heart sank. He should have anticipated this outcome, yet he had been evading the truth. Unable to fathom the anguish she must have endured when she resolutely chose to accompany the demon lord to the afterlife. In essence, Ming Lan had experienced a form of death. His breath became significantly heavier, and he pressed his large hand against Ming Lan's slender back, enveloping her in his embrace. Feeling her warm breath and the softness of her form, Pei Yuhai's previously unarticulated anxiety and turmoil found some solace. As if only in this manner could he truly confirm that she was indeed a living being, and that all of this was not a mere figment of his imagination. Ming Lan sensed the tremor in his breath and the tightness of his embrace. Given their time spent together, she understood his unspoken thoughts and recognized that he was grieving for her. She wrapped her arms around him tightly, gently patting his back as one would comfort a child. Her tone soft and soothing. "It's all right, it's all in the past." Pei Yuhai rubbed his forehead against Ming Lan's, reluctantly loosening his grip. Ming Lan tousled his hair, assuring him, "No one can harm you in this world anymore. I will protect you."
Good.
Pei Yuhai's smile could hardly be contained, and he suggested, "How about you come stay at my place? I have so much more to discuss with you." She readily agreed, "All right." During the car ride home, Pei Yuhai felt a tinge of nervousness. This was, after all, his first time bringing Ming Lan to his home. Due to the nature of his work, which necessitates a tranquil environment conducive to creativity, Pei Yuhua does not reside with his family. His villa is nestled in a renowned affluent district of the capital, boasting exceptional privacy and security, thus shielding him from fervent fans and paparazzi. Apart from 2 housekeepers responsible for cooking, he is attended to by a steward arranged by the Pei family, leaving the expansive villa devoid of any other inhabitants. Upon their entry, the steward's eyes widened in astonishment. Ever since the accident that befell young Master Pei, he has exhibited peculiar behavior, incessantly calling out for someone, prompting his family to suspect he might be haunted by malevolent forces. Although he has since regained some lucidity, his parents remain apprehensive, knowing he has not ceased his search for this person. Consequently, they arranged for him to stay in the villa, ensuring that any unusual developments could be promptly reported to Mr. and Mrs. Pei. Fortunately, in recent times, young Master Pei had ceased his clandestine quest, leading them to believe he had finally regained his senses. However, upon encountering Miss Ming Lan, the steward was struck by a sudden recollection. The individual young Master Pei had originally sought, as he had described, possessed raven-black hair and snow-white skin, with bright, lively eyes and an ethereal demeanor that set her apart from the mundane. At one point, he had even sketched her likeness. For reasons unknown, he later abandoned his search, shifting instead to seeking a master adept in arcane arts, hoping to traverse time and space. Now, standing before him was Miss Ming Lan, an uncanny resemblance to the figure depicted in young Master Pei's drawing. The steward felt a chill. They had all assumed that young Master Pei's cessation of his search was due to a gradual return to normalcy, yet it appeared he had genuinely found this elusive person. How could he suddenly seek out an unfamiliar woman after awakening from his coma? Moreover, this woman had initially eluded the Pei family's attempts to trace her, rendering her existence virtually untraceable, only to now appear beside their young master. Was this not an exceedingly strange turn of events? The devoted steward maintained a facade of composure while discreetly excusing himself to inform Mr. and Mrs. Pei of the developments. Upon learning of this situation, Mr. and Mrs. Pei were equally taken aback, their expressions grave. Mrs. Pei, unable to quell her concern for her son, nearly instructed the driver to rush to young Master Pei's villa for a closer inspection, but Mr. Pei advised against such hasty action, suggesting it would only serve to alert potential threats. "What do you propose we do?" Mrs. Pei sighed, expressing her anxiety over her son's peculiar behavior since awakening from the accident. "Next Monday marks Yuhua's birthday. We shall discern the woman's origins at the birthday banquet." Mr. Pei patiently explained, "Consider this. Since our son has brought her home, she must hold great significance for him. She will undoubtedly be invited to the celebration. In the meantime, we can discreetly investigate her background." Mrs. Pei found some merit in his reasoning and nodded in agreement, resigning herself to this plan. Chapter 93. Benevolence. The 2 central figures, Ming Lan and Pei Yuhua, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. The man guided her into his bedroom, closed the door, and engaged in a lengthy conversation, reminiscing about the daily life at the Songjing sect and discussing the great battle. Ming Lan sighed softly, pondering whether the citizens of the city had fared well in her absence. Although the demon lord perished alongside her, remnants of the demonic clan continued their assault, leaving her uncertain whether her sacrifice had afforded any respite to the populace. Pei Yuhua's large hand enveloped her delicate white one, gently enclosing it as he reassured her, "Do not worry. The other disciples are no mere novices. They possess the capability to deal with those demonic beings. Moreover, a distress signal was sent to the reinforcements. They should be able to arrive in time." Comforted by his words, her worries began to dissipate, and Ming Lan offered a faint smile in response. Pei Yuhua then recalled the halting of the program Falling in Love on a Journey. "I will find a way to address the issues surrounding the variety show. It matters not. For me, the location is inconsequential. Should I be unable to participate in the show, I can always continue my live broadcasts." Speaking of live streaming, Ming Lan remembered her fans who had expressed concern since the show's suspension due to reports of promoting superstitions. They had reached out through her posts and private messages, eager to know her well-being, yet she had not yet had the opportunity to respond. I shall stream for a while to reassure my fans. Pei Yuhua nodded very well. I shall watch beside you, ensuring I do not disturb you or appear on camera. Although he wished to appear, it was not the appropriate moment, as it would only invite unwarranted criticism towards Ming Lan, necessitating a more measured approach. The reasoning behind the suspension of falling in love on a journey stemmed from numerous audience reports claiming it promoted feudal superstition, with Ming Lan being the sole individual associated with such themes. Fans not only worried about potential backlash, but also feared she might be expelled from the show. Now that Ming Lan had finally begun her live stream, many anxious fans flocked to her broadcast to inquire about her situation. Finally, the stream is live. Master, I'm truly worried about you. Will you still be able to appear on the show? I knew it. Once someone rises to fame, jealousy follows. Though Master's fortune-telling may seem superstitious, she has proven her abilities, even helping to apprehend numerous lawbreakers. Isn't that a commendable deed? It's alright, Master. Even if you cannot participate in the show, we will continue to support your live streams. Streaming on platforms has its own merits, free from many restrictions. Ming Lan addressed her fans' most pressing concerns, assuring them she was well and unharmed, though she was uncertain about the future of the variety show. Seeing her maintain such a positive outlook calmed their anxious spirits, restoring the relaxed atmosphere of the live stream. At that moment, an observant viewer noted the backdrop behind her. Master, this doesn't look like a hotel, nor is it the background from your previous streams at home. Have you moved? Master Ming Lan has certainly prospered. That painting on the wall is a piece by the American artist Gwendolyn, which sold for $7 million at Sotheby's 3 years ago. Did you purchase it? It feels like you're in someone else's home, and it seems distinctly masculine. Masculine? Masculine. Qingping, hurry and come here. Pei Yuhua, seated diagonally from Ming Lan, had also accessed the Qingping account to watch the live stream, remaining silent until numerous fans began tagging him, leaving him bemused. It's over. My ship has inevitably sunk. What if she is merely visiting a friend? Does it have to imply a certain relationship? Master, please tell us. Who is this man to you? Although Ming Lan did not comprehend their astonishment regarding her presence in a male's quarters, she candidly replied, he is someone very important to me. Expecting this declaration to placate their excitement, she was taken aback when the barrage of comments intensified, seemingly beyond their acceptance. The suspense has finally dissipated. Someone very important? Surely, that implies something more. I never imagined Master, appearing so ethereal, would also be a mere mortal, unable to escape the ordinary. Whether shipping Pei Yuhua x Ming Lan or the brother x Master pairing, hearts are shattered. I hope this man is more handsome than Pei Yuhua and wealthier than the top supporter. I refuse to accept that my ship has sunk. Is there not a possibility that this man is the top supporter? Many streamers often maintain private connections with their top supporters. It is quite possible that they have exchanged contact information and even met in person. The top supporter, a dashing and affluent individual, naturally finds himself drawn to the streamer, and their interactions may lead to a mutual attraction. With his commanding presence, it seems entirely reasonable for him to adorn his room with artworks valued in the millions. The man observing this interaction raised an eyebrow, noting a significant detail. Is there truly a shipping fandom for Pei Yuhua and Ming Lan? His association with Ming Lan has been minimal, limited to a brief appearance in the live stream of The Taste of Home. Yet, it appears that some have taken notice of this connection. When Pei Yuhua searched online, he indeed found a plethora of fan-made edits featuring the two of them, accompanied by sweet background music and slow-motion gazes that suggest they are deeply enamored with one another. The reasons behind their acquaintance and shared presence in a web variety show have spurred various speculations among netizens, as well as fans from both sides. However, the prevailing sentiment online seems to be quite benign, with most netizens exclaiming that the dimensional wall has been breached and no negative comments have surfaced. Consequently, neither party has felt the need to formally respond, and it has been tacitly accepted that they share a close friendship. Ming Lan's live stream was not particularly lengthy. She had no intention of fortune-telling but rather wished to reassure her concerned fans. Shortly after concluding her broadcast, dinner time arrived. Although only the two of them were dining together, the table was lavishly set with a variety of dishes, albeit in small portions, all carefully selected by Pei Yuhua at the request of the housekeeper, featuring Ming Lan's favorite foods. Since his identity became public, Pei Yuhua has ceased to conceal his affections, no longer worrying that his concern for her might raise suspicions. Instead, he has embraced his role, showering her with warmth, serving her food, and attending to her every need with remarkable attentiveness, as if he were eager to present her with every culinary delight in the world. Ming Lan reciprocated his care, serving him food as well, while also expressing concern for his vocal health, cautioning him against overly oily or spicy dishes. He responded softly, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. "You care about me so much." "Of course," Ming Lan replied, her tone exuding a sense of entitlement. "You are the most important person to me. If I don't care for you, who will?" Their interactions resembled that of a young couple immersed in affection, with gestures of intimacy. Yet, to the butler observing from a distance, there was something peculiarly disconcerting about the scene. A man of considerable experience, having lived for many years, he could discern the deep admiration Pei Yuhua harbored for Ming Lan. The moment their eyes met, it was as if his emotions threatened to overflow. As for Ming Lan, while she certainly cared for Pei Yuhua and harbored feelings for him, there was an unmistakable tenderness in her gaze that seemed almost maternal.